A vast open-air mining vein stretched out before them, where countless miners wielded an array of digging tools with vigorous swings. Yang Ling, his body drenched in sweat, relentlessly swung his pickaxe to chip away at the Huojinjian laid before him. Every strike demanded his full strength, for the unyielding Huojinjian would not yield to half-hearted blows. Xiao Yang, in a day of 12 shurchen, you spend 8 shurchen here. Aren't you afraid of injuring yourself? At this rate you won't last long, an elderly miner passing by remarked. Without pausing his work, Yang Ling courteously replied, Uncle Wang, rest assured I know my limits. Oh. Uncle Wang shook his head gently and turned away in search of more valuable Huojinjian, while Yang Ling continued his diligent chiseling. With every strike, a faint chill seeped along the pickaxe into his body. This cool aura not only alleviated his fatigue, but also bolstered his endurance. Is this really a game or the real world? I only intended to relax with a holographic simulation, so why can't I go back? Yang Ling muttered to himself. He had now been in this world for half a month. Merely half a month ago, he was a professional gold digger earning a decent living by farming gold in games. In the gold-digging industry, he had gained a modest reputation. Yet the monotonous routine bored him, so he turned to the newly launched game Shinyu for a change. But not long after entering the game, he realized a grave problem. He couldn't return. Moreover, this world was astonishingly real. In touch in every need from eating to relieving oneself, there was no difference from reality. Even the NPCs were vividly lifelike. At first, he nearly starved in this world until he was forced into working as a miner. With another swing of his pick, a cool aura surged into his body. Ding! The pleasant sound of leveling up rang out. Congratulations, you've leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Instantly, Yang Ling summoned his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession miner. Level 3. Free attribute points 1. Strength 5. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 50. Finally leveled up. An extra free attribute point at last, he thought. Yang Ling was secretly thrilled. Lately, he had poured all his efforts into leveling up, as every strike granted him experience. Yet the attribute panel never reflected these experience gains, though only the cool aura signaled his progress. That chill not only aided his leveling, but also alleviated fatigue and boosted endurance. My character's starting strength was only 4, while agility and spirit were remarkably high. 5 points is about normal for a man, he mused. Pondering this, Yang Ling promptly allocated his free attribute point to strength. For the moment, he was uncertain of spirit's merit, knowing only that increased strength would quicken his mining rate and boost his experience gains. Furthermore, strength was linked to health. With the added point, a warm surge flowed through Yang Ling instantly, washing away his fatigue and easing his sore muscles. Moreover, his health leapt from 50 to 60. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly feel the surge of power. Yang Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet elation. Knowing that survival hinged on health, he recalled how just days before a minor fall had cost him 20 health points when he banged his forehead. Only with healing medicine did he gradually recover. He had even wondered if upon his health reaching 0 he might be expelled from Shinyu. Yet he dared not take the risk. His fear was that a 0 in health would mean a complete reset. Grind on, as long as mining grants levels, he'll toil until the end of time. As for everything else, it matters not. Yang Ling downed a swig from his water bottle and resumed his vigorous pickaxe swings. Strike after strike. It wasn't until the Huojinjian before him was completely exhausted that he cautiously gathered the scattered fragments, tucking them into a cloth pouch at his waist. Weighing the fragments in his mind, Yang Ling mused him about a tale or two. Maybe I can trade them for 10 from Supervisor Wu. Last time Supervisor Wu sold me healing medicine for only 5 a bottle, so I must now save more for my survival. Besides, my pickaxe is nearly worn out, I need to save for a better one to expedite my leveling. Lost in thought, he noticed several figures stealthily approaching. Yang Ling casually looked up and said, it's Brother Wu. Is something the matter? Yang Ling greeted with a respectful bow and a smile. Brother Wu was tall and robust, flanked by a few sullen miners whose eyes cast unwelcoming glares at him. While ordinary miners rest after 5 shurchen a day, you labor for 8. You push yourself so hard. Are you trying to curry favor with Supervisor Wu? Brother Wu remarked coolly. Yang Ling explained, Brother Wu, you misunderstand. I'm just trying to earn a bit more. That won't do here, we abide by our own rules, the tone warned. Brother Wu coldly warned, by pushing yourself so hard Supervisor Wu might claim we're slacking. You raise yourself while diminishing us. I advise you work only 5 shurchen, or else you might end up knocking your head. With a half-smile, Brother Wu cast a sidelong glance at Yang Ling's forehead. In that fleeting moment, a subtle cold gleam flashed in Yang Ling's eyes. The next moment, Brother Wu's attribute panel unfolded before them. Attribute panel. Character Wu Gu. Profession miner. Strength 7. Agility 3. Spirit 2. Notably, there was no level or health value. This was the NPC's attribute display. His strength slightly exceeds mine, and his connections are stronger. If I were to confront him head-on, I'd surely suffer a loss, Yang Ling thought, then added placidly, Brother Wu, from now on I shall mine for only 5 shurchen. Brother Wu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, you've shown wisdom. Then he glanced at the cloth pouch around Yang Ling's waist and said, I saw you mined quite a bit of Huojinjian. Let's split it evenly. After a brief pause, Yang Ling mused, Brother Wu, perhaps from now on, I'll give you a 30 share of my mined Huojinjian if you let me work extra shurchen. You never cease scheming, do you? What now? Are you willing to risk everything to please Supervisor Wu? Brother Wu forced a smile and sneered, hand over half of the Huojinjian to me, or you'll be in trouble. And if you ever mine an extra half hour, you'll regret it. Realizing that Brother Wu was indeed anxious about anyone outshining him before Supervisor Wu Yang Ling, without a word handed over half of his Hyojinjian. Brother Wu weighed the offering, then contentedly stowed it into his cloth pouch, its bulk amounting to at least 1 jin. You've shown sense. Remember my words. I will keep an eye on you, he warned. Brother Wu chuckled lightly before departing with his group. Better keep your distance from him, Yang Ling mused, then began searching for more Hyojinjian, having no intention of mining for a full day of 5 shurchen. He was determined to level up and allocate his attribute points. As long as his strength reached 10, he believed that scrawny Brother Wu would no longer be able to control him. Soon enough, Yang Ling discovered another deposit of Hyojinjian, and without hesitation drew his pickaxe to resume his relentless labor. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered. Yang Ling. Yang Ling's expression was complex. He had already concluded that the attribute panel was likely visible only to himself. Yet he had encountered few players so far, only Zhang Wei, and would need to meet several more to confirm this definitively. Brother Yang, if we die inside the divine realm, will we truly perish? Zhang Wei's voice turned somber. For the past half-month since I arrived, I've been pondering this very question. I'm not certain. Yang Ling shook his head. Then what do we do next? Are we simply to endure oppression from those NPCs? Zhang Wei clenched his teeth. If anyone dared strike me like this in the real world, I'd sue them into bankruptcy, or else I'd renounce my surname. I believe our first objective must be survival. The divine realm is profoundly strange. Under no circumstances should we gamble with even the slimmest possibility of death. Yang Ling spoke with solemn gravity. Yes, survival first. Zhang Wei murmured, but how? This game bears no resemblance to any game at all. I can't even see my character's attribute panel. And these NPCs are vicious, striking me at the slightest provocation. The pain feels utterly real, as does the gnawing hunger. At this, he launched into a furious tirade against the developers of the divine realm. The rule for the fire crystal or vein is clear: each miner must deliver at least 1 tael of, or daily. That entitles you to 10 copper coins. Yang Ling continued, here 1 copper coin buys a steamed bun, 3 buy half a jin of rice or flour. Without these we cannot survive. 1 tael? I'd collapse from exhaustion before scraping together that much. I'm doomed. Zhang Wei drew a sharp breath, despair flickering in his eyes. Can I trust you? Yang Ling asked abruptly. Brother Yang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Wei looked puzzled. I arrived earlier and am now a seasoned miner. I have ways to help you gather a full tael of fire crystal or securing your basic rations. Yang Ling's gaze turned earnest. But once you receive the copper coins, you may only take what belongs to you. Mine must go to me. Of course, that's a viable path. Zhang Wei's voice brightened with excitement. Seeing Yang Ling silently studying him, he quickly snapped back to awareness and hurriedly added, Brother Yang, rest assured, I won't touch a single coin that isn't mine. You're nothing short of my savior. You've saved my life twice. Very well. For the coming days, stay close to me. I'll assist you whenever needed. Yang Ling nodded with a faint smile. Over the next few days, Yang Ling guided Zhang Wei through the fire crystal or vein, gradually familiarizing him with its rhythms, while quietly observing Zhang Wei's condition. Each time Zhang Wei swung his pick, just a few times, he needed to pause and rest for an extended interval, confirming he possessed no experience points and could not level up through mining. His attributes remained entirely unchanged. Soon the 5-hour shift ended. Zhang Wei lay exhausted, a limp heap on the ground, watching Yang Ling steadily swing his pick, admiration shimmering in his eyes. Brother Yang, your strength and stamina are extraordinary. What did you do back in the real world? Construction laborer. Yang Ling didn't turn around. A look of quiet understanding crossed Zhang Wei's face, followed by a low murmur. Had I known it would come to this, I'd have taken up construction work myself. When will this wretched existence end? Yang Ling ignored him, continuing to strike the fire crystal or before him. Because he had left punctually for several consecutive days, Wu Gu, the foreman, had grown lax in his surveillance. Across the vast or vein, over 1,000 miners toiled. Unless watched deliberately, no one would notice he was secretly working overtime. Brother Yang, the hour draws near. The others are already lining up at the exit. Shouldn't we head out? Zhang Wei glanced toward the tunnel mouth. The more we mine, the more copper coins we earn. We have no idea how long we'll remain here. If we run out of coin, we'll be utterly stranded. Yang Ling replied as he dug. Zhang Wei found the logic irrefutable. After a brief rest, he resumed swinging his pick. Hours later, a clear, melodious voice chimed softly in Yang Ling's ear. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point granted. He had leveled up. A flash of delight lit Yang Ling's eyes. Just 5 days since his last advancement. As his strength increased, so too did his rate of experience gain. Without hesitation, Yang Ling allocated the point to strength. A familiar warmth flowed through his body, dissolving the fatigue of the day. He clenched his fist lightly. The surge of power was unmistakable. Character: Yang Ling. Occupation: miner. Level 4. Strength 7. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 70. My current strength matches Wu Guess exactly, and my agility exceeds his by 2 points. If I faced him alone, defeating him would pose little difficulty. Yang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. As a professional gold farmer, his skill, though perhaps not peerless, was unquestionably elite. Most importantly, his situational awareness was exceptional. Even in combat, he would outmatch ordinary men. Now that my strength stands at 7, my experience gain will accelerate further. Even if the next level demands more experience, I may reach it in only 5 or 6 days. Soon, very soon. Once I reach 10 strength, I'll possess genuine self-defense capability. Suddenly his pick rang with a crisp hollow chime. Yang Ling glanced down. Common pickaxe, durability 0. The pick has broken, but after these days of diligent labor my savings are sufficient to purchase a superior one. Unconcerned, Yang Ling called out to Zhang Wei and strode toward the entrance. Though night had fallen, the ore vein operated under constant supervision, 24 hours a day. Many miners like Yang Ling harbored ambitions to advance. Several figures now emerged stealthily from shadowed recesses, faces veiled, lest they be recognized by Wu Gu and his cronies. Without exception, each bore elevated strength, 6 or 7 points. Manager Nyo stepped out of his hut smiling broadly as he began accepting fire crystal or deliveries. Oh, 3 taels. Not bad at all. He gave Yang Ling a quick appraising glance, and without another word handed him 30 copper coins. Yang Ling could no longer contain himself and lowered his voice. Manager Nyo, may I ask a question? Speak. Manager Nyo replied coolly. Wu Gu forbids us from mining beyond quota. Does the Vein administration take no notice? Yang Ling asked quietly. Why should they intervene? Mine as much as you wish. So long as each of you delivers me at least 1 tael, my duty is fulfilled. Manager Nyo shrugged indifferently. The more you deliver, the less benefit accrues to me. Why provoke old Wu over such a trivial matter? With that he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Ling. You're new here. Let me warn you, old Wu has an elder sister who his concubine was personal attendant. Yang Ling's expression hardened instantly. He bowed deeply. Many thanks, Manager Nyo. Zhang Wei, still vividly recalling the torment Wu Gu had inflicted upon him, watched Yang Ling's deference with a silent, disdainful snort. Brother Yang, why are you so deferential to that ox manager? He nearly had me beaten to death. On their way back, Zhang Wei muttered softly, his tone brimming with unmistakable resentment. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Xiao Zhang, the ox manager, is actually a decent man. That day he ordered your beating, not to harm you, but to warn you if you don't work hard at mining you won't survive here. He had observed the ox manager closely these past days and found him stern-faced yet kind-hearted. Though he turned a blind eye to Lao Wu's misdeeds, he willingly exchanged copper coins for miners who worked late into the night. Especially crucial was the intelligence the man had just shared with him. Decent? Huh. Not a shred of decency, Zhang Wei grumbled inwardly, though he dared not voice it aloud. The next day Yang Ling did not enter the mine veins. Instead, he made his way to the southwest corner of the miners' village where a blacksmith's forge stood, specializing in tools for or extraction. After deducting food and daily expenses, I've saved 240 copper coins, surely enough. As he stepped inside, the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal filled the air. Wang the blacksmith, a towering, broad-shouldered man, struck iron without looking up. What do you want? Master Wang, I'd like to purchase a refined iron pickaxe, Yang Ling replied, bowing respectfully. A refined iron pickaxe. Only 3 remain, 200 won each. Choose one yourself. Wang the blacksmith gestured toward the wall. Alongside the pickaxes hung ordinary weapons, reserved exclusively for mine guards. Refined steel short sword 1 agility 5 attack power. Price 1 tael of silver. Refined steel staff 1 strength 8 attack power. Price 1 tael of silver. Refined iron pickaxe 2 strength 1 attack power. Price 201. Yang Ling took a deep breath, steadying the surge of excitement within. Though weapons stirred his desire, he knew, given his current station and meager means, they remained beyond his reach for now. The refined iron pickaxe, however, was ideal. According to its attributes, merely wielding it grants me 2 strength. That would bring my strength to 9, accelerating my advancement and vastly increasing my mining speed. At that thought, he reached for the pickaxe, then paused instinctively upon glancing at the other 2. Huh, a refined steel pickaxe. Why does it look identical to the refined iron one? Refined steel pickaxe, 3 strength, 8 attack power. Its attack power matches the refined steel staff, and yet it adds 3 points of strength. So it serves both as a mining tool and a weapon. Yang Ling remained outwardly calm. He picked up one pickaxe, examined it, set it down, then lifted another, inspecting it closely. He repeated this several times. Wang the blacksmith grew impatient. They're all the same. What's there to scrutinize? All the same. Then why are they all 201? Yang Ling's heart pounded fiercely. Then deliberately, he selected the refined steel pickaxe. Master Wang, I'll take this one. 201. Pay up and be gone. Understood. Yang Ling counted out the coins, strapped the refined steel pickaxe to his waist, and strode away with purpose. Only after walking far from the forge, still seeing no reaction from the blacksmith, did he allow himself a quiet thrill. I've struck gold. If other players were here, reselling this pickaxe for 2 taels of silver wouldn't even be excessive. Just then several figures loomed into view. Brother Wu. Yang Ling blinked in mild surprise and quickly saluted. Is there something you need? Brother Wu grinned broadly. Of course there is. I hear you've been sneaking extra shifts lately, hauling in quite a haul of fire crystal, or... How could he possibly know? Yang Ling was certain he'd been discreet every night, and Brother Wu had long since vanished to the tavern with no time to watch him. Then amid the crowd, a familiar face caught his eye. The figure flinched, instantly ducking out of sight. Zhang Wei. Yang Ling's expression darkened. Don't waste breath wondering how I found out. It only proves you've taken Brother Wu's words lightly. Brother Wu's smile held no warmth as he turned to nearby miners. Tell me, what do you think? Is it right or wrong for this man to dig extra hours each day? It's wrong. Yang Ling, you digging longer makes the rest of us look lazy. What happens when new rules demand everyone deliver at least 2 tails of fire crystal or per day? Are we supposed to die alongside you? An angry miner shouted. Damn it. How does this kid have so much stamina? I'm spent after 4 hours, but he digs 8 or 9. Every extra tail he mines means 1 less tail for the rest of us. This fellow has no honor. Seeing the crowd's approval, Brother Wu smirked triumphantly. Yang Ling, I've spoken plainly. Today you'll receive a warning. Next time I catch you secretly striving upward, you're dead. Break his arm. That's a death sentence. How am I supposed to grind experience then? Yang Ling had intended to avoid conflict, quietly leveling up in secret. But now realizing Brother Wu sought to sever his path entirely, fury ignited within him. 2 of Brother Wu's men closed in. Without hesitation, Yang Ling drove a kick into the first man's abdomen. The man caught off guard flew backward over 3 meters. The second recoiled in shock, only to crumple under Yang Ling's swift crushing fist. This is the power of 7 strength. The force behind my punch rivals that of a professional boxer. Yang Ling felt a quiet, fierce exhilaration. Silence fell like a shroud. Miners stared at Yang Ling as though he were a stranger, eyes wide with astonishment. Even Brother Wu froze, his expression shifting to wary gravity. How is he this strong? Zhang Wei watched, heart sinking with regret. He shouldn't have acted in anger. Brother Wu, we've coexisted peacefully. I mind my, or you attend to your affairs. So long as you leave my work undisturbed, all remains well. But should anyone dare obstruct me, I will end them. Yang Ling locked eyes with Brother Wu, his gaze sharp as a honed blade. He knew unless he asserted dominance, now his future here would grow infinitely harder. Mining was his sole path forward. He would not let it be compromised. You're finished today, Brother Wu snarled, his face darkening as he rolled up his sleeves. Yang Ling's hand instinctively closed around the refined steel pickaxe at his waist. Instantly 3 strength surged through him. His meridians flared open, every muscle humming with awakened vitality. What is going on here? A low commanding voice cut through the tension. At the sound, Brother Wu shrank back like a startled quail. Miners parted, reverently clearing a path for Wu's supervisor. Wu's supervisor appeared mid-leaged, flanked by several armed guards. As he approached the gathering, Yang Ling discreetly opened his attribute panel to scan him. Name Wu Kei. Profession martial artist. Strength 12. Agility 8. Spirit 3. Martial art Black Tiger Fist mastered. This was precisely the figure Yang Ling had long awaited. Since entering the divine realm, Wu's supervisor remained the only martial artist he had ever encountered. Yet something puzzled him. Wu's supervisor's stats barely surpassed those of ordinary mine guards. Yang Ling suspected the answer lay in his mastery of Black Tiger Fist. Sis, Supervisor Wu. Brother Wu whispered timidly. Wu's supervisor gave a terse, emotionless hum, then fixed his gaze upon Yang Ling. You truly enjoy mining. Without pause, Yang Ling bowed deeply. Supervisor Wu, I am a miner born, bred, and destined. I dream of mining. What utter sycophantic nonsense. You dare say that aloud? Miners paled. Brother Wu clenched his fists in outrage. Wu's supervisor, however, threw back his head and laughed, a rich booming peal. Huh. After years overseeing this fire crystal mine, you are the first miner I've ever met like you. Excellent. Mine diligently, and should anyone trouble you, come straight to me. Brother Wu's face twisted into a mask of humiliation. In 1 month, high-ranking officials will inspect several mines and host intermine contests to test miners' excavation skill. For our mine, you will represent us. Wu's supervisor spoke with casual finality. Wu's supervisor's words left the miners present somewhat astonished, and when they looked at Yang Ling, their eyes were filled with jealousy and envy. Are the big shots from above inspecting? Yang Ling's heart sank slightly. The background of this fire crystal mine was indeed extraordinary. During this period, he had been secretly gathering map information about the divine realm, trying to ascertain his location. Unfortunately, he had not figured out the background of Qingshan City, or even this fire crystal mine outside the city. The miners here were all illiterate and couldn't explain anything clearly. This opportunity might allow him to connect with higher-level big shots. Perhaps he might even have a chance to learn the Black Tiger Fist that was supervisor practiced. Among the crowd, Zhang Wei was regretfully slapping his thigh, his eyes darting with guilt and panic. Wu's supervisor, how can such an important matter be entrusted to him? He has barely been in our mine for a month. Fifth brother exclaimed in shock. Wu's supervisor shot him a cold glance. Shut up. Fifth brother's face turned pale. Do your job well. Wu's supervisor patted Yang Ling on the shoulder and turned to leave. Seeing this, fifth brother hurriedly followed. The other miners, seeing there was no excitement left to watch, busied themselves with their own tasks. Brother Yang, that fifth brother, is truly despicable. Thankfully, Wu's supervisor arrived in time. You weren't hurt just now, were you? Zhang Wei approached with a grin. Yang Ling chuckled. Zhang Wei, do you take me for a fool? Zhang Wei forced a smile and said, what do you mean, Brother Yang? Since we're both players, I won't hold today's incident against you for now. Just don't provoke me in the future, and I won't bother you. As for the fire crystal mine, you'll have to mine it yourself. After saying this, Yang Ling turned and walked towards the mine. Zhang Wei's expression turned grim as he clenched his fist, staring at Yang Ling's back. What are you so proud of? You just entered the game earlier than I did and have a slightly better physique. I refuse to believe I can't survive without you. Fire crystal mine. Yang Ling spent a moment finding an unmined section of the fire crystal mine. He gripped the steel pickaxe and his strength instantly increased by 3 points. Now his total strength had reached a staggering 10 points. Even compared to Wu's supervisor, he was only 2 points short. In this mine, the only ones with strength attributes similar to his were the mine guards. Let me see your power. Yang Ling glanced at the steel pickaxe in his hand, and then struck down fiercely. In that instant, all his strength surged within him, pouring out from his arm. Bang! A piece of fire crystal or fell to the ground. Previously it took at least 3 to 5 strikes, but now I finished it in one go. Yang Ling was very pleased with his transformation, continuing to strike at the fire crystal or before him. Once he finished mining the current spot, he went in search of the next target. The cloth pouch around his waist grew increasingly bulging. After 5 hours, the pouch was nearly filled with a pound of fire crystal. Compared to when I first arrived, my efficiency has increased nearly tenfold. A pound of fire crystal can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and 1,000 copper coins can be exchanged for a tael of silver. When I was captured before, I heard that as long as you gather 5 taels of silver, you can buy a formal identity. Yang Ling recalled that day when he was captured as a vagrant to the mine. As a player, he had no proof of identity when he first arrived. Such a situation would be treated as a vagrant and would not be protected under the laws of Qingshan City. Among the miners living in the miners' village, about 80 to 90% were vagrants without identity. Only the remaining 10 to 20% were locals from Qingshan City. The previous Uncle Wang was one of them. People like him were not someone that fifth brother could bully easily. Now that my efficiency has improved so much, if I mine for another 5 hours, I can gather another pound. 2 pounds of fire crystal will exchange for 200 copper coins. In less than a month, I will be able to buy a formal identity. According to the patterns of previous games, having a formal identity is probably the first threshold of the divine realm, after which I might qualify to obtain martial arts. With that in mind, Yang Ling continued to seek out fire crystal ore. He now had 2 goals to level up and allocate points to obtain a formal identity. Fortunately, these 2 goals could be achieved through mining. With nearly tenfold efficiency, it also indicated that the experience points he gained were nearly 10 times what he had before. Unfortunately, the attribute panel did not display the details of experience points, so he could not determine how much more he needed to level up to level 5. Time passed slowly. The number of miners in the mine grew fewer. Yang Ling wandered around the mine. These fire crystals are really too scarce, I can't mine for long. Searching everywhere for ore is a waste of time. I wish there was a large chunk. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked towards the dark mines around. The fire crystal mine was an open pit mine, but after years of excavation, many deep and unfathomable caves had emerged. These caves were different from the open pit areas where fire crystals would appear on the surface in small quantities sufficient for miners to survive and even make a small profit. But occasionally larger chunks of fire crystals would appear within the caves. Logically speaking, going into the caves would yield a greater profit. However, Yang Ling, through Uncle Wang's warning, knew there were 3 major risks to entering the caves. First, the caves were intricate and complex, making it easy to get lost. If one fell and broke a leg inside, there was a high probability of dying inside, and there was also the risk of cave-ins. Second, there were many hidden figures in the mine who would resort to underhanded tactics. They wouldn't dare commit crimes in the open, and the caves were a very suitable place for such deeds. Third, the rare, but potentially lethal mining worms. Uncle Wang said that sometimes being bitten by a mining worm could lead to death before even reaching the hospital. Although I have never seen one, I must still be cautious. With that thought, Yang Ling abandoned his plan to enter the cave. He wanted to level up steadily. Even if he were to go into the cave, it would be best to raise his strength to around 15 points. At that point, having 150 health points would be several times thicker than an ordinary person's blood, making him qualified to take risks in the cave. In addition, he needed to make adequate preparations before entering the cave. He was not suited to go in right now. Who? Yang Ling suddenly turned his head, ready to strike with his steel pickaxe. You're Yang Ling, right? I saw what happened in the village today. The newcomer was a lean, middle-aged man. Yang Ling recognized him as a local from Qingshan City, with formal identity, not a vagrant. The man's attribute panel slowly appeared. Character: Zhaoho. Profession: Miner. Strength 7, Agility 8, Spirit 2. His agility was as high as 8 points, surpassing Yang Ling by 3 points beyond the range of an ordinary person. Uncle Zhao, is there something you need? Yang Ling inquired politely. You know me? Zhaoho was somewhat surprised. Yang Ling smiled. Uncle Wang mentioned you, saying you're quite capable. Oh, so old Wang has spoken about me to you. Zhaoho realized, then smiled and said, I just saw your demeanor. It seems you want to venture into the cave. No, Yang Ling immediately denied. There's no need to deny it. Your bulging satchel speaks volumes. You've grown remarkably skilled at mining, and your control over force far surpasses that of the others. Open pit veins no longer suffice for you. You're a displaced wanderer, aren't you? Hoping to purchase an official status from this mining settlement. Zhaoho smiled gently. Yang Ling remained impassive. Uncle Zhao, I do wish to acquire official status, but the mine shafts are perilous. I want to enter them. Indeed, they would be perilous if you entered blindly. But should you purchase a mineshaft map from me, the danger diminishes considerably. In addition to the map, I also sell antidotes, vital for survival should you encounter mine beetles. A mineshaft map. Yang Ling blinked in mild astonishment. Could such scattered haphazard tunnels even warrant a proper map? What do you say? He'll sell you one for 201. The fire crystal ore at your waist is worth about that much. Zhaoho added warmly. Should you strike a sizable vein of fire crystal ore inside your mining speed, means you'd recoup your investment in a single day and still turn a modest profit. How can I verify the map's authenticity? If it's merely scribbled at random, I'd be utterly ruined, Yang Ling mused thoughtfully. Finding his skepticism intriguing, Zhao Ho glanced around discreetly before saying, "If you're truly interested, meet me tomorrow at noon in the village. I reside with old Wang," he asked him, and he'll direct you. As for authenticity, rest assured this transaction was approved by Supervisor Niu himself. Should you doubt me, simply confirm with him later today. With that he turned and departed. Yang Ling paused in quiet contemplation, then glanced skyward and headed toward the exit. "Oh, 2 gene of fire crystal, or?" Supervisor Niu opened the satchel and surveyed the abundant fire crystal, or within casting Yang Ling a faintly surprised glance. Yang Ling grinned bashfully. "Fortune favored me today. All the pieces I found were unusually large. Your mining speed ranks among the very best of all miners here." Supervisor Niu reflected aloud. "It seems your physical strength has also increased markedly since you first arrived." A subtle chill ran through Yang Ling. Did NPCs truly observe such details? He murmured softly, "Before I scarcely had enough to eat. My strength dwindled accordingly. Only recently have I begun to recover." "Oh, I see. Your constitution must have been robust to begin with." As he spoke, Supervisor Niu counted out 201 and handed them to Yang Ling. Yang Ling exhaled inwardly in relief. Having just spent his savings on a high-carbon steel pickaxe, had been left with only 51. Now his purse swelled once more. "Supervisor Niu, may I ask one more question?" Yang Ling ventured quietly. "Zhao Ho mentioned you intend to enter the mine shafts, correct?" Supervisor Niu replied offhandedly. "His maps are roughly 80% reliable. The remaining 20% contains minor omissions." "Many thanks, Supervisor Niu." Yang Ling hurriedly bowed deeply. At that moment, Zhang Wei staggered forward, weary and spent, and dropped his satchel onto the table. He cast Yang Ling a cold, indifferent glance. "One Liang, huh? It seems you finally carved out a livelihood here." Supervisor Niu offered a faint smile and placed 10 went into Zhang Wei's palm. Without a word of thanks, Zhang Wei limped away. This was the unmistakable manifestation of extreme muscular fatigue. Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at Zhang Wei's attributes. Name: Zhang Wei, occupation miner. Level 2, strength 3, agility 2, spirit 1, health 30. He leveled up. Clearly he couldn't perceive the attribute interface, but he did possess the capacity to level up. Had those 3 points of strength been allocated intentionally, or bestowed by the divine realm system? Each time I gain experience, my fatigue and muscle soreness ease, but he remains unaffected. Evidently he cannot sense experience points at all. He likely isn't even aware his strength has reached 3. With that in mind, Yang Ling resolved to observe him further. He needed to confirm Zhang Wei wasn't deliberately concealing this fact, a matter of critical importance. Yang Ling suspected countless players now inhabited the divine realm. They were simply dispersed across different locations. If only he could consciously perceive experience points and allocate stat points. This advantage was uniquely his. On the day this young man arrived, you were the one who looked after him. Yet now you stand as enemies. Supervisor Niu remarked, a wry half-smile playing on his lips. Supervisor Niu, we were never truly acquainted, Yang Ling replied with a lopsided grin. Supervisor Niu nodded lightly. Go on. In this place, one person working alone is stronger than 2 together. As Yang Ling walked back, he pondered Supervisor Niu's words. 2 people laboring together. One may well covet the other's gains. Such treachery is evidently no rarity here. Supervisor Niu truly is remarkably considerate. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Ling fell asleep immediately. The next day, he sought out Uncle Wang and asked for Zhao Hao's address. When Yang Ling arrived, Zhao Ho greeted him with a warm smile and invited him to sit. Then he produced a map and slowly unfurled it upon the table. Fire crystal or mine shaft map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Its properties shimmered into view before Yang Ling's eyes. Yang Ling's pulse quickened. This map was indeed functional, otherwise the divine realm system would not have acknowledged it. This map covers 5 productive mine shafts. Each holds genuine value. Zhao Ho smiled. Take your time studying it. You won't memorize it anyway. Markings indicate where mine beetles appear, where large veins of fire crystal or lie, and even where collapses have occurred. I've noted every known collapse, but having entered no shafts in the past 2 months, any subsequent changes bear no relation to me. With that, he carefully rolled the map back up and chuckled. 201. Yang Ling hesitated briefly, then counted out the coins and handed them over. Only then did Zhao Ho hand over the map with a pleased grin. Mine shaft map loading. A system prompt flashed unexpectedly. Yang Ling gave no outward sign. After several seconds, a new map tab appeared in his attribute interface, displaying precisely the map now before him. Uncle Zhao, if I later decide I no longer require this map, may I resell it? Yang Ling asked suddenly. Resell it? Absolutely not. This map was forged through life-risking effort. It is the fruit of my labor. Zhao Ho smiled wryly. To resell, it would violate established protocol. And if you did, both I and Supervisor Niu would hold you accountable. Of these 200, when 100 belongs to Supervisor Niu, may I sell it back to you then? Yang Ling sighed ruefully. Suddenly I'm having second thoughts. Those shafts seem dreadfully perilous. I fear I might not return alive. Sell it back to me. I accept no returns. Zhao Ho eyed him warily. Should you renege, you may keep the map, but it'll refund only 101. Could you offer more? No. This is the rule. Were it not for the fact you haven't yet crossed my threshold, I'd refund not a single coin. Zhao Ho spoke calmly. Very well, 101 it is, Yang Ling acquiesced. Zhao Hao's expression turned oddly inscrutable, though he asked no further questions. He promptly rolled up the map, tossed Yang Ling 101, and waved dismissively. "You're free to go. I expect another guest shortly." Emerging from Zhao House residence, Yang Ling couldn't suppress a private triumphant smile. 100 won for a mineshaft map, an unexpected boon. Now with 150 won remaining, I must procure antidotes and wound-healing salves. With that thought, he strode purposefully toward a distant apothecary. It belonged to Supervisor Wu. At the entrance of the pharmacy, several miners were whispering among themselves. However, they looked quite different from the miners here. Their skin was fair and delicate, and among them was even a woman. "I told you not to enter the divine realm, but you didn't believe me. Now look, we might end up like that unlucky batch before unable to return. Who knows if this is true? Now is not the time to talk about this. We need to find a way to survive." The news said that over 30,000 people have gone missing in our country. Probably all of them ended up in the divine realm like us. I wonder if they are still alive. The woman began to sob softly. Yang Ling's expression changed repeatedly. "Missing persons? Does that mean that after entering the divine realm his body came along too? I thought the modeling was done well." This thought flashed through Yang Ling's mind, making his mood even heavier. He finally confirmed something. If his body was really his own, then dying in the divine realm meant he would truly die. A chill instantly engulfed him. What exactly is this divine realm? They say that over 30,000 people have gone missing in the country, meaning that over 30,000 players are in the divine realm. If we count other countries. Yang Ling shivered, not daring to think further. If all these people were to die in here, wouldn't it cause chaos outside? "Ming, don't worry. The country will definitely take care of this matter and won't ignore us." A handsome man gently comforted the sobbing girl. Another ordinary-looking man was scanning the surroundings. Yang Ling took a glance at the attributes of the three. Like Zhang Wei, their attributes were nothing extraordinary. Strength and agility were around 2 or 3 points. Their spirit was only 1 or 2 points. Including Zhang Wei, the 4 players I see now have very low spirit, but I have 10 points. Spirit might be very important. Yang Ling focused his mind. Could you lend me some money?" Suddenly, the one who was scanning the surroundings walked up to Yang Ling and stammered. He seemed to be trying to adjust his tone to fit the style of this world. "Who are you to just ask for money?" Yang Ling rolled his eyes. The other party clearly treated the NPCs as fools when they first entered the divine realm, just like him. "You must be a miner too, right?" "We are too. Let's get to know each other. Could you lend us some money? We've been hungry for a day and want to eat some buns." Chen Su quickly added, "My name is Chen Su, this is Lin Guoyang, and that is his girlfriend Wu Ming." Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming looked up immediately when Chen Su approached the NPC. "You've been hungry for a day." Yang Ling looked them over. Chen Su quickly nodded. "Yes, we're starving. NPCs won't lend us money, don't waste your time." Lin Guoyang suddenly shook his head. "What NPC?" Yang Ling suddenly asked. Chen Zu's expression changed slightly as he shot Lin Guoyang a fierce glare and whispered, "Didn't I tell you not to talk randomly?" Here the NPCs were completely different from what they had imagined. This was the first key point they discovered after entering the divine realm. Sometimes if a single word is said inappropriately, it could lead to a fatal disaster. "Friend, please don't mind, my childhood friend doesn't think straight, he has problems." Chen Su chuckled awkwardly. "The buns in the miner's village are 1 copper coin each." Yang Ling handed Chen Su 3 copper coins. "You buy 3 buns first. Although there's not much meat filling, just a little minced meat, it will fill you up. We are all refugees. We came to the mine to survive and earn money for an identity. After filling our stomachs, we should go find the overseer to get our pickaxes and start mining." After saying this, he entered the pharmacy. Lin Guoyang shocked approached Wu Ming and said, "Did he really lend us money? Is this guy a player like us?" Chen Su shook his head gently. He doesn't understand what NPC means, which means he is not a player, but a native. Then he looked at Lin Guoyang seriously. "Guoyang, we agreed before that we would just survive here until we find a way out. If we die here, we might really die. This game is not right. We can't treat it with past experiences. Don't say things you shouldn't say in the future that could harm us." Lin Guoyang's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but he still nodded. "I understand. Oh, let's buy buns first." The pharmacy attendant saw Yang Ling and casually asked, "What medicine do you want to buy?" "I want 10 bottles of wound medicine," Yang Ling said. 1 bottle of wound medicine can restore 10 points of health, and 10 bottles can basically handle various dangers. Unfortunately, this pharmacy's level is too low and there are no better medicines. "You're not a mine guard, but why do you need so many wound medicines?" The attendant was momentarily stunned, muttering softly, but still handed Yang Ling 10 bottles of wound medicine. Wound medicine defective product can restore 10 points of health. The total is 50 coins. "Here you go." Yang Ling paid the money and placed the wound medicine into a different cloth pouch at his waist, which he had specially prepared for going down the mine. "By the way, does the pharmacy have any antidotes for mine worms?" Yang Ling asked again, looking around. "Mine worms? Did one run out of the hole?" The attendant looked puzzled. "A few days ago someone seemed to have seen a mine worm. It's better to be safe than sorry. Oh, after all, life is precious," Yang Ling said. The attendant then rummaged through the cabinet and took out a porcelain bottle. "This is an antidote pill that Supervisor Wu specifically put here for sale. It can detoxify if bitten by a mine worm. But it's not effective against all mine worm poisons. The 1 bottle costs 50 coins. Do you want it?" "Antidote pills 5 pieces." Yang Ling nodded. "He'll take 1 bottle." After leaving the pharmacy, he now had 10 bottles of wound medicine and 1 bottle of antidote pills. He still had 47 coins left. Yang Ling immediately headed towards a familiar food shop. The pancakes sold here were very hard, but could last for about 10 days without spoiling. Now that my strength has increased, my appetite has also grown larger than before. Eating 10 pancakes a day is just right. Supervisor Wu wants me to participate in skill exchanges among miners in a month. During this time, I can actually come out every 4 or 5 days to earn more attribute points. With this in mind, Yang Ling entered the food shop and exchanged all his remaining coins for pancakes. After finishing all this, he headed in the direction of the mine. These buns taste good. I'm finally feeling about 70% full, Lin Guoyang and the others said contentedly. Next we have to go into the mine to dig. That guy said we can only earn a living by mining. Chinsu pondered. Chinsu, don't you think that guy looks like an NPC who gives out tasks? Lin Guoliang's expression changed. He also told us we must spend money to buy an identity. This might be the new player task in the divine realm. Because of our status as refugees, we were brought here to mine. It seems that having a normal identity in the divine realm is very important. Chinsu slowly nodded. Hey, I still don't know his name. There are so many miners in this miner's village. How will we find him later? Lin Guoyang suddenly realized. The three exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. Forget it, let's go into the mine and see the situation first. Chinsu said, we can also ask him about that overseer he mentioned later. Yang Ling found a secluded corner within the mineral vein and began mining with steady, laborious strokes. A cool, steady stream of experience flowed into his body, filling him with a profound sense of fulfillment. As he mined, he scanned his surroundings carefully. To enter the mine shaft, he needed to find an unobserved moment. Any witness would invite unnecessary trouble. Time slipped by. As usual, Yang Ling shifted between several mining spots. During this time, he caught sight of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei appeared to have noticed his own enhanced strength. Today, he mined with exceptional vigor, his face alight with quiet excitement. Shortly afterward, Yang Ling also spotted Lin Guoyang, Chun Su, and Wu Meng. The three worked in unison against a deposit of fire crystal rock, unleashing their full power. Yet due to their limited experience and raw strength, they chipped away for hours only to dislodge a thin layer of dust. If these three were clever enough to pool their efforts and extract even 1 or 2 gene of fire crystal rock, survival here would pose little difficulty. Aside from its grueling toil and harsh conditions, this place holds no true peril. It is in fact a remarkably hospitable starting zone. As Yang Ling diligently accumulated experience, this thought crossed his mind. Having witnessed Zhang Wei's case, he would not dismiss all newcomers outright. Out of shared origin, he was willing to offer modest foundational assistance, but he had no intention of revealing his true nature as a player so easily. At present, Zhang Wei was the sole person across the entire mineral vein who knew Yang Ling's identity as a player. Future arrivals unable to perceive attribute panels would likewise remain oblivious to it. Had those three been able to see attribute panels, they would surely have recognized me as a player. But judging by their behavior, they appear just as blind as Zhang Wei. Most likely this ability is uniquely mine. This hypothesis lifted his spirits. As a professional gold farmer, he knew that discovering a rare exploit in any game could yield extraordinary gains. He now possessed a singular exclusive exploit, not quite life-changing yet undeniably invaluable. Time continued its slow passage. The sky gradually darkened. Once miners had gathered 1 or 2 gene of fire crystal rock, they departed in pairs or small groups. Yang Ling stealthily approached mine shaft No. 1. According to the map, this shaft was the most winding and convoluted. Under normal circumstances, he would never have chosen it. Yet that very complexity offered protection and concealment. Seeing no one nearby, and confirming he remained unnoticed, Yang Ling broke into a swift, silent sprint and slipped inside shaft No. 1. Inside, darkness swallowed all light. Yang Ling immediately drew out a tinderbox, blew it alight, and began navigating cautiously, guided solely by the map's markings. He was not alone in the shaft. Others were present, but none dared venture deep. Their tinderboxes cast only faint short halos, illuminating mere glimmers of light, without revealing identities. An unspoken understanding prevailed, silence, no acknowledgement, no provocation. Yang Ling selected a side passage and pressed steadily onward. The map indicated that deeper recesses held larger deposits of fire crystal rock. After an indeterminate stretch, through twisting corridors and branching tunnels, he suddenly glimpsed an unusual glow, the soft luminescence of fire crystal rock, normally imperceptible by day, but vividly radiant in absolute darkness. In such utter blackness, it blazed like a beacon. Yang Ling hastened toward it. Judging by its intensity, he estimated it would yield at least 1 gene of pure fire crystal rock. Just as he neared the deposit, something felt profoundly wrong. Strange, it's as if breathing. His expression tightened. In an instant, he snuffed the tinderbox, gripped his high-grade steel pickaxe, and retreated backward with measured vigilance. Damn it, he spotted us. Get him. A cold command rang out. Then came a sharp, rushing wind, several shadowy figures lunging toward him. Instinctively, Yang Ling swung his pickaxe in a wide arc, and a crisp metallic ring echoed through the tunnel. My blade snapped. One cried out in shock. Yang Ling's face paled. A blade. So these truly were mine bandits, the very outlaws whispered about among miners. Those who ambushed miners in the veins were privately dubbed mine bandits, elusive, secretive, and never identified. Their identities remained shrouded in rumor. At that moment, one bandit closed in alarmingly close. Yang Ling's scalp prickled. A primal sense of imminent catastrophe surged through him. Without hesitation, he struck with full force. Thud, thud. Agony seared his shoulder. Blades had pierced deep. Yet his steel pickaxe had also found its mark. By the sensation alone, Yang Ling caught a fleeting glimpse of a motionless silhouette standing numbly before him. His pickaxe, driven with brutal precision, was buried deep into the figure's crown. Had he just taken a life? His expression hardened, solemn and grave. Then, a torrent of icy energy flooded his body. Experience points. What? Killing granted experience. Was that even possible? Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You gain 1 free attribute point. Days of relentless mining now compounded by this massive surge of experience. Yang Ling leveled up once more. Without pause, he allocated the point to strength. His strength stat now surged to a staggering 11. More than double that of an ordinary man. The remaining bandits, still unaware of what had transpired, continued their assault. Yang Ling steeled his resolve and swung his pickaxe with furious, unrestrained abandon. In the suffocating blackness, where neither side could see clearly, he fought with reckless sacrificial ferocity, felling 3 more bandits in rapid succession. 3 powerful surges of frigid energy rushed into his core. By Yang Ling's estimation, this haul equaled 10 full hours of mining. The mine shaft, once echoing with violence, now lay eerily silent. But Yang Ling knew, one adversary still lived. The one who had first spoken. Remaining alert to every whisper of movement, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Yang Ling. Class: Miner. Level 5. Strength: 11-3. Agility: 5. Spirit: 10. Health: 5080. Note: the pickaxe's strength bonus does not increase health. Thank heavens my health pool is deep. I'd be dead otherwise. Relieved, Yang Ling swiftly downed 3 bottles of wound-healing elixir. Within roughly 30 minutes, he would restore full vitality. As for his wounds, he had already confirmed they would heal naturally over time. Earlier, after Zhang Wei had been beaten by Foreman Niu's men, his injuries had healed with remarkable speed upon regaining health. Perhaps this was the divine realm's subtle favor bestowed upon its players. Brother, I know you're still here. A voice cut through the darkness. My men are gone. Consider it my penance. I beg you, spare my life. I left 3 gene of fire crystal rock there as bait. Worth 301. Take it all, brother. Yang Ling recognized that voice, familiar, unsettlingly so. He chuckled softly. 5th brother. In the gloom, 5th brother's face twisted with panic. Who's 5th brother? I don't know him. To be exposed as a mine bandit meant ruin. Even his sister's husband couldn't shield him. 5th brother, it's me, Zhang Wei. I didn't realize it was you. Please forgive my offense. And when we leave, don't retaliate against me. Yang Ling murmured quietly. How dare you kill my men? Wait, you're asking for death. 5th brother instantly recoiled, instinctively launching himself sideways in a desperate, clumsy evasion. But Yang Ling's pickaxe followed without hesitation, driving deep into 5th brother's back, with crushing force piercing straight through his chest and pinning him rigidly to the ground. 5th brother gurgled, blood mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Yang Ling rekindled his tinderbox. Light flared. He stepped forward, peering closely. It really is you. Upon recognizing Yang Ling, 5th brother's eyes bulged wide. Then, as if seized by sudden grim realization, he let out a choked, mirthless laugh. You'll be joining me soon. And with that, he exhaled his final breath. He said I'd soon join him underground. Yang Ling's face flickered ominously in the firelight, shadows dancing across his features as his thoughts instantly turned to Supervisor Wu. Could the intermine competitions truly be so perilous as to claim lives? If that's the case, then I must level up faster, ideally securing official status before the competition begins. Only then will I be truly secure. Wait, why did killing 5th brother grant me no experience points? A strange expression crossed Yang Ling's face. He had gained experience from slaying several other bandits, but none from 5th brother. Logically, 5th brother possessed the highest attributes among them all. Could it be because the fight was too effortless? Perhaps only life-or-death combat yields valid experience. That must be it. Otherwise, once certain players grew powerful, massacres of villages, or even cities, might become commonplace. Having grasped this principle, Yang Ling immediately redirected his attention toward 5th brother and his cohorts. First, he consulted his map, pinpointing an exceptionally remote location, then carefully transported the corpses of 5th brother and the others there. He dug shallow graves, covered the bodies with earth, and firmly tamped down the soil with his feet. Under normal circumstances, their remains will remain undetected, and even if discovered, I'll likely have long since left the mine by then. A measure of calm settled over Yang Ling's mind, only for nausea to rise belatedly within him. His past games had never felt this visceral. Now, having fully grasped the game's unsettling reality, he knew, without doubt, that he had truly taken human lives. 5 minutes passed. His breathing steadied, his composure restored. These bandits would have killed me if I hadn't slain them first. To survive, what is the death of a few bandits? Muttering to himself, Yang Ling began inspecting his spoils. First came the fire crystal 5th brother had used as bait, deliberately scattered across the ground. 3 gene in total, worth 301. Then from the other corpses, he retrieved additional fire crystal, ore, and copper coins. Nearly 1 gene more plus 400 copper coins. I mined 2 gene myself. Adding these 4 gene brings my total to 6 gene, redeemable for 601. And here I have over 401 in ready cash. Altogether, that makes precisely 1 tael of silver. A faint smile surfaced on Yang Ling's lips. This method of earning wealth was astonishingly swift, No wonder fifth brother and his ilk had turned to banditry. Fifth brother's money pouch feels suspiciously light. Yang Ling examined the pouch, and with a single flip unearthed a fragment of silver. Silver fragments. This must weigh at least 2 taels. Yang Ling weighed it delightedly in his palm. His fortune had now swelled to a staggering 3 taels. Just 2 more taels, and he could purchase official status in Qingshan City. Once I hold Qingshan City status, I can seek alternative paths to level up, or switch to a mine yielding richer experience. Gathering his belongings, Yang Ling continued deeper into the cavern, lost in thought. He dared not relight his fire striker along the way. Instead, he pressed forward in utter darkness, pausing every few steps to listen intently for any sound. Fortunately, his system's map remained visible even without light, and guided by its clarity, he ventured ever deeper, until finally discovering a vein of fire crystal ore. No ambush awaited him this time. Wielding his pickaxe with unwavering focus, he labored solely to gain experience, stroke after stroke. Each strike sent a cool surge of experience flowing into his body, easing fatigue and muscle soreness, indirectly enhancing his endurance. When hunger struck, he ate flatbread. When thirst rose, he drank water. When exhaustion overwhelmed him, he rested briefly. He couldn't recall how many locations he'd cycled through. He only knew his cloth sack grew heavier with each passing hour. Thankfully, he'd prepared extra sacks in advance. Each could hold up to 10 gene of fire crystal ore. When the third sack brimmed full, a clear chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. Level 6. Yang Ling beamed with delight. This single descent into the mine had elevated him 2 levels. Without hesitation, he allocated the new point to strength. Having already learned firsthand how vital raw power was for mining, he would never divert points to agility or spirit. His attribute panel appeared. Name Yang Ling. Occupation miner. Level 6. Strength 12, 3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 9090. My base strength has reached 9. Factoring in my pickaxe's enhancement, I now match Supervisor Wu in sheer physical might. Though my agility lags behind his by 3 points, my spirit exceeds his by 7. Across all 3 core attributes, I far surpass Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling was thoroughly satisfied. Given continued progress, his triad of attributes would undoubtedly soar within just 1 month. First, reach level 10. Most games unlock class transformation quests at that threshold. I wonder whether Divine Realm follows the same rule. Yang Ling resumed mining with renewed concentration, only turning back when his flatbread supply dwindled. For safety's sake, he chose a different exit route, adding distance but minimizing risk. Emerging from the mine, he found himself beneath a starless midnight sky. Faint silhouettes moved distantly within the mine's entrance. 30-odd gene of fire crystal, or will manager Neo grow suspicious? Pity this game grants no inventory space. Gritting his teeth, Yang Ling resolved to take the risk. He'd briefly considered burying the ore elsewhere, but quickly dismissed the idea. He knew his mining speed would only accelerate, and burying ever larger quantities would render them impossible to liquidate later. Better than to gauge Manager Neo's reaction directly. At the exit, a mine guard glanced at him dismissively, then summoned Manager Neo. Manager Neo yawned widely. Yang Ling, you've been inside the mine for days. Manager Neo, I discovered an exceptionally rich vein of fire crystal ore, and worked relentlessly to extract it. Yang Ling murmured softly. Exceptionally rich. Manager Neo paused, startled. How rich exactly? Yang Ling dropped 3 bulging cloth sacks onto the table with a heavy thud. Manager Neo stared dumbfounded, then hastily fetched a small scale. After a long silence, his expression turned oddly contemplative. 32 gene. Tell me, you haven't taken up banditry, have you? Manager Neo, I'd never dare. Yang Ling recoiled dramatically. Scared you? Just a jest. Manager Neo chuckled warmly. Since it's 32 gene, paying you in copper coins would be cumbersome. I'll pay you in silver instead. But Manager Neo, wasn't it 30 gene? Yang Ling asked. Manager Neo studied him closely, then nodded slowly, smiling. Ah yes, 30 gene. With that, he weighed a silver fragment and tossed it to Yang Ling. Yang Ling caught it, and instantly recognized its weight, precisely 3 taels. His heart surged with heat. Combined with the 2 taels seized from fifth brother, he now possessed enough silver to purchase Qingshan City status. Yet, buying it outright now would draw undue attention. He would wait, bide his time. Many thanks, Manager Neo. Yang Ling offered a courteous bow, then departed swiftly. Manager Neo, this youth carries an air of strangeness about him. The mine guard sidled closer, eyes narrowing suspiciously at Yang Ling's retreating figure. He's a refugee, Manager Neo replied, voice calm and detached. The guard frowned. I know that much. Not long ago, Hongkuan City suffered disaster. Rebellion erupted, bandits stormed the city and pillaged the Yang clan, the foremost family in the city. The Yang's enemies seized the opportunity, shattering the clan forever. Soon after, this young man arrived. Manager Neo smiled faintly. The guard blinked in surprise. You mean, he may be scion of the Yang clan? Possibly. I suspected it before, but now the more I observe him, the surer I grow. He bears martial training. He's a cultivator. A cultivator. Like Supervisor Wu. The guard recoiled in shock. Manager Neo waved a hand dismissively. I simply practice kindness, for one never knows when a favor might repay itself. Truly masterful insight, Manager Neo. Your discernment is unmatched. The guard raised a thumb in sincere admiration. The next day Yang Ling had just gotten up when he saw Zhang Wei wandering nearby. Upon noticing Yang Ling, Zhang Wei approached with an awkward expression. Yang Gu. Yang Ling glanced at Zhang Wei. I was wrong before, considering we are both players. Can you forgive me, Yang Gu? Zhang Wei repeatedly cupped his hands. Just say what you need to say. Oh, I don't have time to argue with you. Yang Ling replied. Zhang Wei's expression changed slightly as he gritted his teeth. Yang Gu, can we level up? Level up. Yang Ling scrutinized Zhang Wei from head to toe. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. I know why you have such strength and mind so quickly. Go on, tell me more. Zhang Wei said. Not long ago, I was mining fire crystal ore. While I was digging, I suddenly felt a warm current coursing through my body. And then my strength increased significantly. Zhang Wei said earnestly. I'm not superstitious, but I also realize that this increase in strength is unusual. It's impossible to have such a change just from mining for a few days in the real world. So I believe that as players we can level up. Congratulations, you've discovered the secret of Xinyu. Yang Ling said with a smile. Yang Ling, you don't have to be so sarcastic. You knew about this from the beginning, but didn't tell me. So I feel I haven't done anything wrong. Zhang Wei said. Yang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, I don't want to talk to you. Feeling guilty, huh? Humph. Zhang Wei said coldly. Considering we are all players, I hope you can share information with me. What do you mean? Yang Ling chuckled. Zhang Wei's expression softened a bit. I want to know how long we need to mine to level up. Is there a way to see the experience bar? Besides leveling up strength, what else can we upgrade? There must be martial arts in Xinyu, right? Is there a way to learn them? Or life skills? Where can I take on quests? Firstly, I have no reason to share any information with you. Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Don't moralize me, or I'll beat you up. In this place you are a vagrant. If you die, and no one cares. Zhang Wei's expression changed drastically. Yang Ling continued. Secondly, I don't understand the questions you asked either. Once you figure it out, come back and tell me. With that he strode away, leaving Zhang Wei standing there with a gloomy expression. Yang Ling, your time here isn't much longer than mine. Even if you can level up, you'll only be a few levels higher than me. I don't believe I can't catch up to you. Do you want to kill me? Let's see who gets killed first. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. The atmosphere at the mine today felt somewhat off. All the miners stood together in silence. Surrounding them were several mine guards, their expressions grim. Steward Neo was currently following Supervisor Wu, whispering something. After Yang Ling arrived, he was also reprimanded to stand in line. Could it be because of Lao Wu? Supervisor Wu is putting so much importance on this little brother-in-law. That doesn't make sense. Yang Ling remained expressionless, standing among the other miners. A few old miners nearby were whispering to each other. Uncle Wang, what happened? Yang Ling asked curiously. Uncle Wang made a shushing gesture and then whispered, a bad person has infiltrated our team. What kind of bad person? Yang Ling asked quietly. Could they be talking about him? What kind of bad person is he? It's a wanted criminal, someone on the blacklist. Uncle Wang's expression became serious. It seems he escaped from Qingshan City and has mixed into our miners group. Right now Supervisor Wu is gathering all the miners to find this guy. So it's not because of Lao Wu. But what does being on the blacklist mean? Yang Ling humbly asked, slowly learning some important information from Uncle Wang. The blacklist is used by our Zhao country to hunt down martial artists. Those who can get on the blacklist are capable of taking on 10 individuals and are ruthless people. At the very least, they must have committed the crime of exterminating entire families to be placed on the blacklist. Uncle Wang, being a local of Qingshan City, knew quite a bit. Martial artists. Exterminating families. Yang Ling immediately became anxious. How could such dangerous individuals infiltrate the mine? About an hour later, all the miners from the village were summoned to the mine. Even Uncle Wang and the others were no exception. Is everyone here? Supervisor Wu said calmly. Steward Neo glanced at the list, then whispered a few words. Lao Wu. It doesn't matter if they didn't come. After Supervisor Wu spoke, he took out a wanted poster and held it high. This guy is a wanted criminal on the blacklist, nicknamed the Prisoner Slayer. The local government in Qingshan City says he has come to our mine. Now we need your cooperation in the investigation. Look around. If you see any strangers, report to me immediately. There will be heavy rewards. The miners exchanged glances. Some miners, hearing about the generous rewards, immediately showed enthusiasm in their eyes. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Suddenly a voice rang out. But as soon as that miner spoke, his throat was slit and blood gushed out wildly. He desperately clutched his neck and fell to the ground. The nearby miners panicked, and the scene became chaotic. Zhang Wei and Lin Guoyang, among others, had never seen such a scene, their faces turning pale with fear. Yang Ling felt a shiver run down his spine and immediately grasped the steel pickaxe at his waist. With 12 points of strength, he felt a sense of security at this moment. Prisoner Slayer, you think you can escape after coming to my territory? Supervisor Wu suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Then a figure charged through, knocking several miners aside in an attempt to break through the encirclement. Yang Ling quickly looked over and the opponent's attribute panel immediately appeared. Character Zhang Hao, class martial artist, strength 13, agility 18-8, spirit 3, martial arts, Zhang family, leg technique, entry level. Does he have any equipment that boosts his agility by 8 points? Yang Ling's thoughts flashed. Right now Zhang Hao was moving incredibly fast, about to break free, but then he noticed the figures of the constables appearing not far away. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and turned to leave. As he looked back, he saw Supervisor Wu. Black Tiger Fist. Supervisor Wu grinned widely and threw a punch. Yang Ling instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Character Wu Kei Class Martial Artist Strength 24, 12, Agility 8 Spirit, 3 Martial Arts Black Tiger Fist Entry, Level 24 points of Strength. Wait, wasn't he supposed to have 12 points of Strength? In that instant Yang Ling seemed to understand something. Whether it was Zhang Hao or Wu Kei, their boosts in agility and strength were probably related to martial arts. I see now. Yang Ling instinctively clenched his fist. He increasingly yearned to acquire martial arts. Even the most basic martial arts would be of great use to him. Bang! Zhang Hao's face was smashed in by this punch, collapsing into a puddle of mud, but he did not die. He merely fainted. Supervisor Wu seemed to treat it as a trivial matter, his demeanor indifferent. The 1,000 miners present watched this scene, their gazes towards Supervisor Wu filled with awe. That was a wanted criminal on the blacklist. He knocked him down with just one punch. Brother Wu, your Black Tiger Fist has become increasingly ferocious. I think before long you should be able to join the Shauna sect and become a formal disciple of the Shauna sect. A middle-aged man resembling a team leader laughed as he approached. Supervisor Wu smiled modestly. That's not possible. I'm too old and my talent is lacking. It don't flatter me. Shauna sect. Yang Ling immediately remembered this useful piece of information. Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others also secretly noted down these 3 words. Senior Constable Lin, why would the butcher of prisoners suddenly appear in our Qingshan city? Wu Kei suddenly asked. Senior Constable Lin shook his head lightly. No one knows his intentions, but precisely because he came to Qingshan city, we now have a chance to capture him. Had my men not grown careless and overconfident, this rogue would never have slipped into your mind vein. My apologies for the embarrassment. As he spoke, his constables had already gathered Zhang Hao's remains. Wu Kei asked curiously, I've heard rumors that the butcher of prisoners broke into Kuju Temple years ago and stole a sutra. True or false? How could such a minor thief infiltrate a first-tier sect like Kuju Temple and escape alive? That I cannot confirm. No official notice was issued, nor did Kuju Temple respond. Most likely mere rumor. You know how petty thieves love to fabricate baseless tales to inflate their reputations. Senior Constable Lin chuckled and shook his head. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave with his men. Wu Kei naturally escorted them out. Foreman Niu waved dismissively. All clear. Back to mining. The miners dispersed at once. Yet the scene they'd just witnessed remained the subject of animated discussion. Mine to level up. Only then can one stand firm in the divine realm. Zhang Wei replayed the moment in his mind, clenched his fists, silently glanced briefly at Yang Ling among the crowd, then turned to search for Fire Crystal or Shanha sect Kuju Temple. They must both be major sects within the Zhao state. When Supervisor Wu unleashed his power, it reached 24 points. Yet even that wasn't enough to earn him an outer disciple position at Shanha sect. What monstrous attributes must their disciples possess? Their martial arts must be profoundly unfathomable. If only one could learn them, one might truly establish oneself in the Zhao state. Lately Yang Ling had leveled repeatedly, and even scraped together 5 taels of silver to purchase a formal identity. This had lulled him ever so slightly into a sense of ease, and even quiet pride. Yet today's events reminded him sharply that he remained far from safe, still deeply entangled in the peril of the divine realm. To say nothing else, if Supervisor Wu were to strike him down, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. 3 strikes, no more. I would be dead without question. The upcoming minor contest, Fifth Brother's death, and today's confrontation converged upon Yang Ling, forging an unprecedented urgency within him. Level up. I must level up. Even without martial arts, overwhelming attribute points alone could crush 10 techniques with brute force. Without delay, Yang Ling set off in search of Fire Crystal, or planning to descend deeper into the mine shaft when no one was watching. Chen Su, is that the NPC who lent us 3 copper coins? Lin Guoyang whispered urgently upon spotting Yang Ling. Chen Su peered closely, and a spark of delight lit his eyes. Let's go speak with him. The 3 quickly approached Yang Ling, intending to initiate conversation, only to freeze in astonishment as they watched him swing his high-carbon steel pick with astonishing speed and precision, each strike chipping away sizable chunks of fire crystal, or one blow from him equaled half a day's grueling labor for them. Incredible, Wu Ming murmured instinctively. Lin Guoyang's expression grew grave as he nodded slowly. I've observed many NPCs lately. Don't speak like that, Chen Su cautioned. Lin Guoyang immediately corrected himself. I've observed many miners. Their strength and skill far surpass ours, yet none match this man's prowess. He is likely among the most skilled miners in this entire vein. I've heard he's caught Supervisor Wu's attention, and will soon compete against miners from other veins to demonstrate his craft. Chen Su said this, just as Yang Ling finished clearing the fire crystal, or before him. Gathering the fragments, Yang Ling moved on to seek his next target. Seeing this, Chen Su hurried forward. Elder brother, something urgent. Yang Ling paused, and turned, casting a brief, appraising glance at the 3. Elder brother, you lent us 3 copper coins last time, but left no name. We've had no way to repay you. Chen Su hastened to add. Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Keep the 3 coins. I give them to you freely. So generous. Lin Guoyang's eyes brightened suddenly. Elder brother, could you teach us mining? Yang Ling regarded him coolly. Why should I? Lin Guoyang blinked, then flushed with awkwardness. Chen Su inwardly cursed, shooting Lin Guoyang a sharp glare before turning back to Yang Ling with a courteous smile. Forgive my friend, he lacks sense. Still, we've earned a few copper coins these past days, and repayment remains our duty. So saying, he produced 5 copper coins and handed them over. 5. Yang Ling smiled faintly, accepted them without hesitation, and then waved farewell before striding briskly away. Why give him 5? Lin Guoyang's face darkened. A single copper coin buys a steamed bun. That's serious money. Call it an investment. Perhaps this game tracks hidden affinity. He seems approachable. Boosting his goodwill may benefit us later. Chen Su explained. Then at least consult us first. Lin Guoyang grumbled. Wu Ming nodded. Indeed, decisions involving shared funds must be discussed collectively. Chen Su fell silent for a moment. Fine, I'll cover the extra 2 coins myself. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming brightened instantly. Agreed. This time Yang Ling didn't wait until nightfall. Spotting an opportunity and confirming no one was nearby, he slipped directly into mine shaft No. 5. Shaft No. 1 still held Fifth Brother's corpse. The unease lingered, prompting him to avoid it deliberately. Shaft No. 5 twisted and wound even more treacherously than its counterpart. Yang Ling pressed deeper, hacking away at every deposit of fire crystal he encountered. The cloth pouch at his waist swelled steadily. He ate when hungry, drank when thirsty, rested when weary. He lost all sense of time. Then, before him loomed a single slab of fire crystal, weighing nearly 10 jin. He focused entirely, striking with steady rhythmic force. Time flowed onward. Wave after wave of cool experience surged into Yang Ling's body, easing fatigue and dulling muscle soreness. Over these days his pick had swung over 100,000 times, from clumsy beginnings to flawless execution. Now each motion summoned precisely calibrated force, mechanical in its perfection, wasting not a shred of energy. How long had passed? When the final fragment of or fell away, the leveling chime rang once more. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 1 free attribute point. He had leveled again. A warm current bloomed inside Yang Ling, circulating smoothly through his limbs, a sensation of pure, unadulterated exhilaration. Without hesitation, he allocated the new point to strength. Character Yang Ling. Occupation minor. Level 7. Strength 13-3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Health 100. Strength has finally surpassed 10 points, matching spirit exactly. Yang Ling clenched his fist, savoring the tangible surge of power. The improvement was unmistakable. His total attributes now far exceeded Supervisor Wu's, only lacking formal martial arts. Just as Yang Ling basked in the euphoria of advancement, a black scorpion emerged from the shadows beside his foot and struck hard. Agony shot through him, so sharp he nearly leapt upright. Instantly, he saw his health plummet: 99,196,000, 190,000, 186,100. Mind vermin. Damn it. Without pause, Yang Ling swallowed an anti-venom pill, then downed a vial of golden wound salve. As soon as the antidote pill dissolved, the rate of his life force depletion slowed dramatically, finally halting at 67,100. The golden wound ointment too began exerting its restorative effect. His vitality rose steadily, at 1 point per minute. Yang Ling spared no hesitation. He immediately consumed 2 more vials of the ointment. Though its healing was gradual, used wisely, it could sustain him safely within a secure threshold of health. He struck his fire flint and scanned the gloom. The ormine insect that had stung him moments earlier had vanished. Glancing down at his ankle, he found a tiny puncture wound. Damn it all. Those ormine insects approach without a whisper. Had I been stung like this upon first entering this place, I'd have died before even realizing it. Yang Ling's expression darkened with vexation. Back then his life force had stood at a mere 30 points. This time the sting had cost him 33. Had it not been for the antidote pill, he suspected another dozen points might have bled away. How could an ordinary person possibly endure such a blow? After resting in place for half an hour until his health fully replenished, Yang Ling pressed deeper into the mine tunnel. One insect would not deter him, not in the least. He still had ample flatbread and water remaining. He resolved to level up once more before exiting. Yet barely a few steps in, just beyond a sharp turn, he sensed something amiss. In the pitch-black void a shape seemed to writhe. Yang Ling ignited his flint and bolted the instant he glimpsed it. Behind him surged a teeming tide of black scorpions, 800 if not 1,000. So these are what stung me. They drained a third of my life force in a single strike. If they overtook me, I'd be obliterated in 2 or 3 blows. His face paled. True fear gripped him. They say ormine insects travel only in scattered pairs, but why did I draw a swarm? Could these creatures even crawl beyond the mine's confines? Wait, ormine insects are drawn to minerals, yet common ores couldn't possibly lure so many. Could it be an ore spirit? Yang Ling froze stunned, his pace instinctively slackening. Behind him silence reigned. The swarm had not pursued. I recall Uncle Wang once musing that ancient mineral veins, given enough time, may nurture an ore spirit, a treasure of extraordinary value. Could this swarm have unearthed a fire crystal rock or spirit? Mining it surely yields no paltry amount of experience points. A surge of fervor warmed his chest, only to be doused instantly by icy reason. Faced with such numbers, even Supervisor Wu would stand helpless. Is there any way to deal with them? After all, they're merely insects, devoid of intellect. If direct confrontation fails, perhaps evasion is possible. He swiftly opened his map, studying it again and again, only to confirm the path ahead was a dead end with no alternate routes. No choice left. Yang Ling sighed, turning back. Clearly mine tunnel No. 5 was no longer tenable. He would seek experience elsewhere, in another tunnel. Wait, There is another option. The moment he stepped out of the mine, the thought flashed across his mind. To defeat insects, fire is the classic method. But the divine realm holds no gasoline. Disappointment seeped in. His vivid mental image of incinerating the swarm remained just that, an unattainable fantasy. If fire won't work, what about water? Yet I can hardly march in carrying buckets. Oh, his gaze suddenly locked onto a massive boulder, and his mind sparked anew. He wheeled around and re-entered the mine. Within half a day, he had gathered over 30 boulders, each the size of a melon, weighing no less than 60 or 70 gene. Some were larger still, over 100 gene apiece. Yang Ling casually lifted one, tested its heft in his palms, then began practicing stone throwing inside the tunnel. His strength was staggering. Even without gripping his steel pickaxe, his strength attribute stood at 10 points, enough to hurl dozen soft stones over 15 meters with ease. Strength poses no obstacle, neither does my endurance. If slaying these ore mine insects grants experience, then stamina will never run dry. All that remains is mastering precision. With that resolve, his patience deepened. After a full day and night, he had honed his throwing rhythm. His aim wasn't flawless, but deviations rarely exceeded half a meter. Time to test it. He positioned the boulders at 10-meter intervals along the corridor, then advanced toward the depths. Just as before, the moment he rounded the bend, the swarm surged after him. This time, however, he remained calm, deliberately pacing his retreat to maintain a safe distance of over 10 meters. Soon he spotted his first prepared boulder. He dropped to one knee, seized it, spun, and hurled it backward. The stone screamed through the air before crashing into the heart of the swarm. Boom! A thunderous impact flattened countless black scorpions, bursting them open in a gush of viscous fluid. Chill currents flooded Yang Ling's body, one after another. Experience points. He nearly cried out in delight. Briefly scattered, the swarm regrouped and resumed its pursuit. Without hesitation, Yang Ling fled again, reaching the next boulder, snatching it up and launching it. Boom! Another wave of scorpions shattered, their fluids spraying outward. An uncountable torrent of experience points surged into him. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining one free attribute point. Level up. Ha ha ha. A triumphant laugh roared silently within his chest. He allocated the point instantly to strength, watching it rise from 10 to 11. Then he ran, and threw again. Gradually, the dense swarm dissolved. Yang Ling ceased fleeing, turned, and gazed. Before him, a lone ore mine insect darted forward with terrifying speed. Come, let us fight fair and square. He drew his pickaxe from his waist. As the insect closed in, he reached behind his back and hurled another boulder. Splutter! A spray of venomous ichor burst forth. The last ore mine insect crumbled, and a final stream of experience flowed into Yang Ling. So ore mine insects do grant experience. Apparently the system awards it only when it judges them a genuine threat to me. That time with Lao Wu, however, posed no danger, hence no reward. Musing deeply, Yang Ling advanced cautiously into the tunnel's innermost reaches, encountering no further ore mine insects. At the dead end, he beheld a fist-sized fire crystal rock, radiating brilliant, dazzling light. Unlike ordinary specimens, it shimmered with crystalline clarity, like a gemstone carved from pure flame. Behind it rested an ancient weathered tome. This must be the fire crystal rock or spirit. But what of this book? Holding his flint aloft, Yang Ling stepped nearer. The or spirit's glow bathed the tome in luminous clarity. Emblazoned across its cover in bold archaic script were the words Vajra King Art. In that instant, Yang Ling's breath caught, and everything fell into place. The Vajra King technique. Martial arts. This is martial arts. Yang Ling's fingers trembled with excitement. He understood why the prisoner Tulu had come to this mine. That head constable Lin mentioned in a conversation with Supervisor Wu that the prisoner Tulu was suspected of stealing a Buddhist scripture from the Kuju temple. Now it seems this is a fact. There was no notice from above, and the Kuju temple didn't make a big fuss about it, probably afraid that other forces would covet this technique, or perhaps unwilling to lose face. So Zhang Hao was being chased all the way here from Qingshan City. The fire crystal or essence should have been brought by him, not something that was cultivated here. He used this item to attract a swarm of mining insects just to protect this Vajra King technique, probably hoping to avoid the spotlight before coming back to retrieve it. Thinking of this, Yang Ling suddenly turned around, alert and looking around. Fortunately, none of this had been discovered by others. But I don't have much time left. Zhang Hao must have monks from the Kuju temple chasing him. It won't be long before they guess that he hid the Vajra King technique here. Without saying a word, Yang Ling stepped forward to take the Vajra King technique. Just as he was about to put it away and find another place to hide it, a prompt appeared before him. Vajra King technique cultivation, threshold strength 10, spirit 10, threshold met. Do you wish to comprehend it? So this is how spiritual power is used, eh? Yang Ling was filled with unexpected joy and immediately attempted to choose comprehension. In the next moment, the Vajra King technique instantly transformed into a golden light and vanished into his body. Immediately afterward, Yang Ling felt a warm sensation in his body, and unexpectedly, a magnificent Buddhist scripture appeared in his memory. Coming back to his senses, Yang Ling quickly opened his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession miner. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts Vajra King technique, first class technique, initial understanding. Health 110,110. Wu Kei's Black Tiger Fist seems to lack a rank indication. Oh, could it be because it's too poor? Yang Ling was secretly delighted. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. Not only had he obtained martial arts, but the rank of the martial arts was also first class. Even though he still couldn't quite understand the ranking of martial arts in Xinyu. But first-class martial arts are usually learned in the mid to late stages of any game. Xinyu has just been released not long ago, and I'm still in the beginner village. This first-class martial arts will absolutely be a tremendous help to me. Yang Ling couldn't help but take another look at the attribute panel and quickly noticed that the martial arts section seemed to have a more detailed introduction. Vajra King technique, a total of 4 layers. First layer, gain 5 free attribute points, while cultivating strength and agility each increase by 15 points and health increases by an additional 100 points. Second layer, not available for viewing. This, Yang Ling gasped. Looking at this introduction, if he managed to cultivate the first layer of the Vajra King technique, he would gain 5 free attribute points, and while cultivating his strength and agility, would each increase by 15 points. The most crucial part is that it even increases his health by 100 points. What's the difference between this and gaining an extra life? I'll start cultivating as soon as I get back. Why bother mining? Yang Ling immediately tidied up, taking the ore essence with him, and he also buried the traces of the fights along the way in the bodies of the mining insects. After clearing the traces and confirming there were no oversights, Yang Ling chose another place to bury the ore essence. The ore essence cannot be hidden on my person. I can only bury it for now. Even if it's unfortunate and someone else picks it up, I'll accept it. Although this item is valuable, it also carries dangers and will attract unnecessary troubles. The Vajra King technique is the greatest harvest this time. At the exit, Steward Neo saw Yang Ling had dug out another 30 pounds of fire crystal ore and praised him verbally once again before settling the payment. Steward Neo, I feel like Yang Ling looks somewhat different. The mine guards approached, watching Yang Ling's back. Steward Neo sighed. His spirit seems to be getting better. It seems his injuries have healed. In his eyes, he had already recognized Yang Ling as a member of the Yang family from Hongquan City. Hiding here was just to avoid enemies. The mine guards flattered him. You still have a sharp eye. Hey, learn from that. Returning to the wooden house that leaks rain and wind, Yang Ling immediately began to study the cultivation methods of the Vajra King technique. In his mind, the majestic scripture slowly emerged. Among these memories, some strange, standing postures were mixed in. Yang Ling had a moment of insight and immediately struck the first posture. He squatted in a horse stance with both palms facing upward. He silently recited the scripture of the Vajra King technique in his heart. Time passed second by second. Fortunately, his strength and patience had been honed through mining. Otherwise, in such a posture, an ordinary person couldn't hold it for a minute. Perhaps around 10 minutes passed. A warm current slowly began to grow within Yang Ling's body. Something was happening. Yang Ling's mind moved, and the attribute panel opened once more. In the martial arts section, new changes had appeared. Martial arts Vajra King technique, first class technique, initial understanding. Experience 1100. There's experience. This means that as long as the experience reaches 100, I'll have cultivated to the first layer. Yang Ling suppressed his joy and continued to maintain the first layer standing posture, reciting the scripture in his heart. Unknowingly, several hours passed. The roosters outside had already begun to crow. Daylight broke. Yang Ling hadn't slept all night, and instead of feeling tired, he felt completely energized. The experience of the Vajra King technique also increased to 5,100. Strange, I calculated that it would increase by 1 point in just over 10 minutes, but after reaching 5 points it hasn't moved at all. Could it be that a maximum of 5 experience points can be gained in a day? Practicing more is ineffective. Yang Ling frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Even if it's 5 points a day, that's fine. In 20 days, he can reach the first layer. At that time, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. Yang Ling concentrated and opened the attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession warrior. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts Vajra King technique, first class technique, initial understanding. Experience 5,100. Health 110. My profession has changed from miner to warrior. Yang Ling couldn't help but smile. Having been in Xinyu for almost a month, he finally achieved initial results. From homeless to miner and now to warrior. He would steadily establish himself step by step in Xinyu. Just then a sudden drumbeat sounded outside. Everyone get up, hurry up, gather at the village entrance. Dozens of mine guards holding bronze gongs kept striking them. One by one the miners walked out of their houses, confused, heading towards the village entrance. At the village entrance, Supervisor Wu and Head Constable Lin were both there, but both of their faces looked a bit pale. In front of them stood a monk who appeared to be in his 30s, expressionless as he spoke. A monk. Yang Ling's heart stirred faintly. The opponent had arrived with startling speed. He must be a cultivator from the Kuju Temple. Yang Ling opened the opponent's attribute panel and glanced at it. Name Huineng. Profession martial artist. Strength 18. Agility 12. Spirit 6. Martial arts stone-splitting palm proficient, Gale step proficient, Kuju Heart Sutra second rate, barely entering the gate. Affiliation Kuju Temple. 3 martial arts, mastered simultaneously. Is this the profound heritage of a great sect? Yang Ling marveled inwardly. Yet he noted that Huineng's cultivation of the Kuju Heart Sutra was merely second-rate. His status within the Kuju Temple must be low. Moreover, his spiritual capacity falls far short of the threshold required to cultivate the Vajra Radiant King art. You claim the prisoner slaughterer was apprehended right here. The monk spoke calmly. Indeed, replied Supervisor Wu, nodding with cautious deference. All the miners froze in place. For For the first time, they beheld such timidity on Supervisor Wu's face. Stunned and bewildered, they wondered what manner of figure stood before them. Aside from a few taels of scattered silver, the prisoner slaughterer carried nothing else. The monk asked again. A wry smile flickered across Supervisor Wu's face. At the time, the prisoner slaughterer had already been taken away by Chief Constable Lin. I did not conduct a personal search upon him. He cast a subtle glance toward Chief Constable Lin, a quiet suspicion stirring in his mind. Chief Constable Lin frowned. Master Hui Neng, after the prisoner slaughtherer's arrest, his identity was verified beyond doubt, and indeed no extraneous items were found upon his person. Pausing thoughtfully, he added, rumors once circulated across the Jianghu that the prisoner slaughterer stole a Buddhist scripture from the Kuju temple. Could those rumors hold truth? Is Master Hui Neng seeking that very scripture? Hui Neng glanced briefly at Chief Constable Lin, then smiled gently. Indeed, the prisoner slaughterer did steal a Buddhist classic from our temple, for it is the original manuscript containing profound Dharma teachings too sacred to be lost. Thus the Kuju temple dispatched me to recover this sacred text. Yet since it is absent from his person, he must have concealed it somewhere. Supervisor Wu's expression shifted subtly. Master Hui Neng, do you mean? This fire crystal or mine offers an ideal hiding place. Hui Neng clasped his palms together reverently. Venerable Wu, might I humbly request your assistance in the search? Should the scripture be recovered, this humble monk would be profoundly grateful. Brother Wu, this favor is well worth rendering. I've brought several dozen men with me. I will join the search. Chief Constable Lin declared. Seeing the situation, Supervisor Wu naturally acquiesced and immediately instructed Foreman Nyo to mobilize all miners in the quest for the Buddhist scripture. Facing the throng of over 1,000 miners, Hui Neng suddenly raised his voice. Whoever locates the Kuju temple's Buddhist scripture shall receive instruction in 1 martial art and 50 taels of pure silver. SSSSH. Martial art. 50 taels of silver. Is this real or mere illusion? A master of the Kuju temple would never break his word. To find it truly means fortune beyond measure. Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and others among the crowd surged with extraordinary excitement. To them, this was nothing less than a game quest. Mengming Chen Su, if we locate the quest objective, let us share the reward equally. Lin Guoyang exclaimed elated. Wu Ming nodded joyfully. Chen Su's expression hardened with solemnity. This will not be so easily accomplished. Meanwhile, Supervisor Wu, fearing someone might secretly conceal the scripture and thus incur the Kuju temple's wrath, had already taken precautions. He assigned mine guards and Chief Constable Lin's subordinates to supervise the search. Together, their numbers approached 100, more than sufficient to oversee 10 miners apiece. He also instituted mutual surveillance among the miners themselves. Any miner who reported a concealment successfully would receive 100 taels, a reward surpassing even Master Hui Neng's offer. Whether by coincidence or design, Yang Ling was grouped with Zhang Wei and Lin Guoyang. Chen Su, somewhat surprised, stepped forward to greet Yang Ling. What are you whispering about? Get searching now. Their supervisor, a constable, bore no kindness toward these displaced miner commoners. Chen Su dared not reply, and hurriedly began scouring the area. Searchers combed not only the ore veins, but also the miners' village. I shall join the search as well, said Yang Ling, bowing slightly before setting off. Hui Neng bowed in return, then strode toward the ore vein. Once he had moved a fair distance away, Supervisor Wu lowered his voice. Brother Lin, was the scripture truly a Buddhist text? Or rather, a martial manual? It must be a martial manual, Chief Constable Lin replied gravely. And its grade is certainly no lower than second rate, at minimum. This is grave indeed. Supervisor Wu murmured, awestruck. Even the mighty Shana sect commands only 2 third-rate martial manuals. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, he asked, what did the prisoner slaughterer say? Was he not captured by your office? Did you extract any confession? The prisoner slaughterer. Chief Constable Lin cast a sidelong glance at Hui Neng's retreating back. Master Hui Neng spoke with him privately for a brief while. Then the prisoner slaughterer died. Died? A chill ran through Supervisor Wu's spine. Your bureau will not intervene. Intervene. There is no need to provoke the Kuju temple. How many high officials and noble families across the Zhao kingdom count themselves devoted patrons of the temple? Chief Constable Lin spoke coolly. Besides, they are the aggrieved party. Supervisor Wu nodded slowly, deep in thought. He was certain the Kuju temple had lost a martial manual, and at least a second-rate one. Otherwise, why would Hui Neng resort to silencing the prisoner slaughterer, to prevent word from spreading and drawing the covetous attention of other great sects? Time passed steadily. Even the 5 mine tunnels were assigned to teams of miners for thorough searching. Yang Ling feigned diligent effort, but his gaze remained fixed, watchful upon Hui Neng. When he saw Hui Neng enter tunnel No. 5, his heart gave a sharp lurch. Had the monk already extracted the location of the Vajra Radiant King art from the prisoner slaughtherer's lips? No, that cannot be. If he knew, there would be no need for such a grand display. Relief eased Yang Ling's tension. Yang Ling, have you nearly gathered 5 taels of silver yet? Zhang Wei called out, scanning corners as he searched. What business is that of yours? Yang Ling shot him a sidelong glance. He casually glanced at Zhang Wei's attribute panel. Name Zhang Wei. Profession martial artist. Level 3. Strength 4. Agility 2. Spirit 1. Martial art Zhang family leg technique beginner. Health 40. Yang Ling betrayed no emotion. His expression remained perfectly composed. The man's profession had shifted from miner to martial artist. Had he encountered Zhang Hao? Why would Zhang Hao impart the Zhang family leg technique to him? Zhang Wei, unaware his secret had been laid bare, continued. You mine faster than most. 5 tails won't take long. I propose a transaction. What could you possibly offer me? Yang Ling asked, indifferent. A flash of anger crossed Zhang Wei's eyes, but he restrained himself, drawing closer and lowering his voice. A martial art. A martial art. You possess one. Yang Ling halted mid-step. Zhang Wei, speak softly. If you wish to cultivate it, pay me in silver. Yang Ling's thoughts quickened. Did this man truly possess an extra martial art? Had he obtained it from Zhang Hao? If true, then Yang Ling appeared to be his only viable buyer. Approaching anyone else would mean certain death. The search lasted for about 5 hours. Whether it was the veins, the caves, or the miners' village, each was searched multiple times, yielding no results. Master Huaining, it seems the item is not here. Supervisor Wu clasped his hands together, saying, Today the mining operations have been halted for a day. If we continue, I fear it won't be easy to explain to the higher-ups. Huaining remained expressionless for a moment before he smiled slightly. Forgive me for causing trouble. Since the item is not here, I shall take my leave now. Master Huaining, I will escort you back to the city, said Captain Lin. Soon Captain Lin, along with his subordinates, left the miners' village with Huaining. There's no need to mine tonight. Everyone should go back and rest, Supervisor Wu instructed. Seeing this, the miners could only leave with their heads hanging low. After searching all day, not even a single ore was found, and with no mining done, they couldn't even recover their meal expenses for the day. Once all the miners had left, Supervisor Wu turned to Manager Niu. Manager Niu, seal off mine no. One for now, and no one is allowed to enter. Find someone quick-footed to head to the Shana sect and inform them that there has been an incident with the fire crystal or mine. Supervisor Wu, what happened? Manager Niu asked, slightly startled. This matter is quite serious. We shouldn't get too involved. Supervisor Wu patted Manager Niu on the shoulder. Manager Niu immediately thought of Huaining. Could it be? He dared not think further and promptly arranged for several swift-footed miners to head to the Shana sect. At night, Yang Ling continued to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang art in his room. Once he gathered 5 experience points and confirmed there would be no further increase, he went to sleep. The next day, no entry to the mine. What's going on? They say work has been halted for a few days. The miners' village was bustling with activity. It should have been time to mine, but all the miners were still in the village. Uncle Wang, what's going on? Why can't we enter the mine? Yang Ling scanned the area and quickly approached Uncle Wang to inquire. Something happened. Uncle Wang's expression was grave as he pulled Yang Ling aside. I heard mine no. One has been sealed off and no one is allowed to enter. It may be related to that master from the Kuju temple yesterday. Mine no. One has been sealed. Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. This probably had nothing to do with the King Kong Ming Wang art. It was likely that the bodies of fifth brother and the others had been found. Yang Ling. Zhang Wei called out from a distance. Uncle Wang, I must take my leave, Yang Ling said. Go on, go on. Uncle Wang waved his hand and began to whisper with a few other old miners. Finding a quiet corner, Yang Ling scrutinized Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, what scheme are you up to this time? While mining, I accidentally unearthed a martial arts manual. Zhang Wei slowly began. You should know what that implies. What martial arts? Yang Ling squinted. You can find martial arts while mining. After a pause, he exclaimed, it can't be the Buddhist classics from Kuju temple, right? If you want to die, go ahead, but I don't want to die. Lower your voice. Don't get us killed. Zhang Wei looked around in panic, and seeing no one nearby, he let out a sigh of relief and whispered, Yang Ling, if I had that Buddhist classic, I would have handed it in for money long ago. Why would I need to find you? Then what is it? Yang Ling said nonchalantly, since you want to sell it to me, stop keeping me in suspense and show it to me. I'm not that foolish. Zhang Wei said coldly, I've hidden it where no one can find it. Even if you go out now and say I have martial arts, no one would believe you. Then this deal is off then. Yang Ling gently shook his head. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me. Oh, let's just part ways. After saying that, he acted as if to leave. The Bingshan Fist, Zhang Wei said seriously, this martial art is called the Bingshan Fist. Martial arts. Yang Ling's heart stirred. He now had considerable strength. Coupled with the King Kong Ming Wang art, he simply lacked the means to confront an opponent. If you have martial arts, why not practice it? Yang Ling scrutinized Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei pondered. You may not know, but to cultivate martial arts here in the divine domain requires certain prerequisites. The threshold for the Bingshan Fist is quite high, requiring 8 points in strength attributes. I currently have 4 points and cannot practice it for now. What strength attributes? Yang Ling exclaimed in surprise. You can see your own attributes. Indeed, it appears only martial artists can see their own attributes. Zhang Wei examined Yang Ling for a while, laughing. Actually, I'm already a martial artist, so I can see my own attributes panel. I currently have 4 points in strength, 3 points in agility, and 1 point in spirit. Your agility is clearly 5 points. Yang Ling thought to himself, then with a serious expression asked, can you really see the attributes panel? What data is on the attributes panel? This might be the key for us to understand the divine domain. What would I gain from deceiving you? Once you cultivate the Bingshan Fist, you'll also be able to see your attributes panel. Zhang Wei said, I'm not like you hiding things, I'm a very straightforward person. From my observation of you, your mining speed is so fast, not just due to experience, but your strength attributes must be quite high. As long as you can cultivate the Bingshan Fist, you'll become a martial artist in no time. Enough talk, where's the Bingshan Fist? Yang Ling said in a deep voice. 5 taels of silver. Give me 5 taels of silver, and it'll give you the Bengshan fist, Zhang Wei said. He was eager to leave, feeling guilty, fearing that the matter regarding Zhang Hao would implicate him. Yang Ling thought to himself, curious about how this fellow acquired Zhang Hao's martial arts. Could it be because they share the same surname? That doesn't seem reasonable. I indeed have 5 taels of silver, Yang Ling said slowly. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. But I want to verify the goods first. In such a transaction, it must be pay on delivery. I won't give you money in advance. Yang Ling said. Zhang Wei remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. All right, I'll come find you tonight. After saying that, he turned and left. As the sun set at midnight, there were hardly any shadows left in the miners' village. Zhang Wei quietly arrived at Yang Ling's door, opened the door. Yang Ling opened the door, and Zhang Wei nimbly squeezed in. This is the Bengshan fist. Zhang Wei took out an ancient tome from his bosom. Yang Ling glanced at it, and a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Bengshan fist, an inferior martial art. Just like the Black Tiger fist, it's also categorized as inferior. Yang Ling did not show any disdain, and after confirming that this was indeed a martial art, he took out 5 taels of silver and placed them on the table. Zhang Wei set down the Bengshan fist, and then took the 5 taels of silver. After completing the transaction, he visibly relaxed and smiled. I shall take my leave now. Congratulations on soon becoming a martial artist. After Zhang Wei left, Yang Ling picked up the Bengshan fist. The system seemed to determine that it already belonged to Yang Ling, thus presenting new information. Bengshan fist cultivation threshold strength 8, spirit 3, threshold met. Would you like to comprehend? That bastard Zhang Wei, he never mentioned the threshold for spirit. Turns out he was trying to trick me here. Yang Ling couldn't help but laugh in anger. Thankfully, he had 10 points in spirit. Otherwise, he would have lost 5 taels of silver for nothing this time. It was clear the other party had already guessed that spirit was difficult to increase. With his 1 point of spirit, even if his strength later increased to 8 points, he still couldn't comprehend the Bengshan fist. Comprehend. Yang Ling immediately chose to comprehend. The martial art in his hands instantly transformed into flowing light and entered his body. A warm sensation arose, and Yang Ling's mind was filled with memories of the Bengshan fist once more. The Bengshan fist, with intent as solid as a mountain, strikes with the force of a collapsing giant peak. Initial insight increases strength by 3 points. Mastery increases strength by 6 points. Refined increases strength by 9 points. Proficient increases strength by 12 points. Transcendent increases strength by 20 points. So martial arts are divided into 5 stages. Yang Ling instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession warrior. Level 8. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial arts King Kong Ming Wang Gong first class technique beginner. Experience 10,100. Bengshan fist beginner. Proficiency 0-100. Health 110. Martial arts techniques are measured by experience points, while martial skills are measured by proficiency, but at the initial stage, only 100 points are needed. Previously, Wu Kei's Black Tiger fist reached proficiency, and Zhang Hao's Zhang family leg technique also reached proficiency. Moreover, Huining's Kai Bei hand and Swift Wind steps have also reached proficiency. From the perspective of the increase in strength, the difficulty of the first 4 stages should be relatively normal, but the final transcendent stage is evidently quite hard to achieve, as it increases strength by 20 points all at once. Forget about that time to practice. Yang Ling closed his eyes, continuously recalling the practice method of the Bengshan fist in his mind. In the next moment, he suddenly assumed a stance and began to practice earnestly. Time passed second by second. About an hour later, beads of sweat appeared on Yang Ling's forehead. At that moment, a warm current flowed into his body. Something's happening. He glanced at his attribute panel. Bengshan fist proficiency 1100. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong can increase by 1 experience point in about 15 minutes. Why does an ordinary martial skill take an hour to increase by 1 proficiency point? Yang Ling's eyes flickered with suspicion. Logically, the cultivation speed of the Bengshan fist should be above that of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. After all, it is merely an ordinary fist technique. Forget it, just keep practicing. Yang Ling ignored the thoughts and continued to focus on his fist practice, taking occasional breaks when tired. Unknowingly, the rooster outside crowed. Yang Ling abruptly woke up and looked at his attribute panel again. Bengshan fist proficiency, 6,106 points of proficiency. Does it not have an upper limit like the King Kong Ming Wang Gong? Yang Ling felt a bit excited. To verify this, he had no intention of resting and continued to practice the Bengshan fist. An hour later, proficiency increased by 1 more point. Unknowingly, it was noon. Bengshan fist proficiency 12100. Indeed, Yang Ling murmured to himself, the cultivation of fist techniques actually has no upper limit, which means. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his fist. As long as I practice diligently every day, in 7 or 8 days I can reach 100 proficiency, and then I will have gained initial insight. Yang Ling's heart was suddenly filled with clarity. After a sleepless night, he felt somewhat tired. Practicing the King Kong Ming Wang Gong seems to rapidly restore energy. If I could use it instead of sleep, then I could spend 24 hours leveling up. Yang Ling thought, and immediately began to practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. After more than an hour, he gained 5 experience points again. King Kong Ming Wang Gong experience 15100. Yang Ling slowly opened his eyes, feeling completely recharged, as if he had slept for 10 hours. This is the feeling. Yang Ling felt a bit exhilarated. He hastily ate 2 pieces of bread and continued practicing the bench-on fist. Given that he couldn't enter the mine these days, it was the perfect opportunity to push his proficiency in the bench-on fist. For the next 4 days, Yang Ling did not step outside. After finishing a set of punches, Yang Ling felt a bit thirsty, so he picked up his water cup and gulped down a few mouthfuls. He glanced at his attribute panel. King Kong Ming Wang Gong experience 35100 bench-on fist proficiency 99100. Just 1 more point of proficiency. Yang Ling wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth and continued practicing his punches. Unknowingly, an hour passed. The proficiency of the bench-on fist quietly reached 100 points. Suddenly, Yang Ling's fists felt a surge of power, and his punch broke the air with a louder sound. I've broken through. Yang Ling immediately checked his attributes. Character Yang Ling. Profession Warrior. Level 8. Strength 14, 3. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Martial Arts King Kong Ming Wang Gong First Class Technique Beginner. Experience 35,100. Bench-on Fist Initial Insight. Proficiency 01000. Health 110. Those 3 extra points of strength are from the bench-on fist. I didn't expect to reach initial insight in just 4 or 5 days, but Yang Ling noticed that the proficiency of the bench-on fist had turned into 1,000. So to achieve mastery, do I have to grind for 40 to 50 days without rest? Refinement won't require 100 points of proficiency, will it? That would take over a year. If I want to reach proficiency, wouldn't it take over 10 years and still without rest? Yang Ling's burning heart was suddenly doused with cold water. He finally understood why Wu Kei and the others only cultivated their martial skills to proficiency. This group must have trained for more than a decade. But to reach transcendent, wouldn't it take at least 100 years? If one doesn't reach the level before growing old, unless one is exceptionally talented. If I can increase 10 proficiency points per hour while practicing, my progress would increase tenfold. The bench-on fist isn't the main focus of looking at it this way. The experience of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong might be aligned with proficiency. Although it only has 4 levels, it has a daily cultivation limit, and only 5 experience points can be gained in a day. The first level requires 20 days. If the second level also requires 1,000 experience points, then it would take 200 days. The third level, 2,000 days. The fourth level, 20,000 days. How many days are there in 20,000? Yang Ling couldn't help but laugh, feeling quite helpless. But there should be some external forces in the divine domain that can enhance proficiency and the rate of experience gain. Yang Ling's expression shifted. This guess was not unfounded. It was based on the experience gained from playing numerous games. In games, there must be reasonable settings similar to this. If there's a way to inquire with the local native warriors about the situation in the martial world to see how others are cultivating, that would be great. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ling immediately shook off the distractions in his mind. At least in 1 or 2 months, he could practice the bench-on fist to mastery. In another 13 days, he could also complete the first layer of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. By then, the bench-on fist would increase strength by 6 points. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong would also grant 5 free attribute points, and while cultivating both strength and agility, would increase by 15 points plus an additional 100 points of health. Such attribute data is truly quite monstrous. At least in a place like Qingshan City, it would definitely be sufficient. In fact, leveling up is the most tangible. Every level up grants an extra point of strength. It seems like native warriors do not have this advantage. They cannot level up, and all attribute points come from their techniques and martial skills. Indeed, I still need to mine for experience. I love mining the most. Yang Ling picked up the steel pickaxe from his bedside and fastened it to his waist before pushing the door open. A crowd of miners gathered at the entrance to the ore vein, creating a bustling scene. Everyone, please remain calm. I know you'll starve without mining, but why didn't you save a few copper coins for emergencies? Foreman Nyo stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, speaking slowly and deliberately. There's an issue with the ore vein, so it must be sealed off temporarily until senior cultivators from the Shanha sect arrive to make a final judgment. Do you truly wish to enter the fire crystal mine now? That would be walking straight into the muzzle of a loaded gun. Senior cultivators from the Shanha sect. At those words, the previously clamoring miners fell instantly silent. Disperse. Foreman Nyo waved dismissively. The miners exchanged glances, hesitant, crestfallen, before shuffling away in dejection. What do we do? We've already gone a full day without food yesterday. If we can't mine today, won't we starve again? Lin Guoyang turned to Chun Su, his face pale. I can endure hunger, but Ming Ming cannot. Wu Ming appeared frail and weak. Chun Su's expression grew solemn. He knew something serious had occurred within the ore vein. No one knew when it would reopen. There's no choice but to. His gaze fell upon Yang Ling. Chun Su clenched his teeth and strode forward urgently. Brother Yang, could you possibly lend us a little more money? We're utterly destitute. The mine's been shut for days. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming's eyes lit up instantly, and they hurried forward. How long have you gone without eating? Yang Ling smiled. Chun Su gave a wry smile. Not a bite since yesterday. I happen to have some dry rations. I'll give you 6 pieces. Hold on for 2 or 3 more days. Things should settle soon. Yang Ling handed 6 flatbreads to Chun Su. Chun Su's face broke into elation. But Wu Ming instinctively murmured, these breads are tough and tasteless. I tried one before and hated it. When your stomach is hollow, who cares whether it tastes good? Yang Ling chuckled. It fills you longer than steamed buns. With that, he turned and walked away. With mining impossible, Chun Su resolved to continue refining his proficiency in the mountain-crushing fist. Chun Su divided the flatbreads between Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming, biting into his own as he said, "Brother Yang is truly kind. Among all the miners here, only he has helped us twice." Lin Guoyang devoured his portion greedily. Kind as he may be, he's still just an NPC. In this world, we must ultimately rely on ourselves. Chun Su glanced at them, then asked casually, "Have either of you noticed anything unusual about your bodies lately?" "Unusual? Just stomach pain, from hunger." Lin Guoyang replied reflexively. Wu Ming added, "The bedboards here are too hard. I miss my Simmons mattress." Chun Su unconsciously tightened his fist. He recalled that the day before the mine's closure, his strength had inexplicably surged. A warm current had welled up inside me. This surge must be linked to it. Could this be leveling up through mining? Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming have been slacking off lately. Perhaps that's why they haven't advanced yet. Should I tell them about this? Chun Su hesitated inwardly. "Chun Su, we don't know how long the mine will stay closed. Why not chase after that NPC and borrow more copper coins?" Lin Guoyang said, "Wu Ming and I haven't eaten properly in ages. I want to treat her to a proper meal tonight." "Fine, never mind." Chun Su turned and left without another word. "If you need to borrow, go ask yourself." TCH, acting high and mighty. Lin Guoyang frowned slightly. Outside the miners' village stood a conspicuously prominent courtyard. It belonged to Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling watched Zhang Wei burst out of it overjoyed, and knew instantly that the man had secured official residency status. He was no longer a displaced refugee. Zhang Wei's Zhang family leg technique remains at the beginner stage. What's his current proficiency level? How many points short of initial mastery? A subtle thought flickered across Yang Ling's mind. Zhang Wei, noticing Yang Ling staring motionlessly at him, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Yet the moment he remembered his newly acquired status as a registered citizen, he puffed out his chest and strode confidently toward Yang Ling with a grin. "Yang Ling, I'm no longer a refugee. I've officially registered in Qingshan City. Tomorrow I'm leaving to seek work in Qingshan City." "Ah, congratulations. But perhaps you owe me an explanation." Yang Ling spoke calmly. "An explanation?" Zhang Wei feigned ignorance. "The mountain-crushing fist requires 8 points of strength and 3 points of spirit to begin cultivation. You only mentioned the strength threshold, not a word about spirit." Yang Ling said. "Did I? Must have slipped my mind." Zhang Wei laughed. "Don't worry. Once your spirit increases, you'll be able to cultivate the mountain-crushing fist. My spirit is precisely 3 points, so I've already mastered it." Yang Ling replied. Zhang Wei froze, then stared at him in disbelief. "Why do you have 3 points of spirit? How could I possibly?" He abruptly clamped his mouth shut. "So you max out at 2 points. You couldn't learn it, so you sold it to me." Yang Ling smiled faintly. "I owe you thanks. I've become a martial cultivator because of you." "Damn it. Why does his spirit score tower over mine by 2 points? Zhang Wei cursed inwardly, then replied coolly. "If that's settled, why approach me now? It concerns proficiency growth." Yang Ling cast a wary glance around. "For now, only you and I are players inside the Irvane. You once promised to share intelligence. Has that pledge expired?" "Proficiency. Just keep practicing. It accumulates naturally." Zhang Wei's eyes gleamed. "How long does it take you to gain 1 point of proficiency while cultivating the mountain-crushing fist?" "Roughly 10 hours. 10 hours. Same as me." Zhang Wei mused. "Initial mastery requires 100 points of proficiency, correct?" "Correct." Yang Ling nodded, but his mind lingered on Zhang Wei's earlier remark. 10 hours per point. That seemed unusually slow. I'm 10 times faster than him. Wait, is it spirit? Yang Ling suddenly realized. He'd never understood spirit's purpose until he discovered its role in unlocking martial techniques. Now it dawned on him. Perhaps spirit also governed the rate at which proficiency and cultivation experience accumulated for both martial arts and inner cultivation methods. In other words, if I further elevate my spirit, both martial proficiency and inner cultivation experience will surge dramatically. At this thought, Yang Ling felt a surge of urgency. Once the Orvane reopened, he would test his hypothesis, without delay. That settles it. I can barely squeeze in 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day and still gain 2 points of proficiency. At that pace, 50 days would suffice to reach initial mastery, after which the technique would amplify our physical power. Zhang Wei continued, but no human can survive on 2 or 3 hours sleep, so 10 hours of daily practice is far more realistic. That means roughly 100 days to achieve initial mastery. He glanced at Yang Ling and smiled. Since you saved my life, once I'll share one fresh piece of intelligence I acquired just recently. Oh, what is it? Yang Ling's curiosity stirred. Zhang Wei grinned. I offered a small favor to a mine guard and learned something about martial techniques. An ordinary cultivator requires at least 1 year to reach initial mastery in a basic martial art, which means we're prodigies. Prodigies. Yang Ling pondered quietly. So proficiency truly accelerated mastery, far beyond natural limits. Even with only 1 point of spirit, Zhang Wei vastly surpassed ordinary people, mastering the mountain-crushing fist in just 4 or 5 days. If true genius were measured by speed alone, perhaps he himself was the real prodigy. Yang Ling, as of today, I, Zhang Wei, owe you nothing more. In Zhongwei smiled faintly, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Yang Ling watched his retreating figure. You've betrayed me twice. What I gained from you barely cancels out one debt. You still owe me one more. Zhang Wei paused mid-step, then hurried away without responding. In back at his wooden hut, Yang Ling resumed practicing the mountain-crushing fist in the Vajra Buddha King art. The next day, his proficiency in the mountain-crushing fist increased by another 20 points. Ni's experience in the Vajra Buddha King art reached 40. He was drawing near the threshold of initial mastery, a mere 60 points away. And he stepped outside toward the mine entrance, eager to see whether the site had been reopened. Yet halfway there, he encountered Zhang Wei once again. Why haven't you left yet? And Yang Ling smiled. Can't bear to part with the fire crystal, or hoping to level up here, and do you think I don't want to leave? Zhang Wei's expression darkened. He cast a glance toward the mine entrance, his eyes heavy with gravity and solemnity. A senior overseer from the Shanha sect has arrived. His rank surpasses even that of Supervisor Wu and Overseer Niu. Zhang Wei spoke gravely. This overseer has issued a decree no miner is permitted to depart. What happened? Yang Ling feigned ignorance, though his mind stirred with quiet calculation. Who knows? Zhang Wei replied distractedly. Yang Ling surmised he feared exposure of his connection with Zhang Hao. At that moment, a mine guard approached them. Startled and uneasy, Zhang Wei immediately walked away. Yang Ling, Supervisor Wu requests your presence. Come with me. The mine guard called out. Me? What is it about? Yang Ling blinked in mild surprise. The guard grew impatient. Why so many questions? Just follow me. That's all you need to do. Yes, of course. Yang Ling nodded repeatedly and followed him toward the mine entrance. Zhang Wei, catching sight of this, looked startled. They're summoning Yang Ling. What does Supervisor Wu want with him? He couldn't fathom it, but inwardly he exhaled in quiet relief. So long as it wasn't him being summoned, he'd be safe. He trusted Yang Ling wouldn't be foolish enough to expose the mountain-crushing fist. Before mineshaft No. One of the corpses of Wu Gu and his companions had been unearthed and laid side by side at the entrance. Decomposed after days of death, their bodies reeked of decay. From afar, Yang Ling took a slow, deep breath. Had Supervisor Wu summoned him because something had been uncovered? My strength stands at 11 points. The mountain-crushing fist adds 3 more, but simultaneously renders me unable to grip the steel pickaxe. Thus my effective strength cap remains 14. The Vajra Buddha King art hasn't yet reached initial mastery. I am still far from matching Supervisor Wu's might. Yang Ling's thoughts raced. A thin sheen of cold sweat gathered on his palms. Yet upon entering, he found not only Wu Kei present, but also Overseer Niu, Chief Lin the Constable, and even Master Huaning himself. A young man in white robes embroidered with flowing mountain andriver motifs stood conversing amiably with Master Huaning, though his demeanor carried a subtle undercurrent of deference. Supervisor Wu Yang Ling has arrived, the mine guard announced respectfully. Wu Kei gave a slight nod, his gaze settling upon Yang Ling. Yang Ling, do you recognize the bodies lying there? A flicker of terror passed across Yang Ling's eyes. He glanced briefly at the corpses, then hastily shook his head. I don't recognize them. How could he, when they were already half-rotted? It's Lao Wu. Wu Kei said calmly. To my knowledge, he'd quarreled only with you recently. What? Wu Gu. Yang Ling recoiled in shock, stumbling backward several steps. Master Huaning and the young man, observing him closely, exchanged thoughtful glances. Master Huaning, it now appears these miners were slain by the prisoner butcher. The young man spoke soberly. The prisoner butcher likely concealed the temple's sacred sutras within mineshaft No. 1. I shall order a thorough excavation, down to the very bedrock, until those sutras are recovered. If found, it would be most auspicious. This matter requires your honorable attention, Master Wang. Master Huaning clasped his hands in reverence. You flatter me, Master Wang. The young man smiled. The affairs of Kuju Temple are the affairs of the Shanha sect. Then turning to Supervisor Wu, he declared. Assign your most skilled miners to mineshaft No. 1. Dig relentlessly for half a month. Should the lost sutras be found, your merit will be duly recorded. Yes, Senior Brother Wang. Wu Kei immediately bowed deeply. Master Huaning, upon discovering this anomaly, Supervisor Wu sealed the entire mine and has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the investigation. Entrusting this to him ensures no misstep. We shall reside in Qingshan City for a time and await news. The young man smiled. Only now assured of his own safety did Yang Ling surreptitiously observe the young man's attributes. Name, Wang Jing. Profession, martial artist in strength, 19 in agility, 10 in spirit, 5 in martial arts. Shanha drawsword technique, established proficiency. Black tiger fist, established proficiency. Iron skin, art mastery, achieved in affiliation. Shanha sect in 3 martial arts. 2 at established proficiency. So this is the gulf between a Shanha sect disciple and Wu Kei. Truly formidable, though perhaps still a shade weaker than Master Huaning. Yang Ling mused inwardly. Senior Brother Wang, we may remain in the miners' village while awaiting news. It lies 30 li from Qingshan City. Round-trip travel would prove inconvenient. Master Huaning smiled. The miners' village. Very well. Wang Jing seemed slightly reluctant, yet out of respect for Master Huaning's suggestion, he offered no objection. After issuing instructions to Wu Kei, he personally escorted Master Huaning and Chief Lin away. The corpses of Wu Gu and his companions were taken by Chief Lin's men. likely for further forensic examination by the coroner. Once they departed, Wu Kei reclaimed his commanding aura as master of the mine. Yang Ling, you've long been a seasoned miner. You'll join the search effort in Mine Shaft No. 1. This will also serve as valuable preparation for your upcoming sparring matches with other veteran miners. Wu Kei spoke coolly. Yes, sir. Yang Ling bowed his head eagerly. This aligned perfectly with his intentions, and anything that allowed him to mine and level up was welcome. Overseer Nyo assigned the others as needed. No more than 40 or 50 workers will suffice. Let no one slip through unnoticed. Wu Kei instructed. Rest assured, I'll handle it personally. Overseer Nyo smiled and nodded. After a pause he asked, shall the mine be reopened? Senior brother Wang has arrived. Reopening is inevitable. Whether or not the sutras are found, our sincerity as the Shanha sect is unmistakable. The fire crystal or mine remains our utmost priority. Wu Kei concluded, and strode off swiftly, showing not the slightest sorrow over Wu Ji's death. Word spread rapidly the mine had reopened. Miners surged forward like ravenous wolves eager to work and earn. Yang Ling was assigned to enter Mine Shaft No. 1 alongside Uncle Wang and other seasoned veterans. A dozen mine guards accompanied them, clearly tasked with close supervision. Before entering the shaft, Overseer Nyo offered only one terse instruction: do your utmost. Uncle Wang and the other veterans understood the unspoken meaning and breathed easier. So long as they weren't forced to produce results merely passing time inside Mine Shaft No. 1 while extracting fire crystal, or would be effortless. In Mine No. 1, around 40 to 50 miners were diligently engaged in their excavation work. Being experienced hands, the ordinary stones and the hardness of the mud were not as tough as the fire crystal ore. Thus in just about an hour the mine seemed to have expanded a small circle. During this time, there were also fire crystal or seams exposed deep within, all of which had been quickly claimed for excavation. Yang Ling had poor luck and found not a single piece of fire crystal ore. He planned to venture deeper, while the mine guards on watch paid him no heed. That kid went deeper. Should we send someone to follow him? A mine guard noticed Yang Ling's movement and inquired of his companion. Follow him. If there's a collapse, well, all be dead. Let's just keep an eye here at the entrance. His companion rolled his eyes. But aren't they supposed to be looking for the sutras hidden away by prisoners here? I don't believe that fellow could hide the sutras here. It's probably just a ruse to mislead people. Otherwise they would have been found a long time ago. Why send miners to dig 3 feet into the ground? Look, Supervisor Wu only sent in 40 to 50 miners, which speaks volumes. It's just a way to give an explanation to the Kuju temple. Moreover, even if they do find it, it might not be a good thing. Finding nothing might actually be better. After this reminder from his companion, the guard seemed to understand something and promptly fell silent. Yang Ling compared the map and continually delved deeper into Mine No. 1. The map highlighted several spots where large pieces of fire crystal ore had been found. He began excavating near these marked locations. Through continuous probing and pinpointing, he finally found a decent piece of fire crystal ore. Let's get to work. Yang Ling grasped the steel pick, his muscles exhilarated. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow brought a refreshing and icy experience into his body. At such moments, Yang Ling would forget the passage of time, lost in a trance. After an unknown amount of time, the piece of fire crystal ore was completely excavated. Yang Ling placed it in the cloth pouch at his waist and waited, estimating it to be around 3 Jin. You mine quite fast, someone nearby remarked, holding a torch with a look of astonishment. Yang Ling, unafraid of any miners' thieves today, calmly looked toward the speaker, who was a somewhat unfamiliar miner. I know every miner from the miners' village, and even newcomers I would glance at their attributes to determine if they are players. But this guy, why haven't I seen him before? The other person seemed to be in his 20s, dressed in mining attire, yet his demeanor was notably different. Yang Ling took a look at the other person's attribute panel. Character: Su Qing, profession warrior, strength 22, agility 17, spirit 7, martial arts, Mountain River blade technique, entry level, Mountain River 12 fists, entry level, Mountain River mine method, 3rd rate, initial insight. Power: Mountain River sect. Yang Ling felt a sense of shock. This young man had the highest attribute points of all the warriors he had ever seen. Strength, agility, and spirit combined added up to a total of 46 points. Even Hui Nang from the Kuju temple only had 36 points. Brother, you seem a bit unfamiliar, Yang Ling casually remarked. Mining is quite simple, it's just a matter of practice. After saying that, he continued to search for the next fire crystal or probing various spots around. Su Qing seemed interested and quickly walked over, saying, I'm new here, can I learn how to mine from you? Sure, but you can't disturb me or steal my fire crystal ore, Yang Ling replied casually. Su Qing nodded with a smile, saying, no problem. From that moment on, wherever Yang Ling went, Su Qing followed. Yang Ling no longer ventured deeper into the mine. Having such a skilled person beside him gave him an uncomfortable feeling. He was uncertain of the other's intentions. Soon nearly a day had passed. Yang Ling's pouch was filled with about 10 Jin of fire crystal ore. It's getting late, we should head out, Su Qing reminded. Yang Ling was also getting ready to leave, but as he was leaving he casually struck a few more times and discovered another piece of fire crystal ore. Without hesitation he immediately got to work. This guy is a mining enthusiast. Su Qing stood not far away, feeling somewhat amazed. I heard from Wu Kei that 1 Jin of fire crystal ore can be exchanged for 100 coins. At this speed he could easily earn 1 or 2 silver coins in a day. In a month, that's 30 taels. I can understand him now. Su Qing calculated the earnings and understood why the other was so dedicated to mining. With such a pace of earning, he would also work hard. If I were to mine with all my strength, my speed wouldn't be slower than his, but he seems to have great stamina. After a day of mining, although tired, he could still persist. Is it a matter of strong will? Su Qing thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Ling had no thoughts for anything else. He had already confirmed that Su Qing was merely a master sent by the Mountain River sect to secretly seek the sutras. Striking up a conversation was merely due to noticing his fast mining speed. For now, he posed no threat. Therefore, leveling up was the priority. His focus was solely on this piece of fire crystal, or he worked vigorously. Finally, ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. I've leveled up. Yang Ling instinctively wanted to add it to strength, but quickly regained his senses and allocated it to spirit instead. A warm sensation blossomed within him, eventually surging through his veins and into his mind. He felt his brain becoming clearer and his overall spirit elevated a notch. The attribute panel opened. Character Yang Ling, profession warrior, level 9, strength 14-3, agility 5, spirit 11, martial arts King Kong Bright King technique, first rate technique beginner, experience 40100, mountain shattering fist initial insight, proficiency 22100, health 110. Level 9 now. Yang Ling felt a sense of admiration. He was not far from level 10. As one of the first batch of Divine Domain players, my leveling speed shouldn't be slow, but without a leaderboard, I can't see the overall situation. As Yang Ling pondered, he walked toward the mouth of the mine. After a few breaths, a booming sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations, a player has reached level 10 first, successfully completing their job change. The Divine Domain level leaderboard is now open. Following this, a golden panel appeared before him. The Divine Domain level leaderboard shocked not only Yang Ling. The miners' village trio Lin Guoyang and the others also heard the massive notification sound while seeing the golden Divine Domain level leaderboard. Similarly, Zhang Wei, who was also descending into the mine, slowly straightened up his eyes, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Someone reached level 10 and completed their job change. How is that possible? I'm only level 3. Who leveled up so quickly? Could it be Yang Ling? He immediately opened the Divine Domain level leaderboard to see the truth. At the same time, countless players in different locations also took similar actions. Divine Domain level leaderboard 001. Kuju Temple, Hui Wu, level 10, profession warrior monk 002. So there's only one person who reached level 10, and it's from Kuju Temple. What a coincidence. If this player started playing around the same time as me, then their luck is incredible, directly becoming a disciple of a top sect like Kuju Temple. Yang Ling felt somewhat uncertain and quietly apprehensive. If he had leveled up to 10 first, would he also have been exposed on the Divine Domain level leaderboard? This isn't a good thing. But one thing I guessed right, level 10 is indeed the threshold for job changes. Yang Ling took a deep breath. What just happened to you? As they emerged from the mine tunnel, Su Qing asked curiously. I'm tired. Yang Ling replied casually. That makes sense. You've been digging nonstop all day. Of course you're exhausted. Su Qing felt the soreness in his arm muscles and thought he'd need to practice the Shana hard art tonight to ease it. He bid Yang Ling farewell and strode confidently away from the mine vein. Master Nyo acted as if he hadn't noticed him at all and didn't even ask for the fire crystal or 13 gene of fire crystal or Yang Ling. Your speed keeps improving. Master Nyo withdrew several silver beans, weighed them carefully in his palm, confirming precisely 1 liang and 3 qian, then handed them to Yang Ling. Practice makes perfect, Yang Ling said with a warm, knowing smile as he accepted the coins. He had spent 5 liang of silver earlier on the collapsing mountain fist manual. He still had over 3 liang left. Now with this additional 1 liang and 3 qian, he had nearly gathered enough to purchase official identification. After Yang Ling departed, Master Nyo sighed softly. That high-ranking figure's status surpasses even senior brother Wang Jing's, yet he treats Yang Ling so familiarly. Indeed, he must truly be of the Yang family. Back in his wooden hut, Yang Ling's mind still lingered upon the Divine Realm rank list. Hui Wu's vocation as a martial monk is likely an innate class granted by the Kuju Temple. But I'm not a sect disciple. What vocation could I possibly assume? A miner. That profession doesn't even exist. Yet transmutation must confer tangible benefits, either enhanced attributes or unique abilities. Suppose I'm level 10 and face another player also at level 10, but who has already undergone transmutation. Their combat prowess would almost certainly dwarf mine. So transmutation is essential. I'm just 1 level away from 10. Yang Ling frowned, utterly unfamiliar with the process. He also worried that reaching level 10 might expose him on the Divine Realm rank list. Yang Ling, are you in there? Zhang Wei's voice rang out from outside the door. Yang Ling rose and opened the door. Zhang Wei slipped inside immediately, his expression grave. You've heard about the Divine Realm rank list, haven't you? Yes. Yang Ling nodded. That means there are far more players like us than we imagined. Zhang Wei murmured, just look at Hui Wu. His rapid leveling proves that joining a sect is our ultimate destiny. At that, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward Yang Ling. Any theories on transmutation? You've played countless games before. Surely you have insights. Yang Ling countered with a question. Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully. I have. In every game permitting transmutation, it's always a pivotal, deeply consequential system. Most offer over a dozen vocations, some even feature dozens. Each carries its own distinct advantages and attribute bonuses. We now know the Divine Realm includes the Martial Monk vocation. Yang Ling nodded. But no one else has transmuted yet, so for now we can only speculate. I suspect vocations such as Bandit, Thief, Taoist, Priest, Physician, and Apothecary may exist. Zhang Wei's expression turned oddly quizzical. What's your plan? What plan could I possibly have? Don't forget, I'm a miner and a displaced commoner at that. Yang Ling rolled his eyes. Some players are simply born lucky. We can't compete with that. Our only path lies in mastering what we know best. Mining is my domain, so I'll keep mining, keep leveling. How high are you then, given how fast you dig? Zhang Wei blurted instinctively. Yang Ling paused for a breath, then replied coolly. Higher than you, I'm level 6. Level 6. That's reasonable. I'll hit level 4 soon, so 2.5 levels ahead fits perfectly. Zhang Wei's expression softened slightly. He didn't doubt Yang Ling's claim. Had he claimed level 8 or 9, Zhang Wei would have dismissed it outright. After Zhang Wei left, Yang Ling resumed practicing his fist forms. Transmutation remained out of reach for now, so he set it aside. Strengthening his foundational attributes was the true path forward. As dawn approached, Yang Ling began cultivating the Vajra King art. Upon completion, not only was fatigue banished, but he gained 5 additional experience points. 45 points, only 55 short of 100. Odd, my spiritual energy increased by 1 point this time, yet experience gain seemed unchanged. No, there must be a change. It's simply too subtle to perceive clearly. Last night my skill proficiency advanced slightly faster during fist practice, though barely noticeable. To verify this, he resolved to continue leveling up. He would invest further into spiritual energy. If it enhanced both proficiency gain and experience accumulation, so much the better. If not, it was still no loss. After all, it served as a prerequisite for cultivating advanced arts. Any increase was inherently beneficial. He arrived at Mine Tunnel No. 1. As yesterday, Su Qing trailed closely behind him. They exchanged idle chatter as they worked. Yang Ling noticed Su Qing digging with unusual vigor today, and after observing briefly returned to his own labor. After several hours, Huining and Wang Jing visited the tunnel. Surveying the extensive excavation marks and watching dozens of miners toil steadily, Huining gave a faint approving nod. We're deeply grateful for the Shanha sect's assistance this time. It's our duty, our absolute duty, Wang Jing grinned broadly. After they departed, Yang Ling refocused intently on his digging. When night fell, he returned home to train fists and cultivate arts. Nearly every waking hour, except for eating, drinking, and bodily necessities, was devoted to grinding experience and refining proficiency. Several days later, Yang Ling slowly concluded his cultivation and glanced at his attribute panel, focusing especially on proficiency and experience. Vajra King Art 60100. Collapsing Mountain Fist 871000. 8 more days, and the Vajra King Art will reach initial comprehension. As for level, today I should finally reach level 10. A quiet heat stirred in Yang Ling's chest. Everything was progressing steadily, precisely as intended. Compared to his arrival in the Divine Realm, his self-preservation capability had multiplied many-fold. Once he mastered the first layer of the Vajra King Art, opponents like Wu Kei would no longer pose a threat. Yang Ling willed his consciousness inward and summoned the Divine Realm level rank list. Divine Realm level rank list. 001 Kuju Temple Huewu level 10, O Vocation Martial Monk. 002 Stargazing Academy Luo Kai level 10, O Vocation Scholar Apprentice. 003 Valley of the Dead Chi Kai level 10, O Vocation Medicine Apprentice. 004. 2 more players have reached level 10 and successfully transmuted. Wait, could this list only display those who have already transmuted? If so, many players might already be level 10 yet remain unlisted, simply because they haven't yet achieved transmutation. A hypothesis stirred in Yang Ling's mind. Simultaneously, he committed 2 new vocations to memory: Scholar Apprentice and Medicine Apprentice. Scholar Apprentice likely follows the scholarly path. Medicine Apprentice relates to medical cultivation. Their successful transmutations were possible only because their locations provided the necessary conditions. Thus, transmutation remains beyond my reach, for now. Unless I seek entry into a great sect. For now, I'll focus on leveling. Higher levels will inevitably bring opportunities for transmutation. Yang Ling tightened his grip on the steel pickaxe at his waist and stepped out of the wooden hut. But as he reached the mine entrance, he sensed the atmosphere differed markedly from yesterday. You're late today, Zhang Wei said, approaching calmly. The matter is settled. The master has departed. So today I'm leaving the mine vein for Qingshan City to seek work. Isn't mining and leveling sufficient? Yang Ling smiled faintly. Zhang Wei scoffed. The Divine Realm is a vast jianghu. Survival here demands more than mere mining. What future lies in being a miner? I seek tasks rich in experience, and clearly the greatest opportunities await in Qingshan City. With that, he waved lightly and strode away, unhurried and resolute. Yang Ling entered the ore vein and questioned several miners he knew, confirming Zhang Wei's report. Huining and the others had indeed left. Even so, we must not grow complacent. Jinggang Mingwang Gong is a first-rate art to have it lost like this. Kuju Temple will hardly let the matter rest. No matter what, they will not find it on me, so long as I do not reveal the art I cultivate. Yang Ling thought for a moment and then sought an opportunity to go to Mine Cave No. 2. Seeing no one around, Yang Ling slipped into Mind Cave No. 2. But from now on I cannot stay in the cave for 4 or 5 days straight. Unlike before, he now had to find chances to return and practice Jinggang, Mingwang Gong, and Bingshan Fist. Such arts must not be exposed, so he would not train openly in the mine. Thus, once he had dug enough, he would leave. After he had a preliminary grasp of Jinggang, Mingwang Gong, he might select a span of time to push his level and allocate more attribute points. Opening the map, Yang Ling picked a route and slowly pushed deeper. Along the way, he did not encounter any large chunks of Huojinjian fire crystal, or he was in no hurry. He stayed alert for sounds, miners, thieves mining insects, while steadily advancing. At a fork, he checked the map and chose one of the entrances. After a short walk, the space ahead suddenly opened. It was a natural cavern. He lit a torch and scanned the place. There were many traces of excavation here. This is it. Yang Ling began to dig in fits and start searching for Huojinjian. His strength was enough that a few swings of the pick could probe nearly a meter deep. After repeating the process for a brief while, he uncovered a vein of Huojinjian and immediately set to work. In the pitch-black depths, only the sound of his relentless digging remained. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike sent sparks flying and dislodged flakes of ore. Streams of experience flowed into Yang Ling, soothing muscle fatigue and soreness while increasing his endurance. He worked like a tireless machine, digging with unyielding force. After some unknowable stretch of time, the crisp chime of a level up rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. 10. A small surge of emotion welled up in Yang Ling's chest. He placed the attribute point into spirit and glanced at his status panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession martialist. Level 10. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 12. Martial arts, Jinggang Mingwang Gong. First rate art entry. Experience 60,100. Bingshan Fist preliminary understanding. Proficiency 871,000. Health 110. Congratulations, player Yang Ling is among the first 30 players to reach level 10 and has been awarded 1 random treasure chest. What? Is there such a thing? Yang Ling froze. A white light shimmered and gradually coalesced before him into the shape of a treasure chest. Now this scene finally feels like a game. There is at last a taste of it. Yang Ling looked at the gleaming white chest with mounting excitement. There you are, I had a hard time finding you. A familiar voice came from behind. Su Qing entered holding a torch. Its flame revealed Yang Ling's startled face in sharp relief. You? Yang Ling's muscles slowly coiled. What to do? The chest had been seen. How could he possibly explain this? If Su Qing decided to seize it, Yang Ling would have no chance. Kuaining and Wang Jing had left. Why had Su Qing not gone as well? So surprised to see me, Su Qing said with a wry note. He stepped closer, yet seemed unable to perceive the chest on the ground. He could not see the chest. Yang Ling thought. You suddenly appeared and startled me. I thought you were a mine thief. He forced out, tucking annoyance into his voice. If I were a bandit, would you even be alive? But to be honest, even if a thief came, 1 swing of your pick would finish him. Su Qing laughed. Your strength has been honed. It's close to that of the guards outside. Not bad, I have some raw power, Yang Ling replied with a smile. In fact, I'm returning to Shauna's sect. Su Qing said lightly. You need not be surprised. I am a martialist of Shauna's sect and hold a rank above Wang Jing. I disguised myself as a miner this time to see whether Kuju Temple's sutra might be hidden in our vein. It was clear the treasure was not here. Kuju Temple had given up searching this place and shifted its attention to Qingshan City. They believed the prisoner too was more likely to have hidden the sutra in Qingshan City. The actions taken later were merely for misdirection. Yang Ling's face showed surprise, then he bowed respectfully. So you are a senior figure of Shauna's sect. Su Qing smiled. I preferred your earlier frankness, but that is only natural. Su Qing said. You are so persistent in digging and making money, it shows you have drive. Are you interested in joining me? Yang Ling inhaled sharply. An opportunity to transfer. He replied with proper courtesy. I would be honored to become a disciple of Shauna's sect. Huh? Su Qing scoffed. What qualification have you to join Shauna's sect? To enter you must either have noble birth, wealth, or talent. Which of those do you possess? Yang Ling hesitated. Su Qing explained, the sect master plans to allocate a Qijin red gold mine to me, so I am short of hands. I hope to find someone who understands mining and is reliable to oversee it, much like Wu Kei watches the Huojinjian for Wang Jing. Like Supervisor Wu, Yang Ling faltered. I know Huojinjian better and have never mined other ores. He was uncertain whether Qijin would yield as much experience as Huojinjian. Ultimately, he wanted to level up. Su Qing said, you can only make petty gains here. Do you know how much Wu Kei earns? He draws a monthly salary of 100 taels of silver. You wouldn't earn that even if your pick smoked. Besides that, there is an even greater benefit. Su Qing's face showed a faint smile. Do you not wish to become a true martialist? Even though you lack the qualifications to formally join Shauna's sect, our sect does teach some martial arts to outsiders. I happen to be qualified to instruct you in one. Moreover, Qijin is more valuable than Huojinjian and is favored within the sect. If you can increase yield there and achieve merit, you might be exceptionally admitted as an outer disciple. You are younger than Wu Kei, so you have greater prospects. Red gold, or more valuable, and a chance to learn a martial art. Yang Ling cupped his hands solemnly. If you do not disdain me henceforth, I, Yang Ling, will be your devoted retainer. Good, very good, Su Qing smiled. That promise is enough. The matter of the Qijin mine will take some time before it is handed to me. When the time comes, I will come for you. Until then, remain here and do not leak this to anyone. Understood. Yang Ling nodded heavily. Su Qing departed. Yang Ling stood and pondered for a moment, mainly listening for the sound of breathing to be sure Su Qing had truly left. Once certain he was gone, Yang Ling looked down at the white treasure chest on the ground. I wonder what is inside. The random treasure chest grade white. The treasure chest grades are white, blue, silver, gold, purple, emerald, diamond. There are 7 levels of treasure chests, and what I have obtained now is the lowest grade chest. Yang Ling took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together. Then he crouched in front of the treasure chest and slowly opened it. As the chest opened, a gentle white light poured out. It felt like a light breeze brushing against his face. Inside the chest lay a pill quietly resting. Yang Ling focused his gaze and information immediately appeared. Yunling pill can increase proficiency by 500 points. What the hell? Increase proficiency by 500 points. Yang Ling was taken aback. This was truly exaggerated. Given his current cultivation speed, 500 points of proficiency would take at least 20 days. Yang Ling pondered and swallowed the Yunling pill in one gulp. The white treasure chest vanished at that moment. Please select the martial skill proficiency to enhance. Vajra Ming Wang Gong. Please select the martial skill proficiency to enhance. It seems Vajra Ming Wang Gong is not an option, or it can only enhance martial techniques. Bengshan Fist. The next moment, a warm current began to surge within Yang Ling's body. It felt exactly like the sensation of proficiency increasing when he practiced martial arts. The only difference was that this warm current came in waves one after another. Yang Ling even felt a bit dizzy, as though he had practiced Bengshan Fist for over 20 days in one breath. As this sensation faded, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession Warrior. Level 10. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 12. Martial skill Vajra Ming Wang Gong. First class technique. Entry level. Experience 60,100. Bengshan Fist. Initial understanding. Proficiency 5871000. Health 110. Indeed, proficiency increased by 500 points. If I get another one, wouldn't I directly enter the realm of seamless integration? Yang Ling secretly gasped. This was too miraculous. Yunling pill. Besides the rewards given by the game, is there any place to purchase it? There should be. For instance, major sects must have such treasures, which is why the disciples they cultivate have extremely high martial skill proficiency. The group I saw before, including Wu Kei, were already adept. In this way, achieving a state of transcendence seems hopeful. I just wonder if Yunling pill will develop a tolerance with diminishing effects the more you consume it. Yang Ling suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the ranking board of the divine domain. His name was not there. As expected, without changing professions, I have no qualification to be on the list. Just now the game informed me that I was among the top 30 players to reach level 10, which means my level is also within the first tier among all players in the divine domain. But why do those guys level up so quickly? Is it because they have advantages in their backgrounds? Yang Ling felt a bit doubtful. He had already confirmed that Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others could gain experience from mining. But experience points were just experience points. They were nothing like his situation, where he could directly relieve fatigue. That's why Zhang Wei wanted to leave this place. For him, leveling up through mining was not only tiring, but also painfully slow. Forget it, leveling up is the priority. Perhaps there will be rewards when I reach level 20. Yang Ling suppressed his distractions and began to grind for experience. He had no ambition to be first, but he wanted to maintain his leveling speed. It would be best if he could receive game rewards each time. The sun was about to set, and Yang Ling returned to the wooden house to practice his punches. Time passed little by little. Hey, something feels off. Yang Ling's expression changed. He could only gain 1 point of proficiency in an hour before. 5 hours meant 5 points. But when he practiced punches just now, he felt the speed of proficiency increase had significantly accelerated. Could it be that 5 hours would yield 6 points? So that's an increase of 1/5. Previously my spirit was 10 points, now it is 12 points, indicating that spirit is indeed linked to proficiency. Let's try Vajra Ming Wang Gong again. Without hesitation, Yang Ling assumed the stance to cultivate Vajra Ming Wang Gong. Experience 1. Experience 1. As time passed, his experience quickly increased by 5 points. The rate of increase seemed to be no different from before. Yang Ling did not stop and continued to cultivate. After a while, experience 1. 6 points. Yang Ling opened his eyes filled with joy. The limit for gaining experience had increased. It was also by 1/5. Indeed, spirit is related to proficiency and experience. Wonderful. I won't have to wait until I'm old to become a master. Yang Ling was secretly excited. As long as he continued to level up and allocate his free attribute points to spirit, he could enhance his cultivation speed, creating a virtuous cycle. I have disposable free attribute points, but it seems Zhang Wei and the others can only acquire corresponding attribute points through similar training. If other players are the same way, this is one of my greatest advantages. I can choose to increase my spirit at will, but they cannot. In the following days, Yang Ling's life was rhythmic. He mined during the day, grinding for experience. At night, he practiced punches and cultivated Vajra Ming Wang Gong. His strength was not only slowly increasing, but his purse was also becoming richer. One day, Yang Ling wore an unprecedented serious expression. After ensuring no one was around, he continued to cultivate Vajra Ming Wang Gong. 97,100. 98,100. 99,100. Time passed. Finally, 100,100. Boom. A massive warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. Yang Ling was enveloped in heat, and even wisps of white smoke appeared above his head. Congratulations, Vajra Ming Wang Gong has been upgraded by 1 level. Gained 5 free attribute points with strength and agility, each increasing by 15 points and an additional 100 health points. Finally done, Yang Ling muttered to himself. At this stage, he finally achieved a qualitative change in strength. Where should I allocate the 5 free attribute points? There should be no objections. Yang Ling immediately allocated all of them to spirit. At that moment, he felt his spirit had undergone a significant elevation. The benefits brought were not only that his mind became clearer, even his vision became exceptionally clear. Wait a minute, something seems off. Is this increase in health permanent? Yang Ling focused his thoughts and began to check his attribute panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession Warrior. Level 10. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 17. Martial Skill Vajra Ming Wang Gong Initial Understanding. Experience 01000. Fengshan Fist Initial Understanding. Proficiency 786-1000. Health 210. I haven't even exerted my energy and my health has risen from 110 to 210. I misunderstood earlier, this increase in health is permanent. A first-class technique is indeed extraordinary. If I reach the 4th layer perfectly, my health might exceed 1,000. Yang Ling's breathing became rapid. When he first arrived, his health was a pitiful 40 points. The standard for an average person is 50 points. Now his health is actually over 4 times that of a normal person. In reality, this could be said to be monstrous. Try your hand. Yang Ling focused his mind and slowly activated the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. In the next moment, he felt a wave of heat coursing through his body. His overall strength was instantly amplified significantly. On the attribute panel, his strength had already risen to 26 points. Agility also became 20 points. His mental state remained at 17 points. Yang Ling threw a punch. The sound of breaking air was somewhat sharp. He unleashed the crushing mountain fist, increasing his strength by another 3 points, reaching a terrifying 29. Suddenly, Yang Ling punched down towards the ground. Bang! The hard floor shattered into pieces, leaving a fist imprint about an inch deep. Yang Ling's expression slightly changed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit fatigued. Operating the King Kong Ming Wang Gong seems to consume a lot of energy. Yang Ling's expression grew serious as he activated the crushing mountain fist again. About a minute later, he could no longer hold on, and the technique automatically stopped. 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Yang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been thinking that using his abilities to mine would definitely allow him to level up faster. Reality shattered his dreams. If I were to engage in battle, 1 minute would actually be enough. A sudden strike could even take less than 3 seconds. But there should be a way to extend the duration of the technique, right? Yang Ling focused his mind again, opening the attribute panel to check the details of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Sure enough, the information for the 2nd layer had been unlocked. King Kong Ming Wang Gong's 2nd layer gained 10 free attribute points while using the technique Strength and Agility, each increased by 30 points. Additional health increases by 200 points. Special effect gain Chi and Blood. The benefits have doubled, and there's an added special effect gaining Chi and Blood. What is Chi and Blood? Is it a type of internal force? Yang Ling felt a bit curious. The martial artist he saw now seemed to lack a Chi and Blood value. Right, whether it's Su Qing or Huineng, the martial arts they cultivate are merely scratching the surface, just like me. So they don't have Chi and Blood. Once they reach a profound understanding, will they gain Chi and Blood? In this case, their martial skills can reach a certain level, but the speed of cultivating internal techniques is quite slow. This means they also have their limits. So everyone's starting point is actually quite similar. On the contrary, my mental power is higher than theirs, and naturally my limits are higher. Yang Ling's expression shifted, and he immediately began to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. The posture for the 2nd layer of cultivation was different from the 1st layer. However, the changes were not too significant, and Yang Ling quickly adapted. The speed of cultivation did not change. After about an hour, he gained 5 points of experience. He continued to cultivate, and his experience increased by another 3 points. Then he reached the limit. No matter how he practiced, it no longer increased. 8 points. My mental power is 17 points, so my current limit is 8 points per day. If my mental power is 20 points, the limit would be 10 points per day. At this rate, I could reach the 2nd layer in 100 days. Yang Ling's heart raced uncontrollably, because he thought there was a key factor here. In these 100 days, he couldn't possibly not level up. As long as he continued to allocate points and his mental power kept increasing, his experience limit would keep breaking through. Originally, it would take tens of thousands of days to reach the 4th layer, but now it seems the time has been greatly shortened. Not to mention, this is a top-tier technique. If I can reach the 4th layer in the Zhao Kingdom, I would certainly be considered a formidable force. Even if I can't return to reality later, I can still live peacefully here. Yang Ling felt elated, itching to let out a roar to the heavens. Practice the fist, practice the fist. He collected his thoughts and began to focus on practicing his punches. After 10 hours, he gained 17 points of proficiency. This matched his previous calculations perfectly. Mental power is the standard for proficiency, and experience gains speed. In just over 10 more days, his crushing mountain fist would reach a state of mastery. At that time, he could increase his strength by 6 points when attacking. Combined with the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, his instantaneous strength could reach 32. After finishing his fist practice, he took a pickaxe and headed to the mine. On the way he happened to meet other miners returning from work. Little Yang going to the mine so late. I didn't see you during the day. Uncle Wang called out. Yang Ling smiled. I had something to attend to during the day, so I thought I'd make an effort tonight. You kid don't really wear yourself out. Uncle Wang couldn't help but shake his head. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I know my limits. Yang Ling smiled. Watching him head towards the mine alone, Uncle Wang couldn't help but feel emotional. Isn't this kid close to gathering 5 taels of silver? What's the matter, old Wang? Are you hoping he'll become your son-in-law once he buys his identity? A miner teased. Uncle Wang smiled faintly. If he works this hard, if he really becomes my son-in-law, my daughter won't have to worry about going hungry. Come on, little Yang is quite handsome. Your daughter weighs over 200 pounds. He won't be able to handle that. I'll hit you. Uncle Wang angrily threatened. The miner nimbly dodged. At the entrance of the mine, Yang Ling saw Lin Guoyang, Wu Ming, and Chen Su. But besides them, there were 5 unfamiliar faces. 4 of them looked utterly exhausted, their faces pale, barely able to move, their eyes reflecting despair and fear. Only one still appeared calm and composed with a firm expression, quietly speaking to Chen Su. After Yang Ling's mental power increased, his perception also strengthened, most notably his hearing significantly improved. Even from several dozen meters away, he could hear their clear conversation. Officer Chen, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. This divine domain is too strange. I suspect it's not a game at all. Chen Su whispered, we arrived a bit earlier than you and have some experience now. From now on you can mine alongside us, at least you won't go hungry. Only by surviving can we have a chance to go back. The resolute Officer Chen replied, don't worry, the country has already detected the anomalies of the divine domain. Rescue teams have been established in various places, otherwise our group wouldn't have fully entered the divine domain. We will definitely bring you back alive. The country has already sent people in for rescue. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised, but thinking of the strangeness of the divine domain, his heart sank slightly. Given the current situation, even with more personnel sent, it likely wouldn't change anything. It might even lead to more casualties. Just as no one could leave, this news naturally couldn't reach the real world. Officer Chen, don't mention saving us. The food and drink you had today were provided by us. Lin Guoyang said with a hint of sarcasm, for the next few days you need to mine. Well, we can't support you for long. Guoyang, will you die if you say something nice? Chen Su was furious. Officer Chen smiled, waving his hand. Don't be angry, he's right. I am indeed a burden to you all as a newcomer. Don't worry, I will mine diligently and first figure out the situation before considering other options. Hey, Lin Guoyang said nothing more, only gave a slightly mocking laugh. At this moment, Yang Ling walked over. Chen Zu's eyes brightened as he stepped forward and clasped his fist. Big brother Yang. Yang Ling nodded, not engaging too much with them, and entered the mine. Officer Chen curiously watched his retreating figure. Is this person also a victim? Chen Su whispered, he is a local native, essentially an NPC. But he is quite a good person. Oh, when we arrived and were hungry, he lent us some copper coins. Moreover, he is the best at mining in this mine, but unfortunately he is unwilling to teach others. An NPC. If he's a good person, maybe he can help us. Officer Chen pondered. It was worth trying to make contact. Yang Ling once again chose mine shaft no. 2. He had scarcely ventured deep when after a few hours of excavation, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Something is wrong. I've been mining every day at dawn. By my prior experience, I should have leveled up by now. Yet nothing has happened. Could it be that the experience requirement surges dramatically after level 10? Or must I first complete a class advancement before leveling further? Doubt flickered in his mind. If advancement were indeed prerequisite to leveling, matters would grow exceedingly complicated. His knowledge of the conditions remained utterly blank. He had no idea where such advancement could even take place. Only by revealing his true strength might he gain entry into the Shauna sect, but doing so would inevitably draw suspicion toward the Buddhist scripture from Kuju Temple. He understood well that people in this world rarely indulged in subtlety. Given Kuju Temple's influence, mere suspicion would suffice, no evidence required, and they would strike without hesitation. Class. Yang Ling murmured softly to himself, then bent back to his labor. He intended to test whether leveling remained possible. Soon the sun sank beyond the horizon. He did not level up. Returning to his wooden hut, he practiced martial forms and cultivated the Vajra King art. Day 2, Day 3, Day 4. As always, he mined by day and trained by night, sleeping not at all. The Vajra King art accumulated 8 points of cultivation progress daily. The mountain-crushing fist gained roughly 20 points of proficiency each day. After 5 or 6 days, Yang Ling confirmed it no further leveling would occur until he completed his class advancement. For now, I needn't return to the mine shafts by day. I'll devote every waking hour to mastering the mountain-crushing fist. I've saved nearly 20 taels of silver, enough to purchase official residency with the remainder held in reserve. Thereafter, he ceased visiting the mines by day and remained sequestered within his hut. He stocked food and water, venturing outside only to relieve himself. Each day, he devoted approximately 22 hours solely to refining the mountain-crushing fist, propelling its proficiency upward at a staggering 35 or 36 points per day. Within mere days, its proficiency shattered the 1,000 threshold. Congratulations, the mountain-crushing fist has advanced to mastery. A chime-like system notification resonated. A scorching surge of warmth roiled through Yang Ling's meridians. Unfazed, he continued practicing, his fist growing sharper, more incisive with every repetition. With but a thought, each strike summoned his body's full power. Though confined within the cramped wooden hut, he moved with fluid grace, dodging, pivoting, unleashing blow after blow. Torrential force coursed up his spine vertebra by vertebra converging at his fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air shrieked with each punch. Unbidden, the Vajra King art activated. Even a casual strike now seemed capable of shattering the very air. Yang Ling focused inward and summoned his character interface. Name: Yang Ling. Class: Martial Artist. Level 10. Strength: 32, 15-6. Agility: 20-15. Spirit: 17. Martial Arts: Vajra King art. Initial proficiency. Experience: 72, 1000. Mountain Crushing Fist Mastery. Proficiency: 0, 10,000. Health: 210. These stats are inhuman. Yet in this world, inhumanity is far from rare. Wu Kei Wang Jing Huaning. All inhuman. Among them, Su Qing's attributes are most terrifying. What enhancements might manifest when he cultivates the Shanha Hard Art? And paired with his Shanha Drawsword technique and Shanha 12-Fist sequence. Facing him directly, I'd still fall short. Compared to them, I lack something vital. Battle-hardened experience. The crucible of life and death combat. Yang Ling's expression tightened. He had thus far evaded confrontation, his sole lethal encounter having been an effortless rout. Fortunately, aside from Su Qing Huaning and Wang Jing, he held absolute superiority over Wu Kei. The truly wise never seek opponents stronger than themselves. So long as my adversary remains just one step beneath me, victory leans heavily in my favor. Then abruptly he paused. Why am I even treating these native locals as rivals? A strange expression crossed Yang Ling's face. Logically, his true adversaries were fellow players who, like him, had entered the divine realm. At this early stage, player threats remain modest, yet natives pose greater danger. Training against them sharpens resolve as fiercely as tempered steel. His attention refocused on the mountain-crushing fist's proficiency. The third tier, perfection, requires 10,000 points. If my spiritual capacity cannot increase further, I gain 7 points per hour, roughly 30 points per day, is assured. At that pace, I'll reach perfection in under 300 days. That's the worst-case scenario. Luck may grant me class advancement sooner. Otherwise, other players will swiftly outpace me, and any hope of claiming treasure chests will vanish. A quiet urgency settled upon him, a silent race. Rewards were finite, allocated only to those who ranked highest. Fall behind, and the bounty would pass him by entirely. Advance my class. Reach level 20. Secure another treasure chest. Beyond that, well, even modest standing within the divine realm would suffice. Before long, Yang Ling left his hut and arrived at Wu Kei's residence. After a guard's formal announcement, he was ushered in to meet Wu Kei, calm, unruffled, inscrutable. He discreetly opened Wu Kei's character interface. Name: Wu Kei. Class: Martial Artist. Strength: 12. Agility: 8. Spirit: 3. Martial Arts: Black Tiger Fist. Established proficiency. No improvement whatsoever. Proof that without experience points or proficiency systems, natives are objectively inferior to players. Black Tiger Fist at established proficiency grants 12 additional strength points. So Wu Kei's maximum strength barely reaches 24. 8 points less strength than me. 12 points less agility. 14 points less spirit. He cultivates no hard art. His health cannot exceed 120. Though native health values remained invisible, Yang Ling judged them unlikely to deviate significantly from player norms. Based on experience, he had already gauged Wu Kei's capabilities with remarkable precision. Yet one critical variable eluded calculation: life or death combat experience. Yang Ling, you seek official residency in Qingshan City. Wu Kei asked, voice cool and detached. Yang Ling bowed deeply. Supervisor Wu, I have gathered 5 taels of silver. Only 5 taels. Do you think I'm unaware of your mining speed? Wu Kei's smile held no warmth. Yang Ling lowered his head in silence. Here is your identification document. I shall dispatch someone to the Qingshan City Magistrate's office to register you. Once registered, you become an official citizen of Qingshan City. Wu Kei picked up a jade slip and inscribed Yang Ling's name, age, and height upon it. Yang Ling hastily produced the prepared silver and handed it over. Only then did Wu Kei hand him the jade slip. Additionally, you must personally visit the magistrate's office to sit for an official portrait, archived for verification. Should your jade slip be lost or damaged, you may pay to obtain a replacement. Without the portrait, however, your registration expires in 1 month. This is the law of the Zhao Kingdom. Understood? Wu Kei concluded. A subtle chill ran through Yang Ling. He realized the Zhao Kingdom, though technologically unsophisticated, maintained rigorous population records. The matter I mentioned earlier draws near. My journey happens to pass through Qingshan City. Accompany me, and we'll handle your registration en route. Wu Kei added. Yang Ling remained impassive. Then I shall return to prepare my belongings. Go ahead, Wu Kei waved dismissively. Emerging from Wu Kei's residence, Yang Ling's face hardened with vigilance. His elder brother Wu Ji's dying words echoed freshly in memory. This so-called miners' sparring match carried mortal peril. In the wooden house, Yang Ling began to organize his belongings. 4 detox pills. 4 bottles of wound medicine. 5 flatbreads. A steel pickaxe. About 15 taels of silver remained. He carried the silver on him, hanging several cloth pouches at his waist for the detox pills, wound medicine, and flatbreads. Then he tucked the steel pickaxe into his waistband before stepping out of the wooden house. Brother Yang. Chen Su, sweating profusely, hurried over. I finally found you. What happened? Yang Ling's expression shifted. The other party wouldn't be this anxious unless something was wrong with their stomachs. It's Chen, Brother Chun, and the others who are in trouble. Chen Su forced a smile and said, I know Brother Yang can speak a few words at the mine. Could you help them? Yang Ling paused for a moment before asking. Let's talk as we walk. Chen Su felt relieved, since the other party was willing to help. The matter should be easier to resolve. On the way with Chun Zu's brief introduction, Yang Ling roughly understood what had happened. It was a conflict over mining rights. He had seen plenty of such incidents when he first arrived. He would occasionally notice similar situations later on. After all, fire crystal or represented wealth, sustenance, and shelter. The consensus was that whoever discovered the fire crystal or first would be the one to mine it. However, this time Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend broke this rule. The two of them, along with several other miners, discovered a large piece of fire crystal or exposed at the surface. That amount looked quite significant. But if we were to count it, it was those miners who spotted it first. Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend Wu Ming incited the other 4 players to join them in competing for this piece of fire crystal ore. In the end, a conflict erupted, and most miners upheld the rules. Naturally, they would step in to help, which led to Lin Guoyang and the other 5 being beaten up. Injuries varied in severity, and even the mine guards felt they were in the wrong, so they ignored the situation. Eventually, Officer Chun arrived to protect Lin Guoyang and the others, only to be struck with a pickaxe in the chaos, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Chun Su knew that he couldn't handle this matter alone. The group of miners was furious, and without someone with authority to speak up, they would definitely not calm down. That's why he sought him out. Your friend is named Lin Guoyang, right? Yang Ling asked. Chun Su nodded. Exactly. He does have some issues that would be best for you to keep your distance from him in the future, Yang Ling advised. Chun Su, thinking of something, flashed a hint of anger in his eyes before slowly nodding. Brother Yang, I take your advice. After this, I won't associate with him again. Yang Ling felt somewhat relieved. At least this kid listened to advice. In a place like the Divine Realm, he should be able to live a little longer. He glanced at Chun Zu's attribute panel. Character Chun Su, profession, miner, level 4, strength 6, agility 3, spirit 2, life points 60, level 4 already. Calculating the time since their arrival, it showed that he had been working hard at mining, aware that he could level up and increase his strength attributes, which is why he hadn't slacked off. Yang Ling thought. At this moment, the two had arrived at the entrance of the mine. Manager Nyo was leisurely sitting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Ling and Chun Su, he raised an eyebrow. Yang Ling, are you going to meddle in that matter? Those newcomers not following the rules deserve to suffer. It's good to suffer. They will remember how to survive in the fire crystal mine in the future. Manager Nyo, I know Lin Guoyang and the others are in the wrong, but I don't want it to escalate to the point of death, so I'm going to persuade them, Yang Ling said with a smile. Only then did Manager Nyo nod slightly. He was just afraid that the situation would anger the miners. Not far away, a large crowd of miners surrounded them in layers. Many miners were nearby watching the commotion, taking a break. However, more miners were busy working to earn money and were unwilling to be distracted. You bunch of little bastards, how dare you try to rob the mine after just a few days? A middle-aged miner pointed at Lin Guoyang and scolded. Lin Guoyang and his girlfriend looked terrified, anxiously scanning their surroundings. The other 4 newcomers huddled together, shaking and crying. They were covered in footprints, dirty and disheveled, with numerous scrapes and bruises on their faces, clearly having been beaten up badly. Beside them, Officer Chun sat weakly on the ground, one hand covering his head. Blood was dripping uncontrollably through his fingers. Despite his weakness and his eyes being smeared with blood, he still mustered his spirit and kindly said, Brothers, these kids don't understand. Please bear with them. They won't dare to act like this again next time. Won't dare? Huh. A lean, muscular young man holding a bloody pickaxe sneered. If there's one, there will be a second. If you don't handle this properly today, next time you will dare. You homeless scum without any status dare to rob our mine. I wonder where you got the guts. I say, brothers, let's dig a hole and bury them. He began to incite the nearby miners. Many miners responded. The mine guards exchanged glances, but continued to ignore the situation. At such a time, even if the miners really buried those few guys, they wouldn't intervene. Otherwise, if the miners revolted, they would not bear the consequences. Some miners were already itching to act, looking for a spot to dig a pit. A hint of shock flashed in Officer Chen's eyes. It was only at this moment that he realized this game world completely disregarded any laws. Murder could be so casually mentioned. The authorities have confirmed that the players who entered the game came in with their bodies. If you die here, it might just mean you're really dead. Officer Chen thought of this and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly said, It won't come to that, it won't come to that. Brothers, we can just compensate, it won't escalate to loss of life. Compensate. The miner's expressions shifted, softening a bit. The lean young man immediately sneered, Compensation can solve this. Then it would be chaos. Besides, you are newcomers unable to even fill your own bellies. How much can you compensate? When Brother Wu was here, no one dared to fight over the mine. Now that Brother Wu has died unexpectedly, has everything gone haywire? He scanned the surroundings. Many honest miners dared not meet his gaze. Officer Chen realized that this guy was the crux of the matter. He felt anxious and a bit angry inside. Why did Lin Guoyang and the others provoke someone who seemed to be a local bully? They'll take you down first. You meddling in this is suspect. The lean young man holding the bloody pickaxe stepped closer to Officer Chen. Maho, are you really going to kill someone? Suddenly a cold shout rang out. Oh, it's Little Yang. What is he doing here? That guy beside him seems to be with this group of little bastards. Nearby miners exchanged glances and instinctively made way for Yang Ling. Little Yang, don't get involved in this matter of these little bastards robbing the mine. Uncle Wang, who had been standing nearby to watch the excitement, immediately warned. Uncle Wang, I know they were in the wrong, but it shouldn't escalate to loss of life, Yang Ling replied. Are you here to plead for them? Who do you think you are? The lean young man stared at Yang Ling, a hint of caution in his eyes. This is one tael of silver. Yang Ling took out a piece of broken silver as their compensation. One tael of silver. That would take digging 10 kilograms of fire crystal or to earn. The miners who were robbed suddenly calmed down and felt as if they had been struck by a pie from the sky. One tael of silver. He's this wealthy. Lin Guoyang and the others froze in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the silver coin resting in Yang Ling's palm as they instinctively swallowed hard. They toiled relentlessly, several men laboring together just to scrape together 10 won. Nearby miners likewise gulped audibly, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Their daily earnings in copper coins barely covered food and basic necessities. Even those who managed to save a little had no access to silver fragments. Across the vast Huojing mine, only a handful of miners possessed even a single piece of cut silver. Uncle Wang clicked his tongue inwardly, but reacted swiftly, shouting to the miners, Xiao Yang has laid down his entire fortune. Grant him this face, and let the matter end here. Very well, grant Xiao Yang this courtesy. These brats got their due beating today, they won't dare repeat it next time. The miners hurried forward at once, taking the tael of silver from Yang Ling's hand, preparing to split it among themselves at Foreman Yo's station. Seeing this, Ma Hao's face flushed alternately pale and green. Yang Ling stepped calmly before Officer Chun. Let me see the wound. Officer Chun smiled weakly. It's probably nothing serious. Thank you, Brother Yang. Adapting quickly to local customs, aren't you? Yang Ling smiled faintly as he pried open Officer Chen's hand, revealing a thumb-sized gash on his forehead, blood welling steadily from it. He uncorked a vial of wound-sealing powder and sprinkled it over the injury. The bleeding ceased instantly. Then he glanced at Officer Chen's attribute. Panel strength stood at 6, far surpassing that of an ordinary man, and vitality, though now reduced to barely 20 points, had originally been 60. With this ointment, a few days' rest would restore his vitality nearly to full. Chun Su felt a chill crawl up his spine. He hadn't realized the severity of the injury. Without prompt treatment, the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, Officer Chen's expression shifted. Watch out. A gust of wind swept past. Yang Ling reversed his hand and seized the pickaxe mid-swing. Ma Hao flinched, instinctively yanking backward, but the tool refused to budge. Yang Ling gave a gentle flick of his wrist. The pickaxe slipped effortlessly into his grasp. Nearby miners exchanged stunned glances. Remarkable skill, exclaimed Officer Chun. Chen Su and the others were equally shaken. The entire exchange had unfolded in a flash, so swift that even they failed to detect Ma Hao's ambush. Yet this Brother Yang had defused it with casual ease. Yang Ling, you violated the mine's code by interfering on their behalf. Ma Hao blustered, his voice brittle with false bravado. Yang Ling said nothing, merely stepped forward, gripped Ma Hao's throat, and lifted him slowly off the ground. Ma Hao's face turned crimson, his limbs thrashed wildly, fingers clawing desperately at the air. Yet Yang Ling remained utterly immovable. Not a tremor rippled through his arm. This strength. Not only the miners stared dumbfounded. The mine guards watching from the periphery exchanged sober, weighty glances, each reading unmistakable gravity in the other's eyes. One guard murmured softly, Foreman Yo's suspicion was likely correct. This young man is no ordinary newcomer. Even Uncle Wang and the others had never imagined that the usually mild-mannered Yang Ling possessed such terrifying physical power. Mercy, spare me. Ma Hao's fingers dug frantically into Yang Ling's palms, his eyes rolled upward, white showing fully, his tongue lolling unbidden from his mouth. Xiao Yang spilling blood means answering to Chief Lin of the city. Such trouble. For my sake, let it go. Foreman Neo strolled forward at his leisure. Miners nearby instantly parted, their expressions deferential. Though stern, Foreman Neo was widely regarded as fair, and among the miners of Huojing Mine his authority ranked second only to Supervisor Wu. Yang Ling released his grip. Ma Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping hoarsely, his gaze locked on Yang Ling, now filled with raw terror. Foreman Neo, how do you judge today's affair? Yang Ling asked, thoughtful. The dispute over mining rights has been settled. You handled it well. As for Ma Hao's attempted ambush, he shall be fined 10 jin of Huojing ore. Henceforth he must deliver an additional 10 jin before receiving any wages. Agreed. Foreman Yo smiled. I have no objection. Yang Ling nodded slightly. Ma Hao's face drained further. 10 jin. How would he eat or drink during that time? Then all disperse. Work waits for no one. Foreman Yo waved dismissively. Miners obediently melted away. Ma Hao dared not linger, slinking off in abject humiliation. Having resolved the matter, Foreman Yo returned unhurriedly to his seat. Brother Yang, your medicine truly works wonders. I feel markedly better already. Officer Chun rose slowly, astonished. What kind of medicine was this, so astonishingly effective? By his experience, such a wound, though not fatal, would demand 10 to 15 days convalescence. It's sold at the apothecary, 5 won per vial. Wound-sealing powder. Yang Ling replied coolly. 5 won per vial. Not expensive at all. Chun Su and Officer Chun thought in unison. Chun Su hastily clasped his hands in salute. Brother Yang, we owe you our lives today. Without your intervention, Brother Chun and the others would surely have met disaster. That tael of silver is a loan. Repay me when you can. Yang Ling said. Chun Su paused, then nodded solemnly. I will repay it, without fail. Though one tael was substantial, he believed, given time, he could certainly earn it back. Brother Yang were injured too. Could we have some wound-sealing powder? Lin Guoyang supported Wu Ming as they approached. None left. Yang Ling replied offhandedly. Lin Guoyang blinked, just ran out. Then shifting tone, then might I borrow 1 tael of silver? I swear I'll repay it. No, Yang Ling stated flatly. Lin Guoyang hadn't expected such immediate refusal. His pride wounded, his voice sharpened with indignation. Do you doubt my word? What gives you the right to look down on me so? Yang Ling appraised Lin Guoyang from head to toe. What are you planning? Lin Guoyang instinctively sensed danger. In the next instant, Yang Ling raised his hand and struck, a sharp, resonant slap. Lin Guoyang crashed to the ground, his cheeks swelling crimson, his vitality visibly plummeting. How dare you strike someone? Wu Ming cried in shock and fury, kicking wildly at Yang Ling. Slap. Yang Ling countered with another precise backhand. Wu Ming reeled dizzily and crumpled face down. The 4 newcomers who had harbored vague intentions moments earlier now stood clear-eyed and silent. Fools. Yang Ling muttered idly, then turned to Qin Su and Officer Chun. It'll likely leave Huijing Mine soon. Respect its rules, abide by them, avoid descending into the tunnels, and survival won't be difficult. Brother Yang, you're leaving? Qin Su started slightly. He meant to ask more, but Yang Ling was already striding away. Only after head vanished did Lin Guoyang stagger upright, cursing furiously. Guoyang, cease your ranting. Qin Su said coolly. Qin Su, you saw him strike me. And he hit Ming Ming too. Lin Guoliang's temples throbbed with veins. Officer Qin, allow me to escort you home to rest. For several days refrain from entering the mine. Rest, and heal properly. Ignoring Lin Guoyang, Qin Su gently guided Officer Qin away. Fine. So it's all my fault, is it? What exactly did I do wrong? Merely trying to earn a few extra copper coins, so we might eat our fill. Lin Guoyang roared. Qin Su offered no reply. Officer Qin, sensing something deeper, remained quietly silent. It will take roughly half a day to reach Qingshan City. Once thereafter you complete your errand, we shall stay overnight. Tomorrow we depart for another fire crystal mine 80 li away, where the mine duel will be held. On the carriage, Supervisor Wu sat, with eyes half-closed, speaking coolly. The mine duel. Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly. Supervisor Wu, might I inquire how this mine duel proceeds? I fear I lack sufficient understanding. You'll learn upon arrival. Having spoken, Supervisor Wu feigned slumber and fell silent. Bored and unable to cultivate openly before his superior, Yang Ling opened the Divine Realm rankings instead. Changes already. Divine Realm level rankings. 001, Kuju Temple Huewu level 13, O Occupation Martial Monk. 002, Guanxing Academy Luo Kai level 13, O Occupation Scholar Apprentice. 003, Valley of the Dead Chi Kai level 13, A Occupation Medicine Apprentice. 004, Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun level 12, A Occupation Swordsman. 005, Tian Dao Sect Ning Shizha level 12, Occupation Blade Guardian. 006, Ghost King Fort Lin Dongdong level 12, O Occupation Bandit. 007. Within mere days, 3 new names had appeared on the Divine Realm level rankings. Swordsman, Blade Guardian, Bandit, alongside Martial Monk, Scholar Apprentice, and Medicine Apprentice. 6 known occupational paths now exist. A swordsman, truly an admirable vocation. Surely its initiation requirements are no trifling matter. I wonder whether the Shanha sect offers such a path within its ranks. A faint pang of envy stirred in Yang Ling's heart. Unaware, 2 hours slipped by, and at last the carriage jolted and swayed its way into Qingshan City. This was not Yang Ling's first visit. When he first entered the world as a wanderer, he had been born right here in Qingshan City, only to be declared a stateless vagrant and assigned by the magistrate's office to labor at the Fire Crystal Mine. The Shanha sect must enjoy close ties with Qingshan City's magistrate's office. This place is undoubtedly one of its core operational territories. As this thought crossed his mind, the carriage halted before the Yamen gates. Go ahead, I'll wait here. Supervisor Wu did not open his eyes. Then I shall take my leave. Yang Ling stepped down from the carriage at once. Before him loomed the grand, imposing entrance to the Yamen. At last, I shall finally have an official identity, Yang Ling murmured inwardly, then strode forward toward the gate. What business brings you here? A gate guard eyed Yang Ling up and down. Had the carriage not appeared respectable, he would not even have permitted Yang Ling to approach so closely. I am Yang Ling, here to register my household status. He produced the jade slip. The guard grasped the implication instantly and nodded. From the Fire Crystal Mine. Enter. The process proceeded smoothly. Within half an hour, Yang Ling completed all formalities. Upon emerging, he found Supervisor Wu had already alighted and was chatting idly beside the carriage with Chief Constable Lin. Yang Ling discreetly waited at a distance. This young man seems vaguely familiar, Chief Constable Lin remarked, glancing briefly at him. Supervisor Wu smiled. He possesses raw strength and is a seasoned hand under my charge. This time I'm taking him to the Shanha sect's other Fire Crystal Mine for the mine duel. Oh, Chief Constable Lin nodded, then turned his attention elsewhere, adding casually. You previously asked me to reserve a position for your younger brother-in-law. Although he's gone now, the post remains vacant and the payment won't be refunded. After all, I've already made the necessary arrangements upstream and downstream. A flicker of dismay crossed Supervisor Wu's face. Then he chuckled lightly. No matter. That boy simply met misfortune. No one else bears blame. Oh, they speak of fifth brother. So Supervisor Wu intended to appoint him as a constable. Yang Ling's thoughts quickened, and in the next instant a sudden realization struck him. A constable. Could that be an occupational path? His mind ignited with possibility. If becoming a constable qualified as a formal vocation, he could complete his vocational ascension right here in Qingshan City and continue leveling up. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At present, entering a sect was impossible, so that path to vocational advancement remained closed. As for other known vocations, he could recall none at once. Yet this constable path, certainly worth attempting. By then, Supervisor Wu had concluded his conversation with Chief Constable Lin. Gathering Yang Ling, he bid farewell and departed. After settling into an inn, Supervisor Wu stepped out. First instructing Yang Ling not to wander far. A brief stroll was permissible, but he must return before nightfall. Yang Ling neither knew nor cared where his supervisor was headed. The moment Wu left, he approached the inn's waiter and discreetly inquired about Chief Constable Lin's residence. Having located the address, Yang Ling settled into patient vigil. Dusk deepened. At last, Chief Constable Lin emerged at the street corner, and Yang Ling darted forward. Chief Constable Lin. Who goes there? Lin barked sharply, hand instinctively reaching for his weapon, then paused, recognition dawning alongside suspicion. His face darkened. What do you want? Chief Constable Lin, I am Yang Ling, now officially registered as a resident of Qingshan City, he said respectfully. I seek honest employment so that someday I may settle here, marry, and raise a family. Employment, sought from me. Lin retorted irritably. For a moment, I thought some petty thief had come seeking revenge. He paused and narrowed his eyes. Did you overhear my conversation with Wu Kei? You wish to fill the vacancy left by his ill-fated brother-in-law. Precisely. Yang Ling withdrew 10 taels of silver and offered them with solemn deference. Lin glanced at the silver, his gaze turning icy. He made no move to accept it. What sort of man do you take me for? You, a vagrant by birth who merely purchased household registration through mine labor, dare aspire to become a constable. Do you truly believe such a fantasy possible? By what right? Are you worthy? Yang Ling felt no anger. He understood this reaction was entirely natural. Calmly he replied, I am no ordinary miner. Oh, Lin's expression sharpened. Explain yourself. Senior brother Su Qing of the Shanha sect has already granted me stewardship over the sect's Qijin mine. Yang Ling spoke without flinching. My appointment draws near. I was instructed to maintain discretion, hence Supervisor Wu remains unaware. Su Qing. Yes, it is he. Lin's countenance shifted slightly. The Shanha sect owns only one Qijin mine, their most lucrative enterprise. Entrusting it to Su Qing makes sense, but he fixed Yang Ling with a probing stare. Why would Su Qing choose you? To oversee an entire or vein, especially a Qijin mine, one must at minimum be a martial cultivator. As he spoke, Lin suddenly lunged, seizing for Yang Ling's wrist. Yang Ling's eyes flashed, then effortlessly deflected the strike. Lin's cultivation base was modest, comparable to Wu Kei's. So, you're a cultivator. Lin's tone transformed instantly, from skepticism to warmth. Young Master Yang, forgive my earlier rudeness. Let us begin anew. I am Yang Ling, and, no, that's not the proper form, Lin corrected firmly. Yang Ling immediately presented the silver again. Lin accepted it, glanced inside the pouch, weighted in his palm. 10 taels. He nodded approvingly. From this day forth, you are an official constable of Qingshan City. However, you must first attend the mine duel. Return to the Yamen to report to me afterward. A surge of elation rose in Yang Ling's chest. He bowed deeply. Many thanks, elder brother, for your patronage. Elder brother. A faint knowing smile touched Lin's lips as he gave a slight nod. Brother, you possess great promise. Return home now. Yang Ling took his leave without delay. Watching Yang Ling's retreating figure, Lin murmured softly to himself, Su Qing, the prisoner butcher, Kuju Temple, Buddhist Sutras, Yang Ling. He sighed. Enough, this matter is concluded. What concern is it of mine? Shaking his head, he turned and walked homeward. Under the cover of night, Yang Ling practiced his boxing forms while discreetly monitoring the activity in the room across the corridor. Wu Kei had yet to return, so Yang Ling, emboldened by the absence, proceeded to cultivate the Vajra Mingwang art as well. Not until around 7 o'clock the following morning did Wu Kei finally return from outside and immediately summon Yang Ling to depart. Yang Ling, do you know what the Shanha sect primarily does? Today Wu Kei appeared unusually animated and initiated the conversation himself. Yang Ling replied with deference, I am unaware. Wu Kei smiled faintly. The Shanha sect is one of the mining guilds. Its livelihood centers upon mineral veins. It commands 3 fire crystal rock mines and 1 red gold mine. The ores extracted annually are sold either to the imperial court or to major sects and aristocratic clans. A mining guild. A thought flickered across Yang Ling's mind. Evidently such or focused sects were not uncommon in the Zhao kingdom. Fire crystal rock is a rare treasure. When even a trace is alloyed into weaponry during forging, it significantly enhances resilience. Even when mixed into mortar and sand for constructing city walls, it renders them far more impregnable. Some noble families go so far as to incorporate it into the foundations and beams of their manor houses, a mark of extraordinary opulence. A wistful expression crossed Wu Kei's face as he remarked, 1 liang of fire crystal rock fetches you only 10 copper coins, but the Shanha sect sells it for 100. And once it reaches regional markets, that same liang may command 300 to 500 copper coins. Such staggering profit left Yang Ling momentarily stunned. Profitable, isn't it? Wu Kei glanced sidelong at Yang Ling. Yang Ling offered an awkward smile. I dare not pass judgment. Wu Kei chuckled softly, precisely because the margins are so vast. Mining guilds inevitably harbor or thieves. These thieves secretly seize and plunder mineral resources, then resell them at exorbitant margins, feasting lavishly on ill-gotten gains. Senior Supervisor Wu, why aren't specialized enforcers assigned to suppress these or thieves? Yang Ling asked. I've heard that in our own mines or thieves frequently commit robbery, and worse, murder. Wu Kei replied, how exactly should they be dealt with? Most or thieves are miners themselves, masters of disguise who reveal nothing in daily life. Shall we assign a watcher to every single miner? Moreover, the volume of or stolen constitutes but a mere fraction, the proverbial hair from an ox's tail. I see, Yang Ling murmured thoughtful. These losses, it seemed, were tacitly tolerated, as routine operational attrition. Yet recently our sector has encountered a complication, Wu Kei said. What complication? A formidable or thief has emerged among us. Wu Kei's voice lowered, grave and measured. A shortfall of 3,000 gene of fire crystal rock remains unaccounted for. In just a few days, auditors from the Shanha sect will arrive to reconcile accounts and to transport the harvested fire crystal ore. But how shall we cover this deficit of 3,000 gene? 3,000 gene. Yang Ling's expression tightened. Over 1,000 miners labored in those tunnels. True, some struggled to yield even 1 liang per day, but collectively the mine produced no less than 80 gene daily. 3,000 gene represented over a full month's entire yield from the entire vein. How could such colossal attrition possibly occur? Could any band of thieves truly possess such audacity or capability? Why had Wu Kei failed to detect it? Even sold at a discount, each liang might still fetch 20 or 31. 3,000 gene equated to nearly 1,000 taels of silver. For the Shanha sect, losing 100 when per liang meant a loss of 3,000 taels. Yang Ling could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such a sum. At that moment the carriage came to a slow halt. Yang Ling, truth be told, I brought you here not for any so-called or contest. Wu Kei smiled faintly. Someone must bear responsibility for this 3,000 shortfall. Senior Supervisor Wu, you don't mean me. Yang Ling's expression turned oddly strained. Had fifth brother foreseen his death because of this? No contest. Was this shortfall instead embezzled by him? Indeed, you are quite simply my largest ore thief. Having realized this, I deliberately fabricated an excuse to bring you out, only to lure you here for execution, along with your men. Wu Kei nodded calmly and drew back the carriage curtain. Before them stood a group of masked, broad-shouldered men. At their feet lay over 20 corpses, each clad in miner's garb, hands thick with calluses bearing the unmistakable marks of years spent hewing ore. Yang Ling recognized one face instantly, Uncle Wang. Lifeless, his skin sallow, a gaping wound slashed across his throat, blood still fresh and glistening upon the ground. Clearly Uncle Wang and the others had been executed here, only moments before. Step down, Wu Kei said, alighting from the carriage and offering Yang Ling a quiet, chilling smile. Yang Ling descended impassively. I am but a displaced refugee, only recently granted formal status. Is it reasonable to brand me leader of ore thieves? Would the Shanha sect believe it? Yang Ling asked. Wu Kei's smile held a razor's edge. Why would they not? Do you think I'm unaware you're scion of the Yang clan of Hongkuan City? The Yang clan of Hongkuan City? What nonsense is this? A look of genuine bewilderment crossed Yang Ling's face. One masked thug snickered. Stop pretending. Foreman Nyo has sharp eyes. He spotted your lineage at once. That's why he's shown you such favor these past days. Foreman Nyo, he's here too. Yang Ling's gaze sharpened as he scanned the masked figures for Nyo's silhouette. No need to search. He's not present. He was sent here solely to observe me. Wu Kei smiled faintly. I'd been racking my brain over whom to frame, until Foreman Nyo conveniently provided the perfect pretext. A scion of the Yang clan of Hongkuan City, surely qualified to lead ore thieves. So it was a misunderstanding. Yet precisely this misunderstanding had rendered Yang Ling the ideal scapegoat. Had he struck sooner, the consequences would have been catastrophic. A cold tremor ran down Yang Ling's spine. He had never imagined that Wu Kei, the senior supervisor, the highest-ranking overseer in the mine, was himself the greatest ore thief of all. But now, Yang Ling swept his gaze across the assembled figures' stat panels. Their masks were meaningless now, names, attributes all laid bare before him. Their strength scores all exceeded 10 points. Their names were familiar. They were mine guards. The one who had just spoken often chatted idly beside Foreman Nyo. He glanced again at Wu Kei. His stats remained unchanged. Yang Ling exhaled inwardly. No cause for alarm, yet. By the way, I hear Su Qing spent most of his time at the mine with you. Did you two share a bond? Wu Kei asked, seemingly offhand. This man knew everything. Yang Ling abandoned pretense. Wu Kei elder brother Su Qing held me in high regard. He intended to appoint me supervisor of the red gold mine. He won't let this pass lightly. At the very least, he'll launch a full investigation. Excellent, excellent. Wu Kei clapped, grinning. Then this incident serves two purposes. It ensures he'll never assume control of the red gold mine. Yang Ling fell silent for a beat. You have backing, someone above you. Of course. Wu Kei gave a light, mirthless laugh and rolled up his sleeve. Let me send you on your way. In the next instant, he lunged forward like a panther, Black Tiger Fist, a mastery-level technique that augmented his strength by 12 points. Wu Kei's strength surged to 24. The wind screamed in his wake. If I make a move, I will kill them all. As for the reasons afterward, we can discuss it later. At worst, I will become a wanted criminal. In an instant, his thoughts raced like lightning. Yang Ling activated the King Kong Ming Wang skill. In that moment, his strength reached 26 points. Agility 20 points. To him, Wu Kei's movements became much slower, full of flaws. Mountain crashing fist. Yang Ling struck, increasing his power by another 6 points. His fist technique was sharper, and his speed was more explosive. The masked strongmen only felt a flash before Yang Ling appeared before Wu Kei. They were somewhat shocked. Wu Kei was even more shocked, a warrior. This speed, this fist momentum. Wu Kei panicked. Bang. Yang Ling's fist had already landed on Wu Kei's chest. With one punch, he left an imprint causing his chest to sink several inches. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wu Kei was sent flying. Wait. His voice was hoarse. Wait for your mother. Yang Ling quickly closed in, grabbing Wu Kei's arm to force him to stand straight. In the next moment, a storm of fists rained down. Punch after punch struck Wu Kei's body. Wu Kei's eyes began to glaze over. Uncle Wang is a decent man, and you're going to kill him. Am I supposed to be the scapegoat? Can't you even take a good look in the mirror? By the way, I killed fifth brother too. He was a useless person, weren't you as well? You? King Kong Ming Wang's skill. Wu Kei's pupils completely faded, but as a warrior, his strong vitality allowed him to barely speak. It's too late to know. Yang Ling's gaze was indifferent as he punched Wu Kei on the forehead. Crack. The skull shattered. Wu Kei's eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. A huge warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. Just like when he was mining a few days ago, he had experience, but showed no signs of leveling up. The group of masked strongmen felt it chill, their legs trembling. By the time they reacted, Yang Ling had already swept in like a whirlwind. Run. The King Kong Ming Wang skill is on him. None of the strongmen chose to confront Yang Ling. They had long lost their courage and didn't believe they stood a chance. They all turned their backs. This time Yang Ling attacked with all his strength and realized just how strong he was. His speed without any leg techniques was as fast as the wind. He caught up with the strongman and smashed his fist into the back of his head. Then the next one, and the next. In less than half a minute, all the masked strongmen were dead. A surge of warm currents continued to flow into Yang Ling's body. Do they have experience too? It seems the system determined they posed some threat to me. Yang Ling ceased his technique, standing in place, somewhat lost in thought. He began to understand why fifth brother didn't allow miners to work overtime. This would clearly affect the bandits' movements. What should I do now? Yang Ling looked around. The bodies of Uncle Wang and Wu Kei were scattered on the ground. Nearly 30 corpses. This would be a major incident in reality. I can't explain this at all. Either I expose the King Kong Ming Wang skill and get hunted to death by the bitter awakening temple, or I find a way to disappear, but then I'll become a wanted criminal on the blacklist. I even specially went to the government office to draw a portrait. Unless I change my appearance, it will be hard to stay in Zhao country. What a damn situation. Yang Ling looked at Wu Kei, still feeling unsatisfied. He was about to head to the Qijin mine to become a supervisor. He had also obtained a constable identity, which could have allowed for a successful transfer. Now all those preparations were disrupted. Wait, maybe there's another way. Yang Ling's thoughts stirred. The mining conflict was a ruse, but only Wu Kei and I know Lin Captain should be unaware. So I can regain my constable identity as soon as I return to Qingshan City. As for whether I can transfer, I'll have to try. In a few days, someone from the Shanghai sect will come down to audit and collect minerals, and they will certainly discover the discrepancies. If Wu Kei goes missing at this time, it should be deemed as fleeing due to fear of punishment. Previously, I asked Steward Nyo why he didn't manage fifth brother and the others, and he said he didn't want to offend Wu Kei, but he should have sensed the problem. He might become a key witness. From Wu Kei's demeanor, he still wants to use my identity to influence Su Qing in obtaining the Qijin mine, indicating that Su Qing has enemies within the Shanghai sect who are Wu Kei's supporters. If something happens to Wu Kei, it would naturally benefit Su Qing, and he would likely suppress this matter. Yang Ling pondered, feeling this plan wasn't perfect, but it could buy some time. As long as he became stronger during this period, this matter wouldn't be a big deal. Next, he took out a steel pickaxe and began to do what he was best at, digging a pit. A large pit quickly took shape. He first placed the group of innocent miners inside. Then he dealt with the bodies of Wu Kei and the others. What is this? Silver notes. Yang Ling found a hidden pouch on Wu Kei's clothes containing several silver notes. Looking at the denominations, they were all 100 taels, each totaling 8 pieces. Wu Kei went out all night last night. Could it be he was out trading? Did he just obtain this? Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. This raised a problem. There was a guy in Qingshan City who dealt with dirty minerals, and he should be quite familiar with Wu Kei. It was likely a long-term partner. Wu Kei shouldn't have mentioned his plans to the other party. They might not even think of me. Even if they did. It doesn't matter. I will soon become a constable and my identity will be different. Yang Ling tucked away the 8 silver notes. A total of 800 taels of silver was undoubtedly a fortune for him. He knew Wu Kei's wealth was not limited to this, but he didn't plan to rob. That would be a foolish trap. The other masked strongmen had some loose silver on them, as well, adding up to around 10 taels. The next day, Yang Ling returned to Qingshan City. He went straight to the government office. When Lin Captain saw him, he smiled and asked, what was the outcome of the mining conflict? Seeing him like this, Yang Ling felt relieved. The other party's expression seemed normal, indicating no connection with Wu Kei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this attitude. Wu Kei seemed to have an urgent matter and left midway, saying the mining conflict wasn't urgent and to wait for him in the city. Yang Ling said helplessly, An urgent matter. Lin Captain didn't think much and immediately took out a document smiling. I have taken care of your employment. Starting today, you are one of the 100 constables in Qingshan City. Yang Ling suddenly felt a bit nervous. He took the document with both hands. In that instant, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Transfer conditions, met transfer direction. Constable, do you wish to transfer? Transfer information. I guess right, I can really transfer. Yang Ling was overjoyed and immediately selected yes. Transfer complete, gained exclusive constable skill insight, gained transfer reward, 5 free attribute points. Meanwhile, a long accumulated warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. Ding, ding, ding. The pleasant sound rang out 3 times. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 3 free attribute points. He leveled up 3 times. Yang Ling was dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable. Level 13, Strength 11, Agility 5, Spirit 17, Exclusive Skill Insight, free attribute points 8, Martial Arts. King Kong Ming Wang skill, beginning to grasp the basics. Experience 8, 1000. Mountain Crashing Fist, comprehended proficiency 102, 1000. Health 210. It seems that I have accumulated quite a bit of experience points recently, and with the experience given by Wu Kei and the others, I managed to level up 3 times in a row. Yang Ling remained composed as he stowed away his attribute panel. Head Constable Lin said with a faint smile, since you've become a constable, there are some matters I need to explain to you. Please go ahead, Chief. Yang Ling quickly clasped his fists. Our group of constables is affiliated with the TA Division. You know of the TA Division, right? The blacklist is produced by the masters of the TA Division. Head Constable Lin's face showed a hint of reverence as his gaze instinctively drifted to a certain direction. In our Zhao Kingdom, while the TA Division is subordinate to the 6 ministries, its authority is substantial, relying on the incredible methods of our division master. In the major cities and counties of Zhao Kingdom, any violations of law and order fall under our jurisdiction in the TA Division. TA Division. This was the first time Yang Ling had heard of this department. It seems that the constable system in Zhao Kingdom is different from what he had imagined. What I mentioned also includes the major sects, such as the Shana sect. Head Constable Lin said with a hint of deeper meaning. After a pause, he continued, of course you are just an ordinary constable, and I am merely a 9th grade TA constable myself. The matters concerning the sects are too complicated. Oh, I don't want to get involved, nor do I have the ability to do so. Just turn a blind eye to everything and let it pass. A 9th grade TA constable. Yang Ling's expression was somewhat peculiar. So there is a promotion path for constables. The reason I am telling you all this is that I hope you do not think that becoming a constable grants you power. Head Constable Lin said with a hint of a smile. I hope that the territory I oversee can remain peaceful and stable so that before I retire I can manage to hold the title of an 8th grade TA constable. Rest assured, Chief, I will definitely avoid trouble. As Yang Ling said this, he shifted the topic. However, in a while I might go to the Qijin mine to serve as a supervisor. That's not a conflict. You want me to stay in Qingshan City regularly. I have over 100 constables under me, but in reality only about 50 or 60 live in Qingshan City. Head Constable Lin said with a faint smile, just stay well at the Qijin mine. Unless a master from the TA Division comes, you need to return. Yang Ling sighed in relief. The path of mining for leveling up is still open. Chief, I wonder if I will have a chance to become a TA constable in the future. Yang Ling said. Head Constable Lin looked Yang Ling up and down. You have a chance, how could you not? You are a martial artist and have skills at hand. If you can earn some merits, becoming a 9th grade TA constable shouldn't be a problem. However, after 9th grade you will need to pass a promotion assessment. Promotion assessment? Yes. Head Constable Lin patiently explained, the TA Division has its own promotion system, which is different from those scholarly officials. The Division Master values ability the most. As long as your ability is strong, you can obtain a promotion. Where does this ability manifest? Let me test you. The ability to solve cases, hey. Yang Ling instinctively responded. Head Constable Lin laughed and waved his hand. That's one aspect, but not the most important. We are only responsible for apprehending and capturing. Naturally, it depends on the skills you possess. As long as your martial arts cultivation is deep enough and strong enough, with a superior's recommendation, the TA Division will arrange for an assessment. Passing the assessment will allow for promotion. While speaking, he took out a red constable uniform, a sword, and an ancient book. The thief-catching blade technique. Yang Ling's keen eyes widened with surprise as he glanced at the contents of the ancient book. So being a constable also comes with martial skills. This thief-catching blade technique is considered the most basic blade technique, but once mastered to a profound level, even ordinary thieves would struggle to withstand 3 of your strikes. All constables must practice this. Sometimes, even if your cultivation isn't sufficient, if your blade technique catches the attention of superiors, you can still be promoted. Head Constable Lin said, change into the uniform and pack your things. I will take you to meet your future colleagues. As Yang Ling changed clothes, he examined their attributes. Common Constable uniform, weapon crafted by TA Division, strength 3, attack 20. This is a weapon. But how does this attack attribute manifest? Is it related to armor penetration? Yang Ling pondered as he finished changing. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, and after this period of training, he was covered with a thin layer of muscle. Now dressed, his posture was straight, which momentarily left Head Constable Lin in a daze. How did this uniform give you the feeling of being of 7th or 8th grade? He then laughed and said, Xiaoyang, you might really be suited to be a constable. With this stature and aura, even thieves would fear you by 3 points. Next, Head Constable Lin personally took him to the adjacent courtyard. In the courtyard, a group of constables were laughing and practicing the thief-catching blade technique. Upon seeing Head Constable Lin, they immediately ceased their activities and approached to pay their respects, also curiously sizing up Yang Ling. This is Yang Ling, the new constable. Old Zhao, you have the most seniority here. Please take him under your wing for a while. Head Constable Lin nodded towards an older constable with graying hair. Yes. Old Zhao stepped forward and nodded slowly. Yang Ling won't stay long in Qingshan City and will only return occasionally, so there's no need for him to be on duty regularly. Understood. Head Constable Lin reiterated. The other constables' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and their gazes towards Yang Ling now carried a hint of displeasure. After explaining, Head Constable Lin strode away. The other constables showed no interest in conversing with Yang Ling, continuing their practice with blades and punches. Yang Ling, right. Just call me Old Zhao. Do you need me to show you around the office, or perhaps take a stroll outside? Old Zhao was quite courteous. Yang Ling understood that the others viewed him as a connection, but he didn't mind. He was indeed a connection himself, and it seemed Head Constable Lin had arranged for dozens of such connections. Zhao, I plan to take a break. Do you know which room we use for resting? Yang Ling inquired. The constables in the courtyard were secretly observing, and upon hearing this, their faces immediately showed disdain. Old Zhao remained polite, pointing to one of the rooms. That room is where we rest, but everyone is a rough man, so it might have some odor. I'm not sure if you. No problem. Yang Ling promptly entered the restroom and closed the door. Inside was just him, and he opened the attribute panel once more. With 8 free attribute points, I can raise my spirit to 25 points. This way, both the speed of martial skill cultivation and the Golden King Kong technique would significantly improve. If I can earn 12 to 13 experience points a day, the Golden King Kong technique will only take 2 to 3 months to reach the second layer, achieving a state of mastery. At that time, not only will I gain 10 free attribute points, but I will also enhance my strength and agility by 30 points each while in a state of cultivating my skills. With this in mind, Yang Ling already made his decision. If I allocate the attribute points to strength or agility, the short-term gains would be substantial and evident. However, in the long run, nothing beats the cost-effectiveness of the Golden King Kong technique. When the time comes and Wu Kei's matter is exposed, I will have some means of self-preservation. However, if I can become a formal TA constable, even if it's just 9th grade, this matter shouldn't be too troublesome for me. Leveling up, cultivating martial skills, and becoming a formal TA constable are my most important tasks at present. Yang Ling immediately allocated all 8 points to his spirit. As a warm current surged into his forehead, Yang Ling felt his mental energy surge, and his eyesight became clearer and more refined. Even his hearing experienced a significant enhancement. The whispers and various movements outside instinctively conjured the corresponding images in his mind. At first it had been hardly noticeable, but now the higher his spiritual energy climbed, the more pronounced the shifts in his senses became. Yang Ling murmured to himself. This spirit is unlike raw strength, who a few points in strength can alter things dramatically. Only when his spirit reached 25 did he feel a true metamorphosis. It is not merely a threshold for martial training that hastens practice. Its influence upon me is profound in itself. Perhaps in combat, it will manifest clearly, making it easier to perceive an opponent's flaws. My reaction speed has improved accordingly. These spirit points were not wasted. If I raise them to 100-200, what changes will follow? Become a monster. A flicker of anticipation stirred in Yang Ling. By the way, I have an exclusive skill, Insight. What does it do? Yang Ling looked at his panel and opened the detailed description of Insight. Insight allows one to discern the bad deeds a person committed within the past 3 days. The explanation was succinct and immediately comprehensible. He stood there stunned, unable to pull himself together for a long moment. The skill had nothing to do with combat yet. This ability was outrageous. With a single glance, I can see a person's misdeeds from the past 3 days. His heart pounded. In a mining vein, this skill would be of little use. But he now bore another identity, constable. With this skill, could he not swiftly accumulate merit? Once the merit came, and he gradually revealed some means 9th rank, no 8th, 7th, might all be within reach. With that thought, he went to the door and opened it to peer outside. The constables beyond did not know his intent and paid him no mind. Lao Zhao was at that moment brewing tea and had not noticed Yang Ling's movements. Yang Ling fixed his gaze on Lao Zhao for 2 or 3 seconds before the word insight floated up above him. Insight. In an instant, a message appeared. Zhao Air picked up a small amount of silver yesterday and did not hand it in. Today's uses have been exhausted. Yang Ling closed the door again. He had confirmed how insight worked, though it could only be used once a day. He was satisfied. He felt no particular compunction about Lao Zhao's action. If he had been in the same position, he would not have turned it in either. What a divine skill. Just after changing class, I received such an ability. I wonder what exclusive skills other professions obtain. Right. Yang Ling's expression turned serious. He had changed class and already reached level 13. Would the Divine Realm level leaderboard expose him? At the thought, the Divine Realm level leaderboard opened immediately. Divine Realm level leaderboard. 001. Kuju Temple Huewu level 14. Profession Martial Monk. 002. Guanxing Academy Luo Kai level 14. Oi Profession Scholar. 003. Deadman Valley Chi Kai level 14. Profession Medical Apprentice. 004. Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun level 13. Profession Swordsman. 005. Tiandao Gate Ning Shija Level 13, Profession Blade Guard. 006. Guiwang Stronghold Lin Dongdong Level 13, Profession Bandit. 007. TAC Yang Ling Level 13, Profession Constable. 008. Shana Sect Wu Xiaochen Level 12, O Profession Blade Guard. 009. So it had indeed appeared on the list. Everyone seemed to be striving. Within a mere 2 days Hu Wu and the others had reached level 14, and the rest had climbed to level 13. Shana Sect's Wu Xiaochen is a player so fortunate as to have been directly accepted into Shana Sect. Yang Ling's expression grew odd. The 9th and 10th entries had yet to appear. This showed that among the first 30 players to reach level 1022 were still stuck on changing class. The number of those stuck would likely grow. But now they knew that Constable was also a viable career path. Compared with entering a sect, plainly handing over some money and using connections to become a constable was a more suitable route. Will future players who become constables also receive the exclusive skill insight? Yang Ling's face grew stern. No matter. He still led the pack for now. Player numbers must already have reached 100,000. Among 100,000 to rank within the top 10 is a 1 in 10,000 chance. He must exploit this edge, fashion it into step-by-step advantages, and ensure every move outpaced the others. Yang Ling took out the thief-catching saber technique. Thief-catching saber technique, training threshold strength 3, agility 5. Threshold met. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. A warm current flowed through him, and Yang Ling instantly grasped the thief-catching saber technique. He opened his attribute panel and glanced name Yang Ling. Profession Constable. Level 13. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 25. Exclusive skill insight. Martial arts Jinggang Mingwang Gong initial comprehension. Experience 881,000. Fengshan Fist integrated mastery proficiency 102-10000. Thief catching saber technique entry proficiency 0-100. Hit points 210. Only 100 proficiency points. At my current pace, I can reach initial comprehension in 2 days. However, this saber's bonuses do not seem to increase strength, it favors an agility build. He checked the saber's details, thief catching saber technique. Strike with swift momentum to fell petty thieves. Initial comprehension 3 agility. Integrated mastery 6 agility. Superb 9 agility. Mastery 12 agility. Transcendent 20 agility. Note this is a prerequisite for the tiger catching saber technique. After reaching the superb, tier 1 may switch to tiger catching saber. Tiger catching saber. Yang Ling's eyes flickered, some understanding dawned. Its power would likely be a rank above the thief catching saber. It was probably crafted especially for TAC constables. Yet Captain Lin's status panel lacked this saber, which meant he was not eligible to practice it either. Must one reach the 8th rank of TA constable to qualify? Pondering this, Yang Ling hatched a plan. He intended to return to the fire crystal or mine. One reason was to mine and level up his arts, another was to wait for the officials above to come audit the accounts. He would also wait a while for Su Qing. He left the rest room, greeted Lao Zhao, and walked out of the courtyard. Lao Zhao stopped paying that boy so much attention. Who knows how much silver he gave our boss to secure this post, a constable remarked with a hint of insolence. You'd better watch your tongue. If he could grease our boss connections, it means Yang Ling's family is not ordinary. Don't make an enemy of such a man. Lao Zhao waved his hand helplessly. The constables exchanged glances, snorted inwardly, and resumed their grueling training. They believed that one day they too could become TA constables like Captain Lin and secure a formal position within the TAC. Meanwhile, at the riverside docks of Qingshan City, several laborers lay on the ground wailing as a group of thugs beat them. The gang leader sneered, working in our serpent gang's territory and not paying tribute. Do you think you'll live long? From now on you hand over 50% of your wages each day, understand? 50%. How are we supposed to eat and drink? Do you want us dead? The laborers cried. The thugs jeered. Still defiant. Zhang Wei teach them a lesson. Zhang Wei stepped forward and kicked them ruthlessly. Yield now. We yield, we yield. They submitted, and Zhang Wei withdrew, taking his place behind the leader. Bored, he cast an idle glance at the divine realm level leaderboard. I'm so envious, he sighed, staring at the now familiar names. Huh. 2 more have appeared. Where did such lucky bastards come from? Zhang Wei looked closer, his face drained of color. He ground his teeth and forced out 2 words, Yang Ling. In that instant, Zhang Wei realized far more than before. From the outset, Yang Ling's level had been leagues ahead of his. It was even probable that he had become a martial practitioner long before Zhang Wei. How else to explain that in such a short span, he had transformed into a constable of TAC, having not only succeeded in switching professions, but also boasting the fearsome level 13. I'm only level 5. Damn you, Yang Ling. After his anger subsided, Zhang Wei snapped back to his senses. A constable. That's also a career path. Could I do it too? He calmed himself and said to the gang leader beside him, Boss, I need to step out for a while. Go on, the man waved him off. Zhang Wei soon found the yamen. When he declared that he wanted to become a constable, the gate constable was taken aback. We don't recruit constables here. How could you not be recruiting? Zhang Wei frowned. Do you think anyone can be a constable? Do you have a letter of introduction? Has Captain Lin approved? Besides, our slots have long been filled. The only vacancy has already been taken. The man waved him away. Go on. Don't indulge in fanciful dreams. Zhang Wei stood there ashen-faced. Several breaths later, he turned and left. He had not expected that even becoming a constable would be so difficult. At that time, many players saw two newly risen masters on the Xinyu level leaderboard, Yang Ling and Wu Xiaochen. Those with keener perception immediately discerned that something was amiss. A constable counts as a career path. Wonderful, my chance to change profession. This is far easier than being accepted into a sect. At the same time, the others checking the leaderboard were scanning the list as well. Constable. Huh. I never imagined that would work. Compared with joining a sect, this career path is somewhat weaker. It seems many are racing to catch up. I must level up swiftly and not be overtaken. At Huijing Mine in the miners' village, Chun Su and Officer Chun were eating noodles. Suddenly, Officer Chin's expression shifted as he glanced at Chun Su. What was Brother Yang's full name again? Yang Ling. Chun Su replied as he slurped his noodles. Not far away, Lin Guoyang and the others stood watching, seeing Chun Su and his companion enjoying steaming simple noodles with even a trace of minced meat. Their faces darkened. Open the Xinyu level leaderboard and take a look, Officer Chun said gravely. Chun Su replied, Brother Chun, there's nothing to see. Those are all immortals, we can't compare. What we must do now is dig diligently. My strength has been increasing lately. I must have leveled up again. Even if we cannot see our levels, mining is the right path. Just take a glance, Officer Chun said with an odd tone. There might be someone we know. Someone we know? How could that be? Chun Su, suspicious, opened the Xinyu level leaderboard. As he scanned the entries, when he saw 007, Sis Yang Ling, the chopsticks in his hand slipped and fell onto the table. Do you suppose it could be Brother Yang? That he is actually a player as well? Officer Chin mused. Not very likely, but perhaps. If he were a player, why would Brother Yang refuse to tell us? Why hide his identity? Chin Su looked puzzled. And I've never even heard of this TAC. If it truly is him, that would be wonderful. Brother Yang is kind-hearted. Officer Chin sighed. Then his expression shifted. Did you see? Being a constable is also a career path. Constable. Compared with entering those sects, becoming a constable is more practical. Qingshan City has constables. Officer Chin pondered. If other members of the rescue team see this news, they will likely realize it too. Perhaps this will be our principal direction in the days ahead. If we can become constables, we can survive better in this world and still have the strength to help other victims. Officer Chin, we are still vagrants. Vagrants are not eligible to be constables. Chun Su whispered the reminder. The thought of their vagrant status made him uneasy. In the miners' village, those with formal status carried a faint, insolent pride. That was because the law could protect them. But vagrants, if they die, they die. Having no identity, the yamen would not bother. At that moment, Lin Guoyang could no longer hold back. He came over with his girlfriend Wu Meng. Chun Su, I was wrong before. I admit my fault. Lin Guoyang fidgeted for a while before slowly speaking. Wu Meng stared at their bowls of noodles and swallowed reflexively. Could you treat us to a bowl? Chun Su turned his head and in a few quick mouthfuls finished his noodles without paying them any mind. Officer Chun said seriously, you too must dig. Only by mining can you level up and increase your strength. That way you can dig more and more, and securing 3 meals a day will not be a problem. Mine. Why didn't Chun Su tell me earlier that one could level up? Lin Guoyang glared resentfully at Chun Su. Why would I tell you? You even expect me to support the two of you. Do you take me for your servant? Chun Su stood and said coldly. Fine, I won't argue with you. Lin Guoliang's eyes flickered. He knew he could not best Chun Su. He turned to Officer Chun. Officer Chun, you can't just let us starve, can you? We can mine, but we don't yet have the capability. After a short while our hands blister, strength, sapped bodies aching all over. Well, level up gradually. Once our strength grows, we can be self-sufficient. Until then, you must look after us a bit. Officer Chin could not help but sigh, then waved his hand. My ability is limited. If you are beaten today, I can speak up for you, but filling your bellies is something you must manage yourselves. Have you forgotten your status? Lin Guoliang's voice rose a few tones, drawing the attention of many miners. Don't cause trouble. Chun Zu's expression shifted. He gritted his teeth, producing 4 copper coins here. Enough for 2 bowls of simple noodles. Lin Guoliang's face brightened as he reached for them, but another hand snatched the coins from Chun Su. Consider this my repayment. Yang Ling smiled faintly at Chun Su. I'm still short 996 won. Brother Yang. Chun Su was pleasantly surprised, but when he saw Yang Ling in official garb with a waist blade, he froze. The details about 007 on the Xinyu level leaderboard filled his mind. Officer Chin drew a deep breath, a flush of excitement stirring within him. His suspicion was correct. The Yang Ling on the list was this very Yang Ling. What are you doing? Lin Guoyang was cowed by Yang Ling's aura and attire, his thoughts clouded with doubt and fear. If you want to eat, rely on yourself, Yang Ling said with a smile. If you can't even support your girlfriend, what right have you to come to Xinyu? You might as well put an end to yourself now. What? You are? Lin Guoliang's eyes widened. Wu Ming could hardly believe it either. Like Chun Su, they had paid little attention to the Xinyu level leaderboard. Indeed, whenever they glanced at that list, it only soured their mood, so they simply stopped looking. That was why they had not noticed the changes to the entries immediately. Chun Su, Officer Chin, may I have a word? Yang Ling ignored that oath and smiled faintly at the two of them. It was still that wooden house, but countless miners were staring at Yang Ling, their eyes filled with astonishment. This was the effect Yang Ling desired. If he concealed his identity as a constable, it would likely attract unnecessary suspicion. However, if he made this identity clear when the Shanha sect discovered that Wu Kei had embezzled a sum from the fire crystal mine and fled the scene, they would not make things too difficult for him, a constable of the ironclad division. His only suspicion was that he had entered and exited the city with Wu Kei. His identity as a constable could allow the Shanhe sect to overlook or even disregard this minor suspicion. Could the sect's power confront the government offices? This was impossible. Inside the wooden house, Yang Ling invited the two to sit down. "Brother Yang, it turns out you are also a player," Chen Su said with a wry smile. "I could tell you were players from what I overheard in your conversation that day. The reason I didn't want to tell you is that I encountered a matter." Yang Ling briefly recounted the conflict with Zhang Wei. "You should deeply understand that Lin Guoyang and Zhang Wei are similar types of people, but the latter is more resilient than Lin Guoyang. At least he can fill his own belly." Yang Ling smiled. Chen Su looked embarrassed, but understood why Yang Ling did not expose their identities as players. The quality of players entering divine domain varies. Lin Guoyang and Zhang Wei are not isolated cases. Officer Chen pondered. "What you are doing is actually correct. Quietly helping within your capacity already fulfills your duty." "Can you both see the attribute panel?" Yang Ling suddenly asked. "Attribute panel? We can't see it. What does it contain?" Chen Su and Officer Chen perked up. Zhang Wei wasn't lying about this. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Ling truly confirmed that Zhang Wei hadn't deceived him. The attribute panel contains information on levels attributes and the cultivation techniques learned. Yang Ling said, "According to the information I previously received from Zhang Wei, you can only access your attribute panel after becoming a martial artist." He had just looked at both of their attributes. Due to mining, both had already leveled up. Chen Su was already level 5, with a strength of 7 points. Although Officer Chen's level was 2 levels lower than Chen Su, at level 3, his inherent attributes were quite good. Excluding spirit, his strength and agility initial attributes were much better than Yang Ling's. Character: Chun Guoqing, profession minor, level 2, strength 6, agility 5, spirit 4, health 60. This indicates that Chun Guoqing's strength and agility both started at 5 points. Such initial attributes are quite high. Becoming a martial artist allows access to the attribute panel. The two were instantly invigorated. But the two quickly realized, becoming a martial artist, this might be very challenging. Being a constable is a path, and afterward there's no need for a special job change. Yang Ling knew what they were thinking and said with a gentle smile, "By becoming a constable, the Ironclad Division will provide you with a thief-capturing technique. We have a game system that allows for direct learning, making it easy to get started. Brother Yang, our levels are probably very low, and we have no savings. We are still refugees. Becoming constables might be very difficult." Chen Su mused. However, Chun Guoqing's eyes shone with determination. "Nothing is difficult in this world for those with heart. Perhaps we may not become constables this year, but what about next year? What about the year after? As long as we are alive, anything is possible." Yang Ling glanced at him, feeling a bit gratified. This person was not rigid and had firmly rejected Lin Guoyang's charity earlier. Yet he also harbored righteous intent and a will much stronger than the average person. If he could truly become an overseer at the Qijin mine, Chen Su and Chun Guoqing would be good helpers. For now, you two should follow me to mine and level up. As for the opportunity to become martial artists, once there is a goal, it will eventually happen," Yang Ling said. The two were instantly overjoyed. Having a powerful figure willing to lead them was simply the best. "Little Yang, I heard you became a constable." Suddenly a voice from outside came from Manager Niu. Yang Ling's expression changed, and he immediately opened the door of the wooden house, smiling and cupping his fists. Manager Niu. Manager Niu looked at his clothes and nodded, slightly not surprised, but rather finding it quite normal. Yang Ling guessed the reason why. The reason Supervisor Wu ultimately decided to make him a scapegoat was also because he learned from Manager Niu that he might be a descendant of the Yang family from Hongquan City. Since he had this identity, it was only natural for him to become a constable in Qingshan City. Little Yang, being a constable is good. It has prospects, and at least conflicts in the rivers and lakes won't concern you anymore. Ordinary thieves won't dare to provoke you. Manager Niu smiled meaningfully. After a pause, he curiously asked, "Since you became a constable, why have you come back?" Manager Niu: "It's like this. I don't have to be on duty, so during my free time I want to come back to mine." Yang Ling smiled and said, "I can earn money." A constable coming to mine. Manager Niu had a strange expression, but understood nonetheless. After all, the other party mined at an astonishing speed. In such a large fire crystal mine, who could mine for several days straight to gather over 30 pounds of fire crystal, or I estimate one could earn 2 to 3 dozen taels in a month without any problem. Well, you are after all from our mine, so you can mine as you please. You will still be paid at the same rate as other miners. Manager Niu laughed heartily. "But don't overexert yourself. The Ironclad Division will occasionally send someone down for inspections. You must return to the city then to avoid being charged with neglect of duty." Manager Niu: "Don't worry, I will take care of both sides." Yang Ling smiled and nodded. At this moment, Manager Niu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I heard Supervisor Wu say he would take you to fight for the mine. Oh, why didn't Supervisor Wu come back with you?" Yang Ling showed a hint of confusion. "I also found it strange. We stayed in Qingshan City for a night, set off early the next morning, but halfway there Supervisor Wu said he had some matters to attend to and told me to wait. I waited an entire day, but since he didn't return, I went back to Qingshan City." "Oh." Manager Niu seemed to be pondering, then smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before leaving, not continuing to inquire. "Shall we get to work now, the two of you?" Yang Ling looked at Chen Su and Chun Guoqing, smiling. The two excitedly nodded. Yang Ling changed back into miner's clothing and led the two to the mine. This time he did not hide his tracks and directly took them down into the mine. This scene left the nearby miners secretly astonished. In the evening, Yang Ling led the two out of mine No. 3. His bag was already filled with fire crystal ore. This time's harvest was quite good, totaling about 10 pounds. The value of fire crystal ore itself was no longer of concern to Yang Ling. About 10 pounds could only be exchanged for a couple of taels of silver. However, the experience points it represented were what Yang Ling truly needed. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing were both exhausted, yet their faces radiated satisfaction. 3 taels. This is the first time I've mined 3 taels of fire crystal ore in a single day. Chen Su exclaimed excitedly. Chen Guoqing also obtained around 3 taels. He smiled at Yang Ling, saying, "Thanks to Brother Yang teaching us the techniques and taking us to richer mines, otherwise we would have wasted more time just looking for ores." Chen Su and Chen Guoqing instantly felt hopeful about their future lives. The experience points gained today were at least 3 times more than usual. At night, Yang Ling took a government knife and found a deserted spot near the village to practice the thief's blade technique. The house was too small to fully exert his skills. Practicing punches was manageable, but wielding the knife would shatter the entire place. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. His proficiency increased by 5 points. It was exactly as he had previously guessed too. 5 points per hour. He practiced until dawn before returning to the wooden house to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang technique. An hour went by. 2 hours passed. Once his experience points rose by 13, he stopped moving. The limit for the King Kong Ming Wang technique has also become 13 points. In a month I can reach nearly 400 points. In about 2 months I should be able to break through to the second level. At that moment, Chen Zu's voice came from outside calling him to the mine. Yang Ling suddenly realized that he simply didn't have enough time. I haven't practiced the Crush Mountain Fist today, and now I have to go to the mine and cultivate martial skills. There simply isn't enough time. If I can't find a way to balance both, I'll have to streamline my martial skills in the future. By the way, can I buy the precious Yunling pill with my own money? If I can buy the Yunling pill, that would temporarily solve the issue of martial skill proficiency. Lost in thought, Yang Ling picked up the steel pickaxe and headed out. When he returned, it was already evening. He continued to practice the thief's blade technique. This martial skill has a follow-up, and its benefits far exceeded those of the Crushed Mountain Fist, so he aimed to improve his proficiency in the thief's blade technique. Before he knew it, dawn broke again. He switched to practicing the King Kong Ming Wang technique, foregoing sleep to replenish his energy, and then headed out to mine. For several days following, everything proceeded methodically. Every day new miners were brought to the vein, and Yang Ling had already spotted several batches of players. But he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He only communicated with Chen Su and Chen Guoqing. These two also gained some understanding through Lin Guoliang's incident and temporarily refrained from interacting with those players. In mine No. 4, as Yang Ling was mining, he suddenly felt a warm current. He was about to level up. He felt a slight joy in his heart. Sure enough, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 attribute point." Yang Ling didn't think much and directly added it to his spirit. It's about time he'll end it for today. Leaving the mine, Yang Ling continued to find a place to practice the thief's blade technique. As he practiced, another warm current appeared. The government knife in his hand suddenly became several degrees sharper. Its speed also surged noticeably. Yang Ling opened his attribute panel and glanced character, Yang Ling profession, constable, level 14 strength, 11 agility, 5 spirit, 26 exclusive skill, insight, martial arts, King Kong Ming Wang, initial understanding, experience points 140. 1000 Crushed Mountain Fist, integrated proficiency 102. 100 Thieves blade technique, initial understanding, proficiency 0100, health points 210. When I use my skills, my agility increases by 15 points, adding the 3 points from the thief's blade technique. And my base 5 points, my agility can reach 23 points. Yang Ling's expression changed as he slowly activated the King Kong Ming Wang technique. Holding the government knife, he executed the thief's blade technique. His knife moves became increasingly swift, and he spun and danced in the open space. At that moment, it began to drizzle unknowingly from the sky. Under the fierce momentum of his blade, the raindrops could not approach him for a moment. Yang Ling suddenly locked onto a tree trunk about a foot thick and slashed down. Swish! The tree was effortlessly chopped in half. Only then did the raindrops lightly fall onto Yang Ling, making him feel somewhat cold. Is this the power of the blade? Yang Ling gazed at the severed tree, falling into deep thought. Currently, he could boost his strength by up to 32 points. Yet, even using the Crushed Mountain Fist, 32 points of strength would be insufficient to break this tree in a short time. He would need at least 2 or 3 punches. This probably explains why this knife has an attack power of 20 points. It seems that weapons inherently have an advantage over barehanded combat. Correspondingly, the difficulty of acquiring swordsmanship and blade techniques should be higher. If I hadn't become a constable, I wouldn't have been able to obtain blade techniques in a short time. Yang Ling's thoughts immediately became clearer. Next, he would focus on the thief's blade technique, while the Crushed Mountain Fist could be set aside for now. If he could advance the King Kong Ming Wang technique to the second level, and if the thief's blade technique reached a mastery level, then his blade's force would become truly terrifying. I wonder how my current strength compares with Su Qing and Huineng. I should be no weaker than the latter, but I might still be somewhat weaker than Su Qing. However, without absolute power to crush, if I truly faced off against experts of their level, they absolutely would not panic like Wu Kei. When it comes to employing their profound combat experience against me, I might not necessarily win. As Yang Ling pondered, he walked towards the wooden house. Upon returning, he continued to cultivate the King Kong Ming Wang technique until Chun Tzu's voice rang out from outside. As soon as Chen Su saw Yang Ling come out, he quickly approached and whispered, "Brother Yang, it seems another big shot has come today, I saw Steward Neo bustling off to Supervisor Wu's residence." "Really?" Yang Ling smiled and said, "That has nothing to do with us, let's head to the mine." "Right to the mine." Chen Su and Chun Guoqing nodded excitedly. They felt that the next level up was not far off. This time they hadn't mined for long before suddenly a mine guard entered the cave calling for Yang Ling, saying he was needed at Supervisor Wu's residence. "When I'm not around, you all mine outside, don't go into the mine. There are still quite a few mine bandits here, so be careful," Yang Ling cautioned before heading to Supervisor Wu's residence. He knew that someone from the Shanha sect had come to audit accounts. "A shortage of 3,000 Jinha. How can you manage things here?" A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes with a grim expression laughed in anger. Steward Neo's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the inventory to be down by 3,000 Jin. "Where is Wu Kei? Why is he not here when he knew I was coming today?" The middle-aged man said coldly. "Lordly, please don't rush. I've already sent someone to call Yang Ling," Steward Neo said with a bitter smile. The middle-aged man fell silent and waited quietly. Once Yang Ling arrived, he was met with the man's sharp gaze. "Tell me Wu Kei's whereabouts." The other party got straight to the point. Yang Ling repeated what he had previously told Steward Neo. "You don't know where he went either." The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp. "I now suspect Wu Kei has stolen the fire crystal, or you seem to have a good relationship with him. Come with me back to the Shanha sect." "My lord, I have no connection with Supervisor Wu. He merely asked me to help him mine, but it didn't work out." Yang Ling pondered. "As for going to the Shanha sect, I fear that's not possible." "Not possible? Do you have the right to say it's not possible?" The other party said harshly. "Yang Ling, I am already a constable of Qingshan City, serving in the Ironclad Division, I sometimes need to be on duty, so I indeed cannot go to the Shanha sect." The other party was taken aback and glanced at Steward Neo. Steward Neo slapped his forehead. "Look at me, I got so scared I forgot to mention that Yang Ling is indeed a constable of Qingshan City now." "Oh." The other party's expression softened a bit, and he politely asked Yang Ling, "Constable Yang, did you notice anything unusual the night you stayed with Wu Kei in Qingshan City?" "It seems there was nothing unusual." "Wait, Supervisor Wu should have gone out for a while. He came back around daytime." Yang Ling's expression shifted as he spoke. "Wu Kei was gone all night and only returned this morning." The middle-aged man paused thoughtfully, his gaze sharpening. "Officer Yang, how did you know Wu Kei had been absent overnight?" "That night, I felt unusually elated and could not fall asleep lying awake with eyes wide open until dawn. In the morning, I heard the sound of Supervisor Wu returning." "Why couldn't you sleep?" The middle-aged man pressed further. Yang Ling smiled faintly. "That day, Chief Lin promised to appoint me to fill the vacancy at the Qingshan City Yamen." The middle-aged man nodded slightly in understanding, then spoke courteously. "Officer Yang, please forgive my many questions, but Wu Kei's case is grave indeed. Even the sect master may intervene personally. Yang, you may not yet realize the severity. Our mine has suffered a catastrophic loss. 3,000 Jin of fire crystal rock have vanished from inventory. We will likely require your assistance in locating Wu Kei." Manager Neo spoke gravely. Yang Ling gave a wry smile. "I am but a lowly constable. Such matters are far beyond my station." "Officer Yang, Wu Kei originally took you out under the pretext of a mineral duel, a most peculiar justification. I ask you to accompany me back to the Shanha sect. Should the sect master inquire, I would be ill-prepared to answer without your presence." The middle-aged man spoke again. A quiet resignation stirred within Yang Ling. He knew well this man sought to deflect responsibility, hoping to shift scrutiny elsewhere. Senior brotherly officer Yang Ling may not have time to visit the Shanha sect. Su Qing entered the hall, a faint composed smile upon his lips. "Su Qing." The middle-aged man started slightly. "Senior brother Su." Manager Neo stepped forward to offer formal salutation. Su Qing turned toward the middle-aged man. "Senior brother Li, I have long suspected Wu Kei not only stole fire crystal rock, but also secretly employed a band of rogue miners to act with unchecked impunity. Manager Neo has served as my trusted informant beside him for years. I have known every move Wu Kei made." "What?" The middle-aged man stared dumbfounded at Manager Neo. A quiet realization flickered across Yang Ling's mind. "Yet I lacked conclusive evidence, and Wu Kei was after all a protege favored by my senior brother. I deemed it unwise to shatter that delicate facade." Su Qing paused pensively. This time Wu Kei realized he could no longer conceal his shortfall, especially with the sect preparing an audit. Flight became his only recourse. "As for Yang Ling, I intend to appoint him supervisor of the Qijin mine. He is now under my direct charge. Should you question his integrity, you question mine." "Senior brother Su, has the sect truly entrusted the Qijin mine to your stewardship?" Senior brother Li's expression turned oddly strained. "Indeed," Su Qing replied with a slight nod. A cold prickle traced senior brother Li's scalp. The struggle for dominance had already concluded, and he had missed every whisper of its outcome. He had nearly precipitated a catastrophe. Were he to inadvertently entangle Su Qing in this matter, now his future within the Shanha sect would vanish without trace. "Senior brother Su, it appears Wu Kei embezzled funds and fled in fear of punishment. Might we entrust this affair to the Qingshan City authorities?" Senior brother Li asked, bowing deeply. "Such news would bring only shame." As one of the foremost mining guilds, if word spread that a mere mine supervisor pilfered 3,000 gene of fire crystal rock beneath our watch, we would become the laughingstock of the realm. Su Qing shook his head. I shall report directly to the sect master. This matter will be resolved internally. Understood, Senior Brotherly affirmed with a respectful nod. Manager Niu, you will remain here to maintain order and assume interim supervision of the mine. Su Qing instructed. Manager Niu straightened, instantly clasping fists in solemn salute. Yes. Senior Brotherly silently marveled at the masterful execution. In an instant, Su Qing had secured not only the Qijin mine, but now appeared poised to claim even this fire crystal mine previously held by another's hand. Senior Brotherly, I ask you to return to the sect and report all developments truthfully. I must also proceed to the Qijin mine to ensure no similar breach occurs there. Su Qing added. Rest assured, Senior Brother Su, I depart immediately. Senior Brotherly nodded decisively and set off at once, carrying the mine's ledgers back to the Shana sect. After his departure, Su Qing regarded Yang Ling with quiet contemplation. How precisely did you become a constable? Senior Brother Su, I presented Chief Lin with 10 taels of silver. Su Qing paused. Did Chief Lin know you were under my protection? Yang Ling nodded sheepishly. At first he refused, so I invoked your name as my patron. His demeanor changed instantly. Indeed, had he not known you were mine, he would neither have accepted your silver nor granted you the post. Su Qing gave a slight nod. Becoming a constable suits you well. It opens a path to the TA Bureau, which would greatly benefit our Shana sect. Relief washed over Yang Ling at Su Qing's tone. Do you have any belongings? I plan to depart for the Qijin mine at once. Su Qing said. Yang Ling's expression brightened. Senior Brother Su, I wish to bring several trusted companions. Are they reliable? Utterly reliable. Then summon them without delay. Inside the carriage, Chen Su sat stiffly. Chun Guoqing, though more worldly, understood the rigid hierarchy of the divine realm, far stricter than modern society, and thus refrained from addressing Su Qing unprompted. Yang Ling, you truly enjoy mining. Su Qing mused. Were I in your place, having secured a constable's rank, I'd remain comfortably in the city. Why venture back into the mines? Senior Brother Su, mining yields profit, and at my age, diligence now ensures strength later. When old age comes, effort will cost me dearly. At your current pace, you might earn a modest sum, but even digging 10 gene of fire crystal rock daily would net you only 1 tael. Su Qing smiled faintly. I have appointed you supervisor of the Qijin mine. Your monthly stipend shall be 100 taels. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing exchanged stunned glances. 100 taels, by local standards, where 1 copper coin bought a large steamed bun, could purchase 100,000 buns. True freedom of buns. Many thanks for your patronage, Senior Brother Su. Yang Ling bowed solemnly. It is not so simple. Su Qing waved dismissively. Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly. Su Qing continued with quiet candor. Let me speak plainly. I have an elder brother who has cultivated deep influence within the Shanha sect for decades. His network spans both inside and outside the sect. The Qijin mine was formerly under his control, thus its managers and miners alike remain fiercely loyal to him. Unlike the fire crystal mine, the Qijin mine is our sect's most lucrative enterprise, and Qijin ore is among the most difficult minerals to extract. It employs over 10,000 miners and dozens of overseers. Though the mine has now passed into my hands, circumstances permit me to appoint only a single supervisor. All subordinate overseers were assigned by the sect. I cannot discern which among them serve my elder brother. Su Qing paused, meeting Yang Ling's gaze squarely. Currently, the Qijin mine yields 3,000 gene per month, but output has recently declined. To secure control, I pledged before the sect leadership to increase production to no less than 3,500 gene monthly. Should I fail within 3 months, the mine reverts to others' authority. I chose you as supervisor not only for your passion for mining, but because I am certain you owe no allegiance to my elder brother. You must help me fulfill this mandate, or your 100 tael stipend expires in 90 days. Yang Ling's expression turned thoughtful. Clearly his benefactor's elder brother wielded extraordinary influence. Even Su Qing dared not recruit openly within the sect. He also grew nearly certain that this elder brother had shielded Wu Kei, and wondered whether he knew of the fire crystal rock smuggling. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing meanwhile fixated on the mine's output figures. Chen Guoqing murmured, 10,000 miners, 3,000 gene monthly. That's barely 1 qian per miner per day. Su Qing looked mildly surprised. You've studied arithmetic. He turned to Yang Ling with a faint smile. Your judgment is sound. With such capable aides, perhaps we truly can meet this production target. Yang Ling, do you have any thoughts now? Su Qing asked. Yang Ling pondered. To enhance mining efficiency, the quality of the pickaxe is crucial. Exactly. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing's eyes brightened. With good pickaxes, the mining speed would naturally increase. Then they could level up faster. If every miner could have a steel pickaxe, the output issue would naturally be resolved, Yang Ling stated. Su Qing sighed. Steel pickaxe. Do you know how much that costs? Our Shanha sect cannot provide each miner with a steel pickaxe. After a pause, he added, moreover, even if we provided steel pickaxes, some miners would probably still work sluggishly on purpose. Yang Ling and the others guessed Su Qing's predicament at that moment. If nothing unexpected happened, this golden ore mine could only remain in his hands for 3 months. There will always be some diligent miners, Yang Ling mused. At that time, I will select those miners and provide them with steel pickaxes. Chen Su and Chen Guqing immediately understood his meaning, their eyes shining slightly. Do you have any other suggestions? Su Qing inquired. Yes, Yang Ling replied thoughtfully. I want a pickaxe that is better than a steel pickaxe. How much can you mine alone? That does not resolve the essence of the matter. Su Qing felt somewhat helpless, instinctively scratching his head. If I had known this was a hot potato, I wouldn't have taken it. Now I might lose face within the Shana sect. Senior Su, we still have 3 months. We can think of a solution gradually, Yang Ling said. We don't need to care about whose people are in charge. What truly matters is the miners themselves. If some miners are deliberately slacking off, they should be dismissed. We can bring in new ones. With thousands of miners, how many do you plan to dismiss? Su Qing waved his hand. Besides, how can newcomers mine? The last time I went to the fire crystal mine to try mining requires skill. If I weren't a martial artist, my mining speed would definitely not compare to that of a seasoned miner. Well, never mind. Let's just act according to the situation. At least that fire crystal mine won't change hands to others. Wu Kei's matter will cause my senior brother a lot of trouble, haha. Su Qing glanced at Yang Ling, then shifted the topic. Now that you are a constable, you should have been taught the thief-catching blade technique. Indeed, Captain Lin gave me the manual for the thief-catching blade technique. Yang Ling nodded. This is a good thing. If the thief-catching blade technique is practiced to perfection, there is a chance to learn the tiger-catching blade technique. This blade technique is not inferior to our Shanha sect's Shana blade technique, Su Qing remarked. Chen Su and Chen Guqing exchanged glances, their desire to become constables growing stronger. Yang Ling's expression shifted, and he asked Senior Su what conditions must be met for the Iron Clothes Division to bestow the tiger-catching blade technique. First, as I just mentioned, you must master the thief-catching blade technique. Secondly, you need to become an 8th grade Iron Clothes Constable. Then you need to undergo another assessment to prove that you are qualified to obtain the tiger-catching blade technique. As for the specific details of the assessment, I do not know, Su Qing casually said. Indeed, to become an 8th grade Iron Clothes Constable, one must undergo an assessment. Yang Ling's mind stirred. You don't really want to become an 8th grade Iron Clothes Constable, do you? Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. It's almost impossible, so don't think too much. You might consider aiming for the 9th grade instead. Senior Su, Captain Lin is already a 9th grade Iron Clothes Constable. Is it really that difficult to reach the 8th grade? Yang Ling asked curiously. 9th grade is easy, you can find them everywhere. Su Qing chuckled, but the path from 9th grade to 8th grade is entirely different. Seeing Yang Ling's puzzled expression, he pondered before saying, if you regard the Iron Clothes Division as one of the top sects in Zhao country, a 9th grade Iron Clothes Constable is considered an outer disciple, but upon reaching 8th grade, that is an inner disciple. The difference between outer disciples and inner disciples is vast. Some people wait their entire lives and still cannot attain that status. So that's how it is. His analogy is quite vivid. Yang Ling, noticing this, subtly signaled to Chen Guqing. Chen Guqing immediately spoke up. Brother Yang, could you tell us about the differences among the various sects in the martial world? What am I in the martial world? I only know a little about these matters. If you want to ask, you should ask Senior Su. Yang Ling waved his hand. Su Qing glanced at Chen Guqing, then at Yang Ling, and smiled lightly. Since there's still some time, it's good to chat about the martial world with you. Yang Ling, Chen Su, and Chen Guqing felt a slight joy in their hearts. They urgently needed various information about the divine domain. In this matter, knowledge of the martial world is of utmost importance as it concerns their future plans. You want to know about the strengths and weaknesses of the sects in the martial world, right? Su Qing smiled and asked, what do you think of the Shana sect? Yang Ling replied, very strong. Strong. The Shana sect is at most a third-rate sect, Su Qing said self-deprecatingly. Above third-rate there are second-rate sects, and above second-rate there are first-rate sects. Don't be fooled by the fact that our Shana sect controls several fire crystal mines and a golden or mine. Compared to those second-rate large sects, it's like comparing a small insect to an elephant. So the Shana sect is indeed just a third-rate sect. Yang Ling had suspected this when he saw Su Qing's Shana heart method was merely a third-rate technique, and today he received confirmation from Su Qing. This implies that the ranking of sects in the martial world is likely determined by martial arts techniques. With Senior Su around, the Shana sect will definitely become a second-rate sect, or even a first-rate one. Chen Su remarked. Su Qing responded, you think too highly of me. In this lifetime, the Shana sect will never become a second-rate sect. Senior Su, why is that? Chen Su looked shocked. Because of martial arts techniques, Su Qing said flatly. The classification of sect levels is closely related to martial arts techniques. The Shana sect only has third-rate martial arts techniques. How can it advance to second-rate? Currently, all major sects in the martial world strictly guard their martial arts techniques and would never pass them on. Unless one day a second-rate technique suddenly falls into our Shana sect's hands, and we can keep it safe, only then is there a possibility to advance to a second-rate sect. Yang Ling and the others were somewhat surprised. It seems that martial arts techniques are extremely rare. Wait, does this mean that the Kuju Temple is likely unaware that the Buddhist scripture is actually a first-rate technique, the Diamond King technique? Otherwise, with the strength of the Kuju Temple, how could a prisoner possibly butcher their way through? Thinking of this, Yang Ling felt a sudden relief in his heart. If his guess is correct, the Kuju Temple should not be entangled with this matter any longer. They might really think they only lost a Buddhist scripture. Yang Ling, I promised you before to take you to the golden or mine, so I will teach you a martial skill. Su Qing took out a manual and tossed it to Yang Ling. This is the Black Tiger Fist. Though a bit common, it is not something just anyone can cultivate. Black Tiger Fist. Yang Ling looked at the three big characters on the manual, feeling somewhat complicated. If he had obtained this martial skill when he first entered the martial world, he would have been overjoyed. Now, he simply does not have enough time to cultivate so many miscellaneous martial skills. Thank you, Senior Su. Yang Ling clasped his hands and salute, his expression appearing excited. As they continued on their journey, Su Qing seemed to open the floodgates of conversation. Yang Ling and the other two, seizing the opportunity, asked a myriad of questions. It turned out that among the forces listed on the Divine Realm ranking, aside from the Ironclad Division, none were first-rate sects. Among them, the Ku-Ju Temple and the Dayin Sword Sect could be considered second-rate. The Star Observation Academy was not considered a Jianghu sect. The Dead Man's Valley and the Heavenly Blade sect, like the Shana sect, were all third-rate. This surprised Yang Ling. He had chosen the path of a constable only as a second choice. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he had entered a first-rate force. However, the Ironclad Division was still different from a sect, as it was ultimately a court office. To truly become an 8th-grade Ironclad constable, the level of freedom was far less than that of sect disciples. The Ku-Ju Temple is indeed just a second-rate sect. The King Kong Ming Wang technique is not their martial art at all. The Ku-Ju Heart Sutra cultivated by Hui Neng is the very foundation of the Ku-Ju Temple, Yang Ling thought to himself. In our Zhao country, there are actually quite a few second-rate and third-rate sects, though I haven't counted them specifically. However, there are only 4 first-rate sects, Su Qing said, with a serious expression. They are the Divine Sect in the east, the Arhut Temple in the south, the 9 Immortal Dao Palace in the west, and the Extreme Flame Sword Mansion in the north. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing, not daring to be negligent, immediately committed this information to memory. Su Shixiang, how strong are these first-rate forces? Yang Ling asked curiously. How strong? Su Qing pondered for a moment. If you are in the Central Plains, it is the court that holds authority. In the east, it is the Divine Sect that holds authority. In the south, it is the Arhut Temple. In the west, the 9 Immortal Dao Palace. And in the north, the Extreme Flame Sword Mansion. The strength of a sect can contend with the court. Is that even possible? Chen Guoqing murmured. As a police officer, he found it hard to imagine that local forces could be so powerful. Why not? Su Qing replied with a half-smile. Take the mining gang, for instance. They have as many as 27 third-rate sects like the Shana sect under their command. If our mining gang were united, it would be enough to rival second-rate forces. However, the mining gang still has to listen to the Arhut Temple. You all know that Hui Neng, who came recently. He is a monk from the Ku-Ju Temple, which is a second-rate force, and even they have to heed the Arhut Temple. You cannot imagine the depth of the 4 first-rate sects. Being able to join as an inner disciple is simply a dream come true. Su Qing clicked his tongue in admiration. They consume various pill medicines for enhancement, such as the spirit-nurturing pill by the bottle. Of course, this world still belongs to Zhao country. Su Qing changed the subject. The 4 first-rate forces won't offend the court unless absolutely necessary. The relationships within this are intricate, and you don't need to think too much about it. Even if you did, you wouldn't understand. What Shixiang Su said is true. This kind of matter is too far removed from us. My dream is to join the Shanha sect, Yang Ling said. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing quickly nodded. So do we. Joining the Shana sect. If you can achieve merit in this Crimson Gold Mine incident and secure my status, it may not be impossible to arrange, Su Qing mused. The eyes of the 3 brightened slightly. Just as Yang Ling was about to ask for more details, Su Qing shifted the topic. While chatting, Yang Ling suddenly asked curiously, Shixiang Su, what is the spirit-nurturing pill you just mentioned? Does it help in practicing martial arts? The spirit-nurturing pill is indeed a good thing. After taking it, your martial skills will greatly improve, Su Qing explained. Martial skills are divided into 5 levels: initial understanding, mastery, perfection, proficiency, and transcendence. The initial understanding is the simplest. For example, with the Black Tiger Fist, an average martial artist can reach initial understanding in 2 to 3 months. Yang Ling felt a sense of comfort. He had only taken 4 to 5 days during his first attempt. Indeed, mental strength could also be seen as comprehension. Then comes mastery, which might take 1 to 2 years, and perfection could take about 10 years. It can be said that the difficulty increases tenfold at each level, Su Qing remarked. The martial artist I just mentioned may spend their entire life just getting one martial skill to perfection. Achieving proficiency is already difficult. If one's talent is a bit higher, perhaps they could reach proficiency in 10 years, but achieving transcendence is another matter entirely. Even for disciples of those first-rate sects whose talents are top-notch, they might only reach transcendence in martial skills when old. However, as a martial artist, if you only have one martial skill to rely on, that is too dangerous. If you want to practice several martial skills, there is simply not enough time. What should you do? The spirit-nurturing pill can solve these problems. As far as I know, in the 4 first-rate sects, and even in many second-rate sects, there are young martial artists relying on the spirit-nurturing pill who possess multiple martial skills at proficiency at a young age. You must understand that the martial skills they practice are far superior to those of our generation, and the difficulty is also much higher, Su Qing said, with a hint of melancholy. Compared to them, I fear I will never catch up. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing fell silent, struggling to digest this information. Yang Ling, however, drew some conclusions from these words. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the higher the proficiency required. The Crumbling Mountain Fist only requires 100 proficiency for initial understanding, but for some profound martial skills, does the starting point really go up to 1,000 points? If that's the case without the spirit-nurturing pill, even if my mental strength is extremely high, it would take me decades to practice a martial skill to transcendence, and even that might not be enough. The spirit-nurturing pill is the key. Su Qing is right, martial skills are methods for combat, and the more you have the better. Being short in numbers is a significant disadvantage. I currently have fist techniques and knife techniques, but am still lacking a body technique. Thinking of this, Yang Ling quietly asked Xixiang Su, where can I buy the spirit-nurturing pill? Only the court and the 4 first-rate forces can obtain the spirit-nurturing pill. We also purchased them from them. You want to buy it? Its price is fairly stable at 500 taels of silver per pill, Su Qing said, with a faint smile. 500 taels. The spirit-nurturing pill can increase proficiency by 500 points. Converting that means 1 proficiency point costs 1 tael of silver. Therefore, in this world, one must still earn money. Making money is the way to go. As long as you have money, even with poor talent, you can use various pills to build up your cultivation, Su Qing said with a smile. Things like the spirit-nurturing pill, regardless of whether you are a dullard or a prodigy, the effects of taking it are the same. Pills truly adhere to fairness, treating everyone equally. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing felt unworthy to hear such words. 500 taels. That is an unimaginable fortune for them. If you ever truly want to buy it, I suggest you go ask the Ironclad division. Su Qing said with a smile. They also have a quota for the spirit-nurturing pill aside from regular rewards. If you have connections, you can buy some. Yang Ling nodded thoughtfully. He had to admit that he could now be considered a disciple of a first-rate force. I need to find a way to quickly become an 8th-grade Ironclad constable. Although it's not the identity of a Jianghu hero, how does this position give such a sense of security? Yang Ling murmured to himself. The Crimson Gold Mine is much larger than the Fire Crystal Mine. Countless miners are vigorously excavating the crimson gold in the open-air vein, with the sound of clanging echoing endlessly. As Su Qing's carriage arrived, he saw 12 figures standing at the entrance of the miners' village. The news travels fast, there are eyes along the way. Su Qing lifted the curtain, his eyes narrowing slightly. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Su. The leader stepped forward first, cupping his hands in greeting. Who are you? Su Qing asked indifferently. I am Fang Qingyang, the steward sent by the Shana sect. Fang Qingyang replied with neither humility nor arrogance. At this moment, Yang Ling had already brought Chen Su and Chun Guoqing down from the carriage. He was dressed in the uniform of a constable as requested by Su Qing. Seeing this scene, Fang Qingyang and the other 12 stewards couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Oh, Su Qing nodded lightly. You are all the stewards here, correct? Indeed, everyone replied. That's perfect. Let me introduce you to our new supervisor who I arranged to come here. Su Qing introduced Yang Ling. Supervisor Yang Ling is a constable from Qingshan City, holding a public position. I heard that the Crimson Gold Mine has been plagued by many bandits, causing numerous miners to complain. Since the former supervisor couldn't resolve these issues, Supervisor Yang Ling's identity is quite suitable. You should cooperate with him more in the future. The new supervisor is a constable. Fang Qingyang and the others were taken aback, their expressions somewhat peculiar. They truly did not expect Su Qing to make such a move, calling a constable to be the supervisor of the Crimson Gold Mine. We have met Supervisor Yang, they said, maintaining a composed demeanor as they paid their respects. You are all too polite, Yang Ling replied with a smile, cupping his hands. From being a refugee to now, he had gained some status. However, whether as a constable or a supervisor, these were not his true trump cards. You're new here and unfamiliar with the place. Let Fang Qingyang show you around for the next few days, Su Qing said with a faint smile. I will stay here for a few days. After that, I need to return to the sect to handle matters concerning Wu Kei. Wu Kei. Fang Qingyang and the others exchanged glances. Steward Fang, is that all right? Su Qing asked with a smile. No problem, no problem. Please, Senior Brother Su and Supervisor Yang, come inside. Fang Qingyang nodded with a smile. Yang Ling's residence was a private courtyard. When Su Qing was present, the master bedroom naturally belonged to him. Even so, Yang Ling and the others each had their own rooms. Finally, we don't have to stay in a leaky wooden house that lets in rain and wind. Yang Ling observed his surroundings and quietly sensed the movements in the other rooms. Then he began to cultivate the King Kong Mighty King technique, which is a top-tier cultivation method. Having learned about the strength of first-class sects and the scarcity of their techniques from Su Qing, he was already convinced that the King Kong Mighty King technique would be the foundation of his future, and he could not afford to be negligent. After gaining a full 13 experience points, Yang Ling began to cultivate the Thief's Blade technique. The room was spacious enough for him to perform. After practicing all night, Yang Ling resumed cultivating the King Kong Mighty King technique, and his spirit was immediately replenished. Half an hour later, he took Chen Su and Chun Guoqing, guided by Fang Qingyang, to start inspecting the Crimson Gold Mine. Yang Ling had only one goal: to first tally the number of players in the Crimson Gold Mine. He could see the players' attribute panels, and this advantage was fully utilized at this moment. As he scanned with his eyes, he memorized one name after another. Supervisor Yang, our Crimson Gold Mine has actually been operating for many years. In the early days, the output was stable at 3,000 pounds per month. However, in recent years, due to the increasing number of mining insects in the tunnels, collapses often occur, and occasionally bandits kill and rob. This has led to miners being unwilling to go underground, and the output has been steadily decreasing. As Fang Qingyang introduced, he discreetly observed Yang Ling's expression with his peripheral vision. Steward Fang, how much output do we have now per month? It's just 2,000 pounds now, Fang Qingyang sighed. A decrease of 1/3. Chen Su and Chun Goking's expressions darkened. This is troubling. To increase the output from 2,000 pounds to 3,500 pounds in 3 months, isn't that a hell-level task? It's practically impossible. How many miners do we currently have? Yang Ling asked again. Around 10,000. You know how miners or their numbers are always fluctuating. Fang Qingyang replied. Too slow, the output must be increased to 3,500 pounds. Steward Fang, do you have any solutions? Yang Ling smiled. Fang Qingyang's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, but his face wore a bitter smile. 3,500 pounds. That's impossible. The surface crimson gold is becoming increasingly scarce. It's not that they are not working hard, but mainly because the mines are few. Unless we go down into the mines, but the mines are too dangerous and the miners are unwilling to go down. We can't do anything about them. With over 10,000 miners, if a rebellion were to break out, it could wipe us and the mine guards out without leaving even a bone behind. Yang Ling had a sense of certainty. The other party was very straightforward, not hiding anything. The decline in mineral production was indeed because the mines were too dangerous and the miners were unwilling to go. The problem arose, is there any way to solve it? Currently, there is no solution. What the other party said was also correct. If over 10,000 miners were to riot, it would be disastrous. He also believes I have no solution. Yang Ling caught the hint of mockery in Fang Qingyang's eyes. The main issues in the mines are the mining insects and bandits. There is indeed a risk of collapse, but there are also human-made risks. Relying on just me won't solve this matter. However, whether it's the mining insects or bandits, they all represent experience points. To the players, that's something they crave. Yang Ling had a rough idea now. After wandering for a while, he mentioned one thing. Steward Fang, where is our blacksmith shop? I want to see the quality of the pickaxes. Oh, please follow me. Fang Qingyang said, momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he led the way. The sound of clanging filled the air. The atmosphere was lively. The blacksmith shop was bustling with more blacksmiths than at the fire crystal mine. Their primary task was to forge and repair pickaxes. Upon seeing Yang Ling and his group, they did not greet them, but focused on their work. The pickaxes here are generally of better quality than those at the fire crystal mine. Yang Ling glanced at the pile of pickaxes in the corner. Steward Fang, please bring out the best pickaxe here for me to see, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. As the supervisor, he was about to exercise his authority. You don't mean to distribute better pickaxes to the miners, do you? That's unrealistic, we don't have that much money. Fang Qingyang pondered. That's not it, I want to get a good pickaxe for the 3 of us. Yang Ling smiled. We also come from miner backgrounds. To increase production, we should set an example. You 3 are going down the mine. Fang Qingyang was genuinely taken aback. But immediately he felt overjoyed and quickly said, please follow me, we indeed have some good items in the blacksmith shop. He led them skillfully to a storeroom in the backyard. As soon as the storeroom was opened, a dazzling array of pickaxes came into view. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing were both stunned, a surge of excitement rising in their hearts. These pickaxes were clearly not ordinary items. Supervisor Yang, this crimson gold heron beak pickaxe is entirely made of crimson gold left by the previous supervisor. Fang Qingyang said with a half-smile, see if it's comfortable for you, oh feel free to take it if you like. Yang Ling looked at the crimson gold heron beak pickaxe, which emitted a faint white glow. Crimson gold heron beak pickaxe, rank white. Strength 10, attack power 40. Skill frenzied, 10 hits. This is a treasure. Yang Ling suppressed his excitement and slowly reached for it. In an instant, a warm flow surged through him, and his strength was instantly boosted by 10 points, reaching 21. The white glow indicates it is of white rank, likely the same as the treasure chest. Moreover, it has a special skill frenzied 10 hits, which likely means that any equipment of this rank comes with a skill. This golden square-tipped shovel is quite good, I'll take it. Yang Ling nodded with satisfaction, fastening it to his waist. With an official knife and a golden square-tipped shovel at his side, it felt rather awkward. Seeing this scene, Fang Qingyang's smile deepened. Apart from this golden square-tipped shovel, the others are all made of refined steel, each increasing strength by 5 points. Although they aren't white-grade equipment, this enhancement is sufficient for the players. Yang Ling said to Chen Su and the others, you each pick one as well. The 2 were already eager and quickly chose a refined steel square-tipped shovel. There are still over 100 left here. Yang Ling looked at Fang Qingyang, saying, call someone to pack them up and send them over to me. Fang Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, his expression strange, as he said, Supervisor Yang, each of these refined steel square-tipped shovels can sell for 3 taels of silver. Yang Ling replied, are they yours? No, that's the property of the mine. Fang Qingyang immediately retorted. Exactly, I'm the supervisor. How to distribute them is up to me. Yang Ling declared, call someone to pack them up and send them to me. There are exactly 103 refined steel square-tipped shovels here, not one less. Also give me a map of this mine. Don't fool me, it needs to be the most detailed and up-to-date version. Fang Qingyang replied. Understood. Fang Qingyang said no more and nodded silently. Half an hour later, all 103 refined steel square-tipped shovels and the mine map were delivered to Yang Ling's courtyard. Yang Ling, what is this? Su Qing, seemingly just finished practicing the mountain river heart method, walked out of the room looking spirited. Upon seeing the shovels on the ground, he was momentarily stunned. Senior brother Su, these are the assets of the golden mine. I plan to distribute them reasonably, Yang Ling said with a smile and cupped his fists. That's indeed one way, but with so few it might not be enough. Su Qing frowned and said, moreover, even if the miners get these, they could still slack off. Senior brother Su, rest assured. I will have Chen Su select those miners who are willing to earn money and have ambition. I guarantee they won't slack off and might even work overtime. Yang Ling said, let's first try out the effect. We'll give it 3 months. If it works, great. If not, there's nothing we can do. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing nodded, secretly knowing that as players receiving such good items, how could they not give their all? After all, they all needed to level up, especially with the refined steel square-tipped shovel's impressive effects. Just holding it, they felt their strength almost doubled. That's true. Every method should be tried. Seeing your appearance, are you planning to mine in person? Su Qing noticed the golden square-tipped shovel at Yang Ling's waist. Senior brother Su, this is a golden square-tipped shovel. It will definitely speed up mining. I plan to give it a try to see how much golden ore I can collect in a day. Yang Ling's tone carried a hint of excitement. Good, I didn't misjudge you. You have a natural enthusiasm for mining. Su Qing nodded happily. After chatting with Su Qing for a bit, Yang Ling took Chen Su and the others to the mine. He had inspected it once in the morning, and there were quite a few players here, at least 100. Among them, some had strength attributes exceeding 5 points, indicating they were working hard to mine and were not like Lin Guoyang and his ilk. However, a small portion exhibited poor spirits, seemingly just idling away. These types of players were originally supposed to be eliminated by him. However, for the sake of production, he planned to observe them further. If necessary, he could draw a pie chart and give them a morale boost. Isn't that Supervisor Yang? What are they going to do? Fang Qingyang noticed a few more managers had appeared behind him. One of them looked at Yang Ling and the others in the distance with a strange expression. Going to mine. Fang Qingyang smiled and said, it seems our Supervisor Yang really enjoys mining, perhaps thinking he can enhance the production capacity of the golden mine by himself. Several managers exchanged glances and then couldn't help but laugh. There are 36 mine tunnels here, and each one's complexity far exceeds that of the fire crystal mine. Let's start from Tunnel No. 1. Yang Ling opened the map, keeping it open as he led the two into Tunnel No. 1. Many miners already knew this was the new supervisor. Seeing his actions, they couldn't help but be curious. Everyone, what do you think our Supervisor Yang is going to do in Tunnel No. 1? Could it be he plans to eliminate the mining bugs and bandits inside, so we can go down the mine? No, whoever wants to go can go. There have been enough deaths in these tunnels over the years. Aren't you afraid of earning money, but losing your life? I'm definitely not going. A miner immediately voiced his stance, while also observing the attitudes of the other miners. Seeing their expressions gradually grow cautious, Yang Ling felt satisfied. In Tunnel No. 1, he was now holding a torch as he proceeded. He no longer needed to sneak down the mine. As a supervisor, he could do everything openly. About an hour later, in a recessed area, Yang Ling discovered a golden ore emitting a golden glow. You all look around nearby, but don't wander too far, Yang Ling instructed. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing immediately nodded and began to search for golden ore. It's you. Come here. Yang Ling gripped the square-tipped shovel, feeling his strength rise to 21 points. He exerted force with a sudden thrust accompanied by a sound of breaking air. The golden square-tipped shovel struck fiercely against the golden ore. Ding, sparks flew. A piece of golden ore was thus chiseled off. Based on the feedback from the golden square-tipped shovel, it was indeed nearly 10 times harder than fire crystal ore. At that moment, a cool aura surged into Yang Ling's body. The aura was even more robust than when he mined fire crystal ore. Its experience points are more than that of fire crystal ore, although this thing is indeed almost 10 times harder than fire crystal ore. However, my strength is not what it used to be. With an additional 10 points of strength enhancement, plus the experience recovery function, Yang Ling's gaze gradually became focused as he wildly swung the golden square-tipped shovel. The continuous sounds of clinking made Chen Su and Chun Guoqing's scalps tingle. Is this still human? A crazy tenet combo. Yang Ling suddenly had a thought and used the skill inherent to the golden square-tipped shovel. In that instant, the shovel in his hand seemed to unleash phantoms. Within a very short time, he struck 10 times in succession. The speed was so fast that even the sounds nearly overlapped. A large chunk of golden ore was forcefully extracted. However, Yang Ling felt a bit fatigued. Fortunately, the massive experience he had just gained quickly alleviated his tiredness. At this moment, Chen Su and Chun Guoqing also found their own golden ore and began mining. Thus, the trio stayed in the mine for a full day and night. During this time, Chen Su and the others had to take breaks after mining for a while. Each time this happened, they couldn't help but complain when they saw Yang Ling, who seemed tireless, still frantically mining the golden ore, thinking he was truly a monster. Officer Chen, I think Yang Good just unleashed a phantom. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. It's terrifying. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. He leveled up. Yang Ling immediately added it to his spirit, then opened his attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable. Level 15 Strength, 11 Agility, 5 Spirit, 27 Exclusive Skill, Insight, Martial Arts. King, Kong Ming Wang Gong. Initial Understanding. Experience, 179. 1000. Collapse Mountain Fist. Comprehension. Proficiency, 102. 1000. Capture Thief Blade Technique. Initial Understanding. Proficiency, 106. 1000. Health, 210. Not bad. Even if I become unemployed in 3 months, I can still level up significantly in this golden mine in these 3 months. Yang Ling was very satisfied with the speed of this level up. He took a quick glance at the Divine Domain level ranking. Divine Domain, level ranking 001. Stargazing Academy Luo Kai, level 17. Profession Child Scholar 002. Kuju Temple Hui, Wu level 16. Profession, Martial Monk 003 Dead Man's Valley Chi Kai level 16. Profession Medical Apprentice 004, Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun level 16. Profession Swordsman 005, Tiandao Sect Ning Shizha level 15. Profession Sword Guardian 006, Ghost King Village Lin Dongdong level 15. Profession Bandit 007, Iron Clothes Division Yang Ling level 15. Profession Constable 008, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing level 14. Profession Sword Guardian 009, Nine Immortals, Dao Palace Lin Sai level 12. Profession Taoist 010, Extreme Flame, Sword Manor Jiang Tianai level 12, O Profession Swordsman. Yang Ling was surprised to find such a significant change in the Divine Domain level ranking after just a few days of not checking. Hui Wu, who should have been first, was actually surpassed by Luo Kai from Stargazing Academy, 9th and 10th. Surprisingly, disciples from first-rate sects. Their luck is really too good. And how did these fellows level up so quickly? Yang Ling muttered to himself, also suspecting that these high-level players must have their own leveling techniques. Moreover, they were all grinding enthusiasts. Friends, the Divine Realm rank list has just been updated. Yang Ling crouched beside Chen Su and his companion, gripping his crimson gold cranebeak pickaxe. The two hurriedly opened the list and froze in astonishment. Hui Wu has actually been overtaken. How did Luo Kai level up so rapidly? He's already reached level 17. Senior brother Su said the Stargazing Academy is merely a scholarly institution, a place for reading. Why does it grant experience too? Chen Su murmured to himself. Yang Ling smiled faintly. The Divine Realm is clearly a transcendent world. Gaining strength through study is perfectly natural. Chen Guoqing nodded solemnly. What matters most is that players have already entered first-tier sects. Thanks to Su Qing's account, they now held profound reverence for such sects, colossal powers whose authority even compelled imperial courts to defer. Players had already infiltrated them. This implied their numbers were swelling dramatically. Only then could such a phenomenon occur. Brother Yang, when the rescue task force was formed, the missing population had already approached 300,000. It was increasing at nearly 10,000 per day. I suspect player influx will accelerate further, perhaps already exceeding 1 million by now. Chen Guoqing's expression grew graver still. Has the state imposed no controls? Why hasn't access been sealed? Yang Ling asked curiously. Since the link between disappearances and the Divine Realm is confirmed, why not shut it down entirely? It cannot be sealed. Chen Guoqing gave a bitter smile. All reports indicate this thing is unervingly insidious, utterly impervious to containment. And its advertisements are flooding every channel, growing ever more brazen. A flicker of deep concern crossed his eyes. I fear if this continues, reality itself may descend into chaos. Could it possibly remain stable? Yang Ling sighed inwardly. Imagine your child, healthy whole, then vanishing after playing a single game. How would the family bear it? Now the missing spanned nations and professions alike. Left unchecked, catastrophe was inevitable. There should be numerous players here at the Crimson Gold Mine. I've spotted several. Gather them at my residence. Oh, we'll first assess the situation beyond the realm. Yang Ling mused aloud. Both men nodded instantly. They too longed to know what had transpired in the outside world. Brother Yang, how much have you mined so far? Chen Su eyed the cloth sack slung at Yang Ling's waist with curiosity. Roughly 10 jin. Yang Ling hefted the sack lightly and chuckled. The crimson gold ore here forms unusually large veins, at least larger than fire crystal rock, so each find yields substantial returns. Yet it is exceptionally dense, demanding great effort. Without the attribute bonuses granted by the crimson gold cranebeak pickaxe and its innate hardness, Yang Ling estimated he'd mine only 4 or 5 jin per day. Now he extracted 10 jin daily, 300 jin monthly. Superficially, this matched his output from the fire crystal rock mines. Yet crimson gold ore awarded richer experience, accelerating his cultivation exponentially. Incredible. Chen Su raised a thumb in admiration, glancing at his own sack, perhaps holding only 3 or 4 liang. Senior Officer Chen and I labored all day, yet gathered barely 3 or 4 liang. Your pace will naturally improve. Your stamina remains limited, and crimson gold ore resists even the strongest blows. 3 or 4 liang is commendable for beginners. Had you wielded a steel cranebeak pickaxe in the fire crystal rock mines, you'd easily extract 2 or 3 jin daily, Yang Ling added with a smile. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing nodded in earnest agreement. Their progress had indeed been remarkable. Suppose each player mines 3 liang daily. Chen Guoqing calculated swiftly, eyes brightening. 100 players would yield 30 jin. Add your 10 jin, and we reach 40 jin per day. That's 1,200 jin monthly, drawing us close to the target of 3,500 jin. Perhaps not effortless, but certainly attainable. Yang Ling gave a slight nod. One detail he withheld: in 2 months, his Vajra King art would ascend to its 2nd tier, granting further attribute points. To maximize mining speed, he intended to allocate those points directly to strength. Spiritual energy accelerates mastery of arts and techniques, but strength enhances excavation speed, and excavation fuels cultivation. Cultivation is advancement, and these relentless grinders are locked in fierce competition. I dare not fall behind. Yang Ling reflected inwardly. His competitive drive was modest, even inclined toward tranquility. In his prior life as a gold farmer, he rarely overexerted himself. Once earnings sufficed, he rested for weeks. But this world permitted no such luxury. Death was real. To survive, he must grind relentlessly. Leveling up ensured vital rewards from the realm itself. At level 20, another reward awaits, hopefully a blue random treasure chest. Brother Yang, something feels off. I hear movement. Chen Su's voice broke Yang Ling's reverie. Yang Ling listened intently, then rose sharply and declared voice taut, mind beetles. He did not retreat. Instead, he motioned for Chen Su and Chen Guoqing to stand behind him. With 27 points of spiritual energy, his perception was razor sharp. He sensed precisely from which direction the beetles approached. The two men tensed, yet excitement flared in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their steel crane-beak pickaxes. They'd heard Yang Ling explain that slaying mind beetles granted experience. We're roughly 2 li from the surface. This depth falls squarely within their territory. A rare opportunity. Seize it. Ready your wound-healing salves. Apply them immediately upon injury. Each dose restores only 1 point of vitality per minute. Don't delay until wounds worsen. Yang Ling continued issuing instructions. Both men nodded, resolve hardening. Moments later, 2 emerald-green eyes gleamed from the abyssal darkness. That large. Yang Ling frowned. Each eye resembled a soybean. If these were mind beetles, their bodies dwarfed earlier scorpion-like variants by several times. Then another pair appeared. Then another, until in the blink of an eye the void brimmed with countless green eyes. Squeak! A shrill shriek pierced the air as the emerald-eyed creatures surged forward. These are mind rats. There must be 1,000 of them. Yang Ling recoiled, then barked, fall back. Retreat. Absolutely. Without hesitation, Chen Su and Chen Guoqing spun and fled. The sheer swarm sent chills down their spines. Yang Ling covered their rear, retreating at steady pace. Yet he noted the rats' terrifying speed. They might not overtake him, but they would surely overtake Chen Su and Chen Guoqing. Abandon them, and I survive. Yet. Yang Ling paused, then commanded, remember the narrow turn ahead. Both men nodded vigorously. At that choke point, I'll constrict the passage further. You hold your steel pickaxes ready for finishing blows. Their speed makes flight futile. We must stand and fight. Yang Ling's words came rapid fire. Fortunately, Chen Su and Chen Guoqing possessed keen instincts and absolute trust in Yang Ling's judgment, never questioning his commands. They reached the bend in moments. Yang Ling wielded his crimson gold crane-beak pickaxe with practiced efficiency, reshaping the corridor so only 10 rats could squeeze through at once. Ready. My blade handles the main assault, finish any that slip past. Avoid their bites. They likely carry venom. Yang Ling now gripped the crimson gold crane-beak pickaxe in his left hand and an official issue saber in his right. He confirmed the pickaxe's 10 strength bonus had activated. The saber's 3 strength boost was likewise active. So bonuses stack. He dismissed further thought, eyes locked on the narrowing aperture. His base strength now stood at 24, unenhanced by cultivation. When channeling his art, it would surge to 39. Activating the mountain-crushing fist would add 6 more points. But that remained theoretical. Both hands were occupied, and bare-handed combat against swarming rats was unthinkable. Time passed slowly. Originally, a second was brief, but at this moment it felt prolonged in Chen Zu's eyes. Chen Guoqing, emboldened, gave Chen Su an encouraging glance, which reassured him somewhat. Suddenly, a large black rat emerged from the hole. Upon seeing this, Yang Ling did not use the golden crowbar, but instead employed the capture thief blade technique, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 mining rats in the blink of an eye. A surge of icy experience points flowed into his body comparable to that gained from mining the golden ore. This looks promising. Yang Ling felt a bit steadier inside. At this rate, this group of mining rats posed little threat to him. He continued to wield his official blade, and the stamina he lost was quickly replenished by the experience points. This became increasingly terrifying as his strength grew. Does he not get tired? Chen Guoqing exclaimed in awe. He had studied martial arts. He knew that a person in combat could only last 2 to 3 minutes to be considered exceptional. A normal person might be completely exhausted in mere seconds. Unbeknownst to him, a pile of rat heads had accumulated in front of Yang Ling. During this time, Chen Guoqing and Chen Su had also collected numerous mining rats. Gradually, they noticed their strength inexplicably increasing. Suddenly, they realized they had leveled up. Indeed, following Brother Yang offers a bright future, the warm surge during the leveling eased their fatigue. The two of them felt invigorated and continued to collect spoils. After about an hour with the last mining rat slain, the crisis had been resolved. Brother Yang, you must have played games a lot before. Your monster trapping technique is incredible, Chen Su remarked, gazing at the chaos before him. In such a situation, the 3 of them could hardly cope. Only by trapping the monsters could they handle it easily. Let's not dwell on that, and let's pack up the rat heads and take them out. Yang Ling chuckled. Let's show these miners to boost their confidence. All right. Chen Su immediately took off his clothes and began packing the rat heads. Before long, the 3 of them emerged from the mine and dropped the rat heads onto the ground. Nearby miners were immediately attracted over, and upon seeing the rat heads recoiled in fear. Mining rats. So many mining rat heads. Were these killed by Supervisor Yang and the others? They truly went after these vile creatures. Damn those mining rats. One of my brothers was killed by them. A large group surrounded him, and in just a few moments they reduced him to nothing but bones. A miner's eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the rat heads, rage evident on his face. Supervisor Yang, were all these mining rats killed by the 3 of you? Fang Qingyang rushed over, and upon seeing the rat corpses, his face revealed a hint of astonishment. You came just in time to take care of these. We need to go back and wash up. Yang Ling patted his shoulder and led the others away. Back at the residence after washing up, they found a stranger standing next to Chen Su and Chen Guoqing, looking somewhat shy and excited. Why, Yang supervisor? The newcomer hurriedly bowed upon seeing Yang Ling, stuttering slightly. Brother Yang, this is Wang Haodong, who, like us, he is also a player and has been here for 7 or 8 days. Chen Su said. Wang Haodong watched Yang Ling cautiously, still somewhat in disbelief. Was this the renowned Yang Ling, ranked 7th on the God Realm leaderboard? He found it hard to imagine encountering such a figure during his most desperate times. Haodong, don't be nervous, Yang Ling smiled. We're here to ask you a few questions. Upon seeing Yang Ling's gentle demeanor, Wang Haodong relaxed a bit and quickly replied, Brother Yang, please go ahead. When you entered the game, do you know what the situation outside was like? The outside situation. Wang Haodong seemed to recollect, slowly saying, when I joined the game, news about God Realm was already spreading like wildfire. In fact, there were even cults claiming that God Realm was created by their church. I saw in the news that these cults were quickly suppressed. Then there were many missing persons. Some places have become quite chaotic with people reporting incidents every day. It's in disarray, huh? Chen Guoqing murmured to himself. Cults have emerged. Yang Ling frowned slightly. By the way, there's one piece of news I'm unsure about its authenticity. Wang Haodong suddenly said. I saw online that various countries have dispatched special forces into God Realm to try to understand the situation here. If we could encounter them, we would be saved. I'm afraid that won't work. Chen Su gently shook his head. Once they enter here, they can't get out. In this place, even eating is a problem. It's hard to ensure one's own safety. Wang Haodong wore a bitter smile. In fact, their group of players had already discussed this matter. Everyone's attitude was similar to Chen Su's. Only a small portion still held onto a glimmer of hope. They hoped the country could bring them back. They didn't want to eat hard flatbreads and drink cold water here. How about this? You all go again and call all the players over. Yang Ling said, I have something to announce. Upon hearing this, the three immediately left the courtyard. While Yang Ling was washing up, he practiced the Vajra King technique once. Now he was focusing on refining the capture thief blade technique. After about 2 hours, the three finally gathered the remaining players from the mine. They all wore expressions of uncertainty. After all, upon hearing that Yang Ling wanted to see them, they were immediately shocked. Yang Ling of the Iron Guard, a top-ranked expert. Could this person really be the new supervisor of the Golden, or everyone's here? Yang Ling glanced at the crowd. Brother Yang, these are all the players, everyone has arrived. Chen Su said. Some did not come, they seem to be intentionally hiding their identities as players, but there are almost 100 of them now. Yang Ling's mind stirred. At this moment, a female player cautiously asked, Are you Yang Ling? The Iron Guard Yang Ling. Yes, Yang Ling nodded. How can you prove? A male player looked at him with suspicion. Why should I prove anything? Yang Ling looked at him. I'm still the supervisor of the Golden, or what do I need to prove to you? The male player turned awkward, immediately recalling his current situation, and dared not speak further. You all should know that mining grants experience points, right? Yang Ling said. Besides the newcomers who looked confused, those who had been around longer all nodded quietly. They obviously knew, or else they wouldn't be able to survive. How much golden, or can each of you mine daily? Yang Ling casually asked. 1 tael. 1.5. Sometimes with good luck, and over time I can manage 2 taels. The player who said this had a higher strength attribute, boasting 7 points. Today I mined 10 jin. Yang Ling took out a cloth pouch, opened it, and dumped it on the ground. Chen Su and Chen Guoqing also took out their pouches and dumped them on the ground. I have 3 taels. 4 taels. How is this possible? The players exchanged puzzled glances. Yang Ling said calmly. Your progress is too slow, you need to level up. Supervisor Yang, although you mine quickly, you are a top-ranked expert. We are just ordinary players and our speed can't possibly match yours. First of all, your veins in the mine are richer, the golden, or is in larger chunks, and you need to go down into the mine. Secondly, your equipment isn't good enough, and your daily mining time is too short, you don't have enough of it. I plan to form a mining level-up team. Those who want to join come and collect a sturdy steel crowbar. This tool can enhance your strength and speed up your mining. Switching to it is like upgrading from a bird's gun to a cannon. But let me say this up front, once you join the team, everything will follow my arrangements. Disobeying is not as simple as leaving my team. I will make sure you cannot stay in the Golden or any longer. Yang Ling said indifferently. Back when everyone first entered the game, these few words would have sparked public outrage. But now, after a brief silence, the crowd asked, Brother Yang, where can we collect the sturdy steel crowbars? Steelhead pickaxe, strength 5. When the players received the steelhead pickaxe from Chen Su and Chen Guoqing, they were all astonished. Wang Haodong couldn't believe it and exclaimed, My strength seems to have increased significantly. He instinctively swung the steelhead pickaxe a few times, producing a whooshing sound. This strength was definitely not his original power. Mine too. The steelhead pickaxe can enhance our strength. Then want the mining efficiency double. Experience points will also double. This is fantastic. The players present were all engulfed in ecstasy. I have some information to share with you about Divine Realm. Yang Ling's voice rang out. The players immediately quieted down, looking at him with excitement in their eyes. Here we can access the attribute panel. It details attributes such as level, strength, agility, and spirit. Moreover, if you have practiced martial arts, you can also see the proficiency on the attribute panel. Upon hearing this, the players became even more excited. I knew it. There would definitely be an attribute panel. Yang, how do we access the attribute panel? A player eagerly asked. Become a warrior. Yang Ling explained. Only by becoming a warrior can you see your attribute panel. This has already been verified by a player I know. Become a warrior. The players seem doused with cold water. Young Lada, I've been here for over a month, and I've inquired about the warrior information during this time. A young man calmly interjected. The information I gathered indicates that becoming a warrior is extremely difficult. The martial skills and techniques are all controlled by the sects in Divine Realm. To join those sects is as challenging as skipping grades from elementary school to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. This vivid analogy left the players feeling somewhat hopeless. However, I previously thought it was impossible, but now it may not be. The young man changed his tone, his eyes sparkling with determination, with Yang Lao leading us in mining and the steelhead pickaxe enhancing our leveling speed. Then our levels will surely rise quickly and our strength will continuously increase. By that time, we will be different from the local natives. The major sects are not blind. They will naturally see our exceptional talents, and the subsequent events will unfold logically. Exactly. As long as we can level up and our strength increases, those sects will definitely be willing to take us as disciples. Then we can practice martial arts, become warriors, access the attribute panel, and further secure our footing in Divine Realm. Not to mention, at the very least, we can live steadily. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I haven't had a good night's sleep since I came to Divine Realm. Gradually, a glimmer of hope appeared in the player's eyes. As long as there is a prospect for the future, there is hope in life. Yang Ling glanced at the young man's attribute panel character. Li Tianai profession minor level 4 strength 8 agility 5 spirit 5 health 80. The initial attributes are all 5 points. This is considered an exceptional attribute, and the spirit is also significantly higher than that of an average person, which will facilitate faster training. This person is a talent. Yang Ling silently nodded in approval. Yang Gu, shall we head to the mine? Chen Su was a bit excited. Seeing the team suddenly grow, he couldn't wait any longer. All the players looked at Yang Ling, waiting for his command. Let's go to the mine. Yang Ling waved his hand. At the mine entrance, Fang Qingyang and the others were respectfully standing aside. Su Qing was conversing with a slightly older young man. Junior brother Su, you promised that the output of the red gold mine would reach 3,500 gene in a month. This is indeed a bit reckless. How about this? They'll go back and explain to the higher-ups. Oh, let's settle on 3,000 gene, shall we? Senior brother, I said 3,500 gene. There's no backing out now. Su Qing smiled and said, if I truly became a fickle person, the sect would probably not trust me again. How could they allow me to act independently? Junior brother Su, actually, with the current state of the red gold mine, achieving an output of 3,500 gene in a month is nearly impossible. Fang Qingyang slowly spoke, a hint of emotion in his expression. Getting over 2,000 gene in a month is already the limit. We have to at least give it a try. Su Qing glanced at Fang Qingyang. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt something was off. Turning around, they saw a group of miners marching towards them. Leading them was Yang Ling. Fang Qingyang, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized that the miners were holding steelhead pickaxes and understood what was happening. Yang Ling has quickly gathered a batch of miners. Su Qing's expression changed. Meanwhile, Yang Ling also noticed that the atmosphere here was peculiar. The person besides Su Qing, why does he look at me with such strange eyes? Yang Ling cast a glance at the other man and opened his attribute panel character. Yang Jiwen profession warrior strength 32 agility 25 spirit 10 martial arts mountain river blade technique proficient mountain river 12 fists proficient mountain river mind method comprehended faction mountain river sect strength 32 points agility 25 points and spirit is also 10 points. Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. He hadn't even broken 30 points in a single attribute yet. The only one close was spirit at 27 points. As for strength and agility, he hadn't even broken 20 points, and he was far from reaching 30 points. Moreover, the other party's mountain river mind method had been cultivated to the comprehended level. Every aspect of the data was higher than Su Qing. Junior brother Su. Yang Ling did not reveal any unusual expression as he approached Su Qing and cupped his hands in respect. Are you going to personally lead them into the mine? Su Qing smiled. Exactly. Yang Ling slightly nodded. Good, I look forward to your good news. Su Qing said. Yang Jiwen suddenly smiled and said, you are Yang Ling. You're my distant cousin, and you still want to lead the miners into the mine as a supervisor of the red gold mine. Junior brother Su has not misjudged you. Who are you? Yang Ling politely inquired. This is my senior brother Yang Jiwen. He was the one who arranged for the previous supervisor of the red gold mine. Later he was transferred due to some issues. He is passing by the red gold mine this time, intending to impart some experience to us, fearing that we might mismanage. This is quite considerate of him. Su Qing hinted. Yang Jiwen seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Su Qing's words. He looked Yang Ling up and down and suddenly asked, on the day Wu Kei went missing, were you with him? Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. At that moment, he even suspected that the other party's visit to the red gold mine was not to trouble Su Qing, but to find trouble with him. Wu supervisor was indeed with me that day. Yang Ling nodded. Can you tell me what exactly happened that day? Yang Jiwen smiled. Su Qing then reacted immediately, saying, Yang Ling, take your people down to the mine. Yes. Yang Ling immediately led people into the mine, no longer paying attention to Yang Jiwen. Senior brother Wu Kei ran away. Don't think about tying this matter to my people. Su Qing looked at Yang Jiwen, a smirk on his face. Yang Jiwen's lips curled slightly, and he tore off the facade. Junior brother, this red gold mine is too precious. You can't handle it. But it doesn't matter, in 3 months it will return to my hands. In these 3 months, if I say its output will not reach 2,500 gene, then it won't. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingyang and the other supervisors revealed faint smiles. Su Qing's expression darkened. It was clear that the other party was making their intentions known. The sight of Yang Ling descending into mine shaft No. 1 with over 100 people was witnessed by tens of thousands of miners at the Qijin mine. Our new supervisor seems utterly determined to conquer this mine shaft. If he truly resolves the perils lurking within, perhaps we too might venture down one day and strike it rich. Don't indulge in idle fantasies. Our supervisor Yang is merely putting on a show for us. His sole aim is to compel us into the mine to extract more Qi gene, or a death-defying task. Let whoever dares go ahead and try. Many miners' flickering hopes were severed once again. Earning gold mattered, but preserving life mattered more. Su Qing had long grown weary of feigning courtesy toward Yang Jiwen and had already departed. Yang Jiwen glanced at the overseers present and smiled faintly. Tell me, do you truly believe my junior brother Su could elevate the Qi gene or yield? The overseers exchanged glances but remained silent, offering no opinion. Fang Qingyang, however, spoke solemnly. Senior brother Yang, we all wish to increase output, but these miners refuse to risk their lives underground. No one can force them. Without resolving the mine's 3 great perils, mining vermin, bandit raiders, and tunnel collapses, no miner will ever descend willingly. Encountering any one of these could cost a man his life. Yang Jiwen pondered thoughtfully. Indeed. For now I shall bide my time and devise solutions later. That Yang Jiwen must be Wu Kei's patron. His cultivation strength is indeed formidable, far surpassing Su Qing's. Yet give me another 2 months. Once the Vajra King art advances to its 2nd layer, and with the additional free attribute points I'll gain through leveling, my stats will eclipse his entirely. Yang Ling exhaled inwardly, relief washing over him. At last he possessed ample time to level up and cultivate. He then led Chen Su and Chen Guoqing deep into the mine shaft, spearheading the expedition. Simultaneously, he coordinated over 100 players to work in unison, jointly developing this subterranean realm. Soon veins of Qi gene ore were uncovered. Before Li Tianai lay a rich deposit of Qi gene ore. Gripping his refined steel cranebeak pick, he struck just once, and flecks of crimson gold are cascaded down. This ore has nearly doubled my strength. My mining speed and efficiency will surge dramatically. Without hesitation, he bent his head and labored furiously. Other players quickly fell into rhythm. Upon spotting Qi gene ore, they dug without pause. Their accelerated excavation ignited an intense drive to level up. Resources within the mine shaft were undeniably richer than those outside. Nearly every side passage yielded deposits of Qi gene ore, large or small. Even with over 100 players, scarcity never arose. They only lamented their own insufficient speed. Suddenly, a sharp, rhythmic clanging echoed through the tunnels. Instinctively, many players halted their work and raised their torches. There before them stood a figure, frenzied as if possessed, relentlessly striking a vein of Qi gene ore. His crimson gold cranebeak pick blurred into afterimages. Under such overwhelming force, even the dense Qi gene ore began to flake away. In that moment, they finally believed Yang Ling truly could mine 10 gene of Qi gene ore in a single day. Such speed is terrifying. Is this the awe-inspiring power of a level 15 cultivator? The players swallowed hard, then rallied their spirits and dug with renewed frenzy. Time slipped by. Some grew weary and rested on the spot. Yet even in repose, they found themselves captivated by Yang Ling's mining prowess. When they realized he moved like an inexhaustible machine, neither pausing nor faltering, their envy gradually ripened into reverence and admiration. The ultimate grindmaster, murmured Wang Haodong, then turned to Chen Su, who was also resting. Brother Su was senior brother Yang always like this? We've been inside for at least half a day, and he hasn't paused once. Of course not. That's why he ranks among the top 10 on the Divine Realm leaderboard, replied Chen Su. Wang Haodong nodded instantly, naturally, unawares the next day had arrived. All players except Yang Ling had spent the time alternating between digging and resting, even sleeping on the cold stone floor at night. They fell asleep watching him dig. They awoke to find him still digging. How much have you mined? Yang Ling sheathed his crimson gold cranebeak pick and gathered the players before him to tally their yields. I mined 2 liang. 3 liang for me. Mine should be about 1 liang. Aside from a few outliers, most had harvested at least 1 liang, whereas ordinary miners averaged only 1 xian per day at the Qijin mine. Suddenly, weariness vanished from their limbs, replaced by surging exhilaration. This vein is vast. No need to waste time searching, or lies abundant wherever we turn. The strength boost from our refined steel cranebeak picks further enhances efficiency. And since you're spending far more time mining, and with greater intensity, these yields are perfectly natural. As your levels rise, your mining speed will accelerate accordingly. Yang Ling smiled gently. Enough for today. Go bathe, rest, and report back at the mine entrance in 6 hours. He resolved to compress his practice of the capturing thief saber art. So long as he cultivated the Vajra King art daily to its maximum limit, all remaining time would be devoted to mining and leveling. Martial techniques were vital, but his immediate duty was leading this team to advance. On this very first day, hope had already taken root. With over 100 players, each averaging 2 liang, the collective haul amounted to 20 gene, plus his own 10 gene, totaling 30 gene in a single day. That meant 900 gene per month. Even if output plateaued here, he would fulfill Su Qing's mandate the moment other miners collectively delivered 2,600 gene monthly. Only when Su Qing secures his position will mine be truly stable, Yang Ling mused silently. Moments later, he led the large contingent out of the mine, advancing steadily toward the overseer's station. Nearby miners turned to watch. Looks like quite a crowd. Of course, with Supervisor Yang protecting them. But would he shield us should we descend? True enough, yet they've been inside all day. Surely their haul must be substantial. Curiosity flared. Instantly, they trailed at a distance, eager to witness how much qi gene or they'd submit. Fong Qingyang sat behind his desk, upon which rested a small balance scale. Senior Overseer Fong, Supervisor Yang and his group have emerged, whispered a mine guard discreetly. Fong Qingyang immediately perked up, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Yang Ling approached, he bowed respectfully. Supervisor, you spent the entire night within the mine. Your yield must be considerable, I presume. Not bad. Since I didn't submit yesterday, I'll deliver everything together today. Yang Ling tossed 2 cloth sacks onto Fong Qingyang's desk. Thud. The sacks landed with a heavy, muffled thud. Fong Qingyang frowned slightly, then promptly weighed them. After a pause, he murmured, 22 gene. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers nearby. 22 gene. Is that possible? Fong Qingyang suddenly laughed warmly. Your methods are extraordinary, Supervisor. Leading over 100 miners for barely a day, yet amassing 22 gene of qi gene, or our mine's output shall surely soar. This is solely my personal yield. The others retain theirs separately. Do not conflate them. Yang Ling spoke firmly. Fong Qingyang's smile slowly stiffened. Personal yield. Could that possibly be true? Yang Ling's words struck like a boulder cast upon a placid lake, sending ripples of astonishment across the crowd. The onlooking miners instinctively edged forward. Overseers nearby, drawn by the commotion, also gathered, expressions flickering with surprise and suspicion. Fong Qingyang forced a strained smile. Supervisor Yang, surely you jest. Do you mean to say you can mine 10 gene of red gold, or in a single day? More or less, depends on fortune. If one strikes a sizable vein, 15, or even 20 gene is not out of the question. Yang Ling gave a slight, unhurried nod. Fong Qingyang fell silent. The overseers exchanged bewildered glances. Could it truly be possible? 15 gene in a day. Before today, many would have dismissed the claim outright. Yet the moment they witnessed Yang Ling mining without pause, without breath, without fatigue, they understood 10 gene was no feat at all. Were they likewise unburdened by exhaustion, even they could haul 1 or 2 gene daily. Do not linger, settle the accounts. Yang Ling reminded calmly. Ah yes. Fong Qingyang replied, then added, 1 qian of red gold or fetches 22 gene amounts to 44 liang. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. Chen Su and the others drew sharp, silent breaths. 44 liang, enough to buy their lives several times over. Fong Qingyang, still wearing that brittle smile, completed Yang Ling's payment, then turned to tally the ore from the other miners. 3 qian, 61. 5 qian, 101. 2 qian, 41. At first, all proceeded normally. 1 liang. 201. 2 liang. 401. 3 liang. 601. What is your name? Li Tianai. Sweat beaded heavily upon Fong Qingyang's brow. He steadied himself, paying each miner with practiced composure, until his desk held over 30 gene of gleaming red gold ore. The overseers watching nearby stiffened, their faces grave as never before. The miners stood dumbstruck. How can they mine so swiftly? Their picks are unlike ours. That one looks like a refined steel crane beak pick. Did Supervisor Yang provide them? Yet even superior tools cannot account for such yield. Mining underground works this way. The red gold veins here are unusually large. A single deposit may take days to fully extract, saving precious time otherwise spent searching. Still, it defies belief. Their hearts raced, minds unable to reconcile what they'd seen. Enough, return to rest. Assemble again at the entrance of mine No. 1 when the appointed hour arrives. Yang Ling declared. We shall take our leave now, Supervisor Yang, the players replied, addressing him formally before the native workers, concealing all familiarity. They bowed deeply, then hurried toward the village, clutching their copper coins, their steps light, their spirits soaring beyond words. They had struck gold. In just one day, they had earned more copper than ever before, and hunger would no longer haunt their nights. They could eat whatever they wished, fish, meat, eggs, purchased freely without hesitation. Supervisor Yang. Just as Yang Ling turned to depart, a voice called out. Something urgent. Yang Ling glanced toward the miner. Emboldened, the man ventured cautiously, may I accompany you down the mine? That was precisely the invitation he awaited. A faint knowing smile touched Yang Ling's lips. Why not? If you wish to descend with me, simply follow. Many thanks. Profound gratitude. The miner bowed repeatedly. He too sought great wealth. One request opened the floodgates. Others soon followed, emboldened, and Yang Ling granted each without hesitation. After confirming the next descent time, Yang Ling departed with quiet grace. He knew red gold mining had shifted irrevocably. This was only the beginning. You may all disperse. An overseer waved dismissively, scattering the gawking miners. Then, drawing close to Fong Qingyang, the group wore solemn, unsettled expressions. A grave matter has arisen. Why does Yang Ling mine at such an extraordinary pace? Many miners are already swayed. If left unchecked, his following will swell rapidly. If this continues, how shall we answer to senior brother Yang? Fong Overseer, you must act. Could it possibly be false? Fong Qingyang paused thoughtfully. False. The overseers exchanged glances, eyes sharpening with sudden insight. You mean, he smuggled the red gold ore in beforehand? One whispered low. Exactly. Fong Qingyang nodded slowly. His aim is clear, to draw miners into his crew and boost overall output. Then the solution is simple: reveal the truth to the miners. Relief softened their tension. Meanwhile, among the miners themselves, the incident stirred heated debate. Many had already pledged to join Yang Ling's next descent. Are you mad? No mortal could mine 10 gene of red gold ore in a day. Supervisor Yang is surely bluffing. How do we know those ingots weren't concealed on his person? Precisely. To fall for such deception and perish underground would be the height of folly. Such skepticism cooled many tempers. Yet one miner frowned sharply. The copper coins they exchanged for red gold were real tangible coin. Are your words meant to obstruct our path to profit? Truth or fiction, we need only descend once alongside the supervisor to know. Agreed. Let us all go together and see for ourselves. Those with ulterior motives exchanged furtive, uneasy glances. Under the irresistible lure of wealth, their rhetoric had lost its grip. In his courtyard, Yang Ling rinsed off quickly, refreshing his body and spirit. Then he began practicing the Vajra King art. After gaining 13 points of cultivation experience, he shifted to the thief-capturing saber technique. When the appointed hour arrived, he reappeared before mine no. 1. This time, every player was present, and dozens of ordinary miners had joined them. Among them lurked several players who chose to conceal their true identities. Such subterfuge proved futile before Yang Ling's perception. He made no remark, merely led the miners downward. With prior experience, the players moved with confident fluency. Even the initially anxious common miners gradually caught the rhythm, shedding doubt and turning their full attention to locating red gold veins, then setting to work the moment one appeared. Soon a rhythmic clinking drew all eyes. Yang Ling had uncovered a substantial red gold deposit, one large enough to occupy several miners at once. He assigned Chen Su Chen, Guoqing Wang Haodong, and Li Tianai to excavate it. Yet his own excavation speed left every witness near or far awestruck anew. Frenzied tenfold strike. Frenzied tenfold strike. Frenzied tenfold strike. His red gold crane beak pick blurred into afterimages, a sight that left the common miners slack-jawed. Such terrifying speed. Supervisor Yang mines with ferocious intensity, yet he appears scarcely older than a youth, as if he'd wielded a pick for decades. At this pace, 10 gene per day is entirely plausible. Not only him, the others dig with commendable speed too. They speak no falsehood. Real fortune lies beneath this mountain. He positions himself deepest. Should oreworms stir, they would strike him first. Is he shielding us? It would seem so. Their gazes burned brighter, warmer. This newly arrived supervisor had already earned profound respect. No one recalled any overseer from any mine descending to shoulder the same grueling, filthy labor as common miners. Is he truly Yang Ling of the Iron Row Bureau, a constable by profession? Why does he feel more like a master miner? 3 hidden players observed silently from the shadows. They stared, utterly speechless. One even pulled up the Divine Realm rank board. His profession is indeed listed as constable. Truly formidable. His strength is exceptional, his mining speed unmatched. This leveling squad holds immense promise. Another murmured softly, "Shall we reveal ourselves?" "Let us observe further," replied the calmest among them, voice measured and deliberate. The other 2 exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, then bent back to their work. As Yang Ling mined, his peripheral vision drifted almost imperceptibly toward the 3. From his very first day at the red gold mine, he had marked them, not without reason. Their levels far surpassed all others. All 3 stood at level 10, perched precisely at the threshold of class advancement. They clearly possessed a unique method of rapid progression, though its nature remained unknown. Unaware of the passage of time, nearly 6 hours had elapsed since they descended into the mine. Before Yang Ling lay a chunk of cinnabar gold, or nearly half of it already excavated. Such astonishing speed left the common miners awestruck and deepened their reverence for him. Have you noticed? Supervisor Yang is utterly absorbed in mining. It seems he truly enjoys it. Those fellows appear equally focused, but unlike him, they must pause for rest just like us. Yang's supervisor, however, seems forged of iron itself. Among all present in the mine shaft that day, Yang Ling's group stood out as the most dedicated. For them, mining yielded not only coin but also experience points, prompting even the ordinary miners to work with heightened diligence. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Miners began filing out of the mine. As they passed mine shaft no. 1, the rhythmic clinking of picks still echoed from its depths. They're still at it. Do they plan to sleep here? Will they even eat and drink within the shaft? Truly relentless. Though spoken in disbelief, a flicker of intrigue gleamed in some miners' eyes. Yet they held back, choosing instead to observe further. The next morning, as workers streamed in for the shift, foreman, like Fong Qingyang, appeared unusually unsettled, their brows furrowed with quiet concern. Their glances kept drifting toward mine shaft no. 1. On their 30-second such glance, Yang Ling emerged at last, leading his team out of the shaft. While Yang Ling remained radiant and energized, the rest of his crew wore exhaustion etched plainly upon their faces. Supervisor Yang and his team have emerged. Let's go take a look. Yang Ling approached Fong Qingyang and tossed a cloth sack onto the counter. Its bulging shape drew a strained smile from Fong Qingyang, who began weighing its contents. Nearby overseers watched intently, eyes unblinking. 13 Jin. Fang Qingyang exhaled deeply before announcing the figure slowly. HSSSH. A collective gasp rose, not only from overseers and miners, but even from the mine vein guards. An experienced miner typically extracted only 1 qian of cinnabar gold or per day. Yet this single supervisor Yang had matched the output of over 1,000 seasoned miners. They could scarcely fathom how such a feat had been accomplished. After settling Yang Ling's payment, Fang Qingyang turned toward Chen Su and the others. With a cheerful grin, Chen Su stepped forward and dropped his own sack. 4 liang, 801. Then Chen Guoqing and Li Tianai followed suit, each tossing down their sacks. 4 liang, 801. 5 liang, 1001. For the remainder of that time, Fang Qingyang scarcely registered how the moments passed. He mechanically tallied wages for the miners. Nearby workers' eyes grew progressively brighter, until finally their gazes shifted toward the ordinary miners standing beside them. The earlier group wielded refined steel crane beak hoes, naturally granting them greater efficiency. Moreover, having descended into the shaft, they reaped richer veins, assuming the risk of death. They bypassed much of the arduous prospecting. How much did you all extract? Come, one by one, let's tally. A flicker of hope lit Fang Qingyang's eyes. If their yields remained modest, perhaps the situation could still be salvaged. Foreman Fang, I think I've got about 3 qian, stammered a humble miner, scratching his head sheepishly. Compared to those before him, his haul was undeniably meager. Yet against his own usual output, it represented a full tripling. 3 qian. Fang Qingyang's expression shifted subtly before he paid the man without delay. The next miner dropped a sack containing only 2 qian, bringing slight relief to Fang Qingyang's countenance. But the third sack held 4 qian. And nearby, the wavering miner's eyes gleamed ever more brightly. Fang Qingyang's unease deepened. From a distance, Yang Ling observed with a faint knowing smile. These ordinary miners possessed considerable strength, more than enough to make a difference. Their strength attribute ranged between 4 and 6. Though not swift diggers once inside the shaft, and freed from lengthy prospecting, their mining efficiency surged markedly. Brother Yang, now I understand why we needed a mining leveling squad, said Chen Su, eyes alight with insight. Chen Guoqing too studied the expressions of nearby miners, and a quiet smile touched his lips. Perhaps they truly could establish themselves firmly here at the Cinnabar Gold Mine. Brother Yang, the production target set by Senior Brother Su should now be attainable. Chen Guoqing added with a chuckle, most miners are honest folk, seeking only fair wages to support their families. If descending into the shaft proves both safe and profitable, no force on earth could hold them back. Production targets. Li Tianai and Wang Haodong, standing close by, exchanged startled glances. The Shanha sect demands 3,500 jin of cinnabar gold or monthly from this mine. Failure to meet this quota would compel my patron to surrender control of the mine, and I of course would lose my post as supervisor. Yang Ling spoke calmly. Li Tianai and the others stiffened perceptibly. This was grave indeed. Should Yang Ling depart, where else might they find such protection? In silent resolve, the players vowed to redouble their efforts in the next 6-hour shift. In the end, Fang Qingyang confirmed the final tally. In a single day, Yang Ling's team had extracted a staggering 27 jin of cinnabar gold, or for mine shaft no. 1. Of that total, Yang Ling alone accounted for 13 jin. Fang Qingyang's tension eased slightly. The crisis was not yet terminal. Upon completing wage settlements, Yang Ling returned to his residence. Su Qing beckoned immediately upon seeing him. Yang Ling, I intend to return to the Shanha sect shortly. Keep close watch over the Cinnabar gold mine. Ensure no major disruptions occur. Senior Brother Su, you're departing for the Shanha sect so soon. Might you remain a few days longer? I'd hope to brief you on several operational matters. Yang Ling sounded genuinely surprised. Su Qing sighed. That wretch Yang Jiwen will certainly thwart my intentions. Every overseer here either serves him or dares not oppose him. After careful consideration, I've decided to return and seek authoritative intervention to see whether the production standard might be lowered. Senior Brother Su refuses to lower the standard. Yang Ling replied evenly. Moi. Su Qing's brow furrowed. Why not? Today I led over 100 miners into the shaft and extracted 27 jin of cinnabar gold ore. Su Qing inwardly recoiled. 27 jin. Over 100 miners. Yang Ling nodded gravely. Our true challenge lies not in capacity, but in the perceived danger of the shaft. That peril may well be artificially constructed. Once that illusion is dispelled, if miners fully grasp that descent entails far less risk than believed, output will rise dramatically. Yang Ling, how much did you personally extract? Su Qing's tone turned serious. 13 jin today. Going forward, it will increase further. Moreover, the miners I personally trained are all equipped with refined steel crane beak hoes. On average, each yields 1 liang daily. I am confident that within the next 2 months I can raise their average output to 3 liang per person. Yang Ling bowed respectfully. 3 liang per person per day amounts to roughly 30 jin, plus your own contribution. That totals over 1,000 jin monthly. Su Qing instantly performed the calculation, and his eyes brightened. The mine's baseline output already stands near 2,000 jin. Could we actually meet the target? The odds are excellent, Yang Ling affirmed slowly. What remains is to break the deadlock decisively. Then momentum will carry us forward. Thereafter, overseers like Fang Qingyang will wield no influence over output. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Su Qing clapped Yang Ling heartily on the shoulder, his expression warm with satisfaction. I sensed your talent from the outset, and you have not disappointed me in the slightest. Pausing briefly, he added, precisely for that reason, I must return to the Shanha sect to monitor Yang Juwen, lest he continue scheming. You meanwhile must maintain vigilant oversight here at the Cinnabar gold mine. Then allow me to escort you, senior brother Su. No need, go bathe first. You're covered in grime. Su Qing laughed, waved farewell, and strode away with purpose. Yang Ling quickly rinsed off and began cultivating the Vajra Mingwang art. After earning 13 points of experience, he resumed practicing the thief-capturing saber technique. Martial techniques no longer troubled him. He would practice them gradually. What mattered was ensuring his cultivation of the Vajra Mingwang art never faltered. 6 hours later, night had fully descended. Yet before mine shaft one torchlight blazed brilliantly. Hundreds of miners stood holding flaming torches awaiting Yang Ling's arrival. 400 or 500. Chun Su murmured, inwardly astonished. Soon Yang Ling appeared, and every miner turned as one toward him, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. You all intend to descend into the mine with me. He swept his gaze across the unfamiliar faces. Supervisor Yang, we've made up our minds. If you fear no peril within the mine shaft, neither shall we. Following you underground means fortune. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Very well, no more words. Into the mine. Holding a torch aloft, Yang Ling strode forward at the head of the procession. That sight instantly galvanized even those miners who had hesitated moments before. If the supervisor led the way, what reason remained for fear? Fong Xingyang watched from afar, his expression darkening. Senior Manager Fong, what do we do now? If things continue like this, within days we'll fail to fulfill Senior Brother Yang's instructions. A manager's eyes flickered with unease. As overseers of this site, they were intimately familiar with the red gold mine's latent reserves. Should 10,000 miners descend together, monthly output would soar, not merely to 3,500 gene, but potentially 7,000 gene. Senior Brother Yang taught me one final method. Fong Xingyang's gaze gleamed faintly. This method will quell the matter entirely. Henceforth, no miner will dare consider entering the mine shaft again. What method is it? The manager instinctively asked. Fong Xingyang glanced at him, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Why ask so many questions? The man flinched slightly and forced a nervous chuckle. My apologies, I spoke out of turn. Yang Ling descended deeper this time, selected a vein of red gold ore and focused intently on extraction. Mine shaft one was vast. Even 400 or 500 people pouring inside left it feeling spacious. Resources were thus abundant. Each miner could swiftly locate enough red gold or to sustain days, even nights of excavation. Clang, 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 clang. The crimson gold cranebeak pick in Yang Ling's hands blurred into motion. To Chen Su and the others, the spectacle had long ceased to astonish. They had grown numb to it. But the newly committed miners stood frozen, gazing blankly at Yang Ling. Only now did they truly believe he could extract 13 gene of red gold ore in a single day. He was no mere mortal. Get digging. Now that you're here, work hard and earn your wealth. Chen Guiqing shouted to them. Yes, yes. Dig in. Soon they fell into rhythm. Hundreds of miners labored earnestly, each striking or with focused intent. One miner, barely 20 years old, dug steadily until he drifted into a quieter side tunnel. He pressed deeper still until no one remained behind him, then broke into a cautious, hushed run. At a pre-marked spot, he carefully withdrew a wooden box from his waistband. Opening it revealed a mineral glowing with soft, ethereal luminescence. Red gold essence, he whispered, eyes flashing with greed, yet ultimately placed it reverently upon the ground. Having completed his task, he retraced his steps. Moments after he departed, fist-sized black mantises leapt forth, 1, 2, 3, circling the red gold essence, gnawing and feeding upon it. The miner moved with quiet vigilance, scanning his surroundings. As he neared his original position, he breathed a slow, silent sigh of relief. Brother, why did you venture so deep? Did you find a rich vein? Chen Su asked curiously. Recognizing him, the miner stiffened inwardly. This was none other than Supervisor Yang's trusted attendant. He forced a nervous grin. I searched thoroughly, but found no quality red gold ore. Chen Su dismissed the remark with a casual nod and resumed digging. Yang Ling excavated for nearly half a day, when suddenly a crisp, melodious chime rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Leveled up already. Remarkably fast. I've only spent roughly 2.5 days mining this time. A quiet thrill stirred within Yang Ling. Indeed, red gold ore yielded exceptional experience. Without hesitation, he allocated the point to spirit. A warm current welled within him, surging upward to coalesce at his brow. His perception sharpened subtly, his thoughts grew clearer, more incisive. He opened his character panel. Name, Yang Ling. Occupation, Constable. Level 16, Strength 11, Agility 5, Spirit 28, Exclusive Skill, Insight, Martial Arts, Vajra Mingwang Art, Barely Initiated. Experience 218, 1000. Mountain Crushing, Fist Master. Proficiency 102, 1000. Thief Capturing Saber Technique, Barely Initiated. Proficiency 146, 1000. Health 210. Level 16. I need just 4 more levels to possibly unlock the next random treasure chest. A quiet anticipation kindled in Yang Ling's heart. At this pace, reaching level 20 should take no more than 10 to 15 days. He opened the Divine Realm rank list 001, Jushin Dao Palace Lin Sai, level 19, Occupation Taoist Priest 002, Jiuan Sword Sect, Jiang Tianai level 18, Occupation Swordsman 003, Shin Sect Zhang, Shindao level 18, Occupation Assassin 004, Luoan Temple, Li Shou level 17, Occupation Mad Monk 005, Kuju Temple Hui Wu level 16, Occupation Martial Monk 006, Deadman's Valley Chi Kai, level 16, O Occupation Apprentice Physician 007, Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun, level 16, O Occupation Swordsman 008, TA Department Yang Ling level 16, A Occupation Constable 009, Shana Sect Wu Xiaochen level 15, Occupation Blade Guard 010, TA Department Qin Mo level 15, O Occupation Constable. This can't be. Yang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Sai and Jiang Tianai, who had previously ranked 9th and 10th, had surged to 1st and 2nd place in mere days. Moreover, 3 new names now graced the list. Zhang Shindao of the Shin Sect, Li Shou of the Luohan Temple, Qin Mo of the TA Department. The first 2 claimed 3rd and 4th positions. Thus the top 4 were now occupied exclusively by scions of elite sects. Qin Mo ranked 10th, shared Yang Ling's occupation, Constable, and served under the same TA Department. But Yang Ling's expression hardened into grim intensity. Where is Luo Kai of the Guanqing Academy? He was originally 1st, level 17, while I'm only level 16, having dropped just 1 rank. So how has Luo Kai vanished from the rankings entirely? Could he be dead? A chilling coldness shot up from Yang Ling's soles, piercing straight through his crown. Could the Divine Realm's undisputed top-ranked player truly be gone? Brother Yang, something's happened. A frantic cry snapped Yang Ling back to reality. Chen Su came sprinting toward him, disheveled and breathless mine insects. At this moment, a group of miners was desperately fleeing. Behind them, shadows occasionally emerged. Whenever these shadows fell upon a miner, they would bite away a piece of flesh. Some miners had been bitten multiple times, covered in blood, unable to suppress their pain, with anguished cries. Others fared worse, having been bitten on the neck and dying instantly. After his corpse fell to the ground, swarms of shadows immediately surrounded him, and in a short time, only bones remained. We're doomed. Many miners regretted their decisions, running for their lives. If only we hadn't gone into the mine out of greed, we wouldn't be risking our lives now. Among them, some players were also running at full speed. Don't panic. Supervisor Yang will be here soon. Chen Guoqing shouted, don't crowd. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Suddenly, miners who had already fled turned back. There are mining worms ahead. Chen Guoqing felt a chill. How could these mining worms come from all directions? Soon hundreds of miners gathered in a massive mining chamber. Their expressions ranged from terror to panic as they stared intently at the dark branches of the tunnels surrounding them. Yang Ling arrived shortly, noticing that many miners had wounds. His heart sank. The players felt reassured upon seeing Yang Ling. Li Tianya, Wang Haodong, and Chen Guoqing all sighed in relief. Supervisor Yang, didn't you say there was no danger in the mine? What's going on now? Some miners have been killed by the mining worms. A young miner bravely spoke up, his expression a mix of sadness and anger. Yang Ling glanced at him. Mining tunnels always have mining worms and dangers. If you want to make money while staying safe, then why come down here? The young man was momentarily speechless. Yang Ling turned to Chen Guoqing and the others. What's the situation now? How many casualties have there been? Have you seen what the mining worms look like? Supervisor Yang, I just counted the number of people. We started with 433 miners. Chen Guoqing said quietly. Now only 423 are left. 10 dead. The faces of the crowd grew increasingly grim. One of ours is also missing. He must have been killed by the mining worms. Chen Guoqing added. Yang Ling understood. He was referring to a player. Li Tianai and the others also wore serious expressions. This was their first encounter with such a situation in the Qijin mine. After all, they had only mined in surface veins before. Other than being a bit tiring, there were no real dangers. Brother Yang, this situation is too coincidental. After this, I fear other miners will be even less willing to go into the mine. Chen Su whispered. Just then a miner cried out in terror. There are mining worms. A shadow flew over, moving rapidly. But Yang Ling's blade was quicker. With a swift slice, the mining worm was split in two and fell to the ground. It was a black mantis about the size of a fist. Its fangs were exceptionally sharp, and its forearms were like razors. This is a Qijin mantis. They specifically eat Qijin, but they usually dwell deep underground. Oh, why are we encountering them at such a shallow position in the mine? An old miner boldly stepped forward, his expression strange. Are you saying it shouldn't be appearing here? Yang Ling looked at the old miner. The old miner replied uncertainly, Supervisor Yang, I'm not quite sure, but these mining worms do live very deep down, and we usually wouldn't go to those depths even if we mine. At that moment, several other branches of the tunnel also had Qijin mantises flying in. Yang Ling dealt with them effortlessly. The old miner's expression grew even more serious. Qijin mantises go mad when they smell blood. With so many of us injured, they will seek out various paths to reach us. No matter which path we take, it's dangerous. Yang Ling's gaze suddenly swept over the crowd. Has anyone acted alone among you? Acted alone? There shouldn't be anyone. The crowd exchanged glances. They all knew the dangers of mining and usually moved in groups of 3 or 5. Alone? That was nearly impossible. Who would be that foolish? A young miner's eyes darted around, but he was lost in the crowd, and no one noticed his unease. Chen Su thought carefully and suddenly said, "Supervisor Yang, I know someone acted alone. I happened to run into him and asked a question. After all, it's unreasonable for someone to walk deep into the mine alone." Yang Ling asked, "Who was it? Can you recognize them?" Chen Su immediately scanned the crowd, scrutinizing each face. Soon he spotted the young miner trying to hide and immediately called out, "It's you. Come out." "Me, eh?" The young miner raised his head, looking bewildered. Without saying a word, Yang Ling cast a detection spell on him. In an instant, a message appeared: Wang Er today concealed Qijin or essence, attracting Qijin mantises. Subsequently used pig's blood as bait, leading to the deaths of 10 miners. Today's usage has been exhausted. Yang Ling realized. The other party had used Qijin or essence to attract the Qijin mantises. Then with the scent of pig's blood, he drew the Qijin mantises over from the or essence. With several paths showing signs of Qijin mantises, it indicated that he had smeared pig's blood everywhere to use as bait. Fortunately, I used the detection spell, otherwise this matter could have turned disastrous. Yang Ling thought to himself. Supervisor Yang, I have nothing to do with the Qijin mantises. I'm just an ordinary miner. Wang Er hurriedly protested. You used Qijin or essence to attract the Qijin mantises and smeared pig's blood everywhere, leading to the emergence of the Qijin mantises, which killed 10 miners. You are indeed just an ordinary miner, but someone must be instigating you from behind. Yang Ling replied coolly. If you reveal who the mastermind is, perhaps you can save your life. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped, their expressions filled with suspicion. The old miner suddenly raised his head. Qijin or essence. This can indeed attract Qijin mantises and then use pig's blood to draw them out, but... He glared at Wang Er, furious. Wang Er, you scoundrel, why did you do this? No, it wasn't me. Wang Er panicked, his face turning pale. He didn't expect that all his actions had been seen through. A chill seemed to penetrate his spine, leaving him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The players exchanged glances, then turned their darkened expressions towards Wang Er. If looks could kill, Wang Er would have been reduced to pulp. There's no need to argue. Have you forgotten my identity? Yang Ling said coldly. I am an officer of the Iron Guard. Your denial won't matter. I will have someone take you to the Qingshan City Magistrate. Once you fall into Captain Lin's hands, you will have to reveal everything and face some punishment. If you confess the mastermind now, you may receive a lighter sentence. Wang Er saw hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Some had already gripped their picks, hinting at potential violence. He trembled with fear, quickly saying, "It was Manager Fong. Manager Fong made me do it. I didn't know this would kill so many miners. Supervisor Yang, please spare me. Supervisor Yang, please spare me." Fong Qingyang. The crowd's faces turned even uglier. The players all understood that Fong Qingyang's actions were meant to prevent Yang Ling from staying behind. If he were truly captured, they would lose a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, a player gritted his teeth and said, "Once we exit the mine, we must kill Fong Qingyang. That bastard is truly detestable. Supervisor Yang, what do you say? What should we do?" The ordinary miners looked solemnly at Yang Ling. Li Tianai and the others suddenly had a realization. This incident made the ordinary miners aware of how to align themselves in the upcoming conflict, ensuring their own interests. A steward who sacrifices miners' lives for power struggles would certainly be abandoned. Next, we need to deal with the Crimson Gold Mantises. First, we can discuss Fang's matter after we exit. Remember, this is Zhao country, there are laws, and we cannot take lives recklessly. After reminding them, Yang Ling added, "Once we are outside, I will personally escort Steward Fong and Wang Er to Qingshan City's government office for the Ironclad Division to handle." The players felt a chill in their hearts, almost forgetting how realistic this game was. They couldn't just kill NPCs as they pleased like before. "Brother Yang, are we doing it like last time?" Chen Su suddenly became a bit excited. Yang Ling nodded, just like last time. The others were left wondering what last time meant. But soon they understood. Yang Ling wielded the crimson gold pickaxe, mining stone as if it were tofu, quickly unearthing many large rocks to block all the major branch tunnels. In the end, only one tunnel remained. Even that was blocked to the size of a fist. Li Tianai and Wang Heidong's eyes lit up as they seemed to grasp something. Can Divine Domain also kill monsters? Do these crimson gold mantises provide experience points? Their hearts ignited with excitement. However, upon recalling the perilous nature of the crimson gold mantises, they quickly calmed down. Even if they could kill monsters for experience, it wasn't something players like them, who were not even martial artists, could engage in. It seems Yang Ling is planning to trap the monsters. I suspect he was a professional gold farmer before. The three players who had been reluctant to reveal their identities and had all reached level 10 observed this scene quietly, their eyes flashing with intrigue. They too were gold farmers, most familiar with monster trapping. Once everything was set up, it was time to lure the monsters. Yang Ling looked at Wang Er. Is there any pig's blood left? Wang Er sheepishly replied, "It's all gone and I've used it all." "I see." Yang Ling smiled. "Then I can only borrow yours." "What? Mine?" Wang Er didn't have time to react before he was handed a bowl of blood. He shrank back, pale-faced and trembling. With Wang Er's blood as bait, everything was ready. Yang Ling sprinkled his blood at the entrance of the fist-sized passage and then quietly waited. The ordinary miner's eyes brightened. The previous mining mice were likely killed this way. Supervisor Yang's method is brilliant. If we can deal with the crimson gold mantises, the danger level of mine one will surely decrease. Sooner or later, all the mining insects inside will die out, making mining even safer. They felt a surge of excitement and increasing awe towards Yang Ling. The previous supervisor never cared about these things. About half a minute passed. A crimson gold mantis burrowed out. Before it could move, it was sliced in half with a single blow. A chilling aura surged into Yang Ling's body. Its experience points seemed to be more than that of the mining mice. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing tightened their grips on their steel picks, ready to savor some spoils. Yang Ling glanced at Li Tianya. Tianya, keep your pick nearby. If any crimson gold mantises slip through, it's up to you to handle them. Oh yes. Li Tianya was a bit excited and immediately stood in position with Chun Su and the others. The rest of you shouldn't get too close to the crimson gold mantises. Your lives are more important. Yang Ling cautioned the other players and ordinary miners. Although some players envied Chen Su and the others, they knew their own limitations and dared not approach. After all, mining itself grants experience, and there was no need to engage in dangerous activities. From then on, the crimson gold mantises became increasingly fierce. Unfortunately, the path given to them was limited, allowing only one to come through at a time. One that came in would die. Yang Ling occasionally let a few through for Chun Su and the others to practice. Initially, they were a bit flustered, but after 2 or 3 rounds, their precision with the steel pick began to improve. Unknowingly, the crimson gold mantis corpses in front of Yang Ling piled up to waist height. He called the ordinary miners over to clean up. The number of crimson gold mantises should have decreased significantly, and their frequency of appearance had dropped. Yang Ling was still uneasy and poured another bowl of Wang Er's blood. The number of crimson gold mantises immediately increased. The durability of the official knife is about to reach 0. An alert suddenly appeared before Yang Ling's eyes. He glanced at the official knife in his hand, which was filled with nicks. Indeed, after slicing several more crimson gold mantises, the official knife shattered instantly. Yang Ling hastily took out the crimson gold pickaxe and continued to lure and kill the crimson gold mantises. At that moment, the players present realized just how prestigious it was to be in the top 10. Sometimes they couldn't even see Yang Ling's movements clearly. If Yang Ling were killing them instead of the crimson gold mantises, it would actually be easier than killing a chicken. Supervisor Yang's martial arts skills are profound, deeper than those of the previous supervisor. The old miner who recognized the crimson gold mantises expressed with emotion. Just then, a pleasant voice suddenly rang in Yang Ling's ears. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. What happened? I just leveled up and I've only killed about 1,000 crimson gold mantises. How could I level up again? Yang Ling felt a bit puzzled. In fact, although the crimson gold mantises provided a lot of experience, it was only equivalent to him mining a few times. Logically speaking, it should be no more than what he could mine in a day. Could it be that the experience gained from killing monsters is amplified? Yang Ling pondered, then immediately added the free attribute point to his spirit. Spirit 29. 29 points now, and at the next level it will be 30 points. This should be considered a threshold. Breaking through 30 points in a single attribute is likely a certain standard. Yang Ling secretly rejoiced and continued to kill the crimson gold mantises. 2 hours passed. There had been no new crimson gold mantises for a quarter of an hour. Seeing this, Yang Ling immediately expanded the mine tunnel. You all wait here for me. I will go get the crimson gold or essence and come back up. This item is evidence. He did not plan to take it for himself, but intended to use it to pin Feng Qingyang down. After today, the ownership of the crimson gold or should have a conclusion. Holding the torch, Yang Ling quickly found the crimson gold or essence. There were no signs of crimson gold mantises nearby. He instinctively stepped forward a few paces, then stopped, his face revealing suspicion. Behind the crimson gold or essence was actually a mass of bloody flesh. It was covered in blood vessels as if it could breathe, expanding and contracting. Yang Ling had an odd expression. He examined it closely and information appeared. Great Mother, crimson gold mantis egg, unclaimed. Would you like to bind it? Can it be bound? Is this the activation of the spirit pet system? After considering for a moment, Yang Ling decided to bind it and see what would happen. A binding process commenced. Binding complete. In an instant, Yang Ling felt a subtle yet profound connection form between himself and the massive crimson gold mantis egg. Soon a tiny creature hatched from the egg, devouring every trace of its shell before leaping gracefully into Yang Ling's palm. It resembled an ordinary crimson gold mantis, yet its entire body shimmered with translucent white jade clarity like a living gemstone. Name required. Must it be named? Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized the little creature from head to toe, then mused thoughtfully. I shall call you Xiaobai. Name confirmed. A stat panel materialized serenely before him. Crimson gold mantis matriarch strain Xiaobai. Level 1. Strength 5. Agility 10. Spirit 2. Special skill gold sense. It has a level. That means it can level up. Yang Ling's eyes lit with quiet delight. Such potential was rare. Only exceptional spirit beasts possessed the capacity for growth, their latent power far surpassing ordinary companions. Xiaobai's stats also surprised him. Still newborn, yet already boasting 5 strength and a remarkable 10 agility. Its spirit was low, but that hardly mattered. Spirit beasts did not cultivate martial techniques. Xiaobai, Yang Ling called out experimentally. The little creature instantly turned toward him, gaze bright and deeply perceptive, undeniably intelligent. Show me your speed. Without hesitation, Xiaobai launched from his palm, streaking through the air like lightning, circling thrice in a blur, before alighting gently back upon his open hand. Incredible speed, faster even than a human with 10 agility. A solemn intensity flickered across Yang Ling's face. Even when channeling his cultivation, his agility reached only 20. Yet he sensed Xiao Bai moved with uncanny, almost preternatural swiftness. You possess one skill, gold sense. Could it truly detect crimson gold or deposits? Yang Ling smiled faintly. Demonstrate your ability. Xiao Bai tilted its head, uncomprehending. Gold sense. Yang Ling rephrased the command. Instantly Xiao Bai unfurled its wings and darted deep into the mine tunnel. Yang Ling retrieved a shard of crimson gold or essence and followed closely behind. After traversing roughly 10 zhang, Xiao Bai halted at a precise spot, fluttering its wings expectantly while gazing back at Yang Ling. Without pause, Yang Ling seized his crimson gold cranebeak pickaxe and began excavating. Within a meter, a massive vein of crimson gold ore gleamed beneath the rubble. Remarkable. With you by my side, I'll reclaim precious hours otherwise spent mining. Yang Ling couldn't suppress his praise. Then with a focused thought, he directed Xiao Bai to locate dozens more such deposits. He marked each location meticulously on his system map, then lifted his collar. From now on, you'll remain hidden here. Xiao Bai obediently flew inside his tunic and curled itself into a compact still form. So now I am a cultivator with a spirit beast companion. Huh. Yang Ling chuckled softly, then opened his stat panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession Constable Beast Tamer. Level 17. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 29. Exclusive skill insight. Martial art Vajrao Wisdom King. Art rudimentary proficiency. Experience 218-1000. Mountain crushing fist mastery achieved. Proficiency 102-10000. Thief capturing saber technique rudimentary proficiency. Proficiency 146-1000. Health 210. Beast Tamer. Yang Ling frowned slightly. His profession had unexpectedly branched into a secondary path. Could this be a dual profession system? His gaze shifted instinctively to the Divine Realm rank list. Divine Realm rank list. 0019 Immortals, Dao Palace. Lin Cai, level 19, Taoist. 002 Supreme Flame Sword Sect. Jiang Tian AI, level 18, Swordsman. 003 Divine Sect. Zhang Shendao, level 18, Assassin. 004 Arhut Temple. Li Shou, level 17, Mad Monk. 005 Iron Row Bureau. Yang Ling, level 17, Constable. 006 Bitter Awakening Temple. Hui Wu, level 16, Martial Monk. 007 A Valley of the Dead. Chi Kai, level 16, Apprentice Physician. 008 Grand Derivation Sword Sect. Fong Yun, level 16, Swordsman. 009 Mountain Endrover Sect. Wu Shaochen, level 15, Blade Guard. 010 Iron Row Bureau. Qin Mo, level 15, Constable. 5th place, and secondary professions remain concealed from the rank list. Yang Ling fell silent, a quiet contemplation settling over him. Unnoticed, his cultivation had already surpassed Hui Wu's. Once the undisputed leader, Hui Wu now ranked 6th. Fang Qingyang sat behind his desk, his peripheral vision repeatedly flickering toward Mine Tunnel No. 1. Suddenly a figure emerged from the tunnel and shouted, "Mine vermin." Without hesitation, Fang Qingyang rushed forward with his men. "What is the situation? Any casualties?" He cried out long before reaching them, his voice thick with feigned concern. Yet as he drew nearer, he sensed something deeply amiss. The atmosphere was unnervingly still. Over 400 miners stood in absolute silence, their gazes locked upon him. Wang Air, pale as ash, stood quietly beside Yang Ling, head bowed low. Fang Qingyang's heart lurched violently, forcing a brittle smile. He said, "Senior Supervisor Yang, did you encounter mine vermin? It appears no one was harmed." A growing crowd of curious miners gathered nearby. "Fang Qingyang, you've been exposed." Yang Ling spoke calmly, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hushed space. "What did you say, Senior Supervisor Yang?" Fang Qingyang's face darkened. "I don't understand." "Don't understand? Then let everyone hear it together." Yang Ling raised his voice, clear and resonant. Fang Qingyang, overseer of the Crimson Gold Mine, sought personal gain by ordering Wang Air to lure crimson gold mantises using crimson gold or essence. He then used pig blood as bait, attempting to orchestrate a catastrophic mining disaster. Witnesses and evidence are irrefutable. He turned to Fang Qingyang, holding aloft the crimson gold or essence, while Chen Su and others dumped the corpses of the slain crimson gold mantises onto the ground before him. "Fang Qingyang, you are finished." Fang Qingyang stood frozen, struck dumb, as if thunderstruck. He had never imagined the mantises would be eradicated so completely, nor that the ore essence would fall into Yang Ling's hands. At first the miners watched idly, amused spectators, but gradually their expressions hardened, faces tightening with dawning horror. He deliberately engineered a catastrophic mining disaster. He treats our lives as nothing. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. Fang Qingyang suddenly lifted his head, glaring coldly at Yang Ling. "Yang Ling, you're slandering me. Senior Overseer, we should confess. It may earn us leniency," whispered Wang Air. "Who are you? I don't know you." Fang Qingyang cast a dismissive glance at Wang Air, then turned to Yang Ling with practiced composure. "Senior Supervisor Yang, if you dislike my presence, I'll resign. There's no need for such baseless accusations." "Resign? Don't flatter yourself." Yang Ling smiled faintly. "I am a constable of Qingshan City, And I am arresting you and Wang Er effective immediately for transfer to the Iron Row Bureau in Qingshan City. Fang Qingyang's face paled, nearly forgetting Yang Ling's official authority. You cannot detain me without cause. I serve Master Yang. I demand you consult him first. Master Yang Jiwen. He is merely a disciple of the Mountain Androver sect. Must the Imperial Bureau seek permission from a sect disciple before enforcing the law? Is he planning rebellion then? Yang Ling's smile remained mild, but chilling. Fang Qingyang broke into icy sweat, knees trembling. I meant no such thing. You misrepresent me. And the rest of you. Did any of you conspire with him? His gaze swept across the remaining 11 overseers. They recoiled as one, drawing sharp breaths, then frantically shook their heads in denial. Very well. I'll escort them to Qingshan City. Until my return, keep close watch here. Should further trouble arise after I'm gone. Yang Ling smiled again. Your fate will mirror his. As he spoke, his figure vanished, reappearing instantly before Fang Qingyang. Fang Qingyang instinctively raised his arms to resist. But against Yang Ling's current stats, the attempt was laughably futile. Crack, 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 crack. In less than a heartbeat, Yang Ling wrenched Fang Qingyang's arms and legs, shattering every limb with barehanded precision. Fang Qingyang collapsed paralyzed, only seconds later overwhelmed by searing, unbearable agony, his screams echoing across the mine entrance. The 11 overseers stared, faces drained of all color. They knew Fang Qingyang was a martial cultivator, skilled, formidable. Yet in an instant he had been reduced to this broken, whimpering ruin. In Qingshan City, Lin Butu was somewhat surprised when he saw Yang Ling, especially after learning about the events at the Red Gold Mine, which astonished him even more. He glanced at the pale-faced Fang Qingyang, then at Wang Er, and after hearing the testimonies from several miners that Yang Ling had specially brought, he turned to Yang Ling and asked, You took care of so many red gold mantises. Boss, the official knife is broken, Yang Ling said with a bitter smile, pulling out the damaged official knife. Lin Butu looked at the blade's edge and nodded with a smile. Red gold mantises typically feed on red gold supplemented with flesh. They spend all day in the red gold mine, and their bodies are quite tough. Your official knife is quite ordinary, but it's normal for it to break. I'll get you another one later. Boss, how will these two be dealt with next? Yang Ling inquired. Lin Butu looked at Wang Er and Fang Qingyang, sneering. Killing 10 miners is a serious crime. By the way, were the dead miners refugees? He glanced at Yang Ling. Yang Ling pondered and replied, 3 were refugees. Oh, understood. Lin Butu immediately ordered, someone take them down to the dungeon. Instantly, a constable stepped forward and dragged Fang Qingyang and Wang Er away. Such a crime usually leads to an autumn execution. Once they're in the dungeon, they can forget about coming out alive. Lin Butu chuckled, then began to toy with the red gold ore in his hand. Boss, if there's nothing else, he'll go get the official knife, and then head back, Yang Ling said, cupping his hands. Don't rush back. I was just about to call someone to inform you that a higher-up has arrived. Lin Butu said they want to investigate Wu Kei's matter. What? Yang Ling was slightly taken aback. Hadn't the matter with Wu Kei already been settled? Why would the government still intervene? Wu Kei is truly foolish, Lin Butu sighed, lightly glancing at Yang Ling. Do you know where the fire crystal or he embezzled was sold? I don't know, Yang Ling shook his head slightly. He sold it to the Rome tribe in the north. Lin Butu sneered. They've been our Zhao Kingdom's sworn enemy for nearly 100 years. The Iron Clothes Department happened to discover a shipment of problematic fire crystal ore in the northern region. The evidence points directly to your Shanha sect's Wu Kei. If he was just privately selling it to other merchants for a bit of profit, that would be fine. But if it's treason, then that's a serious issue. Yang Ling gasped inwardly. He hadn't expected Wu Kei to be so audacious. Was it really Wu Kei's treason, or was it the fault of the person behind him, Yang Jiwen? Boss, will this matter affect the Shanha sect? Yang Ling asked, mustering his courage. His heart was pounding. He had just managed to stabilize things, and he certainly didn't want the Shanha sect to run into problems. To determine that, we need to find the individual who had contact with Wu Kei, Lin Butu smiled. Don't worry, the Shanha sect has made contributions over the years, even if they haven't been significant. As long as they were unaware of this matter, they wouldn't be too implicated. Yang Ling immediately felt relieved. Judging by Lin Butu's tone, it shouldn't be a big problem. Since you are somewhat involved in this matter, you should stay at the government office for now. When the higher-ups from the Iron Clothes Department arrive tomorrow, you can accompany me to meet them. Lin Butu instructed. Understood. After leaving Lin Butu, Yang Ling instructed several miners to return to the Red Gold Mine first, and to inform Chen Su and the others that he probably wouldn't be back for the next few days. Mining activities will be temporarily suspended. That night, Yang Ling stayed in the rest room of the government office. Since he was alone, he could practice the Diamond King Kong technique. After finishing his training, he continued practicing the thief capture knife technique. In the morning, Yang Ling went out to buy breakfast buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. He ate while walking toward the government office. Suddenly, he felt a darkness before his eyes. A huge figure blocked his way. Yang Ling. The person looked down at Yang Ling from above. Yang Ling continued eating his bun and sipping his soy milk unfazed while opening the opponent's attribute panel. Character, Wu Man, Profession Warrior, Strength 31, Agility 12, Spirit 7, Martial Arts, Crumbling Mountain Fist, Minor Mastery, Black Tiger, Fist, Minor Mastery, Mixing Iron Technique, Comprehensive Mastery, Influence, Giant Spirit Sect. I am not Yang Ling, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Yang Ling feigned confusion, saying, my name is Chun Guoqing. Wu Man's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. You are Yang Ling. Will you come with me now, or should I kill you right here? Yang Ling, there you are. Did you go to buy breakfast? The boss had already told me to get it for you. Lao Zhao approached, greeting him as he walked. The higher-ups are arriving soon. Oh, let's hurry back to assemble. Lao Zhao, go back and tell the boss that I ran into someone I know and will be back later. Yang Ling replied with a smile and cupped his hands. Lao Zhao frowned slightly, glanced at Wu Man, and nodded with a strange expression. All right then, come back early. As he walked away, he muttered, what a huge guy. Wu Man narrowed his eyes. Once Lao Zhao had walked far, he turned to Yang Ling. What greeted him was the red gold pick. Diamond King Kong technique. Boosts strength by 15 points and agility by 15 points. Red gold pick boosts strength by 10 points. At that moment, Yang Ling's strength reached 36 points. Higher than Wu Man. Frenzied 10 strikes the red gold pick created after images as it swung. Wu Man instinctively roared, his muscles bulging as a faint gray mist swirled around his skin. Mixing iron technique. Clang. The red gold pick struck Wu Man, producing a sensation of metal colliding. Yet even so, it still left a deep hole in him. After all 10 strikes with the pick were all aimed at the same spot, Yang Ling looked at Wu Man's attributes again. After Wu Man utilized his technique, his strength increased by 7 points, reaching 38. That was nothing. The main shock was how solid his flesh had become after using the technique, which truly astonished Yang Ling. My brother died at your hands. Wu Man was filled with rage and grief. Your brother? Are you Wu Kei's brother? Without a second thought, Yang Ling continued to swing the red gold pick fiercely at Wu Man. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted onlookers. Lao Zhao, who hadn't gone far, also stopped, filled with uncertainty. Lao Zhao, quickly tell the boss that Wu Kei's accomplice has appeared. Yang Ling shouted. Lao Zhao's heart trembled, and he quickly ran toward the government office. Seeing this, Yang Ling continued to engage Wu Man. His current strength was slightly lower than Wu Man's. However, his agility was higher. But Wu Man's defense was truly astonishing. For the time being, Yang Ling couldn't take him down, and Wu Man couldn't kill him either. Tell me, where's my brother's body? Wu Man gritted his teeth, executing the crumbling mountain fist as he quietly demanded. Yang Ling felt as if a mountain was collapsing towards him. Wu Man had practiced the crumbling mountain fist to a remarkable level, truly extraordinary. With a total of 3,179, his strength attribute reached a terrifying 47 points. No survivors must be left, otherwise I won't be able to clarify many things. Yang Ling had made a decision in his heart. Xiaobai blind his eyes later. If Xiaobai had not been there, Yang Ling, facing that hulking humanoid behemoth, would most likely have relied on his agility to withdraw. But now that victory was within reach, retreat was not an option. Retreat would invite endless trouble. Die! Wu Man roared, raining fist after fist toward Yang Ling. In a blur, Yang Ling thought he glimpsed a mountain rising behind the man. Could a mountain-shattering fist mastered to such heights still have this effect? Is this the sheer momentum of the strike? Why did it fail to harm me? Is it because my spiritual power far surpasses his A? Yang Ling exploited his agility to sidestep effortlessly. As he pondered this, a startled horse charged toward them. Yang Ling dodged at once, but Wu Man showed no intention of evading. He swung a fist straight at the horse's head. The terrified steed uttered a wretched wail, its skull shattered, and it collapsed. Yang Ling's heart tightened with such force, even his 210 life points might not survive a single blow. The commotion swelled, drawing an ever larger crowd, among them some newly arrived players. They watched Wu Man with awe. A horse beaten to death, just like that. Amazing. We've touched the Jianghu. Oh, let's go find a master and maybe trigger a hidden quest. Whispers ran through the crowd. The other one is skilled too, but his weapon is odd. What is that? A pickaxe? Yang Ling heard every word clearly. He had no time to concern himself with these novices who were about to be crushed by Xinyu. He searched for the opening to finish this with one decisive strike. Enraged, Wu Man strode toward Yang Ling. You damn thing, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Because of Yang Ling's agility, his assaults kept being evaded, which made Wu Man increasingly impatient. His Hun Tai Gong consumed enormous energy. He could not sustain it for long. If he still failed to subdue Yang Ling, the Qingshan city constables would arrive, and then escape would be difficult. That's Yang Ling. Zhang Wei's pupils narrowed in surprise. He had not expected that upon meeting Yang Ling again, the other's strength would have reached such heights. That footwork, that speed. He moves with utter ease in front of such masters. Zhang Wei murmured. To think the man before them was ranked 5th on the Xinyu leaderboard while he himself remained but a small underling of the Shibang. Zhang Wei's chest clenched with unease. Meanwhile, at the Yamen, Captain Lin stood with his hands behind his back addressing his constables. Lao Zhao burst in face ashen. Chief, bad news. What is all this fluster? If the superiors see such a scene, what will they think? You're making me lose face. Captain Lin snapped coldly. Lao Zhao halted at once and reported, Yang Ling ran into associates of Wu Kei and is being pursued. Captain Lin cursed under his breath. Why didn't you say so sooner? Men, seize your arms. Soon a grand detachment of constables followed Captain Lin, rushing outside. Nearly. He seems to be tiring. Yang Ling dodged while watching with cool calculation. Now. Xiaobai. A flash of white light erupted. Wu Man screamed as his eye sockets were emptied, blood pouring forth. He flailed his hands and bellowed in frenzy. Yang Ling had not expected Xiaobai to be so ferocious. A mere encounter, and Wu Man's eyeballs had been gouged out. I must kill him. Suppressing every distraction, Yang Ling gripped the red gold pickaxe and surged at Wu Man with blinding speed. Frenzied 10 strike. Frenzied 10 strike. Frenzied 10 strike. Each blow aimed at the empty eye sockets. Wu Man fell silent, then threw his head back and collapsed. Pale tissue spilled from his eye sockets. In that instant, Jinggang Mingwang Gong surged to its limit. As he finished, Yang Ling nearly lost his grip on the red gold pickaxe, and his legs trembled. At that moment, a vast frigid aura flooded into his body. The sensation was unprecedentedly grand, at the very least equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of mining. Yang Ling's knees steadied, and his spirit brightened irresistibly. Soon a pleasant chime sounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. He had leveled up just like that. Yang Ling could hardly believe it. He immediately invested the point into spirit. His spirit now stood at a full 30 points. A single attribute had broken the 30 mark. Yang Ling glanced at his status panel. Name Yang Ling. Occupation Constable Beast Tamer. Level 18. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 30. Exclusive skill Insight. Martial art Jinggang Mingwang Gong First Glimpse. Experience 233-1000. Bengshan Fist Integrated Understanding Proficiency 102-10000. Thief Capturing Blade Technique First Glimpse Proficiency 170-1000. Life points 210. Make way. TAC on duty, do not block the road. Captain Lin had arrived with his men. His constables immediately cleared and cordoned the area. He walked to Wu Man, looked at the brain-filled eye sockets, then turned to Yang Ling with an odd expression. What did you do to him? Yang Ling forced a wry smile. Chief, that man tried to kill me. I had to find an opportunity to kill him. It was either him or me. You gouged his eyes, eh? Captain Lin glanced at the red gold pickaxe where faint traces still clung. Yang Ling nodded. His skin was thick, and the body felt no pain. Oh, I could only go for his eyes. Do you know who he is? Captain Lin pondered. Why do you say he was an associate of Wu Kei? He asked where Wu Kei had gone, and claimed to be Wu Kei's brother Wu Man, or perhaps a martial artist of Juling Men. Yang Ling said, his expression turning grave. Juling Men? Are you sure? Captain Lin started slightly, a glint of delight in his eyes. That is a martial sect of the Rong clan. If he is of Juling Men, then Wu Kei must also be of the Rong clan. This is not mere collusion. It means Wu Kei himself is a Rong spy. Splendid. Capturing a Rong spy in Qingshan City will be a tremendous merit. Captain Lin looked at Yang Ling, his eyes lighting up. You may well receive commendation from the TAC Lord, and I may be promoted into the TAC. When that time comes, the post of Qingshan City Head Constable could be yours. If you can become a 9th rank TA Constable, I will recommend you. Congratulations, Chief. Yang Ling cupped his fist in salute at once. Could he soon become Head Constable? It was a prospect beyond pleasing. Captain Lin then ordered Wu Man's corpse taken away. Not long after, a detachment of riders arrived at the Yamen Gate. Their leaders' temples were flecked with gray. A man of middle years wearing a gray combat robe, whose weave resembled iron threads. Several younger men rode at his side. Captain Lin immediately led Yang Ling and the others forward to salute. Lin Yin, 9th rank, TAC Constable of Qingshan City, pays respects to the Lord. Yang Ling cast a discreet glance at the newcomer and opened his status panel. Silently, character Shirexian. Occupation Martial Artist. Strength 43. Agility 28. Spirit 13. Martial Arts Qinhu Daofa Tiger Catching Saber. Advanced Mastery Ta Xinfa, Ta Heart Method. Integrated Understanding. Faction TAC. Shirexian scrutinized Lin Yin up and down, then coldly demanded. You are stationed in Qingshan City, yet you claim ignorance of the traitor who conspired with the Rome clan. My lord, this matter. Sweat beaded on Lin Yan's forehead as he stammered, struggling to explain. No explanation is needed. I have already investigated. Wu Kei enjoys close ties with you, and now supplies fire crystal or to the Rome clan. That constitutes treason. Once we apprehend him, you shall both stand upon the execution ground. Shirexian spoke indifferently. Lao Zhao and the other constables flinched inwardly, a chill creeping into their spines. Lin Yan hastily protested. My lord, Wu Kei is no traitor. He is himself a Rome spy. We jointly slew his elder brother Wu Man of the Rome clan's gigantic spirit sect. Wu Man of the gigantic spirit sect. Truly slain by your hands. Where? Shirexian paused, visibly startled. Behold, my lord. Lin Yan immediately stepped aside. There, lying upon the ground, lay Wu Man's corpse. Shirexian strode forward with his men and examined the body closely. After a long silence, he murmured thoughtfully, Wu Man was no minor warrior. He held official rank. I never imagined he would fall to you. You say he was Wu Kei's younger brother. Held official rank. Yang Ling's expression shifted subtly. So the Zhao Kingdom classified martial cultivators by rank. But how precisely were they ranked? Lord Shi Wu Man was slain by Constable Yang Ling himself. He confessed outright, I am Wu Kei's younger brother. Lin Yin hurriedly added. At that moment, every constable turned toward Yang Ling. Those who had once dismissed him as a man who entered through back doors now gazed upon him with quiet awe. I know of Yang Ling. He is entangled in this case. Is he now a constable of the Iron Robe Office? Shirexian's gaze swept across the assembled officers. Who among you is Yang Ling? This humble servant Yang Ling greets Lord Shi. Yang Ling stepped forward and bowed deeply. Shirexian appraised Yang Ling from head to toe, curiosity flickering faintly in his eyes. Wu Man was a registered 9th rank martial cultivator trained in the ironclad Qi art. His skin hardened like iron when channeling Qi impervious to blade or spear. How then did you slay him? Here it was. Yang Ling knew that a misstep in answering would invite grave complications. My lord, I dispatched Lao Zhao to relay urgent news. Wu Man grew anxious, and I seized the opening. I blinded him with a cranebeak pickaxe. Yang Ling clasped his fists respectfully. Are you a martial cultivator? Sure, Xian asked, neither confirming nor denying. Yes, Yang Ling nodded. I practiced the thief-capturing saber art and the Black Tiger Fist. The Black Tiger Fist was bestowed upon me by senior brother Su Qing of the Shana sect. Lin Yin chuckled. My lord, Yang Ling has a passion for mining. He said to descend into the pits for days on end. A brute strength alone could not fell Wu Man. The Shana sect. Sure, Xian mused, then smiled faintly. On my way here, I heard Wu Kei vanished the same day he was with you. Indeed. Wu Kei intended to take me to a mineral duel. He valued my speed and excavation. Yet midway he claimed urgent business and departed, instructing me to wait where I stood. In the end, I never saw him again. Later, chaos erupted at the fire crystal, or mine. The inventory revealed a shortfall of precisely 3,000 jin. Yang Ling replied. What did Wu Man seek from you earlier? He sought only Wu Kei's whereabouts, declaring himself Wu Kei's younger brother. Yang Ling answered truthfully. When I professed ignorance, he moved to kill me. Wu Kei, Wu Man, such rogue infiltrators abound. Were constables across the realm as vigilant as you, the masters of the Iron Robe Office would rest easy. Sure, Xian reflected quietly. Lin Yin exhaled inwardly. Wu Man's corpse had indeed absolved him of dereliction. Pity, he would likely advance no further. Demonstrate the thief-capturing saber art for me. Sure, Xian smiled at Yang Ling. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Yang Ling, Lord Sure wishes to witness your skill. Give it your all. Envy blazed in the constable's gazes. Admiration burned beside resentment. Did they not see it plainly? This young man had already caught the eye of Sure Xian, a distinguished 8th-rank Iron Robe constable. Without channeling Qi, Yang Ling drew his newly issued official saber and performed the thief-capturing saber art. Though unaided by cultivation, the official saber's 3 strength bonus elevated his strength to 14. His nascent mastery of the thief-capturing saber art further enhanced his agility by 3 points, bringing it to 8. Thus his movements surged with palpable vigor, leaving the assembled constables humbled. It appears you've just breached the threshold of mastery in the thief-capturing saber art. Sure, Xian sounded genuinely surprised. When did you join our Iron Robe office? Lin Yin interjected swiftly. Yang Ling joined our office barely 10 days ago. 10 days, and already attained nascent mastery. A glint of genuine admiration shone in Sure Xian's eyes. You possess true aptitude for martial cultivation. Excellent. Given your current prowess and your feat in slaying Wu Man, you are fit for promotion to 9th rank Iron Robe Constable. He turned to the others present. Lin Yin, dismiss the rest. Then conduct a thorough search of Qingshan City for Wu Man's accomplices. Search diligently. If even a single clue emerges, report back immediately. Lin Yin commanded. Soon only a handful remained within the courtyard. Sure Xian studied Wu Man's corpse pensively, a registered 9th rank martial cultivator, slain by a novice barely days into service. Were this reported truthfully, upward superiors would surely dispatch investigators to Qingshan City to verify authenticity. Lin Yan's mind stirred. Just as he prepared to speak, Yang Ling stepped forward, fists clasped in salute. Wu Man was slain by Lord Sure himself. I dare not claim such merit. This fellow. Lin Yin blinked startled. Sure Xian stared at Yang Ling in silence for several heartbeats, then slowly nodded. Well done. Well done. I happen to require precisely this merit. It may well aid my own advancement to 7th rank Iron Robe Constable. He paused. Earlier I declared your strength sufficient for 9th rank promotion, but formal examination at the higher tier Yamen remains mandatory. Yet such bureaucracy is tedious. I shall handle it personally. With that he instructed an underling to present Yang Ling with a set of Iron Robe armor and a new official saber. This is the uniform of a 9th rank Iron Robe Constable. Though low in grade, this armor can deflect ordinary blades and spears. And this saber, far superior to your former rusted blade. I shall arrange your official registration within the Iron Robe office forthwith. From this day onward you are a certified 9th rank Iron Robe Constable. Sure Xian beamed. Constable profession advanced, daily insight usage 1. Yang Ling drew a deep breath, accepted the uniform and saber with both hands, and knelt upon one knee. This humble servant owes you eternal gratitude, my lord. Henceforth should you command, I shall serve unto death. Watching Yang Ling's demeanor, Sure Xian burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Yin instinctively noted this lord has uttered excellent thrice already. Surely he means it. Only then did it strike him, had Yang Ling truly become a 9th rank Iron Robe Constable, just like that. He himself had labored 7 or 8 years before seizing a rare opportunity to attain the same rank. Inside the hall, Sure Xian had already taken his seat, while Lin Yin was brewing tea. Yang Ling had changed into the ironclad official uniform with a blade of superior quality that could enhance his strength by 5 points hanging at his waist. 9th grade iron armor increases health by 100. 9th grade official blade strength increases by 5, attack power 25. Yang Ling felt a sense of emotion within. This promotion had brought immense benefits. First, his health had increased from 210 points to 310 points. He never expected that an ordinary 9th grade iron armor could provide such a significant boost to his health. I came here primarily for Wu Kei's matter, but unexpectedly found a little surprise. Sure Xian gently blew on his teacup before taking a sip. Wu Man is registered as a 9th grade martial artist and is a spy from the Rong clan. His death in Qingshan City proves that our Iron Armor Division maintains strict discipline and that the subordinates are not slacking off. Regardless, it is sufficient to provide an explanation to the higher-ups. As for the role of the Shanha sect in this matter and their position, it is not for you and me to manage. Yang Ling felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that the Shanha sect indeed had some capabilities and appeared to have resolved matters in advance. He had worried for nothing, fearing that the Shanha sect would be implicated. Lord Shi, what is a registered 9th grade martial artist? Yang Ling looked at Shi Xian with curiosity on his face. You don't know? Well, you don't seem like someone from the martial arts world. Shi Xian smiled lightly. In our Zhao kingdom, as well as in the Rong kingdom and other nations, there is a classification of martial artists by rank. Although there are differences, they are not significant, with a total classification from 9th grade to 1st grade to distinguish the strength of martial artists. When a martial artist's strength reaches 9th grade, they qualify for registration and must be registered. Once registered, both our Iron Armor Division and other offices can access the information of these martial artists. So-called 9th grade martial artists must have cultivated at least one martial art. Regardless of whether it is a 3rd rate or an unranked martial art, as long as it is a martial art, it is acceptable. Those who only practice martial techniques and strengthen their physical power cannot be classified. After meeting the above standards, they also need to possess corresponding 9th grade strength. Our Iron Armor Division has a method for assessing 9th grade strength, and other sects have similar methods, though they may differ somewhat. Yang Ling felt a slight chill in his heart. The classification of 9th grade seemed quite strict. Merely practicing martial techniques did not even qualify one for classification. However, we players seem to hold quite an advantage over the local natives. Those martial artists I encountered before, including Wu Man and experts like Shi Xian, did not have any so-called job changes. Without job changes, they probably lack exclusive skills that come with them. Moreover, aspects such as proficiency and attribute points gained from leveling up are also advantages. As for me, I have a bit more advantage than ordinary players. I have gained free attribute points, while they can only acquire specific attribute improvements through specialized training. Mining to practice strength increases strength attributes, while agility probably increases only through running and similar exercises. As for spirit, ordinary players likely cannot increase it at all. Thinking of this, Yang Ling suddenly became curious about how many registered martial artists there were in this world. Lord Shi, how many registered martial artists are there in our Zhao kingdom? Yang Ling asked. Shi Xian glanced at him. This is not a secret, but ordinary people would have no way of knowing. Coincidentally, our Iron Armor Division possesses the latest information in this regard. Before I came, I just reviewed the internal publications. Currently, there are about 35000 registered martial artists recorded in Zhao kingdom. Yang Ling gasped inwardly. 350,000. What an enormous number. Whether Qingshan City has a population of 350,000 is even questionable. However, most of these are 9th grade martial artists. As for those above 9th grade, there are likely very few. Shi Xian, I'm not sure about the specifics of some information is beyond what you and I can know. Moreover, there are definitely more than 350,000 true 9th grade martial artists in the world. For instance, in our Zhao kingdoms, for major first-class sects, if their martial artists do not wish to register, we cannot force them. Many martial artists, fearing our Iron Armor Division scrutiny, also prefer not to register and hide away. As he spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. 2 pale-faced youths were then brought in by Lao Zhao and his crew. Shi Xian squinted his eyes, slightly scrutinizing the 2 youths. Lao Zhao, with a face full of excitement, clasped his fists and said, "My lord, these 2 rascals were acting suspiciously near the government office, and we captured them suspecting they are related to Wu Man." Lin Yin immediately stood up, his expression stern. "You 2 are you spies from the Rong clan?" "My lord, this is a misunderstanding." The 2 immediately cried out in protest, their faces filled with terror. Yang Ling had a thought and activated his exclusive skill insight. Lin Mu 2 days ago secretly transported illegal fire crystal ore out of the city. Zhang Xin 1 day ago killed a guard from Qingshan City and hid the body at home. Yang Ling's eyes revealed a strange expression. Lao Zhao and his crew indeed caught the right people. This Lin Mu was likely related to the Rong clan, or he was probably a subordinate, helping Wu Kei transport fire crystal ore. As for this Zhang San, he was also a guilty person. Yang Ling suddenly walked up to Lin Mu. Lin Yin had intended to speak, but seeing this, he also closed his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. Shi Xian took a sip of tea with great interest, remaining silent. Lin Mu looked at Yang Ling, his eyes filled with terror, yet deep within a flicker of resentment flashed. Yang Ling circled around him a few times and sniffed. He then clasped his fists towards Shi Xian and said, "My lord, he has the scent of fire crystal ore on him." He then grabbed Lin Mu's sleeve and pointed to an inconspicuous mark, saying, "This is residue from fire crystal ore." Shi Zin's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up to inspect closely, finally confirming that the mark was indeed residue from fire crystal ore. Lin Mu gasped in disbelief, looking at Yang Ling with astonishment, completely not expecting that this small flaw on him would be discovered in the blink of an eye. "It truly is fire crystal ore. Yang Ling, you did well. It seems you made the right choice in joining our Iron Armor Division." Shi Xian laughed heartily. What a stroke of luck, ha! Lin Yin was also somewhat astonished at this moment, glancing at Yang Ling, secretly thinking why he hadn't noticed this kid's capabilities before. What do you have to deny now? Lin Yan looked at Lin Mu and coldly said, will you confess on your own, or shall I have someone help you speak? Lin Mu remained silent. You smell of blood. Yang Ling suddenly approached Zhang San. As soon as he spoke, Zhang San turned pale with fright. My lord, I suspect he just killed someone. Yang Ling pointed at Zhang San. Sure Xian at this moment was somewhat skeptical, stepping forward to sniff carefully for a long time, finally detecting a faint metallic scent. That was indeed the scent of blood. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't kill anyone. I just caught a fish a couple of days ago. Zhang San said in terror. Whether you killed someone or not, we can just check at your home. Yang Ling's expression was indifferent. Zhang San's terror grew even more intense. Sure Xian and Lin Yan were both seasoned veterans, instantly seeing through his flaws. Sure Xian walked to Yang Ling's side and said solemnly, you should work hard and practice the capturing thief blade technique, a bit more preferably to the level of mastery. When your strength is sufficient, I will be your recommender, helping you to participate in the assessment for 8th grade iron armor constables. In the following days, Yang Ling did not return to the Qijin mine. Sure Xian temporarily took over Lin Yan's duties. Under his leadership, with the help of Lin Mu and Zhang San, a series of individuals related to Wu Kei's smuggling of fire crystal were apprehended. This involved not only some commoners from Qingshan City, but also a number of soldiers guarding the city. In total, nearly 100 people were captured. Whenever Yang Ling saw Sure Xian, he could always see a smile on his face. During these days, he earned 15 points of experience in the King of Diamond Sutra daily. The remaining time was spent practicing the Thief's Blade technique. His proficiency skyrocketed at a rate of 60 to 70 points each day. In just 4 days, his proficiency reached 502 out of 1,000. The next stage of comprehension was already within reach. One day, Yang Ling was practicing the Thief's Blade technique in the courtyard. A few constables stood nearby, watching with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Old Zhao, I was wrong back then. I thought Yang Ling was just here to collect a salary without working, but our superior truly recruited a prodigy. One constable sighed deeply. In these days, he had accompanied Sure Xian on missions and had garnered quite a bit of credit. It was easy to imagine that once this mission concluded, he would receive a bonus of around 10 taels of silver. And all of this was thanks to Wu Man's death. Moreover, he had personally seen Yang Ling practicing the blade day and night, a level of diligence that truly made them feel ashamed. Indeed, practicing the blade day and night, I feel that Yang Ling's Thief's Blade technique might even surpass mine, Old Zhao remarked with some emotion. He practices the blade day and night. A voice sounded. Old Zhao nodded slightly. Every time we come here, whether it's night or day, Yang Ling is practicing the blade, hardly resting at all. He paused. I also heard that when Yang Ling goes to the mine, it's the same. He doesn't distinguish between day and night. His energy is truly remarkable. This is simply a matter of being obsessed. The Lord of the Iron Clothes once told me that if one can achieve a state of obsession, they can succeed in anything. The Lord of the Iron Clothes told you this. You are, O Lord, sure. Old Zhao and the other constables then realized that the person was actually Sure Xian and Lin Yan, and they quickly clasped their hands in respect. Sure Xian had a beaming smile, completely different from when he first arrived, and he waved his hand, slowly walking towards Yang Ling. Suddenly, he drew his sword and attacked. Yang Ling, engrossed in practicing his blade, saw the danger approaching, and without time to think, immediately slashed at the attacker. Clang, clang, clang. Several strikes left his palms stinging. Moreover, the opponent's sword strikes were extremely swift. In just 7 or 8 moves, he had his blade pressed against Yang Ling's throat. Lord Sure. Yang Ling finally recognized the visitor and quickly sheathed his blade, feeling somewhat shocked. Although he hadn't used his skills, it was evident that the other party also hadn't used any techniques. The speed of those earlier strikes was indeed as fast as lightning. Thinking of Sure Xian's 28 points of agility and the Thief's Blade technique practiced to perfection. With such skills, it was indeed not surprising. Your Thief's Blade technique seems to have improved. Oh, very good. Sure Xian smiled as he sheathed his official blade. The case of Wu Kei is nearly concluded, and I am preparing to return to the capital to report this matter to the Lords of the Iron Clothes personally. The credit from this case is greater than I anticipated. He paused, a glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. Thanks to you, I am likely to have the opportunity for a promotion to rank 7, so I would like to give you something as a token of appreciation. My lord, you are too polite. How could I dare to take your belongings? Yang Ling respectfully replied. Consider this an advance reward for you. Based on my experience, the Iron Clothes should award me 5 spirit-nourishing pills. Sure Xian chuckled. However, my martial skills have already reached perfection. 5 spirit-nourishing pills won't have much effect on me. Rather than sell them to others, it's better to give them to you. Upon saying this, Sure Xian took out a porcelain vial and handed it to Yang Ling. There are 5 spirit-nourishing pills inside. Consider it an early gift for you. What? You are giving me a full 5 spirit-nourishing pills? Yang Ling was stunned, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He thought the benefits he had gained this time were already substantial. He never expected the greatest benefit would come from this. Yang Ling's heart raced at this moment. He didn't dare to be modest and immediately accepted the porcelain vial with both hands. Yang Ling thanks the Lord for his support. Lin Yan was left dumbfounded. Old Zhao and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Spirit-nourishing pills. This legendary pill that could enhance martial skills seemed to sell for around 600 taels each on the black market. 5 of them would amount to 3,000 taels of silver. Hiss. Their gazes towards Yang Ling were now filled with envy and jealousy. I will leave today. See you next time. Sure, Xin said with a smile, patting Yang Ling on the shoulder before turning to leave. My lord, I will escort you. Yang Ling quickly followed. At the gate of the government office, there was a large procession. Sure, Xin had already summoned a batch of constables from various places to oversee the escort. Yang Ling and Lin Yan watched as Shi Zin's large group gradually moved away, then they exchanged glances and both let out a long sigh. Yang Ling, since Lord Shi didn't mention letting you take over my position in Qingshan City, it means he has other plans for you. Lin Yan spoke with envy. Once you rise to prominence, don't forget about me. Old boss, don't say that. I owe all my current achievements to your support. Yang Ling replied earnestly. All right, haha. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile broadly. This time it was a thrilling experience with a possibility of small surprises to come, leaving him very satisfied. At the Qijin mine, after Yang Ling returned, he immediately found Chen Su and Chun Guoqing to inquire about the happenings in the past few days. As a result, he received some good news. Due to the incident with Fang Qingyang, the other 11 managers had become very obedient in recent days. They were all urging the miners below to dig as quickly as possible. Daily output had surged from 60 to 70 gene of Qijin, or to over 100 gene. Such an increase was astonishing. If Yang Ling started leading the team back to the mine, the monthly output of 3500 gene would easily meet the target or even exceed it. Brother Yang, when are we going into the mine? Everyone's hands are itching. Chen Su asked quietly. In recent days, they couldn't go into the mine and had only been digging on the surface, which was hardly satisfying. It's noon now, so let's meet at mine now. 1 in the evening. Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Chen Su was a bit delighted and immediately went with Chun Guoqing to notify the other players. After he left, Yang Ling took out a spirit-nourishing pill and consumed it. Please select the martial arts proficiency to enhance. Thief's Blade Technique. In an instant, a warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. A fierce wave of energy crashed over him, as if he had practiced the Thief's Blade Technique for over 10 days in one breath. He watched in awe as the proficiency of the Thief's Blade Technique skyrocketed. 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Congratulations, Thief's Blade Technique has been upgraded to a state of comprehension. Boom. Yang Ling felt a buzzing in his head, as if a little person was practicing the blade repeatedly in his memory. Finally, this memory fused deeply with him, indistinguishable from him. Yang Ling immediately drew his official blade and slashed out, producing a swift whooshing sound. Finally comprehended. Agility can also increase by 6 points. Sure, Xin asked me to cultivate the Thief's Blade Technique to perfection, which clearly hints that I should prepare for the Thief Tiger Blade Technique. Yang Ling's eyes were filled with joy. Now he had mastered 2 martial arts and one technique was just beginning to show its potential. Yang Ling opened his attribute panel. Character, Yang Ling. Profession, Constable Beast Tamer. Level 18 Strength, 11 Agility, 5 Spirit, 30 Exclusive Skill, Insight, X, 2 Martial Arts. King of Diamond Sutra. Initial Understanding. Experience 303. 1000 Collapsing Mountain Fist. Comprehended Proficiency 102. 1000 Thieves Blade Technique. Comprehended Proficiency 01000 Health 310. 100. I still have 4 Spirit Nourishing Pills. Consuming them all will increase my proficiency by another 2,000 points. With 8,000 points remaining at a rate of 60 points per day, I could sprint for about 4 months to upgrade the Thief's Blade Technique to perfection. However, time is tight. I must prioritize leveling up, and everything else must come second. Yang Ling thought for a moment, then took out the remaining spirit-nourishing pills, consuming them one by one. After finishing, the proficiency of the Thief's Blade Technique increased by another 2,000 points, equivalent to a month's worth of hard practice. After completing all this, he touched the Qijin crane beak shovel at his waist and walked towards Mine No. 1. In front of the mine, players had already gathered, their expressions filled with excitement. Have you seen the rankings for the Divine Domain? Our leader Yang has climbed another spot. Even Li Shou from the Luohan Temple can only rank behind him now. I estimate that there must be nearly 1 million players entering the Divine Domain right now. Ranking 4th, Yang is definitely my #1 idol. The players present whispered among themselves. Chen Su and Chun Guoqing listened to their chatter, their eyes filled with smiles. Should we talk to Yang Ling and see if there's a way for us to become warriors through his introduction and then change our profession? The 3-member team whispered in a corner. He just visited Qingshan City and immediately leveled up again. Such a rapid upgrade speed is truly terrifying. If we could collaborate with him, it would be greatly beneficial for us. Alright, after this mining session, we will confront him. We are among the best players here, and I believe he would be willing to work with us. The 3 of them came to a decision. At this moment, more and more miners were gathering. The number had more than doubled from the original 400. About 1/10 of the miners planned to go down the mine with Yang Ling. The remaining 9/10 were still observing, wavering. Before long, they suddenly fell silent. There are quite a few people today. Are they all planning to go down the mine? Yang Ling arrived on the scene, smiling as he scanned the crowd. There were more players, many of whom were hidden identity players. The ordinary miners increased significantly, likely realizing that the previous dangers were all orchestrated by those in charge. Moreover, the rewards for mining in a day equated to 3 days outside. Thus, they were willing to take the risk and go down the mine. Supervisor Yang, there are over 1,000 miners going down today. Should we split into 2 teams? Chun Guoqing stepped forward, a hint of worry in his eyes. 10 miners had already died in the last incident. One of them was even a player, so he was concerned that with so many miners today, if there were any ill-intentioned individuals among them, it would be even more troublesome. It's fine to mine, no. One is large enough as long as we organize the teams well, Yang Ling said. You help organize forming teams of 5. If we can't gather 5 people, then there's no need to go down the mine. Miners who were unwilling to team up often had some issues. He had already confirmed that the production task could be completed and didn't need to bring just anyone down. Chen Guiqing and Chen Su immediately began organizing. In just about an hour, the teams were arranged. Those miners who couldn't gather a team of 5 could only watch in disappointment as the others headed into the mine. Yang Ling continued to walk at the front. Xiaobai seems a bit excited. After all, he has only been fed some pork these past few days and hasn't had any red gold or to gnaw on. Yang Ling thought to himself, Xiaobai, go deeper to forage for food. If you find any red gold, or mark the location for me. Xiaobai was quite intelligent and immediately flew off. In the darkness, he could see everything clearly without needing a light. It seems I should keep him in the mine from now on. He can also help me mark mining spots from time to time. Yang Ling pondered as he began his leveling up for the day. Soon it was the afternoon of the second day. The group finally emerged from the mine. During the time, no incidents had occurred. Although everyone appeared weary, their expressions were filled with excitement. After all, the harvest was indeed substantial. What is your name? Yang Ling stepped forward to a manager. The other party replied respectfully, Supervisor Yang, I am Tang Gao. Yang Ling glanced at the other party's attributes. Strength 13 points, average agility, and very low spirit. He practiced the Black Tiger Fist. However, he was merely proficient, not even reaching a high level. Fang Xingyang has now been released from prison, and I have been promoted to a 9th grade ironclad constable. Yang Ling said blandly. No matter who is behind you, if you intend to hinder senior brother Su Qing from taking control of this red gold mine, you should think twice. After all, Wu Kei and your backer are the same person. And Wu Kei has already been identified as a Rong clan spy. Your backer is likely in a dire situation, uncertain whether they can get past the ironclad division. Hiss! A group of managers inhaled sharply. Tang Gao's eyes flashed with surprise. A Rong clan spy? That would be serious. After Yang Ling's warning, he tossed a cloth bag in front of the other party. The miners behind him also went to other managers to hand over the red gold ore. This time Yang Ling mined about 10 pounds. He received over 20 taels of silver in total. Returning to the courtyard, he calculated his wealth. Wu Kei has 800 taels plus what I've earned recently. It's over 1,000 taels now. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional in his heart. Unconsciously, his wealth had already surpassed 1,000. Unfortunately, he currently had no way to convert this silver into something usable at the moment. Yunling, Dan needs a channel to purchase. And those pieces of equipment. Yang Ling's expression changed as he glanced at the official knife at his waist. Perhaps he could first get a better knife? The 9th grade official knife seems fine, but in reality, it's a common item. Yang Ling thought, let me ask the local blacksmith what he thinks. Supervisor Yang. Several blacksmiths saw Yang Ling appear and did not dare to treat him with the same indifference as before. They all approached with respect. How about this knife? Yang Ling took out the 9th grade official knife from the ironclad division. The blacksmiths exchanged glances and then approached to examine it closely. One of them exclaimed, looking at the mark on this is indeed a 9th grade official knife produced by the ironclad division's blacksmith workshop. Truly a fine knife. Can you forge a better one than this? Yang Ling smiled. The blacksmiths looked at each other, then showed a troubled expression and replied with a bitter smile. Supervisor Yang, we mainly forge picks, crowbars, and some farming tools. While we can forge weapons, the quality is only average. If Supervisor Yang wants a good knife, you might try your luck at the prefectural city. I've heard there's a blacksmith named Tai Nyo there who forges excellent knives. One blacksmith said cautiously. The prefectural city. Yang Ling pondered. Qingshan City is currently under the jurisdiction of the Chang'e Prefecture. It is merely a small city with a population of around 300,000 under the Chang'e Prefecture. It is located in a remote area, and the journey from here to the Chang'e Prefecture is about 400 miles. This back-and-forth journey would take quite some time. Forget it, I will go when I have time. A leveling up is more important right now. Yang Ling made a decision in his heart, and then instructed the blacksmiths present, please forge more fine steel crowbars. If you need materials, let me know, and I will allocate them. Supervisor Yang, we still have plenty of materials in stock. If we all work hard, we can forge 10 fine steel crowbars within a month. We have enough materials to forge about 30 pieces, one of the blacksmiths quickly replied. All right, start forging then. Yang Ling nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Returning to the front of the courtyard, he found 3 individuals huddled together, seemingly waiting for something. Upon seeing Yang Ling return, the 3 exchanged glances and then approached, saying, Yang Ling, we 3 are actually players too. Yang Ling feigned surprise. You are players too. I have seen you before we were mining together. Why didn't you say so earlier? The 3 exchanged glances and one of them whispered, we encountered some very special players before, so we dared not reveal our identities easily. All right, let's sit down inside and talk. Yang Ling led the 3 into the front hall of the small courtyard. After they sat down, he got straight to the point. What level are you 3? We are not warriors yet, so we can't see our attribute panels, but we estimate we are already level 10, one of them said with a bitter smile. We have observed the ranking list of the Divine Realm, and at level 10, one should need to change jobs to continue leveling up, another said. We haven't increased our strength for a long time, so we must be stuck at level 10. Yang Ling certainly knew that these 3 were level 10 players. Their current profession was still miner. Since they were not ready to reveal their identities, he didn't bother to press further. As long as they could mine, increasing the yield of the red gold, or was enough. You are correct, you cannot see your attribute panels without becoming a warrior. Without changing jobs, you cannot continue leveling up. Yang Ling nodded gently. The three exchanged glances, and the one who appeared older spoke slowly. Supervisor Yang, what price do we need to pay if we want to become warriors? Do you have any extra martial arts techniques? I do have a book on the Black Tiger Fist. Yang Ling nodded slightly. But martial arts techniques are precious. I either keep them for myself or sell them. The three's eyes lit up. They whispered among themselves and ultimately decided to purchase a martial arts technique from Yang Ling, with the older one going first. Supervisor Yang, how much do you plan to sell the Black Tiger Fist for? The older one pondered. 500 taels of silver, Yang Ling replied. 500 taels. The three of them gasped in shock. Even though they mined quickly, they had only saved a little over 100 taels during this time. 500 taels for a book on the Black Tiger Fist. Isn't that too expensive? Supervisor Yang, the Black Tiger Fist seems to be just a common martial art. This is the early stage of the game. Any martial arts technique holds great value. Yang Ling said, the Black Tiger Fist is worth that price. If you go elsewhere, you won't be able to buy a martial arts technique even for 1,000 taels. How about this? I offer you 5 million. The older one replied, once Divine Realm is released, I will transfer the payment to you. Yang Ling's expression turned indifferent. Do you think I'm a fool, eh? The atmosphere suddenly dropped. The three were slightly startled. Do you not have a sense of the current situation in Divine Realm? Yang Ling sneered, the players coming after us say we have already become missing persons. Do you still think we have a chance to go back? This is not an ordinary game, it's a life and death game. Dying in the game means death. Silver is more meaningful than your savings in reality. After saying that, he waved his hand. You mind quickly go back and save enough money. If I haven't sold this Black Tiger Fist by then, you can come back to buy it. Gao Chun was unwilling to leave just like that. He wanted to seize the opportunity to become a warrior. Gritting his teeth, Gao Chun took a deep breath. Supervisor Yang, how about I exchange a secret for this Black Tiger Fist? The other two were slightly taken aback and immediately expressed their opposition. We are already stuck at this level. That secret is actually useless to us. If we don't break through soon, we will fall too far behind. We are all professional gold farmers. You should understand this reasoning. Gao Chun advised the two. Professional gold farmers. Yang Ling nodded slightly in his heart, also guessing their real-life professions. They possessed a similar aura to his. What secret? How can I be sure that your secret is worth 500 taels? Yang Ling asked. Gao Chun smiled. A monster respawn location, a very safe respawn point. Supervisor Yang is already level 18. If you get this respawn location, you could likely reach level 20 in 3 days. At that time, the first place on the Divine Realm ranking list will likely reward some benefits. A respawn point. Is that why they leveled up so quickly? 100 taels plus your secret, and this Black Tiger Fist will be yours. Yang Ling pondered for a moment and took out the Black Tiger Fist, placing it on the table. Gao Chun and the other two discussed again, and then took out a small cloth pouch. Inside were some silver coins. He took out a few, leaving about 100 taels. Yang Ling picked it up to weigh it, and then looked at Gao Chun. Gao Chun said, in the 36th mine, there is a hidden river. Following the river downstream leads to a cave. The cave is filled with larvae that can be easily crushed. These larvae provide a high amount of experience points. After the three of us found that place, we leveled up to level 10 in just 1 day. At this point, we might be among the earliest to reach level 10, but we just couldn't find the job change path, and thus we couldn't become warriors. Otherwise, our names would be on the Divine Realm ranking list. Having a name is not necessarily a good thing. Yang Ling thought to himself, then curiously asked, so you are also among the first 30 level 10 players? Have you all received rewards? Gao Chun and the three's expressions stiffened slightly. Seeing this, Yang Ling waved his hand. Forget it, I won't ask about that. Take me to that cave, and once we arrive, the Black Tiger Fist will belong to you. Gao Chun thought for a moment and nodded, all right. Before long, Yang Ling had already changed into his 9th grade iron armor with a red gold crane beak pickaxe and a 9th grade official sword by his side. He led the three to the 36th mine. Next, Gao Chun took the lead. Before this, he also called back Xiao by just in case. Soon the four arrived at the hidden river Gao Chun mentioned. This location was deep within the mine and required navigating several seemingly dead-end corners. Even if ordinary miners found this, they would not dare to enter the water. The four swam downstream for about several miles, finally seeing an indented cave next to the river. This is it. Gao Chun immediately climbed ashore. Yang Ling and the other two followed suit. What came into view were countless larvae. This is likely a nest for some kind of mining insect. Yang Ling's eyes narrowed. If all these larvae successfully hatched, this mine would surely become very dangerous. Yang Ling glanced at the larva closest to him, then stepped on it. With a pop, the larva burst. A chilling aura surged into Yang Ling's body. The experience points gained were significantly higher than that of the red gold mantis. Just a larva had such high experience points. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised, but confirmed Gao Chun's words were true. The three of them had leveled up here during the early stages. If they hadn't been so unlucky not to find the job change path, their names would also be on the Divine Realm ranking list. The Black Tiger Fist is yours now. Yang Ling handed the martial arts technique to Gao Chun. Gao Chun and the three immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Chun quickly opened the Black Tiger Fist to take a look. Then it transformed into a stream of light, and disappeared into Gao Chen's brow, clearly having chosen to learn. A few moments later, Gao Chen, glowing with excitement, looked at the other two. I can now access the attribute panel. My current profession is warrior. You all can leave now, Yang Ling said with a smile. Gao Chen and the three exchanged glances, reluctantly looked at the cave one last time, and then left the water. As soon as they left, the restless Xiao Bai flew out, immediately grabbing the larvae to eat. It seems that Xiao Bai really likes these insect pupae. I wonder if it can level up after eating them. Yang Ling's eyes brightened as Xiao Bai has levels, so it can definitely level up. Earlier he was unclear about its upgrading conditions, but today he could observe. Seeing Xiao Bai eating eagerly, he couldn't help but start leveling up as well. The number of insect pupae ahead was sparse, having been trampled by Gao Chun and the others. The deeper he went, the denser the insect pupae became. Stepping on one could directly crush a dozen. Each step brought him a surge of experience. Yang Ling's experience points were skyrocketing. In less than an hour, the delightful sound of leveling up reached his ears. You have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Already level 19. Yang Ling felt a flicker of joy. Today, not to mention reaching level 20, even level 21 or 22 might be possible. He immediately allocated the attribute point to his spirit. However, the system displayed a message: spirit power is full. Without cultivating a spirit-related technique, you cannot level up. Oh no, I need the corresponding technique to continue adding points. Yang Ling's heart sank, and his expression darkened. He had hoped to max out his spirit at 100 points to greatly enhance his cultivation speed. A technique related to spirit. Yang Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he decided to ask Su Qing about it when he had the chance. Let's see if Su Qing knows anything. Since I can't level up my spirit, I'll focus on agility for now. Yang Ling thought about using agility to kite Wu Man. His damage output was already sufficient, so there was no need to add points to strength for the time being. As long as he raised his agility, his output would be even greater, and his survivability would also improve. With that in mind, he allocated the free attribute point to agility. Agility increased from 5 to 6. Yang Ling felt a lightness in his body. Although it wasn't very noticeable, he knew that when he performed the Thief's Blade technique, his strikes would be faster and more fierce. He continued his leveling spree. Before he knew it, another delightful sound rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up, gaining 1 free attribute point. Yang Ling casually added it to agility. Level 20. Yang Ling's expression shifted. Immediately after, another message appeared: you are the first player among millions in Divine Domain. To reach level 20, you receive a random treasure chest reward. In an instant, a silver chest appeared before him. It's a silver random treasure chest 2 grades higher than the white chest I received the first time. Yang Ling's eyes brightened slightly, his breathing becoming a bit heavier. He guessed correctly, reaching level 20 indeed granted a reward. Not only that, but he was the first player to reach level 20. The treasure chest's quality was likely elevated because of this. Normally, he would receive a blue chest for his first reward, a silver one was impossible. So being the first means the rewards will always increase, setting me apart from other players' rankings. Yang Ling was impatient and immediately opened the silver chest. Inside the chest, he found not the spirit elixirs or other pills he imagined, but a martial skill. A martial skill. Yang Ling frowned slightly. He already had enough martial skills. He didn't even have enough time to cultivate. Another martial skill was rather redundant. He understood the principle of not being able to chew more than he could handle. With that in mind, he picked up the martial skill and took a glance. First-class martial skill, Lingshu Step. Do you wish to learn? Why? Yang Ling's eyes widened. First-class martial skill. Is this for real? He immediately checked the detailed description of Lingshu Step. Lingshu Step, when practiced to perfection, allows one to walk on air. Initial comprehension increases agility by 12 points. Mastery increases agility by 24 points. Grand Mastery increases agility by 36 points. Entry level increases agility by 48 points. Transcendence increases agility by 80 points with the added skill Treading Void. This is a fantastic item. Yang Ling murmured to himself. Although it was unlikely he could cultivate Lingshu Step to Transcendence in a short time, at most he could dash and reach the mastery level. But it could still increase his agility by 24 points. Adding the 15 points from the King Kong Ming Wang Gong along with his 7 points and the 6 points from the Thief's Blade technique, his agility would reach an unprecedented 52 points. With such agility, even if he was still no match for experts like Sher Xin, at least he could easily escape from them, and perhaps even have an opportunity to counterattack. While I can't devour too much at once, I can still savor it slowly. It's better than having nothing to digest. This treasure chest truly provided an exceptional reward. I'm satisfied. Yang Ling felt content and immediately learned Lingshu Step to avoid any complications. He knew well how rare first-class techniques were. Now that he had a first-class technique and the first-class martial skill Lingshu Step, even if he couldn't compare to Lin Cai and the others at the start, his starting point was likely far superior. A warm current surged into Yang Ling's brow. In an instant, he gained many memories about Lingshu Step. His figure began to grow increasingly nimble. While cultivating Lingshu Step, Yang Ling stepped on insect pupae. His proficiency and experience points surged rapidly, an exhilarating feeling. Unbeknownst to him, he leveled up from 20 to 21. But this time it took a considerable amount of time. Even the insect eggs in the cave had been completely trampled by him, with the remaining few being devoured by Xiao Bai. It seems that after level 20, the experience required to level up increases significantly. Yang Ling glanced over at Xiao Bai. This time Xiao Bai had eaten quite a few insect pupae. Originally only the size of a palm, it had now grown 3 full circles. Its fangs and forearms had become increasingly sharp. Yang Ling looked at Xiao Bei's attributes: Great Mother Red Gold Mantis Xiao. By level 5 Strength, 9 Agility, 14 Spirit, 6 Special Skill Seeking Gold. Wait a minute. Yang Ling was slightly taken aback. If he remembered correctly, when Xiao Bei was level 1, its strength was only 5, agility was 10, and spirit was 2. But it had only leveled up 4 times now. How did its attributes each increase by 4 points? Could it be because it can't practice martial arts, so its attributes differ from those of humans? Yang Ling felt a bit excited. If Xiao Bei could be properly trained, it could become a great asset in the future. If I had known, I would have fed you more insect pupae earlier. Yang Ling smiled and waved. Xiao Bei immediately flew onto his shoulder. Yang Ling felt a sudden heaviness. So heavy. Now Xiao Bei was only about 3 circles larger than before. But its weight felt as if it weighed more than 10 pounds. Yang Ling knocked on Xiao Bei's body, and its texture felt like striking red gold. With a thought, he opened his attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Profession: Constable Beast Tamer. Level 21 Strength, 11 Agility, 8 Spirit, 30 Exclusive Skills, Insight X, 2 Martial Arts. King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Initial Comprehension Experience 318. 1000 Bingshan. Fist Mastery Proficiency 102. 10000 Thieves Blade Technique Mastery Proficiency 201. 210000 Lingshu Step Entry Level Proficiency 1. 3100 Life Points 310. 100. Yang Ling then opened the Divine Domain Level Leaderboard again. Divine Domain Level Leaderboard 001. Ironclad Division Yang Ling. Level 21. Profession: Constable 002. 9 Immortals. Dao Palace Lin Sai. Level 20. Profession: Taoist 003. Extreme Flame Sword House. Jiang. Tianai. Level 20. Profession: Swordsman 004. Divine Sect Zhang. Shindao. Level 20. Profession: Assassin 005. Arhut Temple. Li Shou. Level 19. Profession: Mad Monk 006. Kuju Temple. Hui Wu. Level 17. Profession: Monk 007. A Dead Man's Valley. Chi Kai. Level 17. Profession: Medicine Apprentice 008. I'm a full 6 levels higher than the 10th place Qin Mo. That's a chasm-like gap. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. Once upon a time, he thought the level gap between him and Hui Wu would only grow larger. The speed at which the other leveled up would certainly far surpass his. He never expected that after these few waves of gains, he had surpassed the other by a full 4 levels. It's about time to leave. There's no value here anymore. I'll come back to check later. Yang Ling glanced around the cave, then called Xiao Bei to leave together. After swimming for a while, he suddenly turned his head and faintly saw a gigantic creature entering the cave. On the entity's attribute panel, there were terrifying question marks everywhere. Overlord Ghost Spider Level. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Special Skill. Yang Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately swam with all his might, quickly reaching the shore and swiftly leaving Mine No. 36. Only after safely arriving at the entrance of the cave did he nervously glance inside. Were those insect pupae its young? Yang Ling pondered for a moment, then immediately called upon a group of overseers to instruct the miners to completely seal off the entrance of Mine No. 36. The reason was simple: there were terrifying mining insects inside. Gao Chun and the others witnessed this scene and thought that Yang Ling was trying to cover up the existence of that monster spawning location. They felt a bit disappointed. After the entrance was sealed, it would be difficult for them to secretly level up in the future. From then on, Yang Ling would spend 2 to 3 hours each day inspecting the mine veins or caverns. Occasionally, he would dig a few times out of habit. As for the rest of the time, he dedicated it to practicing the King Kong Ming Wang Gong and the Ling Su Step. In just 2 days, the Ling Su Step had reached the initial threshold of understanding. At this moment, Yang Ling realized he had made a mistake. The few Yuling pills I consumed earlier should not have been taken this way. Yang Ling couldn't help but shake his head slightly. If he had at least kept 2 pills, he could have immediately advanced the Ling Su Step to the level of integration, which would have increased his agility by a full 24 points. In the future, if I get more Yuling pills, I should keep some on hand for a while and see how things go before using them. Each martial art requires a fixed proficiency for its first 2 levels. With Yuling pills, one can quickly get started. No wonder first-rate powers can even make the court give them face. With the same talent, one practices a first-rate martial art, while another practices a lowly skill like the Black Tiger Fist. The time spent may be roughly the same, but the results are entirely different. Fortunately, I can now gain 3 points of proficiency in just 1 hour. In terms of leveling up, I can afford to slow down a bit and dedicate more time to the Ling Su Step to quickly reach the level of integration. Days passed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, Yang Ling only spent 3 to 4 hours mining each day, and his level only increased by 1. He allocated his points to agility. His rank on the Divine Domain leaderboard had slipped from 1st to 5th. Lin Sai, who held the 1st position, had reached level 23. Li Shou, who was in 4th place, had reached level 22, on par with Yang Ling, but likely had more experience. Thus, the top 4 positions returned to the players of the 4 major first-rate sects. In the courtyard, Yang Ling moved like a gust of wind darting around. In one moment he was here, and in the next he was already 7 or 8 meters away. Suddenly, a warm current surged into Yang Ling's body. The proficiency of the Ling Su Step finally broke through 1,000 points, advancing to the level of integration. With a thought, Yang Ling activated the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Agility increased by 15 points. Ling Su's step increased agility by 24 points, adding his inherent 9 points of agility. In that moment, his agility reached a total of 48 points. Yang Ling's speed became increasingly rapid. In an instant, he could cover 10 meters. He drew the 9-rank official knife from his waist and executed the Thief's Blade technique. The knife's momentum was fierce like a raging storm, as the Thief's Blade technique could also increase agility by 6 points. As a result, his agility surpassed the 50-point mark, reaching 54 points. His speed increased once more, although not drastically in combat. This slight increase in speed could be enough to determine victory or defeat. Without warning, Yang Ling came to a halt. Dust and debris swirled around him, taking a few seconds to slowly settle. Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel character. Yang Ling profession: Constable Beast Tamer, level 22 strength, 11 agility, 9 spirit, 30 exclusive skills, insight X, 2 martial arts, King, Kong Ming Wang, Gong, initial threshold experience 543, 1000 Benshan fist integration proficiency, 102, 1000 Thieves, Blade integration proficiency, 201, 21000 Ling, Su step integration proficiency, 0100 health, 310, 100. With my current strength, facing a 9th rank martial artist like Wu Man would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yang Ling felt somewhat emotional. Half a month ago, he would have needed to kite Wu Man. Now he didn't need to exert much effort to deal with Wu Man. With his speed, Wu Man would be unable to defend against his attacks. Is my strength comparable to an 8th rank martial artist? Sure, Xin should be an 8th rank martial artist. Without using his powers, he has a strength of 43 and agility of 28. I estimate that I am still somewhat inferior to 8th rank martial artists, but the gap isn't too large. Just then a knock sounded from outside the courtyard. Is Yang Ling here? Yang Ling stepped outside to see 2 men and 2 women dressed in the disciple robes of the Shana sect. He scanned the attributes of the 4. Their strength was comparable to Wu Kei. They were stronger than ordinary overseers, but significantly weaker than Wang Jing and Su Qing. Are you Yang Ling? A young man scrutinized Yang Ling from head to toe, and then smiled. I was sent by Senior Brother Su. What should I call you, Senior Brother? Yang Ling replied with a smile and a cupped fist gesture. Just call me Sushan, Sushan said while eyeing the 9-rank official knife at Yang Ling's waist. The other 3 were also quite curious about the knife as they recognized its origin. Yang Ling, I heard rumors in the sect that a major case occurred in Qingshan City recently. It seems you made a significant contribution. Did you cooperate with Lord Shi Xin of the Iron Clothes Division to slay a Rong clan spy, the 9th rank martial artist Wu Man? Sushan asked curiously. Senior Brother Su, it was all luck. Wu Man's strength was too formidable, and I only dared to harass from a distance. Yang Ling replied. Sushan nodded slightly. He is a 9th rank martial artist officially recognized, and comes from the Rong clan's giant spirit sect. His mixed iron skills are not inferior to our Shanha sect's Shana Mind method. Speaking of which, are you now a 9th rank Iron Clothes constable? Indeed, Yang Ling nodded. Sushan's group softened their expressions, and their tone became more polite. Yang Ling, I am actually Su Qing's cousin. My elder cousin sent me this time mainly to escort the red gold mine, and also to give you directions. Sushan smiled and said, my elder cousin mentioned that his master wanted to inquire about the matter regarding Wu Kei, so this time you will personally escort the red gold mine. Yang Ling maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he felt little ripple. In the past, he might have felt apprehensive. However, things were different now. He was a 9th rank Iron Clothes constable. His maximum agility could reach 54 points. In the case of Wu Kei, he also had a record of merit. As long as the Shanha sect did not intend to betray the country, they wouldn't dare to treat him poorly. Even Sushan's attitude was indicative of this. Senior Brother Sushan, shall we go to the warehouse to check the total amount of red gold mined this month, and then set off today? Yang Ling smiled. That works. Sushan nodded. The group went to the warehouse, and the 11 overseers also received the news and hurried over. After a thorough check, the output of red gold for the month became clear. 3,782 pounds, 5 taels, and 4 chien. Sushan gasped, then exclaimed in delight. My elder cousin's position is secured now. He has fulfilled the military order he made with the sect leader. The 11 overseers had complex expressions at this moment. They also wanted to obstruct the output during this period, but they had no means or courage to do so. Currently, there were over 10,000 miners, and every day 2,000 to 3,000 were willing to descend into the mines. This had become a trend. With so many people, some mining thieves didn't even dare to reveal their identities and could only honestly mine. Additionally, Yang Ling had strict orders against the miners going too deep or entering overly dangerous areas. Thus, there had not been any major accidents during this time. At most, some miners had been careless and broken their limbs. Yang Ling, can the output of the red gold mine be maintained above 3,500 pounds in the future? Sushan eagerly asked. Yang Ling nodded slightly. It shouldn't be a problem. The 4 of Sushan all wore joyful expressions. A total of 3,700 pounds of red gold, or were divided into 2 horse-drawn carts escorted by 24 mine guards towards the direction of the Shana sect. Yang Ling and Sushan rode behind the convoy while 3 other disciples of the Shana sect were at the front of the procession. If there were any bandits along the way, they would retreat upon seeing their attire. Sushan engaged in casual conversation with Yang Ling, who reciprocated with laughter. As they chatted, Yang Ling intentionally steered the topic towards martial arts. That day when we faced Wu Man, his mountain-crushing fist unleashed a momentum akin to a raging torrent, as if a giant mountain was truly collapsing behind him. Yang Ling exclaimed. I was so startled that I couldn't muster any strength. Curiously, he asked Senior Brother Su, could the mountain-crushing fist also be an extraordinary martial art? What you refer to is called Su Shan replied with a smile. The mountain-crushing fist is merely a low-tier technique far inferior to our Shana 12 fists. However, this technique indeed has the potential to cultivate It is not something just anyone can learn. A bit of talent is required. This talent, it seems, is related to mental strength. The entry requirements for practicing the mountain-crushing fist include a strength of 8 points and 3 points of mental strength. Yang Ling continued to delve into the topic, asking, what exactly is It? Su Shan replied, I'm not entirely sure. After all, my power is still far from the level required to cultivate It. However, I've heard that every martial art in the 4 major first-rate sects can cultivate It, particularly the Shin sect. He paused for a moment, a look of admiration and awe appearing on his face. I've heard that there is a martial art in the Shin sect called the Divine Path Formula. Legends say that those who master this art can more easily cultivate It. And it can also enhance one's innate understanding, making future martial practice significantly faster. It can enhance innate understanding. Does that mean it improves mental strength? Yang Ling pondered. The Divine Path Formula mentioned by Su Shan likely pertains to techniques related to mental strength. If he wanted to enhance his mental power, he would need to seek out similar techniques for cultivation. However, it seems somewhat difficult for now. It would be better to rely on the game system to reward him with something. Senior Brother Su, something feels off ahead. That tea stand we passed earlier had very few customers at the same time. Yet now there are more than 10 customers there. Their hands are thick, likely indicating they have practiced martial arts. A disciple of the Shanha sect rode up, reporting with a vigilant expression. At this moment, the convoy had also come to a halt about a mile away from a tea stand where several customers could be seen resting and drinking tea. Su Shan observed thoughtfully for a moment before saying the convoy should pause. We'll go take a look, you all wait here. Yang Ling's expression changed. Senior Brother Su will go with you. All right, Su Shan nodded slightly. The two rode over to the tea stand. The tea vendor warmly greeted the two, but the customers didn't even lift their heads, engrossed in their tea. Su Shan remained mounted, observing them from a higher vantage point. Yang Ling straightforwardly opened their attributes. Apart from a few, the rest were martial artists with strengths roughly on par with Su Shan and the others. Moreover, without exception, they all belonged to the Giant Spirit sect. The martial artists of the Shanha sect are truly vigilant. He has already grown suspicious. We must eliminate him to honor Senior Brother Wu Man. One martial artist suddenly sprang into action, muscles bulging, as he swung a long knife forcefully at Su Shan. What audacity! Su Shan, filled with rage and surprise, hadn't expected these fellows to truly be a threat. The other martial artists immediately joined the fray. In an instant, Su Shan and Yang Ling found themselves surrounded. The tea vendor's face turned pale with fear, while several ordinary customers scrambled to grab their belongings and flee. The 3 other disciples of the Shanha sect, witnessing this scene, could not rush over in time. The horses under Su Shan let out a cry of anguish, their throats pierced. He had no choice but to dismount and engage in a chaotic battle with the surrounding martial artists. Within just a few exchanges, he was injured. However, he sensed the opponent's attacking patterns and realized they sought revenge for Wu Man, shouting in anger, Giant Spirit sect martial artists. So they are Giant Spirit sect martial artists. What should we do? The 3 Shanha sect disciples exchanged worried glances. With the enemy numbering over 10, even if they rushed in, it would be a death sentence. He'll escort the red gold or away. You two return to the Shanha sect to deliver a message. As for Senior Brother Su and Yang Ling, this time it seems dire. We cannot afford to lose any more, especially this batch of red gold, or must not be compromised. One person made the decision. Just then a Giant Spirit sect martial artist suddenly shouted, that's the one. He used despicable means to kill Senior Brother Wu Man back then. For Senior Brother Wu Man's vengeance. As the shout rang out, 7 or 8 people rushed forward to surround Yang Ling. Su Shan instantly felt relieved, though he was somewhat confused. The 3 Shanha sect disciples who had intended to retreat were also momentarily stunned. Observing this, Yang Ling did not utilize the King Kong Ming Wang technique. He simply used the Lingshu step combined with the thief's knife technique. His agility immediately surged to 39 points. The Giant Spirit sect martialists who had planned to surround him only felt a flash before losing track of Yang Ling. Then 3 heads shot up into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. Moments later, another 3 heads soared. They had not cultivated the mixed iron technique. Yang Ling dispatched them as easily as slicing vegetables. In the blink of an eye, the remaining Giant Spirit sect martial artists were all dead, each beheaded with a single strike, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Su Shan stared blankly at the scene before him, momentarily speechless. The tea vendor had already collapsed in fright. The few customers hid at a distance, watching in terror. Seeing this, Yang Ling took out his badge. The 9th grade Constable Yang Ling of the Ironclad Division is here. The rogue tribe spies have all been eliminated. You need not panic. Upon hearing the 3 words, Ironclad Division, the tea vendor's expression instantly brightened. The other customers also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yang Ling had also finished digesting the experience points. He couldn't help but curl his lips. The experience points given by this group were less than what he would earn by mining a few pieces of red gold, or Yang Ling. Your strength. Su Shan stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. The 3 Shanha sect disciples had already rushed over with the convoy, staring at the sea of heads in shock. Senior brother Su arranged for one of the brothers to go to Qingshan City to notify Captain Lin Yin to come collect the bodies. Yang Ling said with a smile. Su Shan hastily nodded and assigned a junior brother to convey the message to Qingshan City. He then took a deep breath, his expression strange as he said, Brother Yang, you are a 9th grade martial artist. The 2 female disciples of the Shanha sect and the mine guards present looked at Yang Ling with peculiar expressions. I have yet to participate in the assessment, so I have not yet been registered. Yang Ling explained. It meant he had the strength, but not the official rank yet. Su Shan came to his senses, exclaiming, Brother Yang, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise we might have all perished here, and we might not have been able to protect these 2 carts of red gold, or... Pausing for a moment, he suddenly thought of something, his expression peculiar, as he asked Brother Yang, did the Ironclad Division suspect there are still rogue tribe spies here? Is that why they arranged for you, a 9th grade martial artist, to lie in wait in Qingshan City? Yang Ling did not respond to this question, merely smiling. As for what the others were thinking, he had no way of knowing, but he could use the Ironclad Division's banner to cover up why his strength had improved so rapidly. Perhaps the Ironclad Division would think it was the Shanha sect nurturing him, while the Shanha sect would believe the Ironclad Division was training him. By the time both sides realized the truth, his strength would likely have become even more terrifying. Yang Ling and his companions waited on site for nearly half a day before Lin Yin finally arrived with his team. Gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Yan's expression turned grave as he fixed his eyes on Yang Ling. Xiaoyang. Were these all martial cultivators from the Juling sect? Indeed, Yang Ling and Su Shan concisely recounted the incident. In truth, Lin Yin had already heard the full account from the Shanha sect disciples before arriving. Cross-referencing the scene with their testimony, he realized this case was not only clear-cut, but also extraordinarily meritorious. Senior brother, you warned me earlier that Rong clan spies might retaliate in secret. I've kept strict vigilance ever since. It seems your foresight was utterly justified, Yang Ling remarked awestruck. Lin Yin froze momentarily, disbelief flickering across his face before settling into solemn respect. Gently, he placed a hand on Yang Ling's shoulder. Had it not been for you, even my warning would have failed to avert catastrophe. I shall report truthfully. The credit for this triumph belongs foremost to you. Yang Ling paused thoughtfully, then drew Lin Yin aside for a hushed exchange. Senior brother, I'd like to remain longer at the Qijin mine to earn more. Yet if my merits mount too swiftly, promotion will inevitably summon me to provincial headquarters for official duty. Thus this supreme honor must fall to you alone. If possible, the post of Chief Constable of Qingshan City would suit me perfectly. Lin Yan's heart pounded fiercely. After a moment's hesitation, he asked softly, Then, shall I claim first merit? You are unquestionably the one. Ha ha ha. Lin Yin burst into unrestrained laughter, recalling how just days earlier Yang Ling had requested a constable's post, and how he himself had looked down upon him, disdainful of his humble station. He now longed to strike himself twice across the face in shame. All these Juling sect cultivators fell by your hand, and coupled with your earlier slaying of Wu Man, I deduced long ago that your martial cultivation far surpasses mine. Your future within the TA Bureau is boundless. Allow me to offer my sincere congratulations in advance. Bowing deeply, Lin Yin declared, As for this achievement I shall, without modesty, accept it. Should this advancement come to pass, I give you my word the post of Chief Constable of Qingshan City shall be yours alone. By the way, senior brother, have the numbers of refugees flooding into Qingshan City increased recently? Yang Ling asked, his gaze sharpening. Lin Yin pondered a moment. They've swelled steadily. No one yet knows which region has suffered disaster. My Qijin mine still requires laborers. Perhaps we could assign the refugees there. Yang Ling smiled. Lin Yin laughed heartily. That's simple. Your aid in resettling them would bring me immense relief. Once this matter is settled, I'll reorganize affairs and dispatch them all to you. Thank you, senior brother. Look at you, why so formal? Before long, Lin Yin and his men removed all the Rong clan spies' corpses. Yang Ling's party resumed their journey, and one day later arrived safely at the Shanha sect. The Shanha sect matched Yang Ling's expectations precisely, magnificent beyond measure. Even its mountain gate loomed vast and awe-inspiring. Wu Kei was a Rong clan spy, and he even summoned Wu Man, a 9th-rank martial cultivator. Had the TA Bureau not intervened promptly, how could we possibly answer to our superiors? The Quangbang Guild Master may well hold us accountable too. These words echoed through the Zhongzhu Hall of the Shanha sect. A purple-robed elder glared coldly at a middle-aged man and rebuked him. From now on, watch your disciples closely. Ensure their eyes stay sharp, lest they recruit Rong clan spies as subordinates. Nearby, Yang Jiwen stood silently, head bowed. The chastised man hastily nodded. Rest assured, master. Such an incident shall never recur. At that moment, a poised and elegant woman chuckled softly. Senior brother, henceforth the Qijin mine shall be managed by Su Qing. This misfortune shall not repeat itself. The middle-aged man glanced at her, his eyes flashing with icy disdain. Sister Su Qing is still young. Entrusting him with the mine risks diminishing output. Pausing briefly, he turned to Su Qing. You claimed you'd raise the mine's monthly yield to 3,500 jin. Have results emerged yet? Su Qing flushed with mild embarrassment and glanced toward the elegant woman. Your senior uncle asks. You must answer him directly, she murmured, smiling. Su Qing immediately bowed respectfully. Respected senior uncle, initial progress has been achieved. I am confident the target will be met within 3 months. Initial progress. Then this month's shipment should arrive shortly. The man replied coolly. Let us see whether the Qi Jin mine's output rises or falls under your stewardship. The other elders present remained silent, unwilling to intervene. After all, both disputants were direct disciples of the current Shanha sect patriarch. None dared meddle in their rivalry, only aligned themselves discreetly, if at all. Just then a disciple rushed in breathlessly. Senior brother Su Shan reports the Qi Jin or convoy was ambushed and retaliated against by Juling sect martial cultivators of the Rong clan. All present paled slightly. Su Qing's face blanched. In Yang Jiwen's lowered gaze a flicker of grim satisfaction gleamed. Instantly the purple-robed elder demanded, what are the casualties? The disciple hesitated, his expression oddly perplexed. There were no casualties. The Rong clan spies were all slain by a 9th-rank TA constable from Qingshan City. Yang Jiwen jerked his head up stunned. A 9th-rank TA constable. It's Yang Ling. Su Qing erupted in elation and instantly turned to the elegant woman. Master, it was Yang Ling, the supervisor I recruited, who acted. He is now a 9th-rank TA constable. The elders exchanged startled glances, their eyes lingering on Su Qing with newfound curiosity. Could this youth truly have secured such formidable assistance? Yang Ling, again Yang Ling. Yang Jiwen murmured inwardly. At that moment another disciple hurried in. The treasury reports the Qi Jin or has been safely delivered. Total weight 3,700 Jin. A profound silence fell over the hall. Su Qing trembled with ecstatic disbelief. Within just the first month production had already surpassed the target. Yang Jiwen stared incredulous. Then his features darkened. 3,700 Jin. It appears the supervisor you enlisted possesses extraordinary skill. The purple-robed elder beamed. Henceforth the Qi Jin mine shall be officially under your management. Replace any overseers as you see fit. Thank you, Patriarch. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su Qing bowed deeply. Summon Supervisor Yang Ling. I wish to speak with him personally. The elder commanded. A disciple immediately set off to fetch him. Within the span of a single teacup steeping, Yang Ling stood before the Zhongshu Hall. His gaze locked instantly upon the purple-robed elder. Even from aura alone the man radiated power surpassing sure science. Without hesitation Yang Ling activated the elder's attribute panel, namely Liangyu. Profession martial cultivator. Strength 63. Agility 43. Spirit 17. Martial arts Shanha saber draw technique perfected. Shanha 12 fist style perfected. Shanha cultivation art proficient. Affiliation Shanha sect. A single stat exceeding 60. 2 perfected techniques. 1 proficient cultivation art. Yang Ling drew a sharp breath, then immediately kowtowed. Yang Ling of the TA Bureau reporting for audience. When Yang Ling uttered the words Iron Clothing Division, a shiver ran through the hearts of the elders present. They recalled that although the other party was a supervisor invited by Su Qing, he was also affiliated with the Iron Clothing Division and was a low-ranking constable. The sect master of the Mountain River sect Liang Yuefu smiled slightly. Yang Ling, I am Liang Yue, the sect master of the Mountain River sect. Yang Ling pays respects to sect master Liang. Yang Ling greeted respectfully, neither servile nor overbearing. This person's strength was clearly above that of Sure Xin by a level. Yang Ling suspected that the other party was very likely a 7th-rank martial artist. I ask you, is the red gold mine currently under your management? Liang Yu smiled faintly. Yang Ling replied yes. Liang Yu continued, the previous output of the red gold mine was only over 2,000 Jin. How did it increase to over 3,700 Jin this month? Previously there was a steward in the red gold mine who created obstacles and incited panic, causing the miners to be unwilling to work. Yang Ling replied with a smile, after resolving this issue the output of the red gold mine will naturally increase. A steward created obstacles. Liang Yu pondered, glancing at Yang Jiwen. Yang Jiwen remained silent, head bowed. However, his master spoke sternly, the stewards of the red gold mine are all from our Mountain River sect. How could they create obstacles? The steward Fang Qingyang commanded people to release red gold mine essence in the mine to attract the red gold mantis, and then used pig's blood as bait, resulting in countless injuries among the miners and the deaths of 10. Yang Ling replied leisurely, this case has already been handed over to Captain Lin of Qingshan City. The news was previously suppressed to avoid bringing criticism to the Mountain River sect. Lest outsiders say that the Mountain River sect cannot even manage its own stewards and engages in treachery. Upon hearing this, the beautiful women and other second-generation disciples of the Mountain River sect showed expressions of surprise and anger. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless, filled with doubt. Liang Yu calmly inquired about the matter, then turned to the middle-aged man. He Qiubai, that Fang Qingyang seems to be your distant relative. He Qiubai's face changed colors, slowly nodding yes. Be more vigilant in the future, Liang Yu said calmly. He Qiubai did not dare to retort, slowly nodding yes. At this moment the atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat delicate. Liang Yu chuckled lightly, looking at the beautiful woman. Hong Ying, your disciple Su Qing is quite capable. To find such a talented young man as Yang Ling to manage the red gold mine is a blessing for our Mountain River sect. You flatter me, sect master. Su Qing is just lucky. Hong Ying replied with a smile. There is one more thing. Liang Yu looked back at Yang Ling. Young brother Yang, I heard that you encountered retaliation from the giant spirit sect on your journey and single-handedly battled over 10 bandits, beheading them one by one. Everyone's expression shifted. They had just been drawn in by the 3,700 Jin of red gold, nearly forgetting this matter. Su Qing and the other third-generation disciples looked at Yang Ling with eyes full of astonishment and curiosity. He Bai, Hong Ying, and other second-generation disciples seemed contemplative, their eyes flickering with a hint of unusual color. Yang Jiwen finally raised his head, staring intently at Yang Ling. Having seen Wu Man and Shi Xian, Yang Ling roughly understood why Yang Jiwen held the top position among the third generation of the Mountain River sect. The others' attributes were a notch higher than Wu Man's, with strength up by 1 point, agility up by 13 points, and spirit up by 3 points. One could say Yang Jiwen's attributes were actually close to Shi Zin's. The other party's Mountain River Heart method was also at a comprehended level. If he were to operate it, his attributes would surely see a significant boost. Yang Ling suspected that even against Yang Jiwen, he could at most have an even chance, with his strength falling short. Those disciples of the Giant Spirit sect have barely mastered their martial arts, only slightly stronger than ordinary mind guards, not worth mentioning. Yang Ling cupped his hands in greeting. No matter how weak they are still martial artists of the Giant Spirit sect. If it weren't for you, our Mountain River sect would have suffered a loss from the red gold mine again. If this batch of red gold were to be transported to the Rome tribe and discovered by the Iron Clothing Division, we would have no way to defend ourselves. Liang Yu said in a deep voice, our Mountain River sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments, but since you already have an official position, I cannot recruit you into the sect. Otherwise, with your talents, being my disciple would be more than enough. He Bai and the others were slightly taken aback. Yang Ling's mood was somewhat complicated. To truly become a disciple of a powerhouse like Liang Yu would naturally bring immense benefits. However, if it weren't for his prior position in the Iron Clothing Division, he would still be unable to transfer jobs, and subsequent events would not have transpired. How about this? Some time ago, I exchanged a 300-year-old blood ginseng from the pharmacist Zhang in Chang'e Prefecture for 5 Peiyuan pills. Liang Yu smiled and said, I have already consumed 4 of them, and there is still 1 left, which I will give you as a reward. Sect Master, you absolutely cannot. He Bai and the others were startled. He immediately clasped his fists and said, this is what you use to break through your bottleneck. You must not give it to others. The others also advised Sect Master Zhang, the pharmacist is from the Dead Man's Valley and has already mastered the art of alchemy. Even so, a 300-year-old blood ginseng can only be exchanged for 5 Peiyuan pills. Even if Yang Ling has made contributions this time, he should not be given such a precious item. Hong Ying thought for a moment, but ultimately did not persuade him, choosing to remain silent. Su Qing and the other third-generation disciples were completely stunned. Peiyuan pills. If I had this pill, my Mountain River Heart method might quickly break through to the second layer. Su Qing murmured to himself. Yang Ling's heart stirred. This Peiyuan pill enhances martial arts experience. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement. His King Kong Ming Wang Gong just needed over 400 experience points to advance to the second layer. He wondered how much experience the Peiyuan pill would provide. No need to say more, the old man is clear about his own aptitude. Liang Yu smiled faintly, having consumed 4 Peiyuan pills and still not being able to break through the 5th layer of the Mountain River Heart method proves that I have no hope for this step. Rather than that, it is better to use it to nurture the younger generation. After speaking, he strode forward to Yang Ling and took out a wooden box, handing it to Yang Ling. This is the Peiyuan pill, you take it. After a pause, he added, Hong Ying, arrange a quiet room for young brother Yang to use, so he can consume this pill as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he carries this item down the mountain, it will inevitably attract attention from all sides. After all, young brother Yang is different from me. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately signaled Yang Ling to follow her. Yang Ling hurriedly thanked Liang Yu and quickly followed Hong Ying out of the hall. Why does the sect master value this child so much? He Bai's face turned somewhat ugly. Could they not give the Peiyuan pill to him? At this moment, Yang Jiwen's expression was also exceptionally grim. Such a precious item, just like that, given to someone outside. The Peiyuan pill is only effective for martial arts and heart methods. Yang Ling receiving this item indicates that he possesses martial arts and heart methods. Moreover, he is already a constable of the Iron Clothing Division, having advanced to the 9th rank at such a young age. His future is limitless. In addition, the Mountain River sect has recently been implicated in dealings with Rome tribe spies. Although my old face still holds some value, the Iron Clothing Division has not pursued us relentlessly, but if they come to settle accounts later. Liang Yu glanced around at everyone present, then snorted coldly and strode away. Everyone suddenly realized that this Peiyuan pill was also a gesture of reconciliation. The intention was to convey to the Iron Clothing Division that the Mountain River sect absolutely had no mistaken stance. But they also understood that this was only part of the reason. The main reason was that this sect master truly took a liking to that young man with the surname Yang. Otherwise, the Peiyuan pill would have been sent to the Iron Clothing Division's office in Chang'e Prefecture some time ago. Someone just mentioned that Zhang Yaoshi hails from the Dead Man's Valley, and Chi Kai, listed on the Divine Realm ranking, is a disciple from there working as an apprentice healer. It seems that this Dead Man's Valley is specifically related to alchemy. With this thought in mind, Hong Ying brought Yang Ling to a quiet room. Yang Ling, this quiet room is for you to use temporarily. The Peiyuan pill in your hand is a marvelous item. Go in and consume it. Hong Ying smiled. At this moment, the two were standing quite close. With so many people around earlier, Yang Ling had just realized that Hong Ying was only about 34 or 35 years old. Yet the attributes of this individual were anything but simple. Character: Hong Ying. Strength 40. Agility 25. Spirit 12. Martial arts: Mountain River Blade Technique extraordinary. Mountain River Mental Method mastered. The Mountain River mental method is mastered. The Mountain River blade technique is extraordinary. Yang Ling felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. These attributes felt exceedingly strange to him. The attribute points of the other party were somewhat weaker than Shizin's. However, the level of their martial skills and mental methods was clearly above Shizin's. If the two were to engage in battle, it was likely that Hong Ying would hold an absolute advantage. Earlier, the attributes of He Qiubai and the others were not much different from Shizin's. The proficiency of their martial skills and the levels of their mental methods were quite similar as well. So it seems that this individual is very likely the strongest under Liang Yu of the Mountain River sect. This thought flashed through Yang Ling's mind as he respectfully said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Hong Ying. No need to be so polite. Since you are friends with Su Qing, you are also my junior. When you have time in the future, feel free to visit the Mountain River sect more often." Hong Ying smiled and then turned to leave. After she left, Yang Ling pushed open the door to the quiet room and locked it from the inside. The quiet room was quite simple with only a mat. Yang Ling sat on the mat and opened the wooden box he had just received. A single pill came into view. Peiyuan pill can increase 500 points of mental method experience. After consuming, there will be 3 days of stiffness. Yang Ling's heart raced. 500 points of mental method experience. This indicated that if he took this pill, the King Kong Ming Wang Gong would advance to the second level after 3 days. He opened the details for the second level of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Once more, second level gained 10 free attribute points during cultivation. Strength and agility each increase by 30 points. Additional health increases by 200 points. Special effect gain vitality. Not only does it provide 10 free attribute points, but the additional health also adds 200. These are all fixed improvements. Moreover, the special effect grants vitality. This was what Yang Ling anticipated the most. The Mountain River mental method of Sect Master Liang should now be at the 4th level, and to advance to the 5th level requires a whopping 1 million points of proficiency. For him, the Peiyuan pill is of minimal benefit. Though he lacks an attribute panel, he should have realized that he is still far from the 5th level, which is why he claims he has no hope of reaching that realm. These locals have already immersed themselves in this path for countless years. Sect Master Liang, who appears to be around 60 or 70 years old, likely started practicing the Mountain River mental method at 10, so he has been practicing for 40 or 50 years and is still only at the 4th level. Although my spiritual power is higher than his, and I can gain 15 points of mental method experience each day, if my spirit cannot continue to increase, it will take about 2 years to advance to the 3rd level of King Kong Ming Wang Gong, and over 20 years to reach the 4th level. As for the 5th level, the required time is 10 times that of the 4th level, meaning around 200 years. Yang Ling silently gasped, making up his mind to find a mental method related to spiritual enhancement, breaking through the limitations of spirit points. He needed at least 100 points of spiritual power to have a chance of advancing to the 5th level of King Kong Ming Wang Gong. When he was 70 or 80, Yang Ling took out the Peiyuan pill and swallowed it whole. As soon as the pill entered his body, it transformed into a warm current. Yang Ling immediately activated the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to absorb the medicinal effects. The warm current visibly converted into experience points for the King Kong Ming Wang Gong. Before long, the experience points increased by 1. They then began to rise slowly and steadily. Before long, he broke through the 15-point limit. Yang Ling let out a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, he realized that he could no longer move. This process seemed to be a forced stiffness. If someone were to attack him at this moment, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Fortunately, Xiao Bai ran out from his clothing hem and squatted by the door like a loyal little dog guarding him. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Yang Ling had not consumed a drop of water or a grain of rice. Yet he did not feel hungry. He watched as his experience points broke the 1,000 barrier. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged into Yang Ling's body. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong has reached the 2nd level, gained 10 free attribute points, health increased by 200 points, gained vitality. Notifications appeared one after another. Yang Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly thought for a moment, then allocated all the free attribute points to agility. His agility instantly rose from 9 to 19. Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel. Character: Yang Ling. Occupation: Constable, Beast Tamer. Level 22. Strength 11. Agility 19. Spirit 30. Exclusive skill: Insight X2. Martial Arts: King Kong Ming Wang Gong integrated. Experience points 0100000. Mountain Breaking Fist integrated. Proficiency 102100000. Thief Capture Blade Technique integrated. Proficiency 201210000. Void Step integrated. Proficiency 010000. Health 510 100. Vitality 10. The sum of my 3 attributes is exactly 60 points. Yang Jiwen is the eldest senior brother of the Mountain River sect, the top disciple of the 3rd generation, but even his total attribute sum is only 67 points. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement in his heart. That Yang Jiwen must have practiced martial arts for many years, at least a decade, and his talent is not ordinary. But how long has he been in the divine realm? In such a short time, he was about to catch up to Yang Jiwen, the senior brother of the Mountain River sect. He was already very satisfied with this progress. The Mountain River mental method cannot compare to the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, so the boost Yang Jiwen receives during cultivation must be less than mine. At this moment, my attributes might be considerably higher than his. Oh right, there's also the vitality. Yang Ling focused his thoughts and suddenly felt a warm current slowly flowing within him. Is this vitality? How do I use it? Yang Ling pondered and immediately stood up, executing the mountain-breaking fist. At the instant he threw the punch, he suddenly had the illusion of being able to manipulate this warm current. In the next moment, a faint layer of blood energy enveloped his fist. This was not an illusion. Yang Ling concentrated and continued to punch. After about a minute, the 10 points of vitality were depleted and the blood energy around his fist disappeared. It seems that the concept of vitality is akin to internal energy in other games. I need to test how much this vitality can enhance my strength when I have the chance. Now the King Kong Ming Wang Gong can enhance strength and agility by 30 points. The Void Step can enhance agility by 24 points. The Thief Capture Blade technique enhances agility by 6 points. Under full force, my agility can reach 79 points. Yang Ling gasped in astonishment. This recent advancement in the King Kong Ming Wang Gong brought about a transformative benefit. Leaving the quiet room, Yang Ling went to meet Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing was well aware that Yang Ling possessed a martial art and his strength was likely above his own. Su Qing's expression was slightly serious. Young supervisor, has your strength reached the first rank now? Yang Ling paused for a moment, then nodded. It should be. Su Qing was envious. Among the third-generation disciples of our Shana sect, only Yang Jiwen has reached the first rank. Master said that with my talent, it would take at least another 3 to 5 years of hard work to possibly reach the first rank. Looking at your age, you're not much older than me, yet you've advanced in martial arts ahead of me. Senior brother Su, it's just good luck on my part. Yang Ling smiled. Su Qing waved his hand. In this line of work, there's no such thing as luck. It's all about diligent practice and comprehension. Rest assured, I'm happy for your strength. With you watching over, it will be difficult for Yang Jiwen to interfere at the Red Gold Mine. By the way, don't call me senior brother anymore. Oh, just call me Su Qing. But you're a first-rank martial artist. It feels awkward for me to call you senior brother. Su Qing laughed. Yang Ling thought for a moment, but shook his head gently. Senior brother Su, you have done me a great favor, and regardless of whether I am a first-rank martial artist or not, I must call you senior brother. Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, and after a long while he slowly nodded and said seriously, Yang junior brother, then I will shamelessly accept the title of senior brother. Senior brother Su, I happen to have some questions I'd like to ask you. Yang Ling said seriously. Speak. Aside from the Shana heart method, I can share anything else I know. Su Qing joked. I want to ask about our sect master Liang. Is he a 7th rank expert? A hint of curiosity appeared on Yang Ling's face. You want to know this? It's not a secret at all. Su Qing laughed. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know that our sect master is a 7th rank expert? Yang Ling nodded slightly in his heart. Just as he had guessed, Liang Yu was indeed a 7th rank expert. Sure, Xian should be an 8th rank. As for himself, he could actually be considered an 8th rank at present, but his strength was mostly derived from the enhancement of martial arts and techniques. If he encountered an 8th rank with deeper foundation than his own, who also practiced top-tier heart methods and martial skills, he would surely be unable to defeat them. Senior brother Su, the Shana sect, is already a 3rd-rate sect, and sect master Liang is merely a 7th rank. What about the distinctions between 2nd and 1st rate? Yang Ling continued to ask. Su Qing replied, actually, if you stay long enough in the Iron Clothes division, you can learn all this from the case files. However, I can tell you some things I know. 2nd-rate sects, such as the Kuju Temple, have 4th-rank masters in residence. 4th rank masters. Is the gap between 2nd-rate and 3rd-rate so vast? The gap is significant, isn't it? Su Qing laughed. Hence, the level and foundation of a sect is a formidable barrier that is difficult to surmount. Our Shanha sect has been inherited for over 180 years, yet we have never produced a master above the 7th rank. It is precisely because we only possess 3rd-rate techniques, the Shana heart method. In contrast, the Kuju Temple has 2nd-rate heart methods, the Kuju Heart Sutra, which is why they have been able to cultivate 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank masters over the years. As for 1st-rate sects, you can imagine that they are the ones with 1st-rank terrestrial immortals in charge. 1st-rank terrestrial immortals? Yang Ling was slightly taken aback. Yes, exactly, terrestrial immortals. Su Qing said seriously, ordinary people can hardly see one, and even the emperor of our Zhao kingdom finds it difficult to meet the terrestrial immortals of the 4 major 1st-rate sects. You can't even begin to understand their methods. I only know that a 4th-rank master can resist the strongest divine crossbow of the Zhao kingdom with their vital energy. That weapon can easily kill a 5th-rank expert with a single shot. To a 4th rank, it is child's play. As Su Qing spoke, a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes, and then he bitterly shook his head. Our Shana heart method, I've heard that even if practiced to the highest 5th layer, it cannot advance to the 6th rank, let alone the 4th rank. One can imagine that as one ascends, even a single rank difference represents a colossal gap. Yang Ling pondered. So this means that the upper limit of 3rd-rate techniques is to grant a martial artist the strength of a 7th rank. The upper limit of 2nd-rate is 4th rank, and the upper limit of 1st-rate is 1st rank. That's not right. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong only has 4 layers, and the Shana heart method has 5 layers. Even if I practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong to the 4th layer, it's unlikely to become a 1st-rank terrestrial immortal. That increase is completely different from what Su Qing described. Could it be that my martial art is incomplete? Or is there some other reason? Yang Ling's expression changed slightly. Surprised, huh? When I first began, I was just like you. Su Qing sighed. At that time, I thought to myself that if I could achieve 8th rank in my lifetime, that would be enough. Looking at it now, even reaching 8th rank is a threshold. By the time I reach 8th rank, I'll probably be over 40. Yang Ling knew he wasn't being modest, but rather speaking the truth. The other party didn't possess much spiritual energy, and the benefits of daily martial arts practice have a limit. By this estimate, Su Qing would indeed have to wait until he was in his early 40s to advance to 8th rank. Senior brother Su, what are the titles for 3rd and 2nd rank? Yang Ling suppressed his thoughts and asked again. 3rd rank is Great Master, while 2nd rank is already honored as a human immortal, which is rare in the world. Even among the 4 major first-rate sects, there are not many. 1st rank, as mentioned earlier, consists of terrestrial immortals. You know what immortals are, right? The kind that can fly and evade the earth. Su Qing smiled. Can they really fly and evade the earth? Yang Ling instinctively asked. Su Qing looked at him with slight curiosity. How would I know? I've never seen one. However, the leader of your Iron Clothes division is rumored in the Jianghu to likely be a great master. Su Qing contemplated. At this point, he smiled. All right, stop thinking about these things. Regardless of whether they are immortals or human immortals, we won't be able to see them anyway. If you have the chance to go to the capital in the future and see your leader, do tell me what kind of demeanor a great master possesses. All right. Yang Ling nodded solemnly. After a pause, he said, Senior brother Su, I plan to return to the Red Gold Mine. Sure, keep an eye on things for me over there. Su Qing smiled. I'll see you off. The two walked together, and Su Qing accompanied Yang Ling all the way to the foot of the mountain before leaving. After he walked away, a tall and robust young man approached. Are you Yang Ling? The young man stopped at a distance, his tone carrying a hint of testing, and his eyes kept sizing up Yang Ling. Yang Ling glanced at the other party named Wu Xiaoqian, rank 17, profession blade guard, strength 15, agility 13, spirit 10, martial arts, Shana blade technique mastered, Shana heart method, initial understanding, health points 150. His initial attribute points are quite high, and his spirit is also 10 points. Yang Ling felt somewhat puzzled. Suddenly he realized something. Wait, this divine realm ranking system can easily create misconceptions. Wu Xiaoqian's rank seems only slightly lower than mine, but in reality his attributes are far below mine. This has a lot to do with the rank of their martial arts. The King Kong Ming Wang Gong gave me 15 free attribute points after the first 2 layers. If Lin Sai and the others trained in first-rate martial arts, their attribute points would be similar to mine, while Wu Xiaoqian would be far below me. So, rank is just rank, strength is strength. I am Yang Ling, may I ask who you are? Yang Ling clasped his fists and smiled. Are you a player of Divine Realm? Wu Xiaoqian asked cautiously. Yang Ling looked confused. What? Yang Ling, you are a 9th rank constable of the Ironclad Division, currently ranked 5th in the Divine Realm leaderboard. Wu Xiaoqian said with a wry smile. I know you are a player. All right. Yang Ling smiled. There are indeed some dangers in the Divine Realm, and I generally prefer not to expose my identity. Seeing Yang Ling acknowledge his player status, Wu Xiaoqian's attitude immediately became more enthusiastic. The two found a shady spot and began to chat. They talked about their experiences in the Divine Realm. Wu Xiaoqian candidly shared how he joined the Shanhua sect. His luck was quite good, and not long after entering the game, he found a benefactor. The benefactor was a wealthy person from Qingshan City who had business dealings with the Shanhua sect. He spent a sum of money to get Wu Xiaoqian inside. Old Wu, your luck is truly remarkable. You haven't faced any hardships or taken any detours at all. Yang Ling felt a bit emotional. If it weren't for his even better luck in obtaining the Vajra King technique in the fire crystal or vein, perhaps he wouldn't even be a martial artist today. By the way, how much silver did you spend to enter the Shanhua sect? Yang Ling asked with curiosity. Wu Xiaoqian thought for a moment. About 3,000 taels. Yang Ling sighed. 3,000 taels is not a small sum. He had become quite wealthy himself, yet he only had a little over 1,000 taels. Is 3,000 taels a lot? Wu Xiaoqian was taken aback. Yang Ling replied seriously, since you joined the Shanhua sect from the beginning, you might not understand the prices in the Divine Realm. Here, a single copper coin can buy a large steamed bun or a small bun with a bit of meat filling. It takes 1,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 tael of silver. How much does a large steamed bun cost in our real world? $2. Wu Xiaoqian instinctively replied. Then he was slightly shocked. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to the purchasing power of $2,000 in reality. At least in terms of food, it's roughly equivalent. Yang Ling nodded slowly. Wu Xiaoqian murmured, it's over. If I had known, I would have asked my benefactor to save that silver for me. When I can return to the real world, given the authenticity of this game, it will surely explode in popularity. 3,000 taels of silver could be exchanged for 600,000 in cash. His tone became urgent and his breathing grew heavy. Old Wu, that idea of yours is unrealistic. Yang Ling chuckled. As a professional gold farmer, he initially had similar plans. Unfortunately, the Divine Realm is too peculiar. It's unlike any game he had encountered before. Here, silver is likely more valuable than cash. Yang Ling, how do you mean? Wu Xiaoqian asked curiously. Yang Ling said seriously, first of all, we may not be able to return. Not able to return? That's impossible. Oh, it's just a game. We simply haven't found the exit button yet. Wu Xiaoqian forced a smile. Yang Ling stared at him for a while before saying with a smile, you must have guessed it too, you're just unwilling to accept it. Wu Xiaoqian's smile faded. Are we really unable to return? It's just highly probable. Yang Ling said, we have gathered several pieces of information. First, we likely entered this game in physical form. You should also have noticed that the holographic scan is impossibly complete. It can even skin birthmarks and old injuries. Therefore, dying in the game may very well mean true death. In such a case, silver is much more significant to us than cash. Your benefactor spent 3,000 taels on you, which is quite worthwhile. After a pause, he added, do you know how many players there are now who can't even learn basic martial arts, let alone a third-rate internal skill, like the Shanhua heart technique? The Shanhua heart technique is just a third-rate internal skill. Wu Xiaoqin was taken aback, then he bitterly smiled. 600,000 was exchanged for a third-rate internal skill. Yang Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He began to share some information he had gathered with Wu Xiaoqin. He discovered that this person was quite straightforward, a stark contrast to Zhang Wei. Half an hour later, Wu Xiaoqin's expression was somewhat dazed, then he exclaimed in delight, Yang Ling, according to your words, I have actually made a meteoric rise. Otherwise, how could you be in the top 10 of the Divine Realm leaderboard? Yang Ling replied, we estimate that there are about 1 million players in the game now. Among them, there may only be a few hundred who have learned martial techniques, and at most just a few dozen who have learned internal skills. Isn't that a terrifying ratio? Below third rate, there are many internal skills that are even less significant. Those internal skills, if cultivated to the extreme, could only allow one to be a 9th rank martial artist. The Shanhua heart technique is different. Your sect master Liang Yue is currently at the 4th level of the Shanhua heart technique, a 7th rank expert recorded. Wu Xiaoqin nodded repeatedly. I understand now, the Shanhua heart technique is quite precious. After a pause, he asked curiously, what is a 7th rank expert like? My current strength is already much greater than before, and when I use my cultivation technique, it's even more frightening, impractically superhuman. What about a 7th rank? A 7th rank is also superhuman, much more powerful than you. Yang Ling said earnestly. Wu Xiaoqin seemed to find it hard to imagine. Yang Ling's mind flickered with curiosity. How did you level up after joining the Shanhua sect? Level up. It's quite simple. I need to chop down Vajra bamboo at the back mountain every day to gain experience for practicing the Shanhua blade technique. It seems as we suspected, as long as you do hard work, you can earn experience points. So what level is your Shanhua blade technique now, It's at the integration stage, and it can enhance agility by 8 points. Wu Xiaoqin chuckled. That's not bad. A martial techniques like the Black Tiger Fist, even at the integration stage, can only enhance strength by 6 points. Yang Ling smiled. However, cultivating martial techniques can be a bit slow and requires continuous practice. That's true. I spend 12 hours every day practicing the Shanhua blade technique, gaining 12 points in proficiency. Wu Xiaoqin said, initially it was relatively easy to grasp the basics, but it took me a long time to advance to the integration stage. The remaining time is partly used to practice the Shanhua heart technique. Not bad, your current strength is already significantly greater than those disciples who have been in the Shanhua sect for 7 or 8 years. Yang Ling smiled. Wu Xiaoqin was somewhat curious. Yang Ling, how did you level up? I saw your leveling speed was quite fast, you even reached 1st place before. It was only during this period that your leveling speed slowed down, dropping you to 5th, even at level 22. Mining. Yang Ling laughed. Mining can level you up. I was racing to level up for a while. During this period, I focused on cultivating martial techniques, so my level up rate slowed down. Can mining really increase levels so quickly? Wu Xiaoqin had a strange expression. Not really. When I first went to mine fire crystals, I could only mine 1 or 2 a day, which would net me 10 copper coins at best. Yang Ling smiled. It's just that later on, as my attributes increased, my mining speed improved. You were only earning 10 copper coins a day back then. Wu Xiaoqin was somewhat incredulous. He had truly realized what 3,000 taels of silver meant. Yang Ling, there are no players in the Shanhua sect. I have no one to talk to. Can I also go to mine with you? Since the Shanhua blade technique cannot break through to mastery in a short time, and it requires 10,000 points of proficiency, I might, as well, level up first. Wu Xiaoqin said excitedly, great. I'm heading back to the red gold mine now. Do you want to come back with me? They'll give you a managerial position with a decent salary. Yang Ling smiled. He had said so much just to wait for this response. A true martial artist would be of great help in the red gold mine. When Yang Ling and Wu Xiaoqin returned to the Qijin mine, they happened to see Lao Zhao and his group bringing a batch of refugees. There were approximately 300 to 400 people. Yang Ling glanced from a distance and noticed that half of them were players. This group of players appeared confused, with some in rags and pale faces, clearly having been hungry for some time. Lao Zhao, Yang Ling called out from a distance. Upon seeing Yang Ling, Lao Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached Lord Yang. Lao Zhao, why so formal? Yang Ling smiled. Lao Zhao replied earnestly, Lord Yang, you are a 9th grade iron-clothed constable. We are all of lower rank, so we must address you as Lord. Moreover, Head Constable Lin has been saying that once he is promoted, you will be the constable of Qingshan City. In the future, you might even become an 8th grade iron-clothed constable, which would make you a true figure of importance. This statement caused the expressions of the officials receiving the refugees to change slightly. The refugees present, including the players, looked at Yang Ling with a mixture of awe. The dozen or so constables brought by Lao Zhao also stepped forward to flatter him, their tones somewhat ingratiating, but with more respect. They first dealt with Wu Man from the Giant Spirit sect, and then eliminated a dozen or so spies from the same sect. Such methods and achievements could only be admired by ordinary constables. This was Wu Xiaoqin's first time coming down from the Shanhua sect. and he had not encountered these people before in Qingshan City. He watched quietly, filled with curiosity. Lao Zhao are these refugees sent from the Qingshan City side? Yang Ling shifted the topic, focusing his gaze on the group of refugees. He quickly scanned the attributes of this group of refugees, identifying each player's identity. For the refugees, they did not know what Yang Ling was looking at, but they felt that his gaze was piercingly sharp, so sharp that they dared not meet his eyes. Yes, Head Constable Lin mentioned that you are in need of miners, so in the future, any refugees will be sent here first. Lao Zhao replied with a smile. Yang Ling immediately took out some silver coins and handed them to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, you have worked hard. Please share these silver coins with the brothers. 5 taels of silver. Lao Zhao was slightly taken aback and hurriedly declined, not daring to accept. It was only under Yang Ling's insistence that he cautiously accepted the money. The constables present felt a surge of excitement. If the 5 taels of silver were divided, each of them could at least get 3 to 5 coins. This was no small sum. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lao Zhao and his team led the way to leave. Yang Ling glanced at the official in front of him. During my recent visit to the Shanhua sect, Yang Jiwen was scolded harshly by the sect master. The sect master also knew that some wanted to obstruct the output of the Qijin mine, so he decreed that the appointment of the official in charge of this mine would be decided by Senior Brother Su Qing. Senior Brother Su Qing then instructed me to take charge. The 11 officials were stunned, their faces suddenly turning pale. The matter of Fang Qingyang is a classic example, and you all know that staying here is meaningless. So pack your things and return to where you came from. You are all dismissed. Yang Ling spoke with an undeniable tone. The 11 officials did not dare to refute him, and with pale faces clasped their fists and said, "We obey your orders." They immediately went back to pack their things, preparing to leave the Qijin mine. Wu Shaoqin was somewhat astonished. Yang Ling, you just dismissed the officials. Oh, what will happen to the work here? Old Wu, you will be the official here in the future. Of course you have to take on these responsibilities. Yang Ling smiled and said, besides, I have quite a few capable people under me. They can all serve as officials. There were previously too many officials, and it was unnecessary to have so many people. At this moment, Chen Su Chun, Guoqing Li Tianya, and others also rushed over upon hearing the news. Yang Ling immediately announced that Wu Shaoqin, Chen Su Chun, Guoqing Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong would become the officials of the Qijin mine. The monthly salary would be 8 taels of silver. 8 taels with 1 tael equal to 2,000, that's equivalent to a monthly salary of 16,000. Wu Shaoqin exclaimed excitedly, I can't earn that much outside. Chen Guoqing and others were also somewhat excited. They never expected that Yang Ling's trip to the Shanhua sect would allow them to become officials. Yang Ling instructed Chen Guoqing and the others to arrange for the new players to settle in the miners' village. He then called Li Tianai and other senior players to come to the courtyard where he resided. Over 100 players gathered here, each speaking softly with laughter. The recent leveling up had improved their spirits, and life seemed increasingly hopeful. The trio of Gao Chun had already revealed their identities as players. Moreover, Gao Chun had not hidden the fact that he was a martial artist. Thus, among the players, the 3 of them held a bit of prestige. That guy seems to have been brought back by Yang Ling from the Shanhua sect. He's probably a master. The trio was curiously sizing up Wu Shaoqin. At this moment, Wu Shaoqin was seeing so many players for the first time, excitedly chatting with them. After a while, Yang Ling cleared his throat. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Wu Shaoqin, ranked 9th on the Divine Domain leaderboard. He is a formal disciple of the Shanhua sect. It's actually him. The crowd was somewhat in disbelief. Especially the players who had just been chatting with Wu Shaoqin. They all felt that he was completely approachable and did not seem like a master on the leaderboard at all. Wu Shaoqin noticed the crowd's gazes focused on him, filled with envy and admiration. He felt a bit shy. He chuckled awkwardly. Everyone, I just got lucky. Ooh, I will be leveling up with you all in the Qijin mine from now on, so please guide me. That's great. With Wu Go mining with us, we will be much safer. The players were invigorated. The team seemed to be growing stronger, and they were all considered veterans of this group. In the future, they would surely reap more benefits. After announcing this matter, Yang Ling dismissed the players, agreeing to gather at the entrance of Mine No. 1 in 3 hours. In his room, Yang Ling locked the door, opened the attribute panel, and checked the detailed information of the King Kong Ming, Wang Gong King, Kong Ming, Wang Gong, a total of 4 layers. First layer gained 5 free attribute points. When exercising both strength and agility, increased by 15 points, and additional health increases by 100 points. Second layer gained 10 free attribute points. When exercising strength and agility, each increased by 30 points, and additional health increases by 200 points. Special effect gains health. Third layer gained 20 free attribute points. When exercising strength and agility, each increased by 60 points, and additional health increases by 500 points. Special effect health increases by 100 points. Special skill indestructible body defense increases tenfold. Duration limits by health. The attribute points gained from the third layer are as I previously guessed, and the degree of increase is also standard. However, there are 2 additional benefits. Health can increase by 100 points, and there is a special skill that increases defense tenfold. Yang Ling was somewhat delighted. Soon his life points could exceed 1,000, and with tenfold defense his resilience would undergo a qualitative change. I've discovered that with each advancement of the King Kong Ming Wang Gong, there is a qualitative change in strength. This is the terrifying aspect of first-rate arts. Even if the King Kong Ming Wang Gong may not be a complete first-rate technique, it doesn't matter. Although Lin Cai and the others are disciples of a first-rate sect, they may not necessarily have access to internal arts of this level. With this thought in mind, Yang Ling began to practice the King Kong Ming Wang Gong with satisfaction. After gaining 15 experience points, he took the Qijin Cranebeak pickaxe and headed towards the Qijin mine. In mine no. 1 Wu Xiaoqing swung his steel pickaxe, beginning to extract from a block of red gold ore. With immense strength, and having practiced the mountain and river blade technique, he quickly got into the rhythm of mining. Although his speed was not as fast as Yang Ling's, it still astonished the players present. This time the number of miners entering the mine has significantly increased, with nearly 2,000 people flooding into the cave. Yang Ling could ensure that excluding his own share, the monthly output of red gold ore would stabilize at over 3,500 pounds. After mining for most of the day, Chen Guoqing suddenly approached. Brother Yang, there are a few new players who are my colleagues. Chen Goking's expression was somewhat grave. Yang Ling immediately put down his red gold pickaxe. What's the situation outside? Chen Guoqing sighed. The situation outside is chaotic. Preliminary estimates indicate that at least 2 million players have entered the divine domain. 2 million people missing. Our country's population is about 3 billion. Although that's not a large proportion, it can still cause panic. Yang Ling's tone turned serious. Brother Yang, my colleagues want to meet you. They are actually from a higher level department. Chen Guoqing pondered. Let's go over to my place. Yang Ling nodded. He then called out to Wu Xiaoqing to keep a close watch, and took Chen Guoqing back to the courtyard. Soon Chen Goking's colleagues were brought over. Their attire was decent, but their faces were pale, clearly indicating they hadn't eaten well in some time. They curiously assessed Yang Ling, who was also sizing them up. Chen Guoqing introduced them. Brother Yang, this is Luo Yu, a senior inspector from the emergency response department. He was the highest ranking among them, while the others were considered Luo Yu's subordinates. Hello, Mr. Yang. Luo Yu politely extended his right hand. After Yang Ling shook hands with him, he got straight to the point. Inspector Luo, is there any way for us to leave the divine domain? Currently there is no way. Luo Yu shook his head solemnly. The country is trying to find a way to curb this game, but it is truly bizarre. The official website cannot be shut down at all. There are still many people disregarding warnings and choosing to enter the divine domain, leading to an increasing number of missing persons outside. If this continues, it will definitely lead to major troubles. Yang Ling chuckled bitterly indeed. He could already imagine that kind of scenario. Fortunately, he had always been a loner, with his parents long deceased and relatives rarely visiting. His disappearance would go unnoticed. By the way, has any player returned to the outside world during this time? Yang Ling's expression shifted. Luo Yu shook his head. Not a single one. It seems that dying in the divine domain indeed means truly dying. After saying this, Yang Ling looked at Luo Yu and offered some comfort. Inspector Luo, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Guoqing should have informed you about the situation here. First, we need to figure out how to survive. Our inspectors share the same sentiment. We must first survive here, so we hope Mr. Yang can provide us with some necessary assistance. A female team member from the emergency response department said solemnly, this red gold mine is an excellent base to accommodate players entering the divine domain. We hope Mr. Yang can transfer the management rights of the red gold mine to us. Of course, on the surface it will still appear that Mr. Yang is managing the mine. After all, the NPCs in the game do not recognize us, only you, so this won't cause unnecessary trouble. Chen Guoqing felt somewhat awkward at this moment. This request was indeed somewhat excessive. Luo Yu remained silent, quietly observing Yang Ling's reaction. Yang Ling replied leisurely, the red gold mine is a property of the mountain and river sect, and I manage it now. Do you know what kind of abilities are required to manage a red gold mine? Organizational ability, the female team member instinctively responded. Wrong. Yang Ling smiled. This is the divine domain. Only having organizational ability is useless. You are newcomers and are unaware of the previous situation. He briefly recounted the earlier events. Therefore, if I do not possess sufficient strength, I won't even be able to maintain my position here. I also cannot guarantee the safety of the miners. Listen, the divine domain is different from the outside. Here strength is paramount, and only then comes background. Only with enough strength can one take charge. You are not even warriors yet, and your attributes are poor. In such a case, how can you manage this red gold mine well? You can first follow Guoqing to mine, earn some money to fill your stomach, and upgrade at the same time. As for the rest, we can think about it later. Mr. Yang, you should cooperate with our work. The female team member frowned slightly. I have been very cooperative. I specifically requested that the refugees from Qingshan City be sent here to accommodate more players. What I am doing is precisely what you want to do. The results are the same. Oh, what difference does it make who does it? How can there be no difference? You. The female team member became anxious. Yang Ling suddenly became serious. If in the future everyone is unable to return slowly, everyone will enter the divine domain. What do you think will happen then? Luo Yu and the others suddenly fell into deep thought, and a chill rose within them. A major reshuffling of power. The major strong nations outside would have to start over from the divine domain. Whether these strong nations can even exist is a question mark. Get accustomed to the rules here, and consider yourselves part of the divine domain. Only by doing this can you survive. Yang Ling said, I have a good temper. You are encountering me. If you run into players with bad tempers, even if they were to kill you, the Zhao Kingdom's officials would not care. Why? The female team member instinctively asked. Because you don't even have an identity, you are just refugees now. Yang Ling smiled. Here, I can pay 5 taels of silver to buy an identity. This money is not collected by me, but by the Qingshan City authorities. Work hard, mine, earn enough silver, and help yourself obtain a formal identity. Once you have this identity, then we can think about training in martial arts and becoming experts. At that time we can discuss other matters. The female team member and the others fell silent. Chen Guoqing sighed. Inspector Luo, this is the situation. We need to adapt and accept it, and we cannot treat the divine domain with the mindset from the outside world. I understand the previous request was indeed a bit abrupt. Luo, you nodded slowly. I have observed that the red gold mine here is relatively stable. As long as you work, there will be food, and you have done well in this regard. We will strive to adapt to the situation here in the future, and we hope that when we encounter players in need, you can take care of them. Inspector Luo, rest assured this is only right. Yang Ling smiled and nodded. The two sides had not torn their faces or quarreled throughout the conversation. Luo, you left the courtyard with a few subordinates. Chen Guoqing did not send them off, but looked at Yang Ling apologetically. Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. I didn't know they wanted the management rights of the red gold mine. It's fine. They will slowly accept reality and then adopt a new attitude toward the divine domain. Yang Ling smiled. Come on, let's continue mining. Leveling up is the most important. For the next several days, Yang Ling focused solely on leveling up. His martial techniques were all already mastered, each requiring over 10,000 points of proficiency to advance further an unattainable threshold in the short term. Leveling remained the most efficient path forward. Frenzied 10-strike combo. Frenzied 10-strike combo. Yang Ling relentlessly unleashed the technique upon the crimson gold, or veins. In a single day, he could extract 14 or 15 gene of crimson gold, or yields roughly 30 taels of silver daily, nearly 1,000 taels per month. Assuming I could acquire a spirit-nourishing pill for 500 taels, it would grant me the equivalent of 1,000 points of martial proficiency. If I dedicate 20 hours daily to technique cultivation, I gain only 60 points per day. Mining yields fewer proficiency gains, but grants invaluable free attribute points upon leveling. Yang Ling's reasoning was lucid. To maximize efficiency, he resolved to reclaim the top rank on the Divine Realm level leaderboard. Soon a melodious chime echoed in his ears. Congratulations. You have leveled up and gained one free attribute point. Without hesitation, Yang Ling allocated it to agility. He opened the Divine Realm level leaderboard. Divine Realm level leaderboard 001. Juxian Dao Palace Lin Sai, level 25. Occupation Daoist 002. Jiang Sword Sect, Jiang Tian AI, level 25. Occupation Swordsman 003. Shin Sect Zhang, Shindao, level 24. Occupation Assassin 004. Luan Temple, Li Shou, level 24. Occupation Frenzied Monk 005. Tie Bureau Yang Ling, level 23. A Occupation Constable 006. Kujuo Temple, Huewu, level 20. A Occupation Martial Monk 007. E Deadman, Valley Chi Kai, level 20. A Occupation Apprentice Physician 008. Dian Sword Sect Fong Yun, level 19. A Occupation Swordsman 009. Shana Sect Wu Xiaochen, level 18. Occupation Blade Guardian 010. Tie Bureau Qin, MO, level 18. A Occupation Constable Good, Lin Sai, and Jiang Tian AI are only 2 levels ahead. That gap can be closed swiftly. Yang Ling closed the leaderboard and prepared to resume mining. Chun Su hurried over. Brother Yang, as you instructed, I sent men to investigate signs of ore spiders in Mine Tunnel No. 2, and we truly found traces. What exactly did you find? Yang Ling paused mid-motion. Tunnel No. 1 had grown increasingly deep and expansive. If excavation continued, unchecked collapse would become inevitable. Thus he needed to divert some miners to alternate tunnels. Here it is. Chun Su produced the corpse of an ore spider. It was a black spider crushed flat by stone, its body covered in dense bristling fur, each filament as sharp and rigid as iron thorns. Chun Su added. Brother Yang, some miners recognized it. It's called the iron quill spider. Its iron quills carry paralytic venom. If they pierce flesh, the victim freezes instantly. This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to that tyrant ghost spider we saw the other day. Yang Ling's expression hardened with sudden gravity. Take me there. A chilling thought struck him. If Tunnel No. 36 concealed an underground river, perhaps others did too. And if those subterranean currents interconnected, the tyrant ghost spider could emerge from any of them. Arriving at the entrance of Tunnel No. 2, Yang Ling paused, instructing Chun Su and the others to remain stationed at the mouth. Then, torch in hand, he stepped inside and dispatched Xiao Bai ahead as a scout. He soon reached the site where Chun Su's team had discovered the iron quill spiders. As Yang Ling examined the area closely, he abruptly snapped his head upward. The flickering torchlight revealed the ceiling swarming with dozens of fist-sized iron quill spiders. Without uttering a word, Yang Ling drew his 9th rank official saber and activated the Vajra King art. Strength and agility surged, each amplified by 30 points. He launched into the Lingshu step, weaving seamlessly with the crime-subduing saber technique, striking first against the swarm. The iron quill spiders surged forward like a tide of black mist, converging upon him with terrifying speed. His official saber moved with flawless precision, each stroke cleaving one spider cleanly, his rhythm unwavering, methodical. Augmented by the Lingshu step and the crime-subduing saber technique, his agility now soared to a staggering 80 points. His speed became indistinguishable from gale force wind. With every spider slain, a cool wave of experience energy flowed into his body. The experience yield was substantial, far surpassing crimson gold or mining. Yang Ling fought with mounting exhilaration, fatigue vanishing entirely, as though he were a machine forged solely for slaughter. Within moments, the ground around him was carpeted with iron quill spider corpses, well over 2,000 or 3,000. I've just leveled up. I suspect this haul has pushed my experience bar halfway to the next tier. Another level won't be long in coming. After clearing the chamber, Yang Ling glanced at the nicks marring the edge of his 9th rank official saber, and shook his head faintly. I must journey to the provincial capital. My current weapon no longer matches my strength. Such a mismatch would prove fatal in battle. This saber, barely used before, had already reached its breaking point. Replacing a broken weapon after each skirmish would grow unbearably cumbersome. Stowing away the saber, Yang Ling retrieved his crimson gold cranebeak pickaxe and pressed deeper into the tunnel. His objective: confirm whether an interconnected underground river lay beneath this mine. Hours later, guided by intelligence relayed from Xiao Bai, he located a concealed entrance tucked deep within a narrow, forgotten crevice. The aperture was no larger than a melon. Beneath it churned a dark, turbulent underground river. So it is. Yang Ling extended his torch inward and caught sight of something black floating upon the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a cluster of iron quill spiders drifting atop the current. When drawn to this fissure, they would launch themselves upward in violent, springing leaps. Without hesitation, Yang Ling seized his crimson gold cranebeak pickaxe and settled into ambush position beside the opening. One spider, one strike. Throughout, he remained ever vigilant. Should the tyrant ghost spider appear, he would retreat without delay. Fortunately, for the next several hours, no trace of the monstrous arachnid emerged. After eliminating this wave, Yang Ling's experience bar surged once more. He paused, then sealed the fissure and marked it discreetly. That tyrant ghost spider must be dealt with, permanently. A firm resolve crystallized in his mind. To harbor such a boss-level entity within his domain was an intolerable threat to stability. Its level must be extraordinarily high, its attribute points correspondingly immense. Defeating it might yield rare gear, as in conventional cultivation realms. But how? Senior Brother Su spoke of the divine mechanism crossbow, a legendary weapon capable of slaying 5th-rank experts. Though the tyrant ghost spider likely falls short of that tier, acquiring such a device is utterly impossible. What about fire? Lure it upward and incinerate it. Fire oil should be obtainable. Given my standing, it shouldn't be difficult. Yang Ling immediately resolved to travel to Qingshan City and consult Lin Yin, chief constable, to secure a supply. Yet he did not rush. Over the next 2 days, he continued mining and leveling. Of the 10,000 miners under his command, roughly 3,000 had willingly committed to regular shifts underground. The remainder remained wary of peril and indifferent to greater earnings. Yang Ling imposed no pressure. Crimson gold or output was already more than sufficient. At last, he leveled again and assigned the new attribute point to agility. Yang Ling reviewed his character panel name: Yang Ling, occupation Constable Beast Tamer, level 24 strength, 11 agility, 20 spirit, 30 exclusive skill insight, 2 martial arts, Vajra King, art mastered, experience 75, mountain crushing, fist mastered proficiency 102, crime subduing, saber technique mastered proficiency 2012, 1000, Lingshu step mastered proficiency 13, 0 health points, 510 base, 100 vital energy 10. Qingshan City Ironclad Division's Yamen. Lin Yin saw Yang Ling with some surprise and eagerly pulled him over. Let me tell you, after I sent the heads of those spies, the Ironclad Division of Chang'e Prefecture said I had made achievements and is going to promote me to be in charge of the 3rd Patrol Office. Is this a big position? Does it count as a 3-level promotion? Yang Ling was also a bit surprised. Does this mean he would soon replace the head of the Qingshan City Constabulary? How could it not be significant? The person in charge of the prefecture's patrol office is without exception the standard for a level 8 constable of the Ironclad Division. Although I am only temporarily acting in this position this time, I believe the Ironclad Division is also preparing to promote me to a level 8 Ironclad Constable. At that time, it will be only natural for me to become the real person in charge of the 3rd Patrol Office. This is a true official position. Although it doesn't reach level 7, it fulfills my dream. Lin Yan's face glowed with excitement. Yang Ling curiously asked, Boss, what is the Patrol Office? The Ironclad Division sets up theft control, public safety, and patrol offices in every prefecture's yamen. Lin Yin elaborated, the Theft Control Office is responsible for apprehending local thieves. Anything related to this matter falls under their jurisdiction. For example, in Qingshan City, our direct superior is the Theft Control Office, which is also the most important department of the Ironclad Division. As for the Public Safety Office, it doesn't have as many rules in smaller places, but in the prefecture, if there are any refugee riots or larger-scale disturbances, such as a gathering of over 100 robbers, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Public Safety Office. Their combat strength is even higher than that of the Theft Control Office, but on ordinary days they mainly practice martial arts and do not take action. The Patrol Office is more particular. It is usually quite relaxed, but if the constables below, or even colleagues from the prefecture, have any moral failings, they come under our jurisdiction. Lin Yin smiled and said, simply put, the Patrol Office is responsible for investigating our own people. Moreover, the Patrol Office has the authority to report to the capital if any misdeeds can be reported. Yang Ling's expression shifted, revealing a serious look. So the importance of the Patrol Office is actually above that of the Theft Control and Public Safety Offices. For us, it can be said that way. Lin Yin smiled. Don't worry, once I secure my position, I will definitely put in a good word for you with the higher-ups. If you can also be transferred to the prefecture to work with me in the future, then the two of us will work together, and life will naturally be prosperous. Yang Ling thought to himself that he didn't want to work in the prefecture. Yang Ling murmured inwardly, at least for now, he would not be going to the prefecture. In the Qijin mine, whether upgrading or practicing martial arts, it was quite convenient, but going to the prefecture would certainly be a hindrance. By the way, what are you doing in Qingshan City this time? Lin Yan suddenly asked. It's like this. Yang Ling explained his thoughts mainly about using fire oil to eliminate the mining worms in the cave. Naturally, he wouldn't mention the matter of the Overlord Ghost Spider. Fire oil. This thing is indeed equipped in every city and happens to be under our Ironclad Division's management. However, it is not usually used unless there is a major incident. The prefecture's patrol office sends people to check the quantity of fire oil regularly to see if there is a shortage. If any part is missing, it would be a big problem, and accountability must follow. Lin Yan's face revealed a serious expression. I see, since this item is managed so strictly, then let's forget it. Yang Ling realized. How could I not help with your request? Lin Yan suddenly smiled. We still have about 100 gene of fire oil, you can take it all for your use. Yang Ling's expression was strange. Boss, aren't you afraid? Lin Yan replied. Qingshan City will also be under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Patrol Office in the future, and I am the person in charge of the 3rd Office, what do I have to fear? Lin Yan smiled slyly. At that time I can just write a note and find an excuse, and this matter will be settled. Thank you, boss. Yang Ling immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Half a day later he returned to the Qijin mine with over 100 gene of fire oil. This plan to hunt the Overlord Ghost Spider was known only to him for now. But he couldn't complete the execution process alone. So he called over Wu Xiaoqing, Chen Su, Chen Guoqing, Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong, the 5 managers. There is something I want to discuss with you. If handled well, it could lead to considerable experience. As soon as Yang Ling said this, the 5 people present brightened up. Yang Ge, what is it? Is there a big job? Wu Xiaoqing stepped forward, his expression somewhat eager. It can be considered a big job. Yang Ling briefly explained the situation. I have already obtained the fire oil, as long as we lure the Overlord Ghost Spider out of the Dark River and ignite the fire oil, sealing the two, and we have a chance to burn it to death. The 5 felt a chill run down their spines. They never expected that there was such a monster hidden beneath the mine. No wonder the No. 36 mine had been completely sealed off. They finally understood the reason. Yang Ge, how powerful do you think that Ghost Spider really is? Wu Xiaoqing's expression became serious. With your strength, you don't dare to confront it, Heiden. The sense of oppression is very strong. I feel that I am not its match. Yang Ling replied. He couldn't exactly say that he couldn't see the opponent's attribute panel. Although this statement would be more convincing, it would also expose his advantage. This is a boss. Wu Xiaoqing was somewhat excited. If we kill it, we will surely gain a lot of experience points, perhaps equivalent to 7 or 8 days of mining. Chen Su and the others' breathing became a bit heavier. They were not far from level 10 now. If this worked, they might quickly reach level 10 and meet the requirements for job transition. The 6 then discussed for a while before heading into the mine together. After making sufficient preparations, Yang Ling began to do the most essential task. The bait. Besides him, the other 5 had no ability to act as bait. Yang Ge, this is a bit dangerous. Chen Guoqing's personality was more cautious. Upon discovering that Yang Ling wanted to personally act as bait, he immediately planned to persuade him. I won't be able to sleep soundly until this boss is dealt with. Yang Ling smiled. Seeing this, Chen Guoqing no longer tried to dissuade him. As Yang Ling dove into the Dark River to act as bait, he checked their previous preparations again to ensure there were no mistakes. The main concern was the timing of igniting the fire oil. In the Dark River, Yang Ling observed his surroundings while swimming forward. Before long, he arrived at the place where the Overlord Ghost Spider had appeared last time. He looked up and saw that the stone cave was once again filled with densely packed cocoons. They really can breed. Without saying a word, Yang Ling entered the cave and used the void step, swiftly crushing all these cocoons. Experience points soared continuously. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and moved like a gust of wind. A white spider silk suddenly shot into the spot where he had just stood. The hard floor was pierced by the white spider silk. Yang Ling's heart sank slightly. He turned and jumped into the dark river, swiftly swimming toward the passage like a nimble fish. If he hadn't dodged just now, Yang Ling wasn't sure if his iron armor could withstand that attack. A massive creature leaped into the water behind him, relentlessly pursuing. Yang Ling was already operating his energy, feeling unprecedentedly excited, yet exceptionally calm, his mind clear about the tasks he needed to perform next. Since his mental strength had been increasing, he had also discovered many changes that came with it. An unusual calmness was just one of them. Yang Ling could feel the water waves surging wildly behind him, an overwhelming sense of pressure constantly enveloping his back. At this moment, he exerted his power to the utmost and quickly reached the exit, leaping out of the water and sprinting fiercely. The sounds behind him grew increasingly intense. He took a moment to glance back and saw a spider as large as a calf. Its 8 legs spread wide, making it appear even more monstrous and terrifying. Overlord Ghost Spider. Level, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Special Skill. The attribute panel remained entirely obscured by question marks. Yang Ling's heart sank slightly, and he let out a fierce howl. The first exit was guarded by Wu Xiaoqing, who was with Chen Su and Li Tianyi. They were crucial, needing to seal the road in a very short time. Upon hearing the signal, they saw Yang Ling rush past like a whirlwind. Immediately afterward, they caught sight of the true appearance of the Overlord Ghost Spider. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three of them gasped in unison, their scalps tingling. What on earth was this monstrous thing? Could it be a monster? Calm down. Wu Xiaoqian signaled the two. Chen Su and Li Tianai both felt a surge of tension. Just as the Overlord Ghost Spider charged forward, they immediately entered the passage and pulled away the prepared net. Above them, debris began to rain down violently. The three of them quickly filled the passage with their own strength until it was completely sealed. That should be enough, right? Chen Su looked at the two. Li Tianai nodded slowly. Now it's up to Brother Yang. Brother Yang prepared oil. He should be able to handle this. Wu Xiaoqian added. But that spider we just saw was truly massive. It made my scalp tingle. Me too. Chen Su and Li Tianai instinctively replied. Yang Ling, seeing that the road behind had been sealed, immediately quickened his pace towards another exit. At this moment, Chun Guoqing and Wang Haodong had already seen the appearance of the Overlord Ghost Spider, and the latter's lips trembled in fear, regretting their actions today. Don't panic, wait for Brother Yang to arrive, and we will block this exit. Chun Guoqing reassured, pulling out a regular wooden bow. This was also brought back by Yang Ling from Qingshan City along with the oil. They would need this wooden bow to ignite the fire later. At that moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider spewed out silk again. But the target was not Yang Ling, it was the exit. Strands of silk were continuously driven into the rock walls near the exit. Yang Ling silently sensed that something was amiss. This place had already been structurally compromised in advance to seal the road quickly. Sure enough, the rock wall began to loosen, and in the next moment it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire exit was sealed completely. I haven't gotten out yet, Yang Ling murmured to himself. At this point, the plan to kill the Overlord Ghost Spider with oil had completely failed. Unless he wanted to become roasted meat. Outside the exit, Chen Guoqing and Wang Haodong exchanged worried glances. What should we do? Wang Haodong's face turned pale. Chen Guoqing raised his hand. Don't be anxious, it should be fine. Brother Yang is quite capable and can handle such unexpected situations. Yang Ling suddenly ran to the side as another strand of spider silk fell where he had been standing, driving itself deep into the ground. He seemed to gain an insight. The Overlord Ghost Spider was not acting deliberately. It appeared that he was trying to engage the BOSS, but in reality the Overlord Ghost Spider intended to kill him here. Seeing that its attack had missed, the Overlord Ghost Spider relentlessly launched another assault on Yang Ling. Strands of spider silk sliced through the air like razor wire, sharp and resilient. Yang Ling could only use the Lingshu step, relying on his high agility and perception to evade continuously. This won't work. The King Kong Ming Wang skill can't hold out for long. Once I can no longer exert my power, my agility will drop to just 50 points, and then I won't be able to evade its attacks anymore. Yang Ling's mind raced. Currently, with various enhancements, his agility could reach a terrifying 80 points. Without that, he wouldn't have the confidence to face the Overlord Ghost Spider. But this was still external force. His base agility was only 20 points. At this moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider saw that its silk could not harm its opponent. Suddenly it moved. Its 8 legs thrashed wildly, resembling a fierce giant beast charging directly at Yang Ling. Its speed was not faster than Yang Ling's, but it was not slow either. Fortunately, Yang Ling still had the Lingshu step, making him extremely agile. In the midst of dodging, he drew his official knife and struck the Overlord Ghost Spider hard. Clang! A burst of sparks erupted as the official knife broke into 2 pieces. Damn it! Yang Ling discarded the knife handle and pulled out the red gold crane beak hoe. Once again dodging the spider legs that were as sharp as razors, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Overlord Ghost Spider. Furious 10 strikes, clang clang clang. Flames erupted. No good. Its surface is too hard, my current weapon can't breach its defense. Yang Ling slipped away again, evading the Overlord Ghost Spider's assault. His mind was racing. If he couldn't think of a solution, soon he would become the other party's meal. I finally achieved some results today. Oh, I have barely established a foothold in the divine realm. I can't just die at the hands of such a creature. Just then, the Overlord Ghost Spider's speed suddenly surged. It was as if it had activated some kind of skill. Its speed suddenly exceeded Yang Ling's. Could it be its special skill? Yang Ling's expression changed drastically. He barely had time to cross his arms in defense before he was violently slammed away, crashing into the rock wall with a loud thud. A sharp pain shot through his arms. At the same time, he felt his internal organs churning, a wave of nausea washing over him. His back and entire body ached. Yang Ling took a glance at his health points. Originally at 510 health points, only about 200 remained. In one hit, I've lost half my life. Yang Ling's expression tightened slightly. At this moment, the Overlord Ghost Spider launched another skill, charging at him. Yang Ling suddenly remembered something and focused his gaze on the spider's abdomen. It was soft there. If he could strike that part, he should be able to inflict damage. The Overlord Ghost Spider suddenly leaped into the air, its 8 spider legs poised to pierce Yang Ling. This was an opportunity. A thought sprang to Yang Ling's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his technique to its fullest, making a small maneuver. He dodged the 8 spider legs, but could not evade the Overlord Ghost Spider itself. The 8 legs of the spider plunged deep into the rock wall. Its abdomen was now face to face with Yang Ling, merely half a meter apart. Whether I succeed or fail hinges on this moment. Yang Ling became particularly calm, swinging the red gold crane beak, blood red energy enveloping it. Furious 10 strikes. Furious 10 strikes. Furious 10 strikes. His strength was considerable. The red gold crane beak, Ho, adding 10 points to his strength. The King Kong Ming Wang skill added 30 points of strength. His strength surged to an incredible 51 points. Thud thud thud. The abdomen of the Overlord Ghost Spider was already gouged out. Foul-smelling substances erupted from within, splattering Yang Ling's face, but he had no time to be disgusted. He was like an unyielding machine, frantically unleashing furious 10 strikes. The Overlord Ghost Spider finally sensed danger and attempted to withdraw its legs, but its strength was too great, and its legs were lodged too deep. For a moment it couldn't escape. In the dim stone cavern, only the continuous sound of popping echoes. Yang Ling did not know how long he had been carving. He felt somewhat exhausted. Carving the red gold or would grant experience. Thus he could sustain himself. However, he would not gain experience from defeating this Overlord Ghost Spider until it was dead. The depletion of strength was immense. The Vajra King art had long ceased to operate. His arms were already incredibly sore. Yet he still showed no intention of stopping. Suddenly a spider leg rested on Yang Ling's shoulder. There was no pain as he had imagined. Immediately a terrifying surge of coldness flooded into Yang Ling's body. At the same time, Wu Xiaoqing and the others also received this surge of experience points. They did not have the same experience as Yang Ling. They merely felt their strength increasing and concluded that they had leveled up. Wu Xiaoqing immediately opened his attributes panel for a glance, and indeed, he had leveled up, his expression a bit excited. This meant the Overlord Ghost Spider had been dealt with. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. The pleasant voices echoed in succession. The massive experience points immediately restored Yang Ling's stamina. He freed himself from the abdomen of the Overlord Ghost Spider and walked a distance away before turning to look at it. Overlord Ghost Spider. Level 101. Strength, 129. Agility, 67. Mentality, 13. Special skill, Frenzied Charge. Over 100 levels. No wonder I couldn't see its attributes panel. This guy has probably lived near the red gold mine for many years, slowly accumulating such a terrifying level. Yang Ling gasped in surprise, feeling fortunate. It was largely due to luck that he could kill this Overlord Ghost Spider. In the future, I must be more careful when encountering such bosses and cannot deal with them lightly. However, leveling up 3 times this time is not bad. It saved a lot of time for leveling up. Yang Ling felt somewhat happy. He allocated the free attribute points to agility, then opened the attributes panel. Character Yang Ling. Profession Constable Beast Tamer. Level 27. Strength 11. Agility 23. Mentality 30. Exclusive skill Insight X2. Martial Arts Vajra King Art thoroughly comprehended. Experience points 135100000. Mountain Crushing Fist thoroughly comprehended. Proficiency 102100000. Thief Capture Blade Technique thoroughly comprehended. Proficiency 201210000. Lingering Step thoroughly comprehended. Proficiency 8710000. Health points 510 100. Chi 10. Level 27, not far from level 30, likely I will receive another treasure chest. Yang Ling focused his thoughts and opened the God Domain level ranking. God Domain level ranking. 001, Ironclad Division Yang Ling, level 27, Profession Constable. 002, 9 Immortals, Dao Palace Lin, Sai level 26, O Profession Taoist. 003, Extreme Flame, Sword Manor Jiang, Tianai level 26, Profession Swordsman. 004, Divine Sect Zhang, Shindao, level 25, Profession Assassin. 005, Arhut Temple Lisho level 25, Profession Mad Monk. 006, Bitter Enlightenment Temple Hui Wu level 20 O Profession Martial Monk. 007, I Deadman Valley Chi Kai level 20 O Profession Medical Apprentice. 008, Mountain River Sect Wu Xiaoqing level 20 O Profession Blade Guardian. 009, Great Yin Sword Sect Fong Yun level 20 O Profession Swordsman. 010, Ironclad Division Qin Mo level 19, Profession Constable. First again, oh, I cannot let them slack off next. I must maintain the first place. Perhaps I can obtain a golden treasure chest. Yang Ling felt a bit expectant. The silver treasure chest had given him a first-class movement technique lingering step. What could a golden treasure chest provide? It definitely wouldn't be anything bad. Just then the corpse of the Overlord Ghost Spider suddenly transformed into a faint silver light and vanished. All traces it left behind disappeared without a trace, including the dirty water that splashed Yang Ling's face. In the spot where its corpse vanished, a silver treasure chest quietly sat. Did it drop a silver treasure chest? Yang Ling quickly stepped forward and immediately opened the silver treasure chest. Inside lay a yellow talisman. The runes on it looked like ghostly drawings, completely incomprehensible. Yang Ling was somewhat stunned. A talisman. How could there be such a reward? He felt a bit disappointed. Even if it didn't grant a top-tier martial skill, a yuan cultivating pill or spirit cultivating pill would have been nice. If not a spirit cultivating pill, then a weapon would suffice. If not a weapon, a pickaxe would be good too. How could it give a talisman? He picked up the talisman and a piece of information appeared. Invisibility Talisman activates chi and blood duration 5 minutes. Yang Ling couldn't believe it, an invisibility talisman. Such a thing. But he immediately regained his senses. The value of this invisibility talisman was immense. If he had had this talisman earlier, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed dealing with the Overlord Ghost Spider, but rather he would have been assured of victory. This thing, although it can't compare to a first-class technique which is permanent, if used well its value could surpass that of a first-class technique. It could save his life in critical moments. He carefully stored the invisibility talisman, then opened up 2 passages. The 6-person team gathered in the stone cavern. Wu Xiaoqing looked around, not seeing the Overlord Ghost Spider's figure, and there were no traces of flames burning. Even the oil barrels were still hanging in midair. He was taken aback. Yangge, what's going on? The oil hasn't ignited. Where did the spider go? Li Tianai and Chun Su were also confused. At this moment Chun Guoqing saw that Yang Ling was unharmed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. An unexpected event occurred earlier. The exit was collapsed by the spider in advance. Yangge didn't manage to get out in time, so I couldn't ignite the oil. Hiss! Wu Xiaoqing and the others gasped. Yang Ling smiled and said, it was indeed quite dangerous just now, but that spider has already been killed by me. Did you all receive experience points? Yes. Everyone nodded in unison, secretly shocked. Such a monster was actually killed outright. I suspect that if the boss in the god domain is killed by us players, its corpse will vanish on its own. Yang Ling's expression became serious. This usually indicates that the boss may respawn. This speculation made the others present gasp. If the one they had worked so hard to kill were to respawn, wouldn't it be? But this may not necessarily be a bad thing. If I could kill it once, I could kill it a second time. The experience it provides is substantial. This time, I was the main force, granting me enough experience to level up 3 times. The god domain level ranking had already reached the 1st place. Everyone's eyes lit up. Oh right. This was not a bad thing. Congratulations Yangge for once again reaching 1st place. Wu Xiaoqing immediately clasped his fists and smiled. I also made progress this time, now in 8th place. Indeed, mining is the fastest way to level up. If it weren't for mining, and this time splitting some experience from the BOSS, I would doubt my ability to maintain a spot in the top 10. At this moment Chun Su and the others also spoke up, stating they had already leveled up to level 10 and needed to change jobs to continue leveling. Don't look at me. The Mountain River sect doesn't accept commoners. My godfather spent 3,000 taels of silver to let me become a disciple of the Mountain River sect. Wu Xiaoqing laughed and waved his hand, then pointed to Yang Ling. Go find Yangge. You guys have the best chance of changing jobs to constable now, and Yangge can help. This shouldn't be difficult. I'm about to become the head constable of Qingshan City, and at that time a word from me will allow you to join. When that time comes, you will gain the thief capture blade technique and obtain the identity of a martial artist, allowing you to access the attributes panel. Thank you Yangge. Everyone was excited and overjoyed. They had finally waited for this day. Put away the kerosene. For the next few days Yang Ling will once again lead the team to mine and level up. That day old Zhao excitedly arrived at the Qijin mine, saying that Lin Yin had been promoted and called for Yang Ling to return to take over the position of head catcher. Yang Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart, leaving Wu Xiaoqing to watch over the Qijin mine, while he took Chun Su and others to Qingshan City. In Qingshan City at the Ironclad office, Lin Yin paced back and forth with excitement. Boss, congratulations on your promotion. Yang Ling strode over with confidence. Even before reaching them, he was already cupping his fists and laughing heartily. The catchers present all looked at Yang Ling, their eyes revealing a hint of awe and admiration. How could they not know the reason for Lin Yan's promotion? At this moment, no one thought Yang Ling was there to take advantage of the situation or to use connections. Chun Su, Chun Guoqing, Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong were entering the government office of Divine Domain for the first time. Except for Chun Guoqing, the other 3 felt somewhat anxious, but thinking that they were with Yang Ling, their expressions became more natural, filled with confidence. Little Yang. Lin Yan laughed heartily, pulling him by the arm to sit down. Old Zhao, being perceptive, attentively served tea to the 2. The appointment has come down. I will head to Changhe Prefecture tomorrow to take charge of the 3rd inspection office. Lin Yan said excitedly. I still have to stay in Qingshan City for a day. This position of head catcher must first be passed to you for me to feel at ease. It's just right. If you have any questions or troubles, we can solve them together while I'm still here today. The position of head catcher. A spark of excitement appeared in Chun Zu's eyes. As long as Yang Ling took this position, they could change their roles. This is the benefit of the government office. As long as one does not seek a higher official rank, entering is much simpler than joining a sect. Boss, doesn't this position of head catcher require approval from above? Yang Ling's expression shifted. Lin Yan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, it normally does, but you are a 9th rank ironclad catcher in all of Qingshan City. Besides me, it's you. Since I am leaving, this position is naturally yours to take. Once I go to Changhe Prefecture to report, I'll help you complete the process. Then he began to explain some matters about Qingshan City to Yang Ling. At this moment, Yang Ling realized that being the head catcher of Qingshan City might not be so simple. Firstly, managing the public safety of Qingshan City meant dealing with some unsavory gangs. At the same time, there must be some communication with the managers of various industries to help them solve troubles at any time. After all, these industries pay considerable taxes each year. Yang Ling suddenly found himself less eager about this matter. He still needed to mine and level up. How could he find time if he became the head catcher? Little Yang, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Lin Yan asked with some confusion. How could he not be happy just before the promotion? Head catcher Lin, you know that I enjoy mining. I have a deep affection for the mines. Yang Ling pondered. The catchers present subconsciously nodded slightly. They had long heard that this was not an empty boast. According to rumors, this person before them was indeed wielding a red-gold pickaxe in the mines daily, leaving shadows in his wake. He truly loved mining. But if I become the head catcher, I'm afraid I won't have time to stay in the mines anymore. Yang Ling sighed. How much can you earn from mining? Lin Yan asked instinctively. I can easily get over 10 jeans of red gold, or in a day, a one tael can exchange for 20 coins, so that's about 20 to 30 taels of silver a day. Yang Ling casually stated. Hiss. All the catchers present gasped in disbelief, looking at Yang Ling in astonishment. They finally understood why he loved mining. 20 to 30 taels a day. Their monthly salaries plus some gray income only amounted to 3 to 5 taels. The disparity was too great. Such earnings. Lin Yan also gasped secretly, but then he said, Little Yang, the head catcher, mainly plays a deterrent role. You only need to come here when you have free time. Staying at the Qijin mine won't hinder anything. Find someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things here. Trustworthy? Yang Ling's mind raced. There seemed to be someone suitable beside him. In any case, you cannot decline the position of head catcher in Qingshan City. To be honest, I feel secure handing this position over to you. If someone else takes it, or if someone is sent down from above, then we brothers will likely have to look at others' faces, or even be driven away. Lin Yan said seriously. Yes, head catcher Yang, this position can only be held by you. Old Zhao also advised. Head catcher Yang, with you stationed in Qingshan City, we can rest easy. The catchers present also spoke up, their eyes full of concern. If the other party really decides to resign, there will be many troubles. Also, the major gangs in Qingshan City will provide tributes every month, and the managers of various industries hope that after I leave, everything can remain the same. Lin Yan hinted. After a pause, he continued, Little Yang, the money you earn needs a place to be spent, whether it's weapons, pills, just take Yuling pills for example, they can be found in Chang'e Prefecture. I will keep an eye on things over there for you. Boss, then I will take the position of head catcher. Yang Ling slowly nodded. Lin Yan was overjoyed and directly had old Zhao change Yang Ling into a new set of clothes on the spot. In the courtyard, nearly 100 catchers stood in formation, and with a command they cupped their fists and bowed to Yang Ling. We greet you, head catcher Yang. The sound was thunderous. People outside the office could hear it and inwardly sighed. Indeed, the ironclad office of Qingshan City was about to undergo a change. Among them, old Zhao was the most excited as he was the most familiar with the new head catcher. Boss, can I appoint new catchers? Yang Ling glanced at Lin Yan beside him. Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh, saying, Now you are the head catcher, you can appoint whomever you wish. Yang Ling nodded slightly and immediately appointed Chun Guoqingchun, Su Li Tianya, and Wang Haodong as catchers of the ironclad office in Qingshan City. As soon as the appointment was made, they saw the successful transfer information appear. Each of them showed wild joy. Afterwards, Yang Ling also allocated 4 manuals of the thief-catching blade technique to them. This technique seemed to have a limit after giving out these, for there were no extra manuals left in the office. Just right. The main office only provides us with 5 manuals of the thief-catching blade technique each year, meaning Qingshan City can only recruit 5 new catchers annually. Including the one I gave you earlier, now 5 people are all set. Head catcher Lin smiled and said, To recruit more, you'll have to wait until spring next year. After that, he called Yang Ling and went to a restaurant in Qingshan City. In the private room of the restaurant, more than 10 figures were already seated. When head catcher Lin entered with Yang Ling, they all stood up and cupped their hands in greeting, their faces displaying flattering smiles. Lord Lin, congratulations on your promotion to the head of the 3rd Inspection Office of the Ironclad Office in Chang'e Prefecture. An elderly man walked forward with a smile, presenting a wooden box with both hands. This is a congratulatory gift from us old friends, please accept it. You are being too polite. What is this? Lin Yan subtly accepted it and opened it in front of Yang Ling. Yang Ling with keen eyes noticed it contained silver notes of 100 taels each, at least 10 of them. That is equivalent to 2 Yuling pills. Come, let me introduce you. Lin Yan led Yang Ling to the main seat, then swept his gaze across the crowd. This is Captain Yang, a 9th rank officer of the Ironclad Division, personally promoted by Lord Shirexine. The last spy from the Rong clan Wu Man met his demise at Captain Yang's hands. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly, immediately flattering him. Captain Yang. To be able to kill a 9th rank martial artist who has entered the register, one can only imagine the strength of this individual. In Qingshan City, the number of registered martial artists is exceedingly rare, and each one is no ordinary character. Moreover, this person is still so young. After I leave, Captain Yang will be in charge of the Ironclad Division's office in Qingshan City. If you have any issues, just go to him for a solution. Lin Yan finished speaking and pointed to the elderly man he had just mentioned, smiling at Yang Ling. Little Yang, this is our Qingshan City's chief manager of the Bema Pharmacy, Huang Sihai. If you need any healing ointment, you can get it from him at wholesale prices. He added, if anyone at home has headaches or fevers, he can help resolve those issues too. This old man has met Captain Yang. Huang Sihai immediately rose and clasped his fists in respect. Yang Ling wanted to stand to return the gesture, but was held down by Lin Yan's hand on his thigh. He had no choice but to remain seated, smiling as he clasped his hands together. Lin Yan then introduced the others present. Among the attendees were managers from pharmacies, pawnbrokers, and transporters, almost covering all significant trades in Qingshan City. This is the leader of the snake gang, Qi Dalong. He remarked he has all sorts of people under him from various backgrounds. Sometimes when we are short-handed and need to find some petty thieves, just call him. Lin Yan introduced another middle-aged man. Captain Yang. Qi Dalong stood up, grinning as he clasped his hands in respect. Yang Ling also smiled and returned the gesture. He also casually glanced at Qi Dalong's attributes: character Qi Dalong, profession, martial artist, strength 16, agility 8, spirit 4, martial arts, snake, grasp, advanced influence, snake gang. For some reason Yang Ling also cast a special skill insight at him. Qi Dalong, who interacted with the spy of the Roan clan at the Shanhao sect yesterday, plotted against Captain Yang Ling of Qingshan City. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this insight to reveal such information. Had it been in the past, he would have felt a chill run down his spine. But now, thinking of his current strength, Yang Ling found himself somewhat looking forward to the man's capabilities. Captain Yang, I have a disciple named Zhang Wei who often mentions that he knows you, Qi Dalong casually remarked after sitting down. Zhang Wei. Oh, a former colleague from the Huojinjian mine. Yang Ling chuckled. The crowd's expressions shifted. It seemed they had received accurate information. Indeed, he came from the Huojinjian mine. The backing he had besides the ironclad division likely included the Shanhao sect. Manager Huang, does your Bema Pharmacy sell spirit cultivation pills? Yang Ling suddenly inquired. Spirit cultivation pills. These are pills for martial artists that can enhance the speed of martial arts cultivation. Huang Sihai smiled wryly. The medicines sold by Bema Pharmacy are primarily for ordinary people. The pills suitable for martial artists are mostly available at the provincial capital, and private sales are not permitted here. Yang Ling picked up on the nuances of this statement. It seemed that spirit cultivation pills were indeed controlled substances. The channels for obtaining them were extremely limited. They could only be acquired through sects, the ironclad division, or by establishing suitable connections themselves. After some idle chatter, Yang Ling and Lin Yin stood up to leave. Until they left, the chopsticks on the table had not been touched. Captain Lin, is that Qi leader a local of Qingshan City? Yang Ling inquired casually. Qi Dalong. He's from outside, but he's been here for quite some time. Even before I became captain, he was already mingling with the snake gang. Later, because he was quite handsome, he caught the eye of the previous leader's daughter and got married into the family, becoming the current leader of the snake gang. Lin Yin continued, don't underestimate him. He is also a martial artist, and his skills are quite good. The docks of Qingshan City are also under the management of the snake gang. When it comes to the snake gang and Bema Pharmacy, they are both part of the Tsang gang and the medicine gang, just as the Shanhao sect is affiliated with the mining gang. Yang Ling nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then these powers behind the scenes all have their backers. At that moment, a young servant rushed over. After greeting Lin Yin, he turned to Yang Ling. Captain Yang, manager Huang invites you to have a cup of tea. It seems there's good news for you. You should go. Lin Yin waved his hand with a smile that was neither a smile nor not a smile and left alone. Yang Ling followed the servant to a tea house, meeting Huang Sihai again less than a quarter of an hour after they had parted. However, this time, there was only Huang Sihai in the private room, and it was not as crowded as before. Captain Yang, please. Huang Sihai hurriedly approached and led him to the main seat. Yang Ling smiled. Manager Huang, there's no need to be so polite. It's only right, it's only right. Huang Sihai grinned as he took out a wooden box. Captain Yang, this is our token of respect for you. Yang Ling looked at the wooden box in front of him, feeling a wave of emotions. He had never eaten pork, but had seen pigs run. Here in the divine realm, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Yang Ling opened the wooden box in front of Huang Sihai and glanced inside. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he quickly closed the box again. Inside were silver notes amounting to 300 taels, at least 10 of them. This was even more than what they had given Lin Yin. 3,000 taels of silver. What were they trying to do? Originally giving Lin Yin 1,000 taels was already quite generous, considering Lin Yin was going to work at the provincial capital and held a higher position. It was quite reasonable. But now for a mere captain, they were offering 3,000 taels. Even if it was pooled from all the trades in Qingshan City, this was a bit excessive. Manager Huang, are you asking me to commit murder and arson? Yang Ling inquired with a thoughtful expression. Huang Sihai quickly laughed. Captain Yang, you misunderstood. This is simply our token of respect for you. Inside there are 3,000 taels of silver. Is that your token of respect? Yang Ling chuckled. That's too much. Captain Yang may not know, but actually over 2,000 taels of that is contributed by our Bema Pharmacy, and the rest was pooled together by Qi Dalong and the others. Huang Sihai said seriously, this time we truly have something we need Captain Yang's help with. Let's hear what it is. If I can't do it, I dare not accept this money. Yang Ling casually stated. Huang Sihai's eyes lit up. It seemed he was a man of principles. He pondered. To be honest, our Bema Pharmacy inadvertently offended the leader of the snake gang, Qi Dalong, a while back. This person has privately threatened to take the arm of our young master. The young master has recently been so frightened that he has fled to the provincial capital. If this trouble is not resolved, he probably won't dare to return. The family learned that Captain Yang had taken office and hoped to ask you to mediate and resolve this matter. Qi Dalong. Yang Ling's expression shifted slightly as he casually smiled. Just to resolve this matter. What did your young master do to offend him? The young master. He took one of Qi Dalong's concubines. Huang Sihai said somewhat awkwardly. All right, I understand this matter. Yang Ling nodded slightly and put the wooden box away. I will help you resolve it. In Qingshan City, it is essential to maintain good relations to prosper. How can one thrive through violence and killing? Then I will trouble Captain Yang. Huang Sihai's heart steadied and he clasped his fists with a beaming smile. After a pause, he added, Captain Yang previously mentioned spirit cultivation pills. In fact, our Bema Pharmacy also has some pills specifically for sale to martial artists. Huang Sihai pondered. However, the Yunling pill is extremely precious and is mostly held by first-tier and second-tier sects. The Yunling pills we obtain may be of rather ordinary quality. Yang Ling's eyes brightened. Ordinary quality. What price are you offering? Each one costs 500 taels. Huang Sihai said in a low voice. 500 taels. Yang Ling contemplated for a moment and then asked, do you have any in stock? I'd like to buy one to test its quality. What I need most right now are the Yunling pill and the Peiyuan pill. However, the latter is hard to obtain, so I won't think about it for now. The former can improve the proficiency of my martial skills, and even if the quality is a bit inferior, I can still accept it. Huang Sihai immediately took out a porcelain vial and handed it to Yang Ling. If Captain Yang can accept that the quality of this Yunling pill is not as good as that from the major sects, our Bema Pharmacy will also be able to provide some Yunling pills in the future. Moreover, most martial artists in the rivers and lakes cannot afford good Yunling pills. Even some disciples of sects ultimately have to purchase them themselves. The number of Yunling pills granted by the sects is limited and only given to core disciples who have made achievements. Ordinary disciples cannot even get a taste. Yang Ling didn't care much about this and poured the Yunling pill from the vial. Yunling pill defective proficiency, increase, unknown. Unknown. Yang Ling thought for a moment and then tossed the pill into his mouth. A faint warm current began to flow through his limbs. Please select the martial skill proficiency to enhance. Lingshu step. Is there a need to select? Since they all enhance proficiency, Yang Ling would not waste his proficiency on the Binshan fist or the Qingji blade technique. The first tier martial skill Lingshu step is what he intends to focus on next. At this moment, the proficiency of Lingshu step began to surge steadily. It soared from 87 to 378 points before stopping. The effect is indeed not as good as a normal Yunling pill, and each defective product should be somewhat unstable. But what does that matter? Yang Ling calculated in his heart. If he trains Lingshu step all day, spending 10 hours a day can increase his proficiency by 60 points. However, he still needs to level up, and the cost-effectiveness of attribute points is temporarily higher than the proficiency of Lingshu step, as this is related to the God domain ranking list and treasure rewards. As a result, he hardly has time to practice martial skills. This Yunling pill, even though it is a defective product, is equivalent to 6 days of training in Lingshu step. Yang Ling thought for a moment and immediately took out the wooden box from before, which contained 3,000 taels of silver. Then he took out all the silver he had saved, totaling around 1,500 taels. The broken silver was exchanged for silver notes for easier carrying. Here a total of about 4,500 taels, please count it, and exchange everything for Yunling pills. Yang Ling smiled. Huang Sihai glanced over and immediately said with a smile, no need to count. Even if this is 5,000 taels after deducting the one from before, our Bema Pharmacy will still provide Captain Yang with 9 more pills. This time he took out a porcelain vial containing a total of 9 Yunling pills. After Yang Ling received them, he did not consume them on the spot. It seems that NPCs in the God domain need to combine these pills with practicing martial skills to enhance proficiency. Players do not need that, so he shouldn't consume too many in front of others to avoid raising suspicion. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I'll see you off. In the iron-closed division, Yang Ling consumed 1 Yunling pill after another in his room. Although he knew that the cost-effectiveness of the first 2 layers of martial skills is the highest, Lingshu step is different from other martial skills. This is a first-tier martial skill and is worth focusing on. The first pill increased his proficiency by 320 points. The second pill increased it by 270 points. The third pill increased it by 412 points. The fourth. After consuming all 9 pills, Yang Ling glanced at his attribute panel. He saw that the proficiency of Lingshu step had already reached 4,132 points. Haha, I've increased my proficiency by nearly half all at once, and am not far from mastery. Yang Ling couldn't help but laugh. As he walked out of the room, he found Chen Guoqing and 3 others waiting outside. Yang Gui have become martial artists. The 4 of them looked very excited. They had waited too long for this day. Now they can summon their attribute panels and check their own attributes. Not bad. Yang Ling smiled and nodded, his gaze landing on Chen Guoqing. Guoqing, how about you keep an eye on the iron-closed division here in Qingshan City from now on? Me. Chen Guoqing was slightly taken aback. Chen Su quickly said, this is a good thing. Brother Chen, weren't you worried about those new players? Now that you have this status, it's just right to settle them. Chen Guoqing quickly reacted and nodded, sure, no problem. Although leaving the Qijin mine could cause problems for his subsequent leveling up, and it might take a long time to raise his level. But compared to leveling up, having the opportunity to settle those new players, he did not hesitate at all. Moreover, in the city, he could also practice the Qingji blade technique well. At that moment, a constable walked in respectfully saying, Chief, the Snake Gang's Qi Dalong has sent an invitation. Oh, Yang Ling's eyes moved, and he immediately took it. It was an invitation for him to dinner at the estate tonight. Yang Ling thought for a moment and made a decision. In a large mansion, Huang Sihai approached a middle-aged man with small steps, smiling. Sir, Captain Yang has agreed to help the young master resolve his feud with Qi Dalong. The middle-aged man sighed in relief upon hearing this. Captain Lin said that this Captain Yang is more capable than him, since he is willing to step in, that brat should be saved. I am just afraid that Qi Dalong will act deceitfully. He has many desperate men under him, and many are willing to serve him loyally. Huang Sihai's face revealed a hint of worry. It's fine, Xiaoqing has made significant progress in his training at the Shanhua sect. If all else fails, we can only ask him to step in, said the middle-aged man. Huang Sihai immediately nodded with a smile. What you said is true. Young Master Xiaoqing's talent in martial arts is indeed remarkable, and he has made noticeable progress in a short time. Moreover, he paused, that Captain Yang seems to be a martial arts enthusiast. This time, he bought all our Yunling pills with the benefits we provided. According to rumors, Captain Yang also enjoys going to the mine to personally dig for Qi Jin, or his presence has significantly increased the output of the mine, and the Shanhua sect is quite satisfied. He is a straightforward person. If he likes Yunling pills, then we should temporarily supply him with resources in this regard. The middle-aged man pondered. The prerequisite is that he can truly solve the brat's troubles. That brat wrote to me some time ago saying that he seems to have seen the trace of snake gang disciples in the state capital following him in the shadows. It seems Qi Dalong is truly unable to hold back anymore. Rest assured, Captain Yang is a 9th grade official in the Iron Clothes Division. With his rank, he is valued by his superiors. If he steps in, it will at least make Qi Dalong wary for a while. Huang Sihai said softly. The middle-aged man's expression eased considerably upon hearing this. Near the dock of Qingshan City, a mansion was brightly lit. Hundreds of disciples from the Serpent Gang lined up on both sides waiting for the arrival of an esteemed guest alongside Qi Dalong. At this moment, Zhang Wei stood beside Qi Dalong, his expression filled with uncertainty. He had heard that the esteemed guest they were to receive today was the newly appointed head constable of Qingshan City, Yang Ling. He found it hard to believe that someone could rise to such prominence in Qingshan City shortly after emerging from the fire crystal mine. Besides Zhang Wei, there were also dozens of players mingling within the crowd. All of them were discovered by Zhang Wei, and at this moment their expressions were a mix of excitement, completely unaware of who was arriving, but certain that it must be a big shot. Zhang Wei, since head constable Yang has had a working relationship with you before, you'll be responsible for accompanying him during dinner. Qi Dalong said, his hands tucked into his sleeves, standing straight, with a blank expression. Upon hearing this, some nearby minor leaders showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Zhang Wei forced a smile, replying yes. He felt a bit anxious. If it really was Yang Ling, would the latter show him some courtesy? With Yang Ling's status, if he spoke a few ill words about him, Zhang Wei might just end up drowned by the Serpent Gang. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Zhang Wei had no time to think, and quickly focused his gaze, and his heart settled completely. It truly was Yang Ling. Ha ha, the arrival of head constable Yang truly brings glory to this place. Qi Dalong immediately changed from his previous icy demeanor, laughing heartily as he led the group to greet him. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man who was dressed in official attire, standing tall and striding forward with confidence, causing a slight chill in their hearts. Yang Ling quickly scanned the attributes of everyone present, distinguishing between the locals and the players. Without even glancing at the visibly nervous Zhang Wei, he smiled and greeted Qi Dalong. It is my honor that the gang leader Qi is hosting me today. Please, there's no need for such formality. After some pleasantries, they entered the mansion. Qi Dalong had indeed prepared meticulously. As soon as they sat down, the table was filled with food and drinks. Zhang Wei wasn't head constable Yang, your colleague at the fire crystal mine. Raise a toast to him. Qi Dalong glanced at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he raised his glass and awkwardly said to Yang Ling, brother Yang, I toast to you. I have official business, I won't be drinking. Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Zhang Wei, holding the wine glass, felt stuck in a dilemma. Both sitting and standing were awkward. Qi Dalong's expression shifted as he laughed heartily. Zhang Wei, go make some tea. Yes. Zhang Wei felt a sense of relief, but as he turned, his face turned ashen. Next, Qi Dalong engaged Yang Ling in conversation about matters concerning Qingshan City. For example, how the Serpent Gang made a living managing part of the river transport and had a workforce of laborers. They also provided security services. In total, there were around 400 to 500 Serpent Gang disciples in Qingshan City, making it a significant force that others respected. As they spoke, Qi Dalong casually remarked, previously, I did some business with Supervisor Wu Kei from the Fire Crystal Mine, but I haven't seen him around lately. He paused and looked at Yang Ling. Head Constable Yang should know Supervisor Wu, right? Yang Ling suddenly realized this was all about Wu Kei. However, he felt a bit suspicious. Wu Man had come to seek revenge on him, and now Qi Dalong was probing for information about Wu Kei. Could it be that Wu Kei has been at the Fire Crystal Mine for many years, and the money earned from secretly selling fire crystals actually belongs to the Rong clan? Could it be that some of that wealth hasn't been delivered, and the Rong clan intends to retrieve it? Yang Ling smiled unperturbed. Of course, I know Supervisor Wu. He even intended to invite me to compete in mining. Oh. Qi Dalong's expression shifted. So what was the outcome of the mining competition? I didn't go. Supervisor Wu said he had matters to attend to and left, but Yang Ling scrutinized Qi Dalong. Supervisor Wu has been confirmed as a spy for the Rong clan. Why is the gang leader Qi so interested in him? At that moment, Zhang Wei, who was pouring tea, was slightly taken aback. A spy for the Rong clan. He suddenly thought of something, and his heart trembled slightly. It's not that Qi Dalong is interested in him, but rather I am. A figure stepped out from behind the hall. Qi Dalong immediately stood up and bowed, Your Excellency. Yang Ling cast a glance at him and opened his attribute panel. Character Tai Xinghu, Profession Warrior, Strength 41, Agility 22, Spirit 10, Martial Arts 7-inch Fist Entry, Level Mountain Crushing Fist Entry, Level Mixed Iron Skill, Proficient Influence Giant Spirit Sect. This guy's attributes are only slightly weaker than Sure Xian and significantly stronger than Wu Man. Yang Ling remained calm. May I ask who you are? Tai Xinghu looked at Yang Ling with a half-smile. You are an unregistered 9th rank, no wonder Wu Man died at your hands. Your strength should be close to that of an 8th rank, right? At this moment Zhang Wei had no idea what was happening, but he sensed that something was amiss, and tried to leave only to suddenly find the entire front hall surrounded by assassins. He recognized at a glance that these assassins were all Qi Dalong's trusted subordinates considered to be his death warriors. We're doomed. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Wei's forehead. It seems you are also a warrior of the giant spirit sect, a spy for the Rong clan. Yang Ling nodded thoughtfully, sweeping his gaze over Qi Dalong. Qi Dalong, are you also a spy for the Rong clan? Qi Dalong smiled slightly. For those about to die, why ask so much? From now on, answer the questions of your excellency properly, and I can grant you a quick death. If I die here, your serpent gang won't be able to protect itself, right? Yang Ling frowned. Tai Xinghu chuckled. It's fine, too many giant spirit sect warriors will die at your hands this time. The sect leader has ordered your head, so sacrificing one serpent gang member means nothing. You want my head? Just based on you. Yang Ling said, isn't that a bit hasty? With Qi Dalong's lowly means, and these assassins being mere jokes, do you really think they can help? First subdue you, and then you'll know to kneel and speak in front of an 8th rank. Tai Xinghu suddenly unleashed a faint layer of blood energy. At this moment, he had already activated the mixed iron skill, while simultaneously launching the mountain-crushing fist at Yang Ling. His original 41 points of strength instantly surged to 63 points. The mountain-crushing fist is at the entry level, providing him with a 12-point boost. The remaining 10 points come from the attributes increased by the mixed iron skill. Indeed, it's a trashy technique only able to increase such a small amount of attributes. Yang Ling calmly observed Tai Xinghu, having thoroughly seen through the latter's current strength. His agility had also increased, but only by 10 points. With 32 points of agility, it would be more than enough to deal with an ordinary warrior. But now, Yang Ling suddenly felt a surge of blood energy within himself. The King Kong Ming Wang technique slowly operated. His agility instantly rose to 53. Following that, he executed the Lingshu step, increasing his agility by another 24 points. He moved like a whirlwind, arriving in front of Tai Xinghu before the latter could even throw his punch. His skin shimmered with blood energy and a metallic sheen. The mixed iron skill had greatly enhanced his defense. However, Yang Ling's current strength was no longer as low as before. He swung the golden red crane beak pick. Furious 10 strikes. Poo poo poo. Poo poo poo. Yang Ling sheathed the pick and returned to his seat. Tai Xinghu's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Yang Ling. A trickle of brain matter ran down from his forehead, and his massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Yang Ling gained a massive amount of experience flowing into him like a tidal wave. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ling ascended a rank. He promptly allocated the point to agility, raising it to 24. Qi Dalong, who had previously stood composed even with the calm, calculating gaze of a hunter observing his prey, suddenly froze rigid as stone. The dozen or so swordsmen beside him faltered, uncertain how to react. They stared at Tai Xinghu's corpse, disbelief flooding their eyes. They had witnessed firsthand the prowess of this 8th rank expert. Even if they all attacked together, none could endure more than a few strikes from him. Yet such a master had fallen beneath the blade of this young newly appointed chief constable of Qingshan City. He was after all a peerless prodigy among the second-generation disciples of the Zhuling sect. What are you waiting for? Poor T. Yang Ling glanced coolly at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's scalp prickled, his hands trembled violently as he poured tea for Yang Ling. Half the cup spilled onto the table beyond his control. Someone had just been killed. Though Zhang Wei had entered the realm for some time, this was his first true encounter with death unfolding before his very eyes. And not just anyone. The victim was a figure of immense stature. Kill him. Qi Dalong bellowed suddenly, then whirled and fled without hesitation, no intention of standing and fighting to the end. Where do you think you're going, elder brother Qi? Yang Ling appeared before him with a serene smile. Qi Dalong instinctively turned and saw his loyal swordsmen already lying motionless on the ground. Without exception, each bore a single crimson wound piercing the center of his forehead. At that moment, both Qi Dalong and Zhang Wei were seized by a surreal, absurd thought. What martial art was this? Did you learn it in a mine? I broke my 9th rank officer saber inside the Qijin mine tunnel, hacking away at beetles. Otherwise, you'd have witnessed the Iron Row Bureau's arresting saber technique today. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Let's sit and talk. No need to let this fine meal go to waste. With stiff, pallid features, Qi Dalong lowered himself into the chair across from him. No wonder you dared come alone to this banquet. You're an upper 8th rank cultivator. Upper 8th rank. Yang Ling pondered silently. Tai Xinghu must have been an 8th rank martial artist, capable of igniting his blood energy, yet noticeably weaker than Shi Xian. If Qi Dalong spoke true, then Tai Xinghu was a lower 8th rank practitioner, while Shi Xian ranked as middle 8th rank. Shi Xian's base attributes, strength, agility, and vitality, each hover near 80, mine barely reached the 60s with 30 of those points invested solely in spirit. Ordinarily, my cultivation level should not even compare to his. But the Vajra Buddha King art combined with the Lingshu steps grants me explosive power not merely equal to his, but significantly greater. Shi Xian's agility stood at 28. Yang Ling doubted the Iron Robe art could boost it substantially, perhaps 10 to 15 points at most, still only reaching 40. That paled beside his own capacity to unleash agility exceeding 80. At such speeds, even a 10-point disparity in raw strength became meaningless. It was precisely through such meticulous comparative analysis that Yang Ling concluded he could attend the banquet alone tonight. His explosive agility granted him full freedom to strike, or to withdraw. Events had proven him right. Today's real-world slaying of Tai Xinghu deepened Yang Ling's understanding of his own capabilities. Chief Constable Yang, you were dispatched from the capital, weren't you? When did the Iron Row Bureau set its sights on us? Frankly, our deeds pale beside those of other officials, hardly worth special notice. Why would the Iron Row Bureau send an upper 8th rank master here as bait? Qi Dalong spoke slowly, voicing his suspicion. Yang Ling knew the man had misjudged him, but offered no correction. Zhang Wei too realized Qi Dalong had drawn the wrong conclusion. This man shared no ties whatsoever with the capital, merely another player who had entered the realm slightly earlier than himself. So this is the technique of the realm's #1 ranked player, Zhang Wei murmured inwardly. The man before him now bore no resemblance to the hesitant novice he'd met at the Fire Crystal or mine. Elder Brother Qi, is this your final statement? Yang Ling asked, voice quiet and detached. Qi Dalong's expression flickered, then twisted into a strained hollow smile. You've yet to raise a hand against me, meaning there remains room for negotiation this day. The Snake Gang has held sway in Qingshan City for decades. We've amassed modest reserves. Though the bulk was sent to the Rong tribe, I can still produce 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels of silver. Zhang Wei's eyes glazed over. He struggled to grasp the magnitude of such wealth. Judging by local prices relative to reality, one tael equated roughly to 2,000 yuan. 5,000 taels, equivalent to a staggering 10 million yuan. Zhang Wei felt momentarily lightheaded. Your vast Snake Gang sustains hundreds, yet you claim you can scrape together only 5,000 taels. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Yang Ling gave no reply, only cast a glance toward Zhang Wei, still standing there. Search Tai Xinghu's body. Bring me whatever you find. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei snapped to attention, swiftly searched the corpse, and returned with a leather pouch containing several pieces of loose silver and a copper tube. Curious, Yang Ling opened it, and found 12 perfectly aligned spirit-infusing pills. According to the system's prompt, these were authentic high-grade pills, not flawed imitations. For the first time, Yang Ling's heart pounded uncontrollably. Even slaying Tai Xinghu had left him unruffled. His 30-point spirit attribute granted him extraordinary composure, a heart unmoved by crisis. Yet these spirit-infusing pills stirred genuine excitement within him. 12 pills, 6,000 proficiency points. My Lingshu steps will ascend to the pinnacle of mastery. Yang Ling drew a slow, deep breath. Qi Dalong watched his expression shift, eyes narrowing shrewdly. He lowered his voice with a quiet chuckle. Chief Constable Yang, let's strike a deal. Spare me, and I'll give you 5,000 taels of silver, and 10 spirit-infusing pills. Do you take me for a beggar? Yang Ling frowned. Even if you die by my hand, these items would simply be confiscated by the Iron Row Bureau. You'd gain nothing. Qi Dalong remained calm. Think it over carefully. Do you know how much reward I received last time I killed Wu Man? The Iron Row Bureau isn't stingy, and I have patrons far above me. Yang Ling's smile was faint, enigmatic. A catch like you is worth far more than gold or silver. Suddenly, Qi Dalong raised his sleeve, and a concealed dart shot forth, streaking toward Yang Ling with blinding speed. Yang Ling didn't hesitate. He lifted his hand casually and caught the dart midair, gripping it firmly. Zhang Wei gaped speechless. Even Qi Dalong recoiled in shock. Incredible speed. He finally understood why Tai Xinghu had fallen so swiftly, utterly overwhelmed by sheer velocity. Without another word, Yang Ling flicked his wrist, and the dart buried itself deep in Qi Dalong's forehead, killing him instantly. Can't leave witnesses alive. Otherwise, would those spirit-infusing pills be seized as official spoils? Yang Ling murmured softly. Thud. Zhang Wei dropped to his knees before him, bowing low. Brother, I'm on my knees. Don't kill me to silence me. Yang Ling cast a non-committal glance at Zhang Wei. After a moment, he finally spoke. Get up. We are both players, why would I kill you? Zhang Wei couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, today his life was spared. What level are you? Yang Ling asked knowingly. Zhang Wei hurriedly replied, level 8. Soon he'll reach level 10 and need to change jobs. The best way to change jobs in Qingshan City right now is to become a constable. After all, I am the head constable, and who can become a constable is up to me, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Zhang Wei's eyes brightened slightly, but he soon thought of something and whispered, Brother Yang, what are the conditions? I know I have offended you before. I need someone to keep an eye on the Shi Gang for me, Yang Ling replied with a light smile. Isn't that simple? The Shi Gang. He is a spy for the Rong clan. Shouldn't the Shi Gang have been wiped out? Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. Qi Dalong is dead, but that doesn't mean the Shi Gang has been destroyed. That wouldn't align with the stability goals of Qingshan City. Yang Ling continued, does Qi Dalong still have loyal subordinates who know where he hid his wealth? Call them in. Also send a subordinate to the Yamen to notify Lin Yin to bring a group of constables to handle the case. I know this. Leave it to me. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. He had a sharp intuition and immediately understood how much benefit he could reap from this. A quarter of an hour later, 2 vice leaders and 4 hall masters of the Shi Gang were summoned by Zhang Wei. Upon seeing Qi Dalong's lifeless body, they were momentarily filled with shock and rage, ready to act. Qi Dalong is a spy for the Rong clan. Are you also? Yang Ling's casual remark caused the six of them to fall silent, filled with uncertainty. Their reactions further indicated that they were likely not connected to the Rong clan. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would not have been able to deceive them into coming here. Captain Yang, are you saying our leader is a spy for the Rong clan? One of the vice leaders hurriedly stepped forward to Yang Ling, his expression grave, hesitating to speak. Indeed, the one on the ground is Tai Xinghu from the Giant Spirit Sect, an 8th-tier martial artist. Yang Ling nodded gently. Today they came to me seeking revenge. After all, I have killed quite a number of Giant Spirit Sect martial artists recently. 8th-tier martial artist. The two vice leaders and 4 hall masters gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. Zhang Wei coldly stated, I have already sent someone to the government office to notify them. Constables will be here shortly to handle the case. By the way, I am also a spy placed here by Lord Yang. Yang Ling glanced at him without exposing him. The 6 of them looked at Zhang Wei with a different light in their eyes. Lord Yang, I am Chun Long, vice leader of the Shi gang. I have felt something was off about our leader for years. He arranged for his subordinates to transport several ships filled with fire crystal ore. But those fire crystal ores were never accounted for, and I don't know when they were loaded onto the ships, Chun Long whispered. Now I realize he was a spy for the Rong clan. That is absolutely despicable. Lord Yang, we had no knowledge of this. Lord Yang, we have been born and raised in Qingshan City for generations, and we absolutely have no connection to the Rong clan. The others began to distance themselves, their expressions somewhat panicked. You 6 definitely need to visit the Ironclad division. If there are no issues, you will be released. Yang Ling added, during this period you must cooperate with us in the investigation of the Shi gang. Anything related to the Rong clan will be confiscated. By the way, does anyone know where Qi Dalong hid his belongings? The 6 exchanged glances, and finally Chun Long cautiously said, I know Qi Dalong has a private residence. He thought it was well hidden, but one day one of my men stumbled upon it. I have never revealed this matter. You are Chun Long, the vice leader of the Shi gang. From now on, cooperate with us, and if you achieve meritorious service, there will be rewards for you, Yang Ling said with a faint smile. Chun Long was instantly overjoyed. He glanced at the corpses of Qi Dalong and Tai Xinghu, and a fiery excitement gradually filled his eyes. In less than a cup of tea's time, Lin Yan led over 100 constables into the Shi gang, surrounding the place tightly. Meanwhile, the ordinary disciples of the Shi gang were also swiftly subdued by Lao Zhao and his men disarmed. Brother Yang, what is going on here? Lin Yan looked at Yang Ling with some suspicion. He was supposed to go to the state capital tomorrow, yet such an incident occurred tonight. Qi Dalong actually died in his own residence. Yang Ling briefly recounted the events. When Lin Yan discovered that the corpse on the ground was Tai Xinghu, an 8th-tier martial artist from the Giant Spirit Sect, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while he came to his senses and dazedly said, Brother Yang, your martial arts skill. I should be at the 8th tier, but I have never registered as I have been too busy mining and had no time for it. Yang Ling replied. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, slowly accepting the fact that Yang Ling was an 8th-tier expert, and then he reacted with wild joy. Brother Yang, you have made a great contribution this time. I was just giving assistance. Oh, wasn't it you who commanded the operation on orders from Lord Shi? Yang Ling replied in surprise. Lin Yan found it hard to believe. After a long silence he hoarsely said, Brother Yang, such a contribution is too great. I dare not take it for myself. Don't be foolish. Boss, I still need to help Su Qing keep an eye on the Qijin mine. I don't want to leave Qingshan City for a short time, Yang Ling said seriously. If you feel any guilt, any rewards like the spirit-nourishing pills from the Ironclad division can be given to me. As for the merits, I don't need much. Just a token of appreciation will suffice. Lin Yan gradually understood Yang Ling's thoughts and was instantly filled with joy. Qi Dalong has considerable wealth. Since he is a spy for the Rong clan, we must confiscate his assets. Lin Yan immediately instructed Lao Zhao and the others to begin raiding the Shi gang. Yang Ling then called Chun Guoqin and Chun Su to follow Chun Long and led a team to Qi Dalong's private residence. From the beginning to the end, he never intended to monopolize the benefits of the Shi gang. If he were to consume such things alone, it could lead to significant troubles in the future. Yang Ling and Lin Yan enjoyed food and drinks in Qi Dalong's residence, chatting enthusiastically. They talked from the evening until the early morning. The raid had only just begun to yield results. 40,000 taels of silver notes, a bottle of spirit-nourishing pills, and a treasured sword were found in Qi Dalong's private residence. Additionally, many items have been temporarily seized from the Shi gang, including a considerable amount of silver. Take a look at the list. Lin Yan handed the list to Yang Ling. After glancing at it, Yang Ling smiled and said, This list should be sent to Lord Shi. Brother Yang, it must be sent, but it should be presented in this manner. Lin Yan immediately took out paper and pen, making a new list. The amount of silver found at Qi Dalong's house suddenly decreased by 10,000 taels. The spirit-nourishing pills and treasured sword were also crossed out. We won't go too far. After all, people from above will definitely come down to investigate, but we must still take our due rewards. It's only proper. Lin Yan said with a smile.